Lin Yu, a reborn survivor of the apocalypse, gained the chance to return 6 years into the past due to a fateful meteor event. However, he must conceal his true identity to evade the pursuit of the gods. It was a peculiar night in the year 880 of the Great Xia Empire. In a hospital ward, Lin Yu awoke from a coma, greeted by the blinding white light and the sterile smell of disinfectant. Instinctively, he touched the bandage on his head and was struck by a shocking realization. He already died at the hands of Xia Haoran. Just then, a sharp pain pierced his head, accompanied by a mysterious warning. Never let the gods discover that you are reborn. Almost immediately, an eerie vision appeared in his mind. A coffin bound by silver chains, lying silently at the bottom of a river glowing with silver light. Lin Yu quickly pieced things together. Had been reborn from 6 years into the apocalypse, back to the night he was hospitalized after a fight with Duan Yang. Pulling out his phone, he saw the lock screen featuring a girl with a radiant smile, playfully pinching his cheek. Xiaoyu, this time, your brother will find you and protect you. Checking the date on his phone, June 14, year 880 of the Great Xia calendar. Lin Yu's pupils contracted sharply. The apocalypse was only 4 hours away, and humanity was on the brink of facing a terrifying wave of the undead and grotesque mutations. Recalling Duan Yang's despicable schemes, Lin Yu decided to settle the score first. He seized an opportunity to subdue a nurse during her rounds, donned her uniform, and infiltrated Duan Yang's room. Though tempted to end his enemy right then, Lin Yu held back, knowing he had to seize the opportunities of the impending apocalypse tonight. Instead, he mischievously replaced the 4 fluid with a special concoction. After leaving the hospital, Lin Yu stocked up on essentials and headed straight for Xian Mountain. In the taxi, he began organizing his plans. As a reborn, he possessed knowledge of future events and the best path to evolve. This time, he was determined to become the strongest, survive the catastrophe, reunite with his sister, exact revenge on Xia Haoran, and even destroy the Sakura Nation while claiming the Sunfire Core. With trembling hands, Lin Yu dialed a familiar number on his phone. Hearing his sister Lin Xiaoya's cheerful voice, he fought back tears and simply told her he wanted to hear her voice. To avoid the driver overhearing sensitive details, Lin Yu decided to switch to a messaging app for the conversation. At that moment, the mysterious warning echoed in his mind once again. Never let the gods discover that you are a reborn. What are gods? Lin Yu stared blankly out the window, lost in thought. In his previous life, during 6 harrowing years in the apocalypse, even up to the moment of his death, he had never heard of any legends or tales about gods. Was this all just a dream, or some kind of omen? Shaking his head, he decided to set those questions aside for now. What mattered most was sticking to his plan. Picking up his phone, he sent a message to his younger sister, Lin Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, do you trust your brother? Of course, brother. I trust you, no matter what you say, came her instant reply. Her unwavering faith was evident in every word. That trust stemmed from the bond they had forged growing up together in an orphanage. To Lin Xiaoyu, her brother wasn't just her closest family, was her only lifeline. They shared no blood ties, but their connection was unbreakable. What I'm about to tell you might sound unbelievable, but don't question it. Just do as I say, Lin Yu typed, his tone serious. Okay, brother. We'll do everything you say. I've ordered some supplies and food for you. Tomorrow morning, staff from the supermarket will deliver them to your school. Go pick them up when everyone else is in class. Hide everything under your bed and in your cabinets. Make sure no one sees or finds out. Lin Yu paused, his fingers hovering over the keyboard before continuing. Tonight, there will be an unusual meteor shower. Tomorrow at noon, the sky will rain red. You must go out and stand in that rain for as long as possible. After sending the message, Lin Yu reached out to his childhood friend, Wang Kong, known to everyone as Wang Ergu. In his past life, Wang Kong had sacrificed himself to save Lin Yu, clinging to their enemy Xia Haoran's leg even in his dying moments, just to buy Lin Yu a chance to escape. This time, I'll ensure every one of our enemies is annihilated, and I'll protect all of you, Lin Yu vowed silently. He vividly remembered that tonight's meteor shower would bring countless rare artifacts and materials. And tomorrow's red rain? It contained a mysterious essence capable of awakening latent abilities. The more one absorbed, the easier it would be to unlock their potential. However, for those without any innate talents, the rain would have no effect. Most importantly, atop Xian Mountain in Kuan City, a massive meteorite contained the legendary dragon blood. Lin Yu was determined to claim it. In his previous life, the person who obtained it awakened in strength ability, power assimilation, and successfully absorbed the dragon blood, gaining the power to transform their hands into dragon claws. They became Kuan City's first Tier 3 powerhouse, their claws capable of tearing through zombies and beasts with ease. Although Lin Yu's talent wasn't the strength, power assimilation, he knew he would awaken the frank ability, blaze. On the surface, it seemed like a basic fire ability, allowing him to summon fireballs or serpentine flames. But in reality, It held infinite potential, could devour fire element energy to evolve his ability, a feat no other fire-type user could achieve. My ability isn't elemental, it's devouring in nature, Lin Yu said, a confident smile tugging at his lips. In this life, no matter how many rank or even 6th level talents stand in my way, they'll aim straight for the pinnacle. 9S, the Goddard talent. In his past life, he had realized the true nature of his ability far too late, believing himself to be just another run-off-the-mill fire wielder. In truth, the highest talent level at Awakening was typically S rank, with only a rare few reaching S rank. To ascend from S rank to the mythical 9S Goddard required profound insight into one's ability, along with extraordinary opportunities. Even the strongest individuals in his previous life had only reached SSS rank after 6 years in the apocalypse. But now, for Lin Yu, the path was clear. As long as he could find and devour the legendary flames of myth, his ability would continuously evolve. 9S Supreme level is no mere fantasy. Lin Yu's eyes glimmered with unwavering determination. He pondered deeply over the gap between talent levels. From level to S-level, from doubles to SSS, each leap represented a qualitative transformation. Yet he firmly believed that once his fire path talent reached the 6S divine level, even the most supreme talents like time, space, and fate would pale in comparison before him. His abilities were unique and formidable. First, he could manipulate fire, turning it into the most powerful weapon. Second, he could absorb various flames to restore his stamina and magical energy. Third, he could envelop his entire body in flames, resembling a legendary Super Saiyan, allowing him to excel in both close combat and long-range attacks. Young man, we've arrived at Xian Mountain. The taxi driver's voice interrupted his thoughts. Lin Yu glanced at his phone. June 14th, year 80 of the Great Xia era, 9:23 p.m. Time was of the essence. He quickly located a secluded path and started climbing the mountain. The scenic area had long been closed, and to avoid unnecessary trouble, he decided to take a shortcut. After 2 grueling hours of hiking, Lin Yu collapsed onto a large boulder, panting heavily. Midnight was only minutes away. He looked down at the city of Kundu below, where countless lights painted a stunning nighttime panorama. Yet, this calm and serenity were about to be shattered. Suddenly, the pitch-black night sky lit up. Countless streaks of light, trailing long tails, streaked across the heavens and plummeted toward the earth. Wave after wave of starlight rained down, illuminating the entire world as if it were daytime. Lin Yu held his breath, his eyes fixed on the sky. He soon noticed the largest cluster of starlight heading straight for Xian Mountain. Without hesitation, he jumped to his feet and sprinted toward the direction where the light was falling. Half an hour later, he located his target in a Thekita small porcelain vial glowing brightly, surrounded by 4 or 5 smaller clusters of light. Ignoring the heat, Lin Yu swiftly grabbed the porcelain vial, wrapped it in a prepared towel, and tucked it into his backpack. But this was only the beginning. At that moment, Xian Mountain was teeming with rare treasures guided by the falling light. These lights would fade away within an hour, and the treasures would either sink into the earth or be absorbed by plants and animals, triggering mutations, a phenomenon that would catalyze evolution across all species. Lin Yu raced against time, frantically gathering the dimming clusters of light. He barely had time to inspect the treasures before stuffing them into his backpack. He had only half an hour to collect as many of these valuables as possible. Meanwhile, in a hospital, Duan Yang, whose entire body was wrapped like a mummy, was vomiting uncontrollably. Doctor! Doctor! A nurse shouted in panic. The symptoms resemble poisoning. Amid the chaos, Duan Yang was rushed into the examination room. The night on Xian Mountain was calm and silent. Not long after Lin Yu left, a man dressed in hiking gear quietly appeared in the area he had just searched. This unauthorized hiker was clearly there to catch the sunrise and was now looking for a suitable spot to pitch his tent. Meanwhile, on the campus of Tianhai University, Lin Xiaoyu carefully placed a golden fruit into her backpack. She looked up at the sky, now once again cloaked in darkness, her heart filled with awe. Following her conversation with her brother earlier that evening, she had gone alone to the soccer field behind the dormitory to wait for the early hours of the morning. Just as her brother had predicted, an unprecedented meteor shower unfolded, a celestial event of a magnitude never recorded in thousands of years of history. After the meteor shower, countless orbs of light scattered across the campus. Following her brother's advice, Lin Xiaoyu mustered her courage and searched the soccer field, managing to collect items from 6 of these orbs. The once quiet campus had become a hub of excitement, with many students awakened by the phenomenon. This fervor quickly spread across Tianhai City and eventually to the rest of the world. Within just half an hour, countless people had encountered these mysterious orbs. On her way back to the dormitory, Lin Xiaoyu discovered a 7th orb and happily secured the fruit inside it. By the time she reached her dorm building, it was already buzzing with the excited chatter of her classmates, breaking the usual nighttime calm. At the peak of Xian Mountain, Lin Yu was taking stock of his findings. 62 rare items, including several small porcelain bottles, 7 cards, and a collection of fruits 3 red, 16 yellow, and 35 green. Although the true process of evolution had yet to begin and he didn't possess any identification skills, he was well aware of the immense value these items would hold in the imminent apocalypse. In the initial stages of the apocalypse, humans' four-dimensional attributes were generally low. For an average person, the stats were typically 500 magic points and 5 points each for strength, constitution, speed, and spirit. Those with better physical fitness might reach 7 or 8 points, while weaker individuals might only have 3 or 4. Lin Yu knew that the fruits he had collected were either attribute fruits or magic fruits. The low-tier green fruits could increase an attribute by 1 point or magic by 100 points, while the mid-tier yellow fruits could boost an attribute by 5 points or magic by 500 points. The rarest were the high-tier red fruits, which even he had never encountered in his previous life, each capable of increasing an attribute by 50 points or magic by 5,000 points. By his calculations, if all the fruits were attribute fruits, they would provide a total of 265 attribute points. This meant his starting attributes could be raised to around 200 points, far surpassing the average person's total of 20 points. Suppressing his excitement, Lin Yu leaned against a crevice in the rocks and checked his phone. To his surprise, the trending headlines contained no mention of the Meteor Shower. He understood this was because most people were asleep during the late-night hours. Even those who had witnessed the event likely dismissed it as a mere spectacle. Moreover, most of the orbs had fallen in remote mountains, forests, and oceans, with fewer landing in densely populated urban areas. He chose not to consume the fruits immediately, knowing that doing so now would waste much of their energy. Only after the evolution process began could they be fully absorbed. Just then, a voice message from his childhood friend Wang Kong broke the silence. "Lin bro, you're incredible. How do you always know these things? Are you secretly a fortune teller?" Wang Kang's voice was filled with amazement. "Cut the nonsense. How many orbs did you find?" Lin Yu asked directly. "Ran all over the neighborhood and found 9. Oh, and I stumbled upon a couple getting busy behind the pavilion, haha." Wang Kang's tone took on a mischievous edge. "Only 9? Don't tell me you got distracted by the live action and forgot what you were supposed to be doing." "Of course not. I was looking for orbs when I happened to see them. That guy probably got so scared he couldn't perform Anamoriha." Wang Kong replied, his voice dripping with playful smugness. "What did you find?" Lin Yu asked directly. The reply he received made his eyes light up. 2 cards, 1 red fruit, 1 yellow fruit, 2 unidentified metal lumps, and 3 green fruits. "Ergo, not bad luck," Lin Yu remarked. "Don't forget what I told you, go out in the rain at noon tomorrow and eat all the fruits." After ending the conversation with Ergo, Lin Yu immediately clicked on Lin Xiaoyu's icon. The phone rang for half a minute before it was answered. "Xiaoyu, how did it go?" he asked. "Brother, I found 7 light clusters." Lin Xiaoyu's excited voice came through. "When I opened them, there were 6 green fruits and 1 golden fruit." "A golden fruit?" Lin Yu exclaimed. In his previous life, he had never even heard of such a thing, and now his sister had found one. Though he wasn't sure exactly how much it could enhance attributes, it was undoubtedly far more powerful than the red fruits. All the fruits he had scavenged from Shiyun Mountain combined probably couldn't compare to this 1 golden fruit. "Hee, am I amazing or what?" Lin Xiaoyu sent a smug emoji. "It's getting late. Get some sleep and remember what I told you." Lin Yu sent her a head-patting emoji, silently marveling at his sister's incredible luck. With a sense of excitement, Lin Yu drifted off to sleep as well. At dawn, Lin Yu woke up. He reached into his backpack and felt the items inside, letting out a sigh of relief. It was all real. After having a simple breakfast of bread and water, he sat quietly, waiting for the evolution rain at noon, his heart filled with both anticipation and nervousness. Meanwhile, he didn't forget to call a supermarket near Xiaoyu's school to arrange a delivery of supplies. At the same time, a tense confrontation was unfolding at the hospital. "Mr. Duan, your son's blood has been contaminated. Tests revealed that a large amount of urine has mixed into his bloodstream," the doctor explained cautiously. "Urine in his blood? Do you think I'm an idiot?" A pot-bellied middle-aged man roared from beside the hospital bed. Behind him stood 6 men in black suits, exuding an oppressive and intimidating aura. The attending physician wiped the sweat from his forehead and continued, "Mr. Duan, we've confirmed that the person who fought with your son knocked out a nurse and swapped the 4 fluid." At that moment, a man in black hurried into the room. "Boss Duan, we've tracked that kid down. It seems he went to Shiyun Mountain. Should we call the police?" "Call the police? That's letting him off too easy." Boss Duan snorted coldly. "Send someone to bring him here. I want to personally meet this brat who dares to mess with me." Initially, he couldn't be bothered with a mere fight between kids, but for someone to dare inject urine into his son's IV, this was crossing the line. "Did you make a wish on that strange meteor shower?" Lin Yu scrolled aimlessly through his phone, his boredom evident. A post about last night's meteor shower caught his eye. Curious, he tapped on it and found the content intriguing. Someone claimed to have obtained a mysterious object during the Celestial event, sparking thousands of heated discussions. The comment section was a whirlwind of reactions. One person excitedly declared it to be the largest meteor shower in human history. Another unlucky soul complained about being knocked unconscious by a falling meteor. Even more bizarrely, some claimed to have found mysterious, multicolored fruits. Those who ate the fruits reported mixed results. Some gained incomplete evolutionary abilities, while others worried about possible health risks. One particular comment stood out. Are all of yours green? I picked up a red one but didn't dare eat it. I fed it to my husky instead. Now the dog hasn't woken up. I'm about to take it to the vet. Reading this, Lin Yu couldn't help but smirk, his lips twitching. He left a cheeky reply in the comments section. Bro, better stew your husky while you can might be a real power boost. Just as he was about to close the page, his phone rang, interrupting his thoughts. It was his manager, and the man wasted no time launching into a tirade. Lin Yu, where the hell have you been? 2 days without showing up. Do you even want this job? Lin Yu's expression turned cold. Without hesitation, he snapped back. You idiot. I quit. And with that, he hung up. As the clock approached noon, the sky suddenly darkened. Heavy clouds rolled in, blocking out the sun. The air grew thick with an oppressive tension. Then, at exactly midday, a deafening crack of thunder split the silence. Blood-red lightning tore across the sky, leaving jagged scars in its wake. Moments later, a stinging rain of crimson droplets began to fall. Without hesitation, Lin Yu ripped off his shirt, baring his chest to the strange rain. As the drops seeped into his skin, an excruciating pain shot through him, as if thousands of ants were gnawing at his flesh. He could feel his heartbeat growing stronger, and deep within him, something powerful seemed to stir and awaken. 10 minutes later, flames erupted from his body, roaring to life. A booming voice echoed in his mind. Awaken talent, F-class flame. Suddenly, a status panel materialized within his consciousness. Magic, 500. Strength, 6. Constitution, 6. Speed, 5. Spirit, 55. Talent, F-class flame. Are you kidding me? Lin Yu couldn't help but curse aloud. Aside from his unusually high spirit attribute, the rest of his stats were painfully average. He guessed this might have something to do with his past life and his rebirth. But what exactly did this game-like status panel signify? Lost in thought, Lin Yu began to ponder the implications of this strange new reality. Having survived the apocalypse, Lin Yu knew all too well that what lay before him was far from just a game. The numbers on the attribute panel weren't merely cold, lifeless data. They were a tangible reflection of his physical capabilities. He recalled a saying from his previous life, one that had been dismissed as a joke. The attribute panel was a tool used by some immensely powerful beings beyond human comprehension to monitor their toys. At this moment, one particular warning echoed in his mind with glaring clarity. Do not let the gods know you are a reborn. The gods? That term had never surfaced in his previous life. Lin Yu frowned. Could it be that the attribute panel was truly a mechanism implanted into human minds by these so-called gods? After a brief pause, he shook his head. If even the strongest individuals of his past life couldn't uncover the truth, there was no way he could confirm anything now. For now, the priority was to grow stronger. Lin Yu pulled his backpack closer and retrieved 54 fruits. He began by consuming 3 red fruits. Instantly, a surge of immense power coursed through his body. Magic power 5,000. Strength 50. Spirit 50. Without waiting for his body to fully adapt, he quickly downed 16 yellow intermediate fruits. Each fruit brought a significant boost to his stats. 2 spirit fruits. 6 constitution fruits. 2 strength fruits. 4 speed fruits. 2 magic power fruits. Finally, he consumed the remaining green basic fruits in one go. His attribute panel updated immediately. Magic power, 6,500. Strength, 79. Constitution, 47. Speed, 35. Spirit, 115. Talent, Franked Flame. These stats were nearly 10 times that of an ordinary human, and Lin Yu couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Even the frontrunners on the path of evolution from his previous life couldn't have achieved stats that surpassed his current ones. However, he didn't allow himself to grow complacent. He understood well that attributes alone were not everything. The most terrifying aspect of the strongest individuals was their awakened talents, role-based talents that rendered opponents powerless, soul-based talents that were impossible to defend against, fate-based talents that brought despair, and eerie talents that struck fear into the heart. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Yu didn't hesitate. He took out a small porcelain vial containing the blood of a fire dragon and swallowed a single drop. In an instant, a violent and searing heat erupted within his body. Gritting his teeth, he let out a low growl and activated his Franked Flame talent, frantically absorbing the high-grade fire energy within the dragon's blood. His skin became etched with fine patterns, blood seeping from the lines, as flames raged wildly across his body. The evolution rain falling from the sky tried to extinguish the fire, but the flames only grew stronger, consuming the rain in defiance. Finally, after more than 10 minutes, a muffled sound echoed from within his body. A system notification promptly followed. Ding! Fire Dragon's power absorbed. Talent evolution initiated. All the flames abruptly receded into his body. Not only did his skin heal completely, but it now appeared smoother and more refined than ever. Lin Yu stared at the attribute panel that appeared in his mind, carefully examining each value. Magic, 6,500. Strength, 79. Constitution, 47. Speed, 35. Spirit, 115. His talent was displayed as S-Class Flame Master, currently in an evolutionary state. The Flame form had already unlocked Blazing form, and the Dragon Flame form was in the process of being unlocked. S-Class Flame Master combined with the Dragon Flame form this time. I finally have the power to compete with the strongest of the evolved, Lin Yu thought as he felt the surging energy within him, his fighting spirit ignited. Compared to his previous life, this time his talent was far superior. In his last life, even after awakening S-Class talent, he barely made it into the ranks of top-tier evolvers and still fell short of the strongest sequence. But this life was different. The S-Class Dragon Flame talent far surpassed ordinary elemental talents, standing at the pinnacle of special abilities. Looking up at the sky, he saw that the red evolution rain was becoming sparse. Lin Yu knew that once the rain stopped, countless dimensional rifts would appear in the sky, and hordes of zombies would descend like a torrential downpour. That moment would mark the true beginning of evolution, where the law of the jungle would reign supreme. I need to find some food first. Awakening consumed too much energy. Lin Yu put on his clothes and began running down the mountain. His priority was to reunite with his sister, but moving recklessly before the large-scale arrival of zombies was far too dangerous. As he ran, he dialed his sister's number. "Brother," the call connected instantly, and Lin Xiaoyou's slightly anxious voice came through. After a brief conversation, Lin Yu learned about his sister's attribute panel. Magic, 1000. Strength, 20,320.3. Constitution, 5. Speed, 5. Spirit, 5. Special, Golden Power Rune Strength attribute, permanently 10. Her attributes were unique. She lacked a talent, but had gained the Golden Power Rune. That golden fruit had directly provided 200 points of strength, along with a 10 permanent boost, bringing her strength to an astonishing 223.3 points, more than triple Lin Yu's. Though she lacked the advantages of a talent, this level of strength was terrifying in the early stages. Meanwhile, Lin Yu's class flame state could double his attack power, and the dragon flame form could enhance it by over 3 times. Each of them had their own advantages. Lin Yu continued to reassure his frightened sister, instructing her to stay in her dorm and not go outside until he could come to get her. Fortunately, her dorm had decent conditions, including a private bathroom, and the stored supplies were sufficient to last over a month. Lin Yu patiently explained, though the base strength is 79 points, that's only the damage for standard attacks. If paired with this grade talent, Flame, and used to cast Fireball, the damage doubles to 158 points. Add that to the base 79, and the total damage skyrockets to 237 points. He delved deeper into the mechanics of talents. Awakened talents act like multipliers, amplifying base damage significantly. Using talents consumes mana, and the stronger the mana, the more powerful the skill becomes. It's like martial arts. Think of it as the relationship between inner strength and techniques. A dragon subduing palm with 100 years of inner strength is vastly superior to one with just 20 years. When Lin Yu finished, Lin Xiaoyu, on the other end of the call, fell silent. A moment later, her voice carried a tinge of disappointment. "Brother, I didn't awaken any talent. Does that mean I'm really weak?" Sensing her discouragement, Lin Yu quickly reassured her. "Silly girl, what are you even thinking? Do you know what your 223 points in strength mean? For context, the average adult male only has 5 points of strength. A full force punch from them delivers about 100 kilograms of force. Go ahead, do the math." Lin Yu's words left Lin Xiaoyu wide-eyed and slack-jawed. It took her less than 3 seconds to calculate the answer. "Brother, are you saying I can punch with over 4 tons of force now? You think I'd lie to you about something like this? Don't believe me? Test it out for yourself." Lin Yu's lips twitched slightly as he spoke. The boost from the golden fruit was beyond anything he had ever encountered. Even in his past life, he had never heard of such a phenomenon. However, a hint of concern flickered in his mind. Pure strength enhancement, without a corresponding boost in constitution, might be difficult to fully utilize. But since he had no prior experience with the golden fruit, he could only let Xiaoyu explore its potential on her own. On the other end of the line, Lin Xiaoyu's astonishment lingered as she processed the revelation. Meanwhile, Lin Yu frowned slightly. A troubling thought crept into his mind. Without an awakened talent, facing an opponent with inscrate ability could still put Xiaoyu at a disadvantage. As evolution progresses, this gap would only widen. Even those with lower-grade talents could easily suppress top-tier ordinary individuals. Then, a sudden flash of realization struck him. He recalled Xiaoyu's attribute panel and noticed something peculiar. Lin Yu carefully examined Lin Xiaoyu's attribute panel, his brows gradually furrowing. The panel displayed Magic, 1000. Strength, 203 20.3. Constitution, 5. Speed, 5. Spirit, 5. Golden Rune of Strength. Strength attribute permanently 10. These were her stats after consuming 7 fruits. When the panel was first activated, her initial attributes were far below the average person's. Magic, 500. Strength, 3. Constitution, 3. Speed, 4. Spirit, 3. What stood out the most was her magic value. After consuming just one yellow mid-grade magic fruit, her magic skyrocketed from 500 to 1000. This abnormal phenomenon made Lin Yu realize something. Only those with a latent talent gene activated in their body can store and absorb magic. Otherwise, the effects of the magic fruit would dissipate instantly, Lin Yu analyzed in a low voice. Xiaoyu's talent must be incredibly unique, so much so that even the evolution rain couldn't fully awaken it. As he pondered, Lin Xiaoyu's excited voice came through the phone. Brother, this is amazing. I can lift the entire bunk bed with one hand. The bed set included a lower layer with a desk and wardrobe, plus a computer, books, and clothes, weighing well over 100 kilograms. Yet to Lin Xiaoyu, it felt as light as a feather, and she could easily lift it with a single finger. Do you feel any discomfort? Lin Yu asked, concerned. With only 5 points in constitution, her body shouldn't normally be able to handle such immense strength. It did sting a little when I first tried, but then a surge of power flowed through me, and golden patterns appeared on my fingers. After that, it didn't hurt anymore. Lin Yu let out a sigh of relief. It was likely the protective effect of the golden rune. With 223 strength, regular zombies won't be able to harm you. But don't take any risks. Stay in your dorm and wait for me. Got it, Lin Xiaoyu replied. But despite her words, she couldn't fully hide her fear of the apocalyptic world. Even with newfound strength, how could an 18-year-old girl not be terrified in the face of a zombie apocalypse? Still, her greater worry was for her brother, far away in Kuan City, so she suppressed her fears and didn't let them show. As the call ended, the sky suddenly cracked open with countless fractures, and a swarm of black dots plummeted from above. Bang! 4 or 5 dark figures crashed to the ground near Lin Yu, forcing him to stop in his tracks. With a sickening crunch, several zombies staggered to their feet. They wore tattered, alien-looking garments, their faces twisted and grotesque. Rotting flesh peeled away, exposing bloody, raw tissue underneath. One zombie performed a horrifying act. It gripped its own head with both hands and forcibly twisted it 180 degrees. Their hollow white eyes locked onto Lin Yu, and they let out guttural snarls. With decaying bodies jerking unnaturally, they rushed at him with stiff yet terrifying speed, determined to tear him apart and devour him. The foul stench of the low-level zombies filled the air, nauseating and unbearable. Lin Yu's eyes narrowed sharply as his right hand darted out, gripping a nearby tree trunk as thick as a bowl. His muscles tensed, and with a loud crack, the tree was uprooted entirely. Unlike the sluggish movements often depicted in movies, the zombies before him moved with alarming speed. In an instant, they closed the gap, advancing to within 3 meters of Lin Yu. Their decaying bodies reeked of a suffocating odor. Disgusting creatures like you don't deserve to exist, Lin Yu muttered coldly. With a sweeping motion, he swung the uprooted tree. A deafening boom echoed as a zombie's head exploded like a shattered watermelon, dark red fluid splattering everywhere. After inspecting the remains, he confirmed that these newly spawned zombies had yet to develop crystal cores inside their bodies. It would likely take another day or two for the cores to start forming. Casually tossing aside the bloody tree, Lin Yu resumed his descent down the mountain. Along the way, he encountered scattered zombies, all of which he dispatched with ease. This species was innately driven by an insatiable hunger for flesh, evolving through devouring it. Over time, most zombies emerging from the rifts would instinctively gravitate toward densely populated city centers. Xiyun Mountain was typically deserted, making it an unlikely site for large zombie hordes. With his current strength, Lin Yu could handle a few hundred zombies gathered together. However, if faced with tens of thousands, even he would have no choice but to retreat. After all, just like the most intense physical exertion, even an hour of such relentless combat would leave anyone utterly drained, let alone battling endless waves of zombies. When he reached the small ancient town at the base of the mountain, chaos had already erupted. Terrified townsfolk were fleeing in all directions, while a few zombies rampaged among them. A young woman, dressed in tight sharkskin leggings, was sprinting toward him, pursued by a blood-soaked zombie close behind. She appeared to be in her early 20s, her curvaceous figure and long legs accentuated by her frantic run. Driven by sheer survival instinct, the woman managed to maintain a speed slightly faster than the zombie chasing her. But such exertion was clearly unsustainable once her pace faltered. She would inevitably fall victim to the creature. "Help me. Please, help me," she screamed desperately, her voice hoarse as she spotted Lin Yu standing in the middle of the street. To her, he was a last glimmer of hope. A look of wild desperation flashed across her beautiful face as she quickly devised a plan. If she could reach him, she would shove him toward the zombie, using him as a distraction to buy herself time to escape. The thought that Lin Yu might be capable of fighting the zombie never even crossed her mind. In her eyes, sacrificing someone else was the only way out. The woman lunged at Lin Yu without hesitation, shoving him forcefully in the back while he was turned away. It should have been a fatal blow, but her hands met resistance like solid stone, leaving him completely unfazed. Before she could even process what had happened, Lin Yu had already seized her right hand in an unyielding grip. Courting death, Lin Yu muttered coldly, giving his wrist a slight flick. The woman was hurled through the air with the ease of a javelin, crashing toward the oncoming zombie. From the moment he caught the crazed glint in her eyes, Lin Yu had already anticipated her intentions. Her body collided heavily with the zombie, and the two entangled forms tumbled to the ground. As she tried to scramble to her feet, the zombie pounced, its razor-sharp teeth tearing into her neck in an instant. Blood gushed forth as her agonized screams echoed through the street. In her dying moments, she turned her gaze toward Lin Yu, her eyes filled with regret. Lin Yu watched it all unfold with an expression as cold as stone. If the woman hadn't harbored malicious intent, he could have easily saved her. But 6 years of surviving the apocalypse had taught him one harsh truth. There was no clear line between good and evil in this world, yet selfishness often led to a quicker demise. His thoughts drifted to the past, to the legendary Dawn, the strongest sequences holder of his previous life. She wielded an great ability called absolute purification, a power capable of judging the morality of a person's heart. If the weight of their evil outweighed their good, they would be utterly erased. Though the exact criteria for judgment were a mystery, her ability had imparted a crucial lesson to Lin Yu. Even in the face of disaster, humanity must not abandon its moral compass. As the woman's struggles ceased and her lifeless body lay still, the zombie turned its attention to Lin Yu. "Annoying pest," he muttered, raising a hand. A burst of flames erupted forth, and with his great ability, Blazing Inferno, he reduced both the zombie and the woman's corpse to ash in mere seconds. The expenditure of magic was negligible, hardly a dent in his 6,500 mana points. Scanning his surroundings, Lin Yu took in the desolate street. Some shop doors were wide open, their owners long gone, while others were tightly shut, likely concealing survivors within. Without wasting time, he entered a nearby supermarket, grabbing 2 hiking backpacks and methodically collecting supplies. As he stepped out of the store, a blood-soaked, hulking zombie charged at him. Lin Yu sidestepped with ease, swinging a steel pipe in his hand to crush its skull in one precise strike. At that moment, he was faced with a dilemma. Should he head to Tianhai City immediately to find his sister, or stick to his plan and gather attribute fruits first? The initial days of the apocalypse were critical, a fleeting window of opportunity that, if missed, could render his rebirth meaningless. It didn't take long for Lin Yu to make his decision. Lin Yu felt temporarily relieved about his sister's safety in the dormitory. Not only was she well fed and sheltered, but more importantly, her incredible strength and combat abilities were enough to handle the current crisis. After weighing his options, Lin Yu decided to carry out his plan in the ancient town. He remembered a luxurious hotel there, often packed with tourists visiting Xian Mountain. He planned to rest there for about a day, waiting for the zombies to evolve and develop crystal cores. That moment would mark the best time for him to take action. His plan was straightforward: take advantage of the chaos during the early days of the apocalypse, focus on hunting zombies, and collect crystal cores to exchange for precious attribute fruits. By the time he headed to Tianhai City to find his sister, the journey would mostly involve sparsely populated mountain forests with fewer zombies. Acting later would mean missing the optimal period for growth. The streets were in utter chaos. Cars were scattered haphazardly along the roadside, thick smoke billowing into the air. Screams and cries echoed incessantly. With a speed attribute of 35, making him 7 times faster than an average person, Lin Yu effortlessly avoided the roaming zombies and sprinted toward the hotel. When he reached the hotel entrance, he was greeted by a heart-wrenching scene. A plump young woman was kneeling on the ground, clutching an unconscious little girl tightly in her arms. She was desperately banging on the glass door, crying out, "Please, open the door. My niece is unconscious." However, the 2 young men with dyed yellow hair guarding the door remained unmoved. One of them even threatened her viciously, "Get lost, you stupid woman." If you keep crying and attract the zombies, I'll kill you myself. Lin Yu frowned deeply and stepped forward, tapping the door handle with the steel pipe in his hand. His voice was calm but commanding. Open the door. Hey kid, didn't you hear? Get lost. One of the yellow-haired men barked arrogantly, a cigarette dangling from his lips. But suddenly, his expression froze. Pointing outside with a trembling hand, he stammered in terror. Zombie! Both Lin Yu and the young woman turned around at the same time. Her face instantly turned ashen, and she clutched the unconscious girl even tighter, closing her eyes in despair, bracing for death. A zombie had already lunged toward her, seemingly drawn by the scent of her flesh. In that split second, Lin Yu's steel pipe shot forward with precision, piercing the zombie's gaping mouth and pinning it in place. The zombie's lifeless, grayish eyes stared intently at Lin Yu, as if silently complaining, seriously? Out of all places, you had to stab me in the mouth? The zombie's blood-soaked hands were mere inches from the young woman's skin, thrashing wildly as guttural growls escaped its throat. Lu Shiyun could feel the chilling breath of death looming so close. Trembling, she forced her eyes open, only to be met with the grotesque, horrifying visage of the zombie. Blood dripped from its face, splattering onto the floor. Instinctively, she wanted to scream, but she immediately clamped her right hand over her mouth. She knew that any sound could attract even more of the undead. Lin Yu nodded slightly to himself. Despite her fear, this woman was still thinking clearly. Without hesitation, the steel pipe in his hand swung with a deafening swoosh, smashing into the zombie with such force that half of its head was obliterated. The noise, however, caught the attention of 3 or 4 nearby wandering zombies, who turned and charged, growling ferociously. Bang! 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 3 muffled thuds echoed as 3 zombies collapsed to the ground. Lu Shiyun's wide, astonished eyes reflected her disbelief at the man's sheer strength. Behind the glass doors, 2 small-time thugs stood frozen in shock, watching the seemingly invincible monsters fall so easily. This is the last time I'll say it. Open the door, Lin Yu said coldly, flicking the blood off the steel pipe. If you don't open it in 3 seconds, I'll break it down and feed you to the zombies. The blonde thug shuddered at the threat, fumbling nervously as he rushed to unlock the door. Though the hotel's tempered glass doors were impressively sturdy, he wasn't willing to risk what this zombie-slaying stranger might do. As the door swung open, Lu Shiyun picked up the little girl by her side, gracefully brushing her hair back before offering Lin Yu a quick thank you. She then hurried inside, with Lin Yu following closely behind. You idiot, are you trying to get us killed? I told you to guard the door and not let anyone else in. A furious roar echoed from the lobby as soon as they stepped inside. The room fell silent, and all eyes turned toward the entrance. The blonde thug flinched at the voice, quickly locking the door before scurrying toward a burly, scar-faced man, clearly the leader of the gang that had taken over the hotel during the apocalypse. After listening to the thug's hushed explanation, the scar-faced man fixed his sharp gaze on Lin Yu, his expression serious. Lin Yu, however, remained calm and composed, striding toward a sofa in the corner. His backpack, supplies, and blood-stained steel pipe spoke volumes about his capabilities. Forget it. This guy isn't someone we want to mess with, the scar-faced man muttered, his attention shifting to the 40 or 50 frightened survivors scattered around the lobby. Hand over all your supplies, he barked, his voice commanding. Watching the scene unfold, Lu Shiyun instinctively moved closer to Lin Yu, sitting beside him. When she glanced at him, their eyes met, and her cheeks flushed red. I'm Lu Shiyun. Thank you for earlier, she said softly. It was nothing, Lin Yu replied casually, finally taking a moment to get a good look at her. She appeared to be in her late 20s, with strikingly delicate features, smooth, radiant skin, and a tight white dress that accentuated her elegant curves. Every movement she made exuded grace and sophistication. A burst of mocking laughter broke out from the other side of the room. Hey, kid, if you don't have food, why not hand over your girlfriend? One of the thugs sneered. They were busy ransacking the survivors' belongings, and when one couple failed to produce anything of value, the husband shockingly offered up his wife instead. Nobody touches my girlfriend. I'll fight to the death, a young man shouted, shielding his partner protectively. You're asking for it, the scar-faced man snarled, delivering a brutal kick that sent the young man sprawling to the floor. He crouched down, slapping the man's face mockingly. All right, how about this? She spends the night with me, and you both get to live. Dream on. The young man, Lu Yu, glared fiercely at the scar-faced man, his face contorted with anger. You want me to send the woman I love to entertain some other man just to save my own skin? I'd never stoop so low. Even if it means death, I will never let that happen. The scar-faced man sneered coldly and turned to the trembling woman nearby. And what about you? Is that how you feel too? You'd rather go outside and feed the zombies than stay here with me? At the mention of zombies, a flicker of fear crossed the woman's face, but she quickly replaced it with a sorrowful smile. If staying alive means throwing away my dignity and crossing my bottom line, what's the point of living? Brother Yu, I love you. Even if it's death, we'll face it together. With that, she placed a tender kiss on Lu Ye's lips and helped him as they slowly made their way toward the lobby's glass doors. The scar-faced man watched them with a dark expression. He didn't believe for a second that this seemingly fragile couple would actually dare to step outside. Beyond the doors lay a horde of bloodthirsty zombies. But even if they were truly seeking death, he wasn't about to let them leave. The man could die for all he cared, but the woman pure and beautiful was someone he was determined to have. Just the thought of her slender legs made his mouth water. In this apocalyptic world, the hotel had become his kingdom. Any woman he wanted had no choice but to submit. The scar-faced man shot a glance at Huang Mao, one of his lackeys. Huang Mao immediately understood and hurried to the glass door, pretending to take out a key to let them out. Though Lin Yu and the woman's faces betrayed their fear, their steps remained steady, unwavering, like warriors walking to their final battle. Lin Yu watched the couple leave with a hint of admiration in his eyes. In this grim world, where humanity's darkness was laid bare, moments of pure goodness were rare. Such resilience in the face of despair was worth respecting. Go back. Huang Mao suddenly blocked their path just as they reached the door. The scar-faced man approached menacingly, a sinister smile on his lips. I didn't think you two would actually have the guts to face death. But let me make one thing clear, this woman is mine. She'll only die beneath me. You scum. Lin Yu roared, launching a punch at the scar-faced man. But with a swift kick, the scar-faced man sent Lin Yu sprawling to the ground, writhing in pain and unable to move. Just then, a slow, deliberate round of applause echoed through the lobby. Lin Yu rose from his seat, his gaze sharp and unyielding. In a world where the worst of humanity runs rampant, it's rare to see something so pure and sincere. Why destroy it? And besides, a man should keep his word. What kind of man goes back on his promises? All eyes in the room turned to Lin Yu. Even the young woman who had been silently observing him now looked at him with a newfound curiosity. Kid, I've been willing to let you mind your own business, but don't push your luck, the scar-faced man growled. This has nothing to do with you. Why stick your nose where it doesn't belong? Lin Yu shrugged nonchalantly. Let me put it this way, I do what I want. And right now, I feel like shutting you up. Simple as that. You're asking for death. The scar-faced man bellowed. Get him, boys. Kill him. At his command, a group of lackeys charged at Lin Yu. But Lin Yu barely flinched. Insects, he muttered before vanishing from sight. In a blink, he reappeared beside the scar-faced man and threw a devastating punch. The scar-faced man barely had time to cross his arms in defense before the force of the blow sent him flying. He crashed into his own lackeys, crumpling to the ground with a sunken chest and blood pouring from his mouth. It was clear he wouldn't survive. The remaining lackeys froze in place, wide-eyed with terror. One punch. It had only taken one punch. This man was a monster. Lin Yu stepped forward, and the lackeys instinctively backed away. What's wrong? Thinking of avenging your boss? No, no, no. They shook their heads frantically. Going up against this man was a death wish. Then move aside. Lin Yu barked. The lackeys scrambled to clear a path. Lin Yu walked to the pile of supplies and picked up a yellow fruit head had his eye on. He turned to the crowd. If anyone else has fruits like this any color, I'll trade food for them. A bespectacled man stepped forward hesitantly. That fruit is mine. They stole it from me. So? Lin Yu asked with an amused smirk. You should trade food with me for it. The man insisted, puffing his chest. Lin Yu's eyes narrowed. Oh? It's the scar-faced man's now. What does it have to do with you? He took it from me. The bespectacled man snapped, his voice filled with indignation. Lin Yu despised people like this, cowards who stayed silent when wronged but leaped at the chance to claim a reward once the danger was gone. Fine. Come and take it. The man's face lit up as he rushed forward, greedily stuffing bread into his pockets. But before he could take another step, Lin Yu's hand shot out, gripping his throat like a vice. Crack. The sound of his neck snapping was unmistakable. The bespectacled man slumped to the ground, lifeless, his bulging eyes and bleeding mouth a chilling sight. If you wanted the fruit so badly, I sent you to ask the scar-faced man for it personally, Lin Yu said coldly. The room fell silent, everyone paralyzed with fear. As I said, I'm still willing to trade food for fruits, Lin Yu announced, his tone calm once more. He scanned the crowd. Big brother, I have a green one. What can I get for it? A middle-aged man with a buzz cut asked timidly. A green one gets you 2 days' worth of food. Take what you need, but don't get greedy, Lin Yu replied with a light smile. Of course, the man stammered, quickly grabbing 2 days' rations and retreating. Within minutes, Lin Yu had acquired 11 green fruits and 3 yellow onisa substantial haul. Seeing that the attribute fruits were used up, Lin Yu gently patted the creases on his clothes and turned towards the sofa. He picked up his backpack, ready to head upstairs to find a room to rest. As he passed the young couple, They kept thanking him profusely. It's already the end of the world. Yet you two can still hold on to your principles and stick to your boundaries. That's commendable, Lin Yu said, pausing to look at them seriously. But that's not enough. Only by becoming stronger can you protect your principles from being trampled on. With that, he turned and headed upstairs. A young woman holding a child followed him closely up the stairs. Why are you following me? Lin Yu turned back, a playful smile appearing on his face. I just need to rest too. And my niece's been saying she's tired all day and hasn't woken up after sleeping for hours, the young woman explained nervously, avoiding his gaze. Realizing they weren't mother and daughter, Lin Yu glanced at the little girl in her arms and silently nodded. On the second floor, Lin Yu casually chose room 203. The lock had already been broken during the earlier search by Scarface's men, but he didn't mind and walked straight in to prepare for a shower. The young woman chose room 202 next door, clearly hoping to stay close to a strong individual for a sense of security. After his shower, Lin Yu lay down on the round bed, enjoying some food while messaging his sister and Wang Ergu. Before long, he created a group chat to make communication easier. The group chat quickly became lively. Lin Xiaoyu complained about Wang Ergu not keeping in touch for a long time, while Wang Ergu smugly boasted about easily killing 8 zombies that day. At Lin Ye's request, Wang Ergu shared his attributes. Mana, 1500, Strength, 55, Constitution, 5, Speed, 22, Spirit, 5, Talent, Steer Tyrannical Crush. These stats far exceeded Lin Ye's expectations. That doesn't seem right. I don't recall you picking up that many attribute fruits, Lin Yu remarked. I saved a few people today and got some yellow intermediate fruits from them. They had no idea what they were, Wang Ergu explained. Lin Yu then shared his own attribute panel. Mana, 6500, Strength, 79, Constitution, 47, Speed, 35, Spirit, 115, Talent, Steer Flame Mastery currently evolving. He had unlocked Flame Form and was in the process of unlocking Dragon Flame Form. Additionally, he still had 46 green basic fruits and 3 yellow intermediate fruits, which could provide a total of 61 attribute points. The most shocking revelation, however, was Lin Xiaoyu's attributes. Mana, 1000, Strength, 203 20.3 bonus, Constitution, 5, Speed, 5, Spirit, 5, with a golden strength godmark that permanently boosted her strength attribute by 10. Wang Ergu was left speechless in astonishment. Lin Yu reassured his sister, who was worried about not awakening her talent yet. The fact that you have mana means you've already awakened. You just need the right opportunity to fully unlock it. Before wrapping up, Lin Yu reminded them, in the next day or two, many creatures will start evolving. Communication towers might be destroyed, causing us to lose contact. If that happens, stick to the plan. Looking at his own evolving talent, Lin Yu felt a surge of heat and excitement. He knew that more zombies would grow stronger tomorrow, and crystal cores would start to appear. At that point, hunting zombies for crystal cores would be the key to becoming stronger. Right now, most people were still at Tier 0. Only those exposed to the evolution reign, and who had unlocked their attribute panels had truly begun their path to evolution. At Tier 0, absorbing 10 Tier 0 crystal cores was required to level up to level 1. Afterward, each level up required 20 cores. Each level up granted 500 mana, 5 to all 4 primary attributes, and 5 free attribute points. To break through to Tier 1, one needed to absorb 10 Tier 1 crystal cores. Every tier advancement brought about a monumental transformation. The rule of doubling all attributes with each advancement left Lin Yu utterly astounded. He fully understood that the higher the attribute foundation he built before reaching Tier 1, the more terrifying his gains would be after advancing. For ordinary people, the initial attributes typically started with 500 mana, and 5 points each in Strength, Constitution, Speed, and Spirit. With each level gained, the core 4 attributes increased by 5 points. By the time they reached level 10 at Tier 0, their stats would reach 5,500 mana, 55 points in each of the core attributes, plus an additional 50 free attribute points to distribute. Upon advancing to Tier 1, their mana would double to 11,000, and the core attributes would also double to 110 points each. However, Lin Ye's current mana was already at 6,500. If he leveled up to Tier 0 level 10, he would reach 11,500. Upon advancing to Tier 1, his mana would skyrocket to a staggering 23,000, far exceeding the typical 11,000 of an ordinary individual. This realization cemented his belief in the critical importance of building a strong foundation before advancing. As these thoughts settled in his mind, Lin Yu prepared to rest when a sudden knock on the door broke the silence. Knock, knock, knock. Frowning, he pondered who might be at the door. Unbidden, the image of a certain alluring young woman from earlier, with her curvaceous figure, flashed across his mind, causing a sudden heat to rise in his chest. But when he opened the door, the person standing before him was not who he had imagined. Instead, It was a vibrant young girl, radiating youthful energy. Her long, jet-black hair cascaded down her shoulders, and her dark, sparkling eyes gleamed with mischief. She wore denim shorts that revealed her long, smooth legs, with a red string bracelet tied around her right ankle, adorned with a tiny bell. Her white biker jacket accentuated her impressive figure, making her presence even more striking. Before Lin Yu could say a word, the girl strode confidently into the room and plopped herself onto the round bed without hesitation. Lin Yu's gaze involuntarily lingered on the curve of her denim-clad hips, and the heat from earlier threatened to make a return. "I want to make a deal with you," the girl said bluntly, pulling a red fruit out of her pocket. Lin Yu's eyes narrowed. "Do you have any idea how valuable that fruit is? Isn't it just something that increases spirit by 50 points? She replied with a dismissive pout. As it turned out, during the evolution rain, she had been riding her motorcycle toward Xian Mountain. The rain soaked her, triggering the activation of her attribute panel. When she reached the ancient town, she stumbled into the chaos of a zombie outbreak. Panicked, she sought refuge in a hotel, only to fall into the clutches of a scar-faced man. It was thanks to Lin Yu eliminating the scar-faced man that the 4 fruits she carried remained intact. Later, she noticed Lin Yu trading supplies for fruits and witnessed him effortlessly dispatch zombies and conjure flames from his palm. Intrigued, she began to suspect that his immense power stemmed from these fruits. With that in mind, she decided to stay in a room on the 2nd floor of the hotel to observe him further. She had already consumed 2 yellow fruits, gaining 5 points of speed from each, and 1 red fruit, which gave her 50 points of spirit. After testing the effects, she confirmed her speed had indeed increased, but the boost in spirit seemed to have no practical benefit. Thus, she kept the last red fruit, intending to use it as a bargaining chip. "So, what do you want in exchange?" Lin Yu asked, finding her misconceptions about the fruits amusing. She seemed to think yellow fruits exclusively boosted speed, while red ones enhanced spirit. "Can you tell me how to shoot fire from my hands like you do?" she asked, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and hope. "That's my awakened ability," Lin Yu explained patiently. "Everyone's abilities are different. If you have an awakened one, it simply means you don't have one." Her face fell in disappointment, but Lin Yu added, "There are other ways to grow stronger, though." His gaze shifted to the red fruit in her hand. "Here, take it," she said, gritting her teeth as she handed over the fruit. Lin Yu's heart raced with excitement, but he kept his expression calm as he carefully stored the fruit. Only then did he say, "In this post-apocalyptic world, everyone can grow stronger by killing zombies and absorbing the crystal cores in their brains." The girl's face turned pale instantly. As someone who had never fought, she couldn't fathom how she would ever face such terrifying creatures. "I can help you level up to level 3, Lin Yu offered. "Really?" she asked, her eyes lighting up with excitement. "Big brother, can you help me level up even more? Please." She grabbed his hand and shook it playfully, her tone sweet and pleading. Lin Yu could only stare at her in exasperation. This lively, red-clad girl, who called herself Chen Jinger, was clearly going to be a handful. Chen Jinger's daily attire was simple and sharp, exuding the effortless charm unique to a biker girl. Lin Yu was growing anxious. He was acutely aware that he didn't have much time to waste. Once his innate abilities completed their awakening and advancement, he would have to set out immediately to find his sister. "Big brother, let me come with you." Chen Jinger clung to Lin Yu's arm, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "I can do laundry, cook, give massages, and even warm your bed." She knew all too well that in this post-apocalyptic world, survival would be nearly impossible without becoming stronger herself. The powerful and handsome man in front of her was undoubtedly the ideal person to rely on. With this thought in mind, her grip on Lin Yu's arm unconsciously tightened. Lin Yu, a fire element ability user, was in the midst of his awakening stage, and the fiery energy within him was already surging uncontrollably. When his gaze inadvertently fell on Chen Jinger, he noticed her cheeks flush a delicate shade of red. That moment completely shattered Lin Yu's self-restraint. An hour later, Lin Yu stared at the chaos on the bed, particularly the glaring streak of crimson, and found himself in a dilemma. His original plan had been to set out alone to find his sister after his ability fully evolved. Along the way, he intended to help those he could, and keep his distance from those he couldn't. But now, after what had happened, he couldn't bring himself to leave this girl to fend for herself in the harsh reality of the apocalypse. However, taking her along on the journey to find his sister would be fraught with danger. While the cities were overrun by zombies, the wilderness held evolving beasts far more terrifying than the undead, some so formidable that even he might struggle to face them. Having another person with him would only increase the risks. Lin Yu glanced at Chen Jinger, now fast asleep from exhaustion, and walked into the bathroom to clear his troubled mind. The next morning, as Chen Jinger nestled against Lin Yu's chest, she asked softly, "Will you take me with you?" Lin Yu's body stiffened, and he fell silent. The silence caused Chen Jinger's heart to sink. "It's okay," she said with a forced smile. But you have to keep your promise to help me reach level 5 before you leave. Lin Yu tightened his arms around her. Lin Yu. My sister is alone in Tianhai City, and I have to find her. He briefly explained his situation. After listening, Chun Jinger gazed into his eyes with determination. Lin Yu, take me to level up. I want to become stronger. I, Chun Jinger, will take control of my own destiny. Then, with a sudden playful grin, she lifted Lin Yu's chin with her finger. But don't think you can run away. Once I'm strong enough, I'll come back and make you my husband. Husband? Lin Yu's expression darkened with annoyance. Without another word, he flipped her over, determined to reclaim the upper hand. By the time the clock struck past 10 in the morning, the door to room 202 finally opened. Lu Shiyun stepped out, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. She cast a few sneaky glances back at the door, muttering to herself, is he made of steel or something? After finishing his shower, Lin Yu checked his phone and discovered that both the signal and internet were completely gone. It was clear that the communication towers had been destroyed. As he stepped into the lobby, he was immediately surrounded by a group of people wielding weapons. They held items like clubs, steel pipes, and fire axes, their expressions hostile. A chubby man in a suit stepped forward and said, Kid, you'd better hand over all the attribute fruits. Once the government clears out the zombies, we can help cover up the murders you've committed. Lin Yu smirked darkly. Oh, do you all have a death wish? It seemed that killing 2 people yesterday hadn't instilled enough fear in them. Just as Lin Yu was about to make a move, a few individuals suddenly dropped to their knees, begging for mercy. Boss, please give us back the attribute fruits. We won't survive without them. A moment ago, they had been emboldened by their numbers, trying to intimidate him. Now, seeing his anger, they immediately cowered. The deal yesterday was voluntary. I didn't force anyone. If you keep pestering me, I won't be so polite. Now scram. Lin Yu bellowed, his voice sending a shiver down everyone's spine. He couldn't be bothered with them any longer. Taking Chun Jinger with him, he walked to the door and waved at Huang Mao. Huang Mao hurried over, his face full of flattery. Boss, what do you need? Open the door. But, there are so many zombies outside. Open the door. Lin Yu's brows furrowed. Seeing Huang Mao stammering in fear, Lin Yu calmly said, you all know how much food you have left. Once it's gone, you'll die anyway. Here some advice. While the zombies are still relatively weak, a few of you working together can easily kill them. And by killing zombies, you might even grow stronger. Trembling, Huang Mao opened the door, careful not to make too much noise in case it attracted the zombies outside. As he was about to close it again, the couple Lin Yu had rescued yesterday stepped out as well. Armed with kitchen knives, their eyes were resolute. Lin Yu appreciated their determination. As for the others, Lin Yu figured they were waiting for government rescue. What they didn't realize was that the laws of this new world had rendered most advanced weapons useless. Only small firearms like pistols still worked. Against the overwhelming number of zombies, government aid was unlikely to arrive anytime soon. Even worse, nuclear energy had become ineffective and was being absorbed by mutated beasts, creating even more horrifying creatures. By the mid-apocalypse, zombies would no longer be humanity's greatest threat. Those terrifying mutated beasts would be. Even Sakura Nation had been torn apart and submerged into the ocean after being attacked by one such monstrous creature. As they stepped onto the street, 4 or 5 zombies immediately noticed them. Lin Yu grabbed a steel pipe and charged forward, smashing in the skull of one zombie with a single strike. The corpse stumbled forward a couple of meters before collapsing. You 3 handle the finishing blows, Lin Yu instructed while clearing the area. After killing them, check their heads for crystal cores. Those are the key to gaining strength. He led the group into a deadened alley, swinging his steel pipe to sever the arms of one zombie. Then, with a kick, he sent it flying toward the trio. The armless zombie continued to writhe on the ground, crawling toward the couple, Lu Yu and Yang Shanshan. Although the two were terrified, they gripped the kitchen knives tightly, their eyes fixed on the charging zombie. Chun Jinger was pale with fear. Having no weapon for self-defense, she could only hide behind the two, seeking protection. Shanshan, I'll go for its neck. You take its legs. Lu Yu shouted, his voice filled with determination as he launched the first attack. The zombie, though less threatening after losing both hands, was still dangerous. Nervous and trembling, Lu Yu's strike missed its mark and ended up lodged in the zombie's mouth, the knife stuck between its teeth. Shanshan now? Lu Yu yelled urgently. Got it. Yang Shanshan's voice quivered, but she didn't hesitate. She charged forward, eyes squeezed shut, wildly swinging her knife. After 5 or 6 attempts, she still couldn't sever the zombie's leg. In that critical moment, a loud clang echoed as a heavy iron shovel smashed into the zombie's head. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Yu kicked the zombie to the ground, yanked out the knife stuck in its mouth, and delivered a decisive blow. The zombie's head rolled to the ground, blood gushing from its neck. Ugh, the gruesome sight turned their stomachs, and all three felt on the verge of vomiting. Yet, they remained vigilant, standing back to back, panting heavily while scanning their surroundings for more threats. Lin Yu observed their teamwork as they took down the handless zombie and nodded in approval. Though Chun Jinger had faltered initially, she had redeemed herself by finding the shovel and delivering a critical strike. It was a marked improvement. Suddenly, another loud crack broke the tense silence. Lin Yu turned in surprise to see Chun Jinger smashing the zombie's already severed head with the shovel, revealing a glistening white crystal core. Fighting back her nausea, she used the shovel to pry the core out and hurried over to Lin Yu, holding it out to him as if seeking praise. Lin Yu didn't take the crystal. Instead, he looked at the trio and said, "Just like that, work together to take them down. They'll start sending 2 at a time. You can split the crystals among the 3 of you." Lin Yu carefully counted his spoils: 42 crystal cores harvested from over 400 zombies, roughly a drop rate of 1 in 10. He took out 40 cores and handed them to Chun Jinger, patiently instructing her. "Hold the crystal core and focus your mind to absorb it." This was his promise to Chun Jinger. As his first woman, he wouldn't go back on his word. More importantly, she possessed latent magical attributes that had yet to awaken. This hinted at an extraordinary potential, one that only a special opportunity could unlock. "Lin Foran, you're the best," Chun Jinger said sweetly, her hair lightly swaying as she smiled. "Lin Foran?" Lin Yu's expression darkened. Raising his hand, he unleashed a wave of flames, instantly reducing a dozen charging zombies to ash, leaving behind 2 crystal cores. "Wow, Lin Foran, I leveled up to level 2. Chun Jinger exclaimed excitedly. In just 3 minutes, she had absorbed all 40 crystal cores, successfully leveling up. Her 4 basic attributes each increased by 10 points, along with 10 additional free attribute points. With 14 points in strength and 25 in speed, her confidence surged. Lu Yu and Yang Shanshan, though envious of Chun Jinger's rapid progress, understood it was only natural. Under Lin Yu's leadership, the team had been unstoppable. The intersection at West Street, where they were located, was near the base of Shiyun Mountain, far from the city center, resulting in relatively fewer zombies. In contrast, the central intersection and the other 3 streets were teeming with the undead, especially the central plaza, where constant music attracted a horde of zombies. By 6 p.m., they had cleared about a third of West Street. "That's it for today," Lin Yu announced, leading the team back to the hotel via a nearby bakery. "Boss, we really can't thank you enough. Without you, we wouldn't even know how to survive in this apocalypse." The young couple expressed their heartfelt gratitude. Lin Yu looked at them approvingly. "This is all the result of your own efforts. From now on, you're my boss," Lu Yu declared with conviction. Lin Yu smiled and announced that they would continue farming monsters tomorrow. Though the term, borrowed from gaming, sounded odd in the real world, it was strangely fitting under Lin Yu's leadership. The once terrifying zombies were no more than game-like creatures to be defeated. By now, all 3 had reached level 2, with Chun Jinger having advanced to level 4, significantly boosting their combat effectiveness. When they returned to the hotel, Huang Mao was anxiously waiting in the lobby. Seeing Lin Yu and his team return safely, he hurried to open the door. Lin Yu casually tossed him a bag of pastries, and Huang Mao bowed deeply in gratitude. Back in their room, Lin Yu and Chun Jinger shared a bath, which soon turned into another round of intense combat. Despite being completely exhausted, Chun Jinger remained stubbornly defiant, living up to her reputation as the queen of banter. Later, Lin Yu began absorbing 60 crystal cores, swiftly reaching level 3. At the 0th tier, leveling up granted him 500 magic, 5 to each of the 4 core attributes, and 5 free attribute points per level. Without hesitation, he allocated all 15 free points to strength. Afterward, he consumed several attribute-enhancing fruits. The fruit Chun Jinger had given him added 50 points to strength, followed by 3 yellow fruits and 46 green fruits. Once he finished absorbing them, his attribute panel displayed. Level, 0th tier, level 3. Magic, 8,600. Strength, 156. Constitution, 56. Speed, 50. Spirit, 130. Talent, S-rank Flame Mastery Evolving. Fire forms unlocked. Basic Flame, Dragon Flame unlocking. The next morning, Chun Jinger lay weakly in bed, clenching her small fists as she muttered to herself. "One day, they'll make sure you're the one underneath." "Ha, naive." Lin Yu shot back mercilessly. The 4-person team moved to the street on the right side of the hotel to continue clearing the area. 2 hours later, Chun Jinger suddenly spoke up, her voice wary. "Lin Foran, the number of zombies here is unusually low." Lin Yu narrowed his eyes. This area should have been crawling with zombies, yet it was eerily empty. There was only one explanation. Someone had already cleared them out. Just then, the sound of heavy, deliberate footsteps approached from the distance. "What is that?" A zombie dog, a massive black poodle, as large as a horse, slowly emerged from the alleyway. It was missing one ear, and its pale, lifeless eyes glowed eerily. Chun Jinger gasped in shock, staring in disbelief at the fully mutated creature. Moments later, another poodle appeared nearby, slightly smaller but still the size of a large German shepherd. Both zombie dogs bared their teeth, crimson blood dripping from their mouths as they glared menacingly at the group. Lin Yu quickly assessed the situation. The bigger one is at least level 8, and the smaller one is at least level 5. A level 8 has base attributes of around 45 points in all categories. Despite this, in his eyes, they were nothing more than low-level trash akin to level 1 or 2 zombies. You three, take on the smaller one. Give it everything you've got. Lin Yu commanded sharply, turning to face the stronger zombie poodle. Both zombie dogs let out guttural growls before launching themselves forward with powerful strides, their speed astonishing. Lin Yu was instantly engulfed in fiery red flames, his overwhelming aura surging skyward. Super Saiyan? Lu Yu stared in stunned disbelief at Lin Yu's transformed state. At that moment, Lin Yu indeed resembled an anime warrior, his entire body blazing with flames, like a fiery deity. Lin Yu could feel his power surging. With his strength of 156 points doubling to 468, he now rivaled a second-tier evolved being. However, this form drained 2 mana points per second, meaning even with 8,600 mana, he could only maintain it for about an hour. With a single punch, Lin Yu collided with the zombie poodle's claw. The massive impact sent the creature flying, half its body bursting apart. Yet even in such a state, the zombie dog continued attacking on pure instinct. Lin Yu snapped his fingers lightly, summoning a massive ring of fire that encircled the zombie poodle. The ring contracted rapidly, flames roaring as they consumed the creature, reducing it to ashes in an instant. After dealing with the larger threat, Lin Yu turned his attention to the other battlefield. Chun Jinger and the others were struggling against the level 5 zombie dog. Despite her slightly superior base stats, Chun Jinger clearly lacked combat experience. In a critical moment, the zombie dog kicked Chun Jinger aside and lunged toward Yang Shanshan. As its gaping maw closed in on her, Lu Yu let out an enraged roar, unleashing winds of destruction. Countless wind blades slashed at the zombie dog. At the same time, in her sheer terror, Yang Shanshan awakened her latent ability. Shouting, "Sandy Thorns," she summoned a massive spike of sand from the ground, which struck the zombie dog with immense force. Lin Yu was slightly surprised. The young couple had both awakened their innate skills in the face of danger. After a brief moment of astonishment, the three, spurred on by Lin Yu's reminders, resumed their fight. Though their newly awakened abilities lacked raw power, the wind blades and sand spikes effectively disrupted the zombie dog's movements, allowing them to eventually bring it down together. With the battle over, the group collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. Lin Yu reassured the disheartened Chun Jinger that she, too, had innate abilities yet to be unlocked. Upon learning that Lu Yu and Yang Shanshan had awakened to great abilities Wind Manipulation and Desert Dominion, respectively offered them some basic guidance on how to better utilize their powers. Back at the hotel, Chun Jinger and Lin Yu spent an hour in quiet intimacy. Later, Lin Yu tallied the day's spoils, counting 96 crystal cores in total and giving 8 to Chun Jinger. She cheerfully noted that she had collected 22 cores that day, a significant improvement from the first day. Lin Yu silently hoped someone would reach level 5 soon, as that would trigger the arrival of new rules. However, he was in no rush to level up himself. The 0 tier was the best time to build a solid foundation. Even without relying on his innate abilities, his power already exceeded that of most first-tier individuals. For now, his priority was to gather more attribute fruits. Lin Yu stood silently, watching the scene unfold before him. The crystal cores dissolved one by one, their energy surging into Chun Jinger's body. Her aura steadily grew stronger, climbing higher with each passing moment. Finally, as the last crystal core vanished, her body trembled violently. At that very moment, a familiar voice echoed in the minds of all survivors. "Congratulations, survivors. Someone has taken the lead on the path of evolution and has successfully advanced to level 5. The Global Survivor Information Access Rule System is now active. Please explore the various functions on your own." Lin Yu immediately summoned his attribute panel. Codename, Unnamed. Level, Tier 0, Level 30. Mana, 8,600. Strength, 156. Constitution, 56. Speed, 50. Spirit, 130. Talent, S-Class Flame Mastery. Evolution Status, Flame Unlock Form 62 Flame, Dragon's Fire unlocking in progress. The panel had undergone subtle changes since the last time he viewed it. A new codename section had been added, and both the level and the evolving talent now displayed progress bars, making the information more intuitive. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yu decided to reuse the codename he had chosen in his previous life. Though he had not been among the strongest overall, his mastery of fire abilities had been remarkable. Through deep research and innovative applications, He had unlocked countless variations of his flame talent. His dazzling displays of fire manipulation had earned him the title of the Flame Magician. Beyond the attribute panel, the system interface now included several new features. In the lower left corner was a regional chat channel, while the upper right corner displayed the leaderboard and a forum. The lower right corner featured a trading system and an evolution point tracker. His current evolution points, 628. In the early stages of this new world, these points could only be earned by killing zombies. 1 point for a tier 0 zombie and 10 points for a tier 1 zombie. The regional chat channel was buzzing with activity. By simply focusing his thoughts, Lin Yu could send messages that would automatically convert into text. What the hell is this? Did a game just invade reality? Help. My roommate got bitten and turned into a zombie. I've been hiding in the bathroom for 2 days. I'm starving and exhausted. Su Xian, Nie Shaoqian, and Dong Yong were the top 3 gentlemen of ancient times. Now you can add me to the list. Elsewhere in Huaqing, inside a luxury villa, a naked young man stood over a zombie with its neck twisted. He fought back the urge to vomit as he stared at the lifeless body. The woman had been scratched by a zombie earlier, but dismissed it as nothing serious. Tragically, while they were in the middle of practicing the Kuan technique together, she suddenly transformed into a zombie. Such a horrifying experience was bound to leave a deep scar on anyone's mind. Meanwhile, the regional channel continued to buzz. I saw someone spitting fire. Was that a superpower? Haha. I awakened a B-class talent, Mighty Fist. I can smash a zombie's head with a single punch. Big shots, please take me with you. Save me. I can keep you warm at night. Lin Yu shifted his attention to the leaderboard. There were 2 main leaderboards and 2 sub-leaderboards. The Dashia level leaderboard, the Dashia evolution points leaderboard, the Yun province level leaderboard, and the Yun province evolution points leaderboard. On the level leaderboard, there was only one entry, unnamed, who was undoubtedly Qin Jinger, the first to reach level 5. The evolution points leaderboard, however, was much livelier. First, Flame Magician, 628 points. Second, unnamed, 86 points. Third, unnamed, 72 points. The chat channel exploded with reactions. Holy crap. Check out the leaderboard. Flame Magician has 628 points. That's insane. That's gotta be an S-class talent user. They're in Yun province. Can you come save us? There are hundreds of survivors in our neighborhood. Are you kidding me? Who's going to risk their life to help others in the apocalypse? Exactly. Everyone's just trying to survive on their own. I haven't eaten in 2 days. Going outside is basically suicide with all these zombies around. Ignoring the chatter, Lin Yu turned his focus to the trading system. The system currently supported domestic transactions only. He posted several offers using the zombie crystal cores he had collected. 3 zombie crystal cores for 1 green fruit, 10 zombie crystal cores for 1 yellow fruit. As soon as the listings were made, a spatial rift appeared in front of him. Lin Yu, unfazed, placed the crystal cores into the rift. This was the system's way of materializing transactions, turning them into tangible exchanges rather than mere data swaps. After completing his trades, Lin Yu opened the forum, which was already filling up with posts. There were casual discussions, survival tips, and even technical analyses being shared. After quickly skimming through the pinned post introducing attribute fruits, Lin Yu immediately created a new thread on the forum. He titled it, Long-Term Offer. Trade zombie crystal cores for magic fruits to level up fast and survive the apocalypse. In the post, he detailed the number of crystal cores required for each level up and the attribute boosts gained afterward. He highlighted a crucial point. Consuming a fruit was like opening a mystery box. No one could predict the outcome until it was fully absorbed. If luck wasn't on your side and you ended up with a fruit boosting magic, spirit, or physique, it might provide little immediate help in combat, possibly leaving you vulnerable to zombies. However, exchanging those fruits for crystal cores to level up could increase all attributes by 5 points, enough to take on an ordinary zombie unknown. To maximize the thread's visibility, Lin Yu decisively spent 10 evolution points to pin it at the top of the forum. This meant that anyone wanting to surpass his post would need to pay even more points. Within a minute of the post going live, the comment section exploded. Taking advantage of the situation, shameless, don't talk nonsense. The price is fair. 20 crystal cores for 1 level up, giving 5 points to all attributes. Even with just 10 cores, that's half a level, totaling 10 attribute points and 250 magic. That's way better than the 5 points from a yellow fruit. Yeah, but the attribute fruits add extra points, which don't overlap with level up bonuses. That's how the gap widens. Still, what if you end up with a spirit fruit? Then you're either getting eaten by zombies or starving to death. Trading for crystal cores and leveling up is the real way to stay alive. The comments kept refreshing, but Lin Yu didn't respond. He had already clarified in his post that any surplus crystal cores would be listed on the trading market. When he reopened the market, he saw that all 88 cores he had listed were gone traded for fruits. With no stock left, the listing had naturally been removed. Lin Yu stared at the trading interface and clicked the claim button without hesitation. The system immediately deducted 170 evolution points, a value that varied depending on the distance between the two parties and the quantity of items exchanged. Before him, a crack suddenly tore through the void, and a cascade of fruits poured out. He quickly reached out to catch them, 3 precious yellow fruits and 19 green ones. "You're the one who posted the listing in the trading market?" Chun Jinger asked in surprise, her gaze fixed on the space above the large round bed where the crack had just appeared. The sudden event had clearly startled her. "Yeah," Lin Yu admitted calmly. For him, the priority wasn't leveling up. With his current strength, he could handle any zombies below Tier 1. What truly mattered were these attribute fruits. Each one was invaluable. They were most effective when consumed at Tier 0. Once he advanced to Tier 1 or Tier 2, the attributes would multiply, creating a significant gap in power. It was only the second day of the apocalypse, and a small number of attribute fruits could still be found on the market, yet to be fully consumed. Missing this opportunity would make it almost impossible to find them later. Since Lin Yu's post, many other capable individuals had begun imitating him, trying to acquire attribute fruits through the trading market, but their limited crystal cores yielded little success. Meanwhile, in a university dormitory in Chuan City, a group of female students huddled together, deep in discussion. "This magician is something else. While we were still planning, he already made his move," one of them remarked. "Big sis, why don't we post a listing too? We'll undercut his price by 1 fruit. We don't have his kind of wealth to throw around," another suggested. Chun Jinger silently made up her mind to gather crystal cores the next day and trade for attribute fruits. The value of these extra attributes was simply too precious to ignore. "Get some rest. Tomorrow, we'll head for the city center and fight," Lin Yu said before lying down to sleep. In the darkness, faint rustling sounds reached his ears. "What are you doing?" Lin Yu asked, exasperated. This woman seemed to have an even stronger drive than he did. "Constant fighting is the only way to grow stronger. You said so yourself." Chun Jinger moved closer, but Lin Yu didn't respond to her advances. He understood all too well that what one couldn't have was often the greatest motivator. At the same time, in a hospital, Duan Yang swallowed his 15th crystal core. His entire body convulsed as immense power surged through him, snapping all the bandages wrapped around him. "I've reached Tier 1. I'm healed." Duan Yang laughed maniacally, then gritted his teeth. "Lin Yu, how dare you humiliate me like that? Just wait, I'll kill you." Every time he thought about what had happened, he felt disgusted with himself, as if he could still smell the stench in his blood. "Did you awaken a talent?" A middle-aged man beside him, his father, President Duan, asked. "Yeah, I did, but..." Duan Yang hesitated, unable to continue. "Speak," President Duan barked, his commanding voice making Duan Yang flinch. "Father, I awakened an A-rank talent, but it's called Toxic Flatulence Attack." Hearing it was an A-rank talent, President Duan's face initially lit up with joy. Among all his subordinates, only one had awakened an A-rank talent. The rest were mediocre B, C, D, E, or F ranks. But the name of this talent, what the hell is Toxic Flatulence Attack supposed to be? "Father, I can vibrate the blood in my body and release a yellow, toxic gas," Duan Yang explained reluctantly. The people around them struggled to contain their laughter. President Duan's expression darkened. "A fart? And it's an A-rank talent? Are you kidding me?" "No, I swear, Father. The gas I release is highly toxic. Anyone exposed to it will feel dizzy, and it can even kill them." Duan Yang quickly defended himself. President Duan squinted, deep in thought. "I'm starting to think this talent of yours might have awakened because of that urine transfusion Lin Yu gave you." Duan Yang's face turned ashen, his anger boiling over. "Father, that bastard Lin Yu is still at the foot of Shiyun Mountain, isn't he? Send some men with me, I'm going to kill him and erase this humiliation. It's a 30-minute drive from here, and the roads are crawling with zombies. How do you plan to get there?" President Duan frowned. "Father, it's the apocalypse now. What's there to fear? Don't we have guns? With our men and my talent, breaking through to Shiyun Mountain won't be difficult." "You're underestimating the zombies," President Duan cautioned. "Father, I have to avenge myself. I can't live with this shame." Duan Yang's eyes burned with determination. If he didn't kill Lin Yu, the shadow of humiliation would haunt him forever. President Duan finally relented with a heavy heart. At this stage, the zombies weren't exceptionally powerful yet, and firearms still held a significant advantage. Hunting zombies to collect crystal cores seemed like a worthwhile endeavor. At dawn the next day, the 4-person team was already assembled at the foot of Shiyun Mountain, ready to depart. Lin Yu briefly explained the arrival of the rules from the previous night before leading the group towards the center of the street. On the way, Lin Yu opened the spiritual trading market. The marketplace was brimming with rare items brought by the Meteor Shower, tempting him greatly. Unfortunately, his stock of crystal cores was insufficient, so he had to prioritize exchanging for attribute fruits. After searching for attribute fruits, a series of offers appeared. 1 yellow attribute fruit, 440 zombie crystal cores. 1 yellow attribute fruit, 438 zombie crystal cores. 1 yellow attribute fruit, 438 zombie crystal cores. Lin Yu smirked coldly. These prices were exorbitant. If he had an abundance of crystal cores, he wouldn't mind buying them all, but with resources being scarce, he had to be strategic. Most of the sellers were likely lucky enough to find the fruits, but too timid to hunt zombies themselves. He then opened the leaderboard. The tier leaderboard displayed only one name. First place, unnamed, tier 0. In his previous life, it wasn't until the 6th day of the apocalypse that someone reached level 5, triggering the rule arrival. This time, however, due to his presence, the evolution process had clearly accelerated. By the 3rd night, Chun Jinger had already reached level 5, far ahead of everyone else. The evolution points leaderboard showed, first place, Magician, 458 points after significant trading last night. Second place, unnamed, 96 points. Third place, Thunder God, 91 points. Lin Yu had no recollection of this Thunder God, likely someone who had awakened lightning-based abilities. About 2 kilometers from the hotel, scattered zombies began to appear. With their enhanced abilities, the 4 of them now dealt with ordinary zombies with ease. Lin Yu unleashed a burst of flames, instantly setting an ancient-style pavilion ablaze. The town was primarily composed of wooden structures, with only a few reinforced concrete buildings. Yesterday, he had held back, maintaining over 50 of his magic power as a precaution. Today, he decided to let loose, using the abundant ancient wooden buildings to sustain his attacks and go on a rampage. Roar! The commotion Lin Yu caused quickly attracted a horde of zombies. Over 100 of them surged forward, their sheer numbers overwhelming. More zombies in the distance stirred, ready to join the fray. Lu Yu and the others turned pale. Brother Yu, there are too many. We need to retreat. Run! Lin Yu commanded sharply, leading the group in a rapid retreat. After retreating about 300 or 400 meters, the pursuing zombies dwindled to around 30 or 40, while the rest lost interest and dispersed. A sly smile crept onto Lin Yu's face as he turned to face the remaining horde. Jinger, you're on Crystal Core Collection duty. Got it. That's my favorite job, Chen Jinger replied with enthusiasm. Lin Yu fixed his gaze on the relentless zombies, flames surging in his palms as he channeled his energy. Flame Blade. Lin Yu raised both hands, and searing flames gathered in the air, instantly transforming into a massive fiery blade over 20 meters long. Flame Blade! He roared, sweeping the gigantic weapon across the oncoming horde of zombies. The blade cleaved through them with precision, and the raging flames devoured the severed limbs and torsos. In less than 30 seconds, nearly 40 zombies were reduced to ash, leaving only a scattering of shimmering crystal cores on the ground. Behind him, the 3 companions stood frozen, their mouths agape in shock. Such terrifying efficiency left them questioning who the real monster was. Chun Jinger clutched the crystal cores she had collected with excitement. Brother Yu, there are 14 crystal cores in total. Lin Yu felt a surge of exhilaration himself. The results were impressive given that he had only expended a mere 100 points of magic energy. The Flame Blade wasn't even his innate ability. His true talent lay in controlling fire, manipulating the very essence of fire elements in the world. Over the course of 6 years in his past life, he had honed his mastery to perfection, developing a repertoire of techniques including Flame Roar, Flame Waltz, Flame Clone, Scorching Fire Array, Flame Arrow, and Meteoric Firefall. However, for now, he chose not to reveal too much of his strength. Flame Roar combined with the Flame Blade was more than sufficient. Let's keep going. Lin Yu led the group forward, continuing their hunt. Using the same strategy, they lured the zombies into manageable groups. As long as the numbers didn't exceed 100, the team could easily annihilate them. Both Lu Yu and Yang Shanshan were formidable in their own right. Already at level 3, their strength was considerable, and with their rank abilities, they could deal lethal damage to the zombies. Their long-range, area effect talents complemented Lin Yu's skills perfectly. Flame Roar, Wind Shredder, Thorn Sands. The trio's abilities erupted in succession, flames engulfed, gusts of wind tore through, and piercing sand spikes struck down the zombies one after another. After a prolonged period of large-scale attacks, Lin Yu felt his magical energy running low. He took a deep breath and opened his mouth wide, forming a vortex of energy. The flames burning across nearby buildings seemed to respond to his call, transforming into countless fiery serpents that slithered into his mouth. Boss can eat fire? He missed his calling as a firefighter. If he had this ability before the apocalypse, the entire fire department would have been out of a job. The 3 companions watched in stunned disbelief. Moments later, the flames on the street were entirely extinguished. Lin Yu let out a satisfied burp as a system notification appeared. Magic Energy 986. Although absorbing the fire from over 20 buildings only restored less than 1,000 points of magic energy, it was still a significant gain. After half a day of relentless combat, he still had over 3,000 points of magic reserves, and their zombie kill count had reached nearly 7,000. They had collected close to 1,000 crystal cores. On the evolution points leaderboard, Lin Yu, Magician, was climbing rapidly, about to break the 4,000 point threshold. Even Lin Yu and Yang Shanshan had managed to secure spots in the top 30. Great Xia evolution points leaderboard. First, Magician, 3,762 points. Second, Untitled, 427 points. Third, Wild Wolf, 416 points. 26th, Lin Yu, 286 points. 29th, Yang Shanshan, 257 points. Discussions in the regional chat channel were buzzing. Everyone was astonished by Magician's staggering numbers. Some speculated that it was the work of a well-coordinated team, while others lamented how the strong only grew stronger. Many began strategizing to trade crystal cores for upgrades, abandoning the gamble of using attribute fruits. As night fell, the regional chat remained lively. Watching the endless stream of messages, Lin Yu couldn't help but scoff. In the midst of the apocalypse, these people wasted their time bickering instead of focusing on survival and growing stronger. When Lin Yu's team returned to the hotel, disbelief was written all over their faces. Lin Yu opened the system panel, and the evolution points displayed a staggering 8,261, far surpassing the second place with only 965 points. Even more astonishing, they had collected a total of 2,216 crystal cores during this mission. Inside the room, Lin Yu generously distributed the spoils. Lin Yu and Yang Shanshan each received 100 crystal cores, while Chen Jinger was given 200. As the three of them counted their shares, their fingers grew a little numb. Yet none of them voiced any objections to the distribution. Lin Yu knew very well that without Lin Yu, they would have struggled to get even 50 cores. Chen Jinger, on the other hand, was more than satisfied despite contributing little. She had gained 200 crystal cores for free. Overjoyed, she dragged Lin Yu into another sparring session, though the outcome was, as always, predictable. Apart from her sharp tongue, she was no match for him in actual combat. Following Lin Yu's example, everyone refrained from directly absorbing the crystal cores. Instead, they listed them on the trading market to exchange for fruits. As Lin Yu monitored the trading activities, he noticed that many people were holding on to fruits. The moment he posted his trade offer, all 1,800 crystal cores were snapped up instantly. The current exchange rates were 5 cores for a green fruit and 20 cores for a yellow fruit, any lower, and no one would sell. The final haul left Lin Yu breathless: 42 yellow intermediate fruits and 192 green fruits. While this number might seem insignificant compared to the millions of fruit holders across the entire Daxia nation, concentrated in the hands of one person, it represented an astonishing amount of power. These fruits equated to a total of 402 attribute points. Lin Yu glanced at Chen Jinger, who was soaking in the bathtub, then clicked the claim button. The system immediately deducted over 3,000 evolution points, and a rift in the void opened up. A cascade of attribute fruits poured out like a waterfall, burying him completely. Without hesitation, he began devouring the fruits, each one melting in his mouth and transforming into a stream of energy that surged into his body. Strength 5, Speed 5, Magic 500, Spirit 5. The numbers on his attribute panel continued to climb, signaling the rise of a formidable force. Lin Yu's lips had gone numb, yet he remained focused, devouring the last attribute fruit. In less than 10 minutes, he had absorbed all the fruits completely. Gazing at his newly upgraded attribute panel, his confidence soared to unprecedented heights. Codename: Magician. Level: Tier 0, Level 30. Mana: 18,500. Strength: 249. Constitution: 136. Speed: 142. Spirit: 185. Talent: S-Class Flame Mastery. Evolution forms: Flame 86, Dragon's Flame unlocking at 86. The apocalypse had entered its 5th day. Due to the butterfly effect caused by Lin Yu, the pace of evolution across the entire Great Xia nation and even the world far exceeded that of his previous life. The evolution rules had descended 4 full days earlier this time, a stark contrast to the previous timeline when no one reached level 5 until the 6th day. Lin Yu's actions in the trading market had sparked a nationwide trend among evolvers. Even though only a small number of fruits had fallen into the hands of the elite, the massive population of Great Xia was enough to produce a significant number of powerful individuals. Imagining the scene when the global leaderboard opened, filled with citizens of Great Xia, Lin Yu couldn't help but let a faint, meaningful smile curl at the corner of his lips. By evening, Lin Yu and his group had settled in a jewelry store to rest. While replenishing their energy with food, they tallied up the day's gains. Compared to the previous day, their haul had slightly increased. Lin Yu distributed 250 fruits, each to Lin Yu and another companion, 300 to Chen Jing'er, and kept 1,922 for himself. Today is the last chance, Lin Yu reminded them. You need to prioritize trading for fruits. After today, it'll likely become much harder. Chen Jing'er quickly picked up on Lin Yu's implication. Are the people holding fruits planning to keep them for themselves now? Exactly. By now, everyone understands the value of the fruits and crystal cores. Over the past 2 days, the scarcity of cores limited trading. But today, the situation has completely changed. Lin Yu opened the trading market and found that the price of green fruits had risen to 10 crystal cores each, while yellow fruits had skyrocketed to 38, doubling compared to the previous day. Without hesitation, he placed his own offer, 10 green fruits for 1 core, 40 yellow fruits for 1 core. When Lin Yu checked the evolution points leaderboard, his expression turned serious. Great Xia Evolution Points Leaderboard. First, Magician, 14,662 points. Second, Grand Mage, 9,833 points. Third, Unnamed, 9,721 points. 20th, Fire God, 7,699 points. The leaderboard had undergone a complete transformation, with everyone's scores far surpassing those of the previous day. Chen Jing'er analyzed the situation. It seems many people have formed teams, and with some range attack talent users improving their base attributes, their efficiency in killing has naturally increased significantly. The changes in the tier rankings were equally noteworthy. Although Chen Jing'er's unnamed still held the top spot, the leaderboard was now fully populated. Within Tier 0, rankings would always be determined by the order in which individuals entered the board unless someone broke through to Tier 1. As night fell, Lin Yu called the group back to the hotel to rest. The day's developments foreshadowed that the apocalyptic game was about to enter an entirely new stage. Lin Yu walked along the road, checking the status of the trade listings. The data displayed on the screen made him frown slightly. Only half of the trades had been completed, while the other half remained unresolved. The sheer number of listings in the trading market was unusual, and this phenomenon left him deep in thought. He vividly remembered that the truly powerful evolvers were beginning to emerge. In the first few days of the apocalypse, everyone was still in the early stages of figuring things out. But now, the situation was changing. Those who had awakened extraordinary abilities, or were fortunate enough to consume red, or even golden fruits were starting to stand out in this new world. Two figures stood out prominently in Lin Yu's mind. A military powerhouse known by the codename Blade, whose awakened ability, Heavenly Blade, was said to be unstoppable. And the one called Archmage, a top-tier figure from the strongest sequence in the previous timeline. His fearsome, necrotic plague ability, once mastered, allowed him to efficiently hunt down zombies with terrifying effectiveness. But Lin Yu's lips curled into a confident smile as he recalled the popular pre-apocalypse anime The Outcast. To him, in this lifetime's apocalypse, everyone else was destined to be beneath him. With his unparalleled advantages, that position was undoubtedly his to claim. Just as Lin Yu and Chen Jing'er returned to the hotel, a knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. I'll check, Chen Jing'er said, walking toward the door. Outside stood a woman in a white dress, her appearance striking and her demeanor exuding the charm of a mature woman. What's the matter? Chen Jing'er asked cautiously, eyeing the unexpected visitor while subconsciously comparing their looks and figures. May I come in to talk? The woman in the white dress noticed Chen Jing'er's guarded expression and responded with a faint, helpless smile. After a brief hesitation, Chen Jing'er stepped aside to let her in. You're here to see me? Lin Yu asked directly, cutting to the chase. I want to join your team, the woman stated bluntly. Chen Jing'er's brows furrowed at the remark. Lin Yu, on the other hand, studied the woman with interest. What benefit would we gain by letting you join? As far as I know, you're just a weak woman, and you have your daughter with you two people who can't even fend for themselves. Lin Yu's gaze lingered on the young woman, his eyes moving up and down as he studied her. The attention made her cheeks flush faintly, and her expression turned slightly uneasy. Taking a deep breath, Lu Shiyun maintained a composed smile and said, Take me in, and you won't regret it. Take you in? Lin Yu froze for a moment, her words sounding uncommonly straightforward. No, that's not what I meant. Lu Shiyun quickly corrected herself, her face turning a deep shade of reddish shyness overtook her. I mean, let me join your team. Though she did harbor some unspoken feelings for Lin Yu, she was no fool. In a post-apocalyptic world, a mere pretty face held no real value to a man. Even if she sought someone to rely on, even if this man stirred her heart, she would never present herself as a helpless ornament. All right then, Lin Yu said, his curiosity piqued. Tell me, what makes you valuable enough for me not to regret it? This woman was a walking contradiction, he thought. Her movements and demeanor exuded grace and confidence, yet there were moments of endearing vulnerability. That contrast was undeniably captivating. Standing to the side, Chen Jing'er noticed the peculiar spark in Lin Yu's eyes. Her jaw tightened as she silently cursed, Vixen. My name is Lu Shiyun, and this is my niece, Lu Rook, she began, gesturing toward the young girl beside her. Both of us have awakened special abilities. Lu Shiyun briefly explained her background. She had once owned a small, highly profitable company in Current City, with annual revenues in the millions. Rook, on the other hand, was the orphan daughter of her twin sister. Lu Shiyun had raised her since she was 2, and they had always referred to one another as mother and daughter. There are plenty of people with awakened abilities out there, Lin Yu said dismissively. That's nothing special. My daughter has awakened a great ability, holy light healing. With her, no matter how severe the injury, survival is almost guaranteed. Even Chen Jinger couldn't help but react to that revelation. A healing ability of this caliber was a rare and invaluable asset in a world overrun by zombies. It could drastically improve their chances of survival. And you? Lin Yu asked, his gaze returning to Lu Shiyun. What about your ability? She hesitated, then confessed, I haven't great ability. Infinite space. Despite her reluctance, she knew she had little choice but to reveal the truth. While both she and her daughter had awakened abilities, neither of them possessed offensive power. In this brutal world of zombies and crumbling humanity, hoarding supplies without the means to defend oneself was a death sentence. Lin Yu's expression shifted instantly, and he stood up abruptly. And Scrade's spatial ability? That was something people would kill for. Not only could it be used to store vast amounts of resources, but its potential in combat was staggering. Abilities like dimensional slashes, spatial binding, freezing, banishment, and teleportation could all be developed from it, transforming the user into a formidable force. On top of that, mastering spatial manipulation could lead to crafting priceless items like space rings. All right, Lin Yu said, his eyes gleaming with excitement. From now on, you're with me. If he could bring this woman under his wing, she could become one of his greatest allies. After Lu Shiyun and Lu Rook left, Lin Yu turned his attention to the trade market. He had already exchanged all his crystal cores for attribute fruits, 21 yellow fruits, and 108 green fruits. Though it was fewer than what he'd obtained the previous day, the rarity of these items made the trade worthwhile. Together, the fruits would boost his attributes by over 200 points. Without hesitation, he absorbed every single one. His thoughts then turned to the treasures he still had on hand. 7 ability cards and 2 drops of Fire Dragon Essence Blood. To ensure their safety, he decided to store them in the rule-protected space provided by the trade market. Though it required spending evolution points as a fee, he deemed it a small price to pay for peace of mind. Lin Yu pondered for a moment and decided to put up his most precious Fire Dragon Essence Blood for trade. He listed 2 separate offers, each consisting of 1 drop of Fire Dragon Essence Blood in exchange for treasures of equal value. Although the Essence Blood was no longer useful to him, its value remained beyond measure. Additionally, he posted 7 rare cards for trade, treating the trading platform as a temporary personal storage ring. If anyone wanted to negotiate, he would receive a notification, and if he wasn't interested, he could simply decline the offer. After arranging everything, Lin Yu was just about to go to sleep when Chen Jinger clung to him like an octopus. Failure is the mother of success. I won't give up so easily, Chen Jinger said softly. Give up on what? Lin Yu asked. Obviously, on surpassing you, defeating you, and making you my captive husband, she teased. Huh? You? Really? Lin Yu retorted mercilessly. Don't underestimate me. I feel a power stirring inside me, Chen Jinger declared confidently. Seriously? Lin Yu was taken aback, wondering if she might be on the verge of awakening her abilities. Don't worry about whether it's true or not. A single moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold coins. We should cherish the present, she quipped. Why does it sound so weird coming from you? Lin Yu rolled his eyes. Isn't that something guys usually say? Meanwhile, in a luxurious villa in Tianhai City, 8 people were gathered around a hot pot table. Suddenly, one of them stood up abruptly, startling the others. What's wrong? Someone asked. Boss, someone just posted on the forum. They're offering a red elemental fruit in exchange for 100 crystal cores to save his wife, the person explained. The mention of a red elemental fruit caused a spark of excitement in everyone's eyes. A red elemental fruit? It was an irresistible temptation. Is it here in Tianhai City? A burly man asked, his eyes flashing with a hint of lightning. This man, known by the codename Divine Punishment, was the leader of the 8-member team. The entire group consisted of awakened ability users, 6 of whom were ranked as a level, while Divine Punishment and the second-in-command, Blackfeather, had reached the prestigious level. Yes, it's right here in Tianhai City. His wife seems to be trapped in a hospital, the person confirmed. Reply to him. Tell him Divine Punishment and our Thunderstrike team is taking the job. Have him send over the details, Divine Punishment ordered in a deep voice. And let him know if he dares deceive us or fails to deliver the red elemental fruit, it'll make him wish he were dead. Understood. News of Divine Punishment accepting the mission quickly spread across the forum, sparking heated discussions. After all, he was a renowned figure. The ninth punishment, a top-tier powerhouse ranked ninth on the evolution points leaderboard, had amassed an astonishing 9,127 points. This number attested to his unmatched strength, as he had managed to eliminate over 9,000 zombies in just 2 days. His sudden appearance on the forums created a massive buzz, with his post popularity second only to Lin Yu's pinned thread. This development acted as a spark, igniting a flood of similar trade posts on the forums. Among them, one stood out with an eye-catching title, Red Attribute Fruit in Exchange for a Savior. The comment section quickly erupted into a frenzy. OP, Red Attribute Fruit is so rare, are you really willing to trade it away? Sounds like a scam to me. You're actually offering a red one? Why not just absorb it yourself? The original poster OP responded anxiously, do you think I want to do this? Even if it's a strength fruit, eating it won't save my life. Someone scoffed, stop exaggerating. A red attribute fruit can boost your stats by 50 points instantly, making you a powerhouse. Zombies would be no big deal. The OP frantically explained, I'm trapped in a warehouse near the zoo. Outside, it's crawling with mutated tigers, lions, and elephants. 50 points of strength won't get me out of here alive. The comment section fell silent for a moment before being flooded with messages of, good luck, OP. Then, a bold comment appeared, standing out amidst the chaos. Yao, ranked 5th. I happen to be in the same zoo. Post your exact location, and it'll come for you. But remembered attribute fruit. Meanwhile, after a much-needed night's rest, Lin Yu woke up feeling recharged. After breakfast, he led his team out of the hotel, now joined by 2 new members, Lu Shiyun and her young niece, Lu Rook. Uncle, are we going to fight monsters? The little girl innocently asked. She then turned to her aunt. Sister, you must be really strong, right? I want to fight monsters too and protect mommy. Looking at the child's pure, unblemished expression, Lin Yu couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He knew that her innocence would soon be shattered by the harsh reality of their world. Turning to the group, he said, today, we'll take a detour through South Street and head to the Ulma supermarket for supplies. The quickest route is through the wetland park on West Street. As they entered the park, a group of zombies suddenly lunged at them. With a swift motion, razor-sharp wind blades sliced through the air, decapitating the zombies in an instant. Black, foul-smelling blood sprayed across the ground. The sight made Lu Rook scream in terror, and Lu Shiyun quickly covered her niece's mouth. Chun Jinger knelt beside the girl and spoke gently. Rook, these are monsters that eat people. If you're scared, they'll hurt you and your mom. You have to be brave. You have to learn to protect her. I'm not scared of monsters. They'll protect mommy, the little girl declared with surprising determination. The group soon arrived at the Ulma supermarket. Its doors were tightly sealed, and the area eerily devoid of zombies. Even Lu Yu, a level 3 evolver with an impressive 52 points of strength, couldn't break down the reinforced doors. It was Lin Yu who finally stepped forward. With a fiery kick, he sent the metal-reinforced barrier flying apart in a shower of debris. Inside, the supermarket was pristine. Shelves were neatly stocked with rice, potatoes, and other essentials. Lu Shiyun revealed her spatial ability, summoning a black vortex in front of her hand that quickly devoured the supplies from the shelves. After about 10 minutes, Lu Shiyun slumped against the wall, clearly exhausted. I'm done. My magic is completely drained, she said, her voice weary. That's settled for now. Let's head over and check on the survivors. They should be up ahead, Lin Yu said, leading the group to the far end of the warehouse. A massive iron door blocked their path, but it wasn't locked. Lu Yu gave it a light push, and the door creaked open. Who's there? A sharp voice barked. The group stepped inside, and the scene before them was shocking. The expansive space was packed with over 100 people. Around 20 men lounged lazily on sofas, smoking and armed with weapons. Even more appalling, 70 or 80 women, barely clothed, huddled in the corners, their faces pale with fear. The men on the sofas immediately sprang to attention when they saw the intruders. The man who appeared to be their leader narrowed his eyes, a menacing glint flashing within them. What are you doing here? He demanded. We came in through the back door, Lin Yu replied calmly. Impossible, the man snapped. The back door was reinforced by our boss' special ability. Even a level 5 evolver couldn't break through it. Lin Yu's lips curled into a faint smirk. Why do you think we've been hiding here all this time? The man's eyes gleamed with a sinister intent as he scanned the 3 women standing beside Lin Yu. Erase the deal. You have 2 choices. Hand over these 3 women, and it'll let you live hell. I might even let you join us. Or you die and the women stay. I choose option 3, Lin Yu said coldly. The man laughed mockingly before pausing. Wait, what did you just say? His expression twisted into rage. You little punk, are you messing with me? Congratulations, you got it right. Too bad there's no prize, Lin Yu replied with a hint of mockery. Smart mouth. Looks like you won't learn until you're shown some real pain, the man yelled. then barked orders to his lackeys. Keep the women. Break the men's limbs. For thugs armed with steel pipes and fire axes moved in. But before they could attack, Yang Shanshan made her move. Sand thorns, she shouted. Thick, sandy tendrils erupted from the ground, piercing through the 4 men in an instant. Rage burned in her eyes as she glanced at the abused women cowering in the corner. The sand dispersed, and the 4 lifeless bodies collapsed to the floor. A gifted awakened, the leader screamed, leaping off the sofa, his face pale with terror. He knew all too well the power of someone with awakened abilities. Quickly, he plastered on a sycophantic smile. This is all a misunderstanding. Please, esteemed ones. Our boss is out hunting zombies, and will be back any minute now. He's also a gifted awakened, as are the other leaders. Why don't we just let bygones be bygones? Lin Yu ignored his groveling and turned to young Shanshan. Shanshan, your ability to control sand thorns is impressive, but you should experiment with converting earth into sand. Maybe try creating something like a sandpit or quicksand. It could be a useful skill. Yang Shanshan nodded and began to focus, but after several attempts, she found she couldn't manage it yet. Lin Yu patiently guided her, explaining how to sense the elemental transformation. He encouraged the others to continue training and exploring their abilities to unlock their full potential. Seeing himself completely disregarded, the man could no longer hold back his anger. What's the meaning of this? Don't think you're the only gifted awakened here, he shouted. Really? Then bring them out. Let's see, Lin Yu said with a mocking grin. The man's face turned red with frustration, unable to respond. The truth was, all the power-wielding leaders had gone out to fight zombies, leaving only the lackeys behind. Pathetic. Kill them all, Lin Yu said flatly. His words sent shivers down everyone's spine. When Lu Yu hesitated, Lin Yu cut him off. If you don't have the guts, stop calling me your leader. These scum deserve to die. Yang Shanshan wasted no time, unleashing dozens of sand thorns to take down the remaining men. Chun Jinger grabbed a steel pipe and drove it into one man's throat without hesitation. Seeing this, Lu Yu gritted his teeth and joined in, summoning wind blades to strike. In less than 2 minutes, the floor was littered with bodies. While Lin Yu remained composed, the others were visibly shaken. Killing zombies was one thing, but this was their first time taking human lives. Suddenly, a group of the abused women emerged from the shadows, grabbing weapons from the ground. They furiously attacked the lifeless bodies, some even tearing into them with their teeth. Let's move. Check the second floor, Lin Yu said, heading up the stairs. The second floor was stocked with everyday goods, which they scavenged. On the third floor, they found several more women, their spirits broken by the torment they had endured. Monsters, Yang Shanshan spat, her voice trembling with anger. The others said nothing, but their faces were dark with fury. The apocalypse is nothing short of hell on earth, so you'd better adjust your mindset and abandon any notions of mercy, Lin Yu said coldly, his voice sharp enough to cut through the air. The chilling words sent shivers down the spines of the women present. The group pressed on and soon came across a heavy iron door. Lu Yu stepped forward, summoning a blade of wind to tear the door apart. What lay beyond was a horrifying sight: an emaciated young man dressed in black, cruelly restrained in the center of the room. Thick iron chains bound his limbs to the 4 corners, while numerous steel rods pierced through his body, running up to his neck, immobilizing him completely. The most gruesome detail was his legs. 2 steel rods had skewered through his calves, leaving dark crimson scabs where the blood had long dried. The loud commotion startled the man awake. His eyes fluttered open, scanning the intruders with guarded suspicion. You're not with Wang Hao. Who are you? He asked hoarsely. And who are you? Who is Wang Hao? Lin Yu responded, his tone unyielding. Hearing this, a flicker of hope crossed the man's face, only to be quickly replaced by despair. Slowly, he recounted his grim story. He had once been the leader of this very Ulma supermarket survivors. During a trip to hunt zombies, Wang Hao's younger brother had intruded and violated his wife. By the time he returned, his wife had taken her own life. Enraged, he dismembered Wang Hao's brother and fed him to the zombies. This act, however, provoked Wang Hao's brutal retaliation, leading to his capture and daily torture in this makeshift prison. Wang Hao is the one leading the group occupying this supermarket now? Chun Jinger asked. When the man confirmed her suspicion, he urged them to leave immediately, especially worried for the safety of the 3 women. But Lin Yu ignored his warning. He strode forward, grasped the chains, and shattered them effortlessly. One by one, he bent the steel rods and finally yanked out the ones embedded in the man's calves with a single swift motion. The young man clenched his jaw against the excruciating pain, letting out only a sharp intake of breath. Lin Yu then called for Xiao Rua. The little girl stepped forward, placing her hands over his wounds as a soft green light began to glow. To everyone's astonishment, the injuries started healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The man, now freed and healed, introduced himself as Xiao Wan, and expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Lin Yu and his group. However, his astonishment grew when he learned they had no intention of leaving. Instead, they planned to wait for Wang Hao and his men to return. Despite Xiao Wen's repeated warnings about Wang Hao's scrayed anti-magic abilities, their resolve remained unshaken. In the end, Xiao Wen chose to stay and fight alongside them. In the vast Xia Kingdom, home to 2 billion people, even if only 1/5 of the population awakened abilities, there would be 400 million awakened individuals. With inscrayed talent appearing at a rate of 1 in 10,000, there were still 40,000 scrayed talents nationwide. Divided across 34 provinces, each province could expect over 1,000 such individuals. In provincial capital cities, having 1 to 200 scrayed talents was, in fact, the norm. Lin Yu observed the situation before him, silently pondering. It was perplexing that the leader of this team of hundreds wasn't even in strength talent. Among his 5 awakened subordinates, Hu Bin, with his ranked ability to manipulate steel, and Chan Zhong, who could turn invisible, were somewhat formidable. As for the other 3, one with a cranked fireball skill and 2 others with drank strength enhancement and speed boost, they were hardly worth considering. Strength anti-magic? Now that's interesting, Lin Yu murmured to himself, a faint glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes. This type of rule-based talent was indeed powerful yet peculiar. It nullified all abilities within its range, including those of the caster, forcing everyone to rely solely on their physical attributes in combat. As the group made their way to the first floor, the sight of corpses strewn across the ground greeted them. Suddenly, Yang Shanshan's voice rang out sharply. Sandification? Before her words fully faded, the solid concrete floor began to dissolve rapidly, transforming into flowing sand that swallowed the bodies in an instant. I did it! Yang Shanshan exclaimed excitedly. Ever since Lin Yu's guidance, she'd been contemplating and experimenting, and now she had finally grasped the essence of her sandification ability. Shanshan, you're amazing. You figured it out so quickly, Qin Jinger said with admiration. As someone who had yet to awaken her talent, such progress seemed almost enviable. Not bad. You seem to have a knack for this, Lin Yu remarked with a faint smile. Off to the side, Xiao Wen's expression flickered. It was clear he hadn't expected this woman to not only be an awakened talent, but also possess such impressive strength. With the corpses dealt with, the surroundings felt significantly cleaner. Lin Yu led Lu Shiyan back to the warehouse to gather the remaining supplies. Half an hour later, the sound of a rolling shutter echoed as it was slowly pulled open. The noise from outside grew louder as Wang Hao strode into the Orma building with a group of 70 to 80 people. Hauga, you're incredible. That level 10 zombie just now, you took it down so effortlessly. The bosses are definitely hitting level 7 tonight. Amid the flurry of flattery, Wang Hao and his group froze momentarily when they spotted Lin Yu and the others. Where's Mouse? And who are these 3 women? Not bad looking at all, someone muttered. Better than celebrities, I'd say. The bosses are in for a treat tonight. Another chimed in. It was evident they didn't take Lin Yu and his group seriously, assuming they were just people Mouse had brought along. Their words quickly devolved into crude, mocking banter. Wait, that's Xiao Wan. A man with a cold, sharp face narrowed his eyes and lowered his voice to warn the group. Hearing this, everyone turned their attention, focusing intently. Are you here to rescue Xiao Wan? Wang Hao sneered, his tone laced with mockery. And what about Hao Zi? We killed him, Lin Yu replied calmly, still seated on the sofa with an air of composure. Wang Hao's group tensed at the response and began to close in. The oppressive presence of 70 or 80 hardened survivors, their bodies exuding the stench of countless battles with zombies, filled the room. Behind Lin Yu, his companions subtly prepared themselves, their muscles taut and nerves on edge. Suddenly, from the corner of the room, 13 women previously caged and downtrodden rose to their feet. Gripping makeshift weapons, they silently moved to stand behind Lin Yu, forming a defensive line against Wang Hao's gang. The unexpected display caught even Lin Yu off guard. Huh, don't tell me you're counting on these pathetic women to save you? Wang Hao burst into laughter, raising his hand. At his signal, a dozen of his men surged forward. Lu Yu stepped up without hesitation. With a swift motion of his right hand, he conjured a flurry of razor-sharp wind blades that tore through the advancing crowd. Crimson sprays filled the air as 5 or 6 men fell clutching their throats, lifeless. The remaining attackers staggered back, bloodied and wounded. An awakened, someone hissed from Wang Hao's side. A short, wiry man suddenly vanished into thin air. Watch out, Lu Yu, Lin Yu warned, his voice steady yet commanding. The enemy's invisibility ability is in play. Pay attention to the movement of the air currents. Invisibility can hide his body, but not his intent or the subtle shifts in the wind as he moves. Understood, boss, Lu Yu replied, calming his mind and focusing on detecting the faint disturbances in the air around him. There you are, Lu Yu shouted abruptly. With a decisive swing of both arms, he unleashed a massive wind blade aimed at a spot to his left. A metallic clang rang out as the invisible assailant reappeared, his shoulder torn open by a deep, bleeding gash. The dagger in his hand snapped in half, falling to the ground. Had he not reacted quickly, the attack would have cleaved him in two. Let me know if you'd like me to continue or adjust any part of the rewrite. Lin Yu and the others had long placed unwavering trust in Lin Yu. Break their legs. Wang Hao roared, his voice filled with fury. At his command, his lackeys charged forward, brandishing their weapons. Lin Yu showed no fear as he stepped into the fray. With a single powerful kick, his target was launched like a cannonball, crashing into a cluster of men, instantly knocking out 7 or 8 of them. The unfortunate soul who bore the brunt of the kick drew his last breath on the spot. Someone swung a steel pipe down on Lin Yu's shoulder with all their might, but he stood unmoved. In return, Lin Yu's fist smashed into the attacker's chest, leaving a deep cavity. Blood gushed from the man's mouth as he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Amidst the chaos, Lin Yu moved like an unstoppable force, each strike claiming a life. The onlookers gasped in shock, murmuring among themselves, "What kind of monster is this? Could he have already reached level 10? Wang Hao watched in disbelief as Lin Yu tore through his men like a raging beast. His heart pounded with unease. Catching Hu Bin's gaze, they exchanged a silent understanding. Hu Bin began gathering his energy discreetly. Despite having 60 or 70 men at their disposal, all under the effects of the anti-magic field, they were still unable to overpower Lin Yu. At this rate, their forces would be completely wiped out within minutes. Now! Wang Hao shouted, removing the anti-magic suppression. In an instant, Hu Bin unleashed his ability, sending a barrage of steel rods hurtling toward Lin Yu like streaks of lightning. It was a perfectly synchronized attack they had executed countless times before. But Lin Yu was ready. The moment the anti-magic field lifted, he unleashed a torrent of flames from his mouth. The firestorm incinerated the incoming steel rods and engulfed the surrounding enemies, reducing them to ashes. The bodies of those caught in the inferno lay still, their lives extinguished. This can't be happening. Wang Hao's eyes widened in terror. Before he could react, Lin Yu's figure blurred, and in the blink of an eye, he stood before Wang Hao and Hu Bin. His flaming fist surged forward. Wang Hao hastily activated the anti-magic field again, extinguishing the flames. But Lin Yu's punch remained unstoppable. Wang Hao gripped the dagger tightly, prepared to counter. His confidence stemmed from his Steer Awakened talent, which had granted him a significant boost to all attributes, along with the enhancements he'd gained from consuming several attribute fruits. He believed he could match Lin Yu. However, Lin Yu's cold smirk shattered that illusion. Lin Yu's fist effortlessly snapped the dagger in two before slamming into Wang Hao's chest. The devastating impact sent Wang Hao flying, breaking his concentration and disabling the anti-magic field. Another wave of fire erupted from Lin Yu, leaving destruction in its wake. Hu Bin, battered and bloodied, fell to his knees. The metal shield he had summoned to protect himself shattered piece by piece. "How are you this strong?" Hu Bin's voice faltered as he collapsed lifelessly. Wang Hao had already succumbed to his injuries. "Even against a stronger, absolute anti-magic field, my base attributes alone are enough to crush anyone," Lin Yu muttered under his breath. With the anti-magic suppression gone, Lin Yu and the others joined the fight. It didn't take long for them to eliminate the remaining enemies. Xiaowen watched Lin Yu's retreating figure with a mix of awe and disbelief. The sheer ease with which Lin Yu had wiped out such formidable opponents left him deeply shaken. As the group departed from the Orma supermarket, Lin Yu suddenly sensed a gaze fixed on him. He turned his head sharply and spotted a figure perched on a billboard nearly a kilometer away. The figure lingered for a moment before leaping off and vanishing into the shadows. Lin Yu frowned, his thoughts clouded with unease. By evening, the group gathered in the hotel lobby, illuminated by the flickering glow of candlelight as they shared a meal. Over the past 2 days, they'd nearly cleared West Street of zombies, and the hotel had become their temporary base. The zombies today were definitely stronger. Most of them were at level 3, and some even reached level 5, someone remarked. "Yeah, it's getting a lot tougher compared to a few days ago," another chimed in. Despite the rising difficulty, there was a sense of relief that the yield of crystal cores had also increased. Lin Yu set down his utensils and looked around at the group. "Now that you've all joined this team, Chun Jinger will take over as your leader from here on. You're leaving us?" Chun Jinger's voice trembled, her expression clouded with sorrow. "After tomorrow, I'll be heading to Tianhai City," Lin Yu replied calmly. "Bringing you along would put you at too much risk." Lin Yu turned to face Lin Yu and Yang Shanshan, his gaze resolute. The two immediately straightened up and said in unison, "Boss, don't worry. We'll protect sister-in-law with our lives." Then, Lin Yu's eyes shifted to Xiaowen. After a moment of contemplation, Xiaowen spoke with determination. "I think you're all great teammates. They'll stay here too." The remaining 13 women in the hall responded in unison, "Well, follow big sister." Their performance at the Orma supermarket had left a deep impression on Lin Yu. So when Chunjinger decided to take them along, he readily agreed. Since we've become a team, Lin Yu said, sweeping his gaze across the group with sincerity in his tone, I hope we can all become people who can trust one another with our backs and survive this apocalypse together. As someone who had already reached level 10, the zero-tier crystal cores were no longer of use to Lin Yu. But for this newly formed team, they were the best way to boost their abilities. Lin Yu motioned for Lu Shiyun to retrieve the crystal cores. The shimmering cores were piled on the table, forming a small hill. Today, we collected a total of 1,751 crystal cores. Jinger, these 400 are yours, enough to get you directly to level 10. He continued distributing. Lu Yu, Shanshan, 220 each. Xiaowan, 180. As the strongest awakened talents in the team, it was only fair that they were prioritized for growth. Thank you, boss. Lu Yu and Yang Shanshan beamed with joy. These cores were just enough to boost them from level 3 to level 7. Thank you, boss, Xiaowan said, calling someone that for the first time and sounding a bit awkward. With these 180 cores, he could also rise from level 4 to level 7. You 13 will each get 40 cores, enough to reach level 2. Lin Yu's words stunned the group of women. They hadn't expected that, as newcomers, they'd receive such a generous share of cores. For them, 40 each was an unimaginable amount. I've said it before, Lin Yu explained. This team needs people who are warm-hearted and trustworthy, true partners who can rely on each other, not individuals who take advantage of others. Of course, resource allocation will vary. These three are awakened talents, and the stronger they become, the greater the team's chances of survival. Boss, we understand completely. Thank you so much. The 13 women expressed their heartfelt gratitude. For the past 9 days of the apocalypse, this group of women finally felt a sliver of warmth and hope. Lin Yu glanced around, taking in the smiles lighting up their faces, and decided to distribute the remaining 220 crystal cores. He divided them equally between Shiyun and Ruku, giving each 110 cores, enough for both to reach level 4. Once you reach level 10, you'll need 10 first-tier crystal cores to advance, Lin Yu explained. First-tier strength doubles all attributes, making ordinary people completely incapable of fighting against first-tier zombies. Only evolvers with awakened level talents stand a chance of taking down an ordinary first-tier zombie alone. Boss, give our team a name, someone suggested. How about Thunderstorm Squad? King's Dominion? Carefree Pavilion? Listening to the chaotic stream of suggestions, Lin Yu pressed his hands to his temples. Let's call it Eternal Dawn, he interrupted decisively, borrowing the name from his past life. I want everyone in our team to look toward the future with light in their eyes. That's a great Namiso full of hope. The group unanimously agreed. On the 10th day of the apocalypse, all 4 level evolvers in Eternal Dawn reached level 10, while the other 13 women advanced to level 5. Together, they had become a formidable force in the small town. As they prepared to part ways, Chen Jinger gazed at Lin Yu with reluctance. You won't forget me, right? Lin Yu gently brushed her hair. You were my first woman. They'll never forget you. Stay alive. At the latest, when you reach third year, we'll meet again. If I awaken a strong talent, can I go with you? She asked, her eyes filled with hope. You already have magic in your attributes, which means your talent is active but hasn't fully awakened yet, Lin Yu replied, pulling her into his arms. The harder a talent is to awaken, the stronger it tends to be. I estimate you'll be at least level. Stay alive and wait for me. After leaving, Lin Yu set off with Lu Shiyun and Ruku toward Huanqi Road. Lu Xiyun's spatial talent not only allowed her to store resources like gasoline, but, once she advanced to the first tier, she might even unlock powerful spatial attack skills. On the way, Lu Shiyun appeared distracted, lost in thought, and even walked into Lin Yu's back due to her absent-mindedness. They soon arrived at the 4S dealership area on Huanqi Road. Inside the stores, a dense horde of 2,000 to 3,000 zombies awaited them. With his terrifying speed of 172 points, Lin Yu began his assault. He started by throwing fireballs to test the waters, then unleashed consecutive flame roar attacks, sending waves of fire crashing forward. The zombies, driven by instinct and devoid of pain, charged at him, only to fall one after another in the scorching flames. Compared to 2 days before the apocalypse, Lin Yu's strength had undergone a complete transformation. His flame roar had grown significantly more powerful. Though each use consumed 200 mana points, with his current reserve of 18,500 mana, he could cast it 92 times consecutively. Each flame roar could easily take out over 100 zombies. In the blink of an eye, the horde of zombies outside the 4S dealership had been completely wiped out. Shiyun, come over and collect the crystal cores, Lin Yu called out. So many. Lu Shiyun's eyes sparkled with excitement. Do you think we'll reach level 10 tonight? There must be 500 or 600 cores on the ground. Just then, a shadow suddenly darted out from inside the dealership. A skeletal, pale claw lunged straight at the trio. Lin Yu reacted instantly, pulling Lu Shiyun and the other woman to safety while wrapping his fist in flames and striking out. Bang! The shadow was sent flying. Upon closer inspection, it was a zombie unlike the others. Its hair was disheveled, its face devoid of decay, though pale as paper. Its eye sockets were hollow, completely missing eyeballs. A first-tier zombie. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes. After reaching level 10, an evolver needed to absorb 10 first-tier crystal cores to break through to the first tier. The jump from level 10 to tier 1 was a qualitative leap, doubling all attributes. The zombie let out a guttural roar and charged again with astonishing speed. Lin Yu immediately unleashed a flame roar, but the zombie had evidently developed combat instincts, dodging the flames with agility while continuing to close in. It seems to have evolved towards speed, but its strength and constitution are far inferior to typical first-tier zombies, Lin Yu muttered, positioning himself protectively in front of the two women as he waited for the right moment. When the zombie lunged to attack, Lin Yu countered without hesitation. Flames engulfed his body as he grabbed the zombie's claws with precision. Despite its struggles, the zombie couldn't break free from Lin Yu's grip. Just as it opened its mouth to bite, Lin Yu did the same. Flame roar. At such close range, the restrained zombie had no chance to evade. The fiery blast shot directly into its throat, instantly piercing its neck. Its head fell to the ground with a thud. Lin Yu retrieved a pale green, walnut-sized first-tier crystal core from the zombie's skull, earning a gasp of admiration from Ruaku. "Uncle, you're amazing." Lin Yu chuckled and patted her head. "Ruaku, were you scared just now?" "I wasn't scared at all." The little girl puffed out her chest proudly. The three of them spent over 10 minutes collecting the scattered crystal cores, gathering a total of 527. Suddenly, Lin Yu sensed something unusual and turned to gaze into the distance. Atop a low building, a thin figure stood silently watching Themer, more precisely, watching him. "It's him again." This was the second time Lin Yu had encountered this unsettling figure. The man leapt from the rooftop and vanished in an instant. "What is it?" Lu Shiyun noticed his unease. "Nothing. Let's head inside," Lin Yu replied, shaking his head. He opened his attribute panel to check his progress, particularly focusing on his talent evolution. Codename: Magician. Level: Tier 0, Level 10, 0. Mana: 22,500. Strength: 289. Constitution: 176. Speed: 182. Spirit: 225. Talent: Steer Flame Controller, evolving 99. Flame unlock forms: Flame, Dragon's Flame unlocking 99. With such terrifying stats, Lin Yu was confident that no one in the world could rival him. His talent evolution had been stuck at 99 for several days, but he knew the breakthrough was imminent. "Brother Yu, this dealership only has sedans. They're not very practical," Lu Shiyun suggested. "There's a Jeep and Mercedes-Benz dealership nearby. We should choose SUVs instead." "You're right. Given the damaged roads, SUVs are more suitable." The trio searched the two dealerships and found 3 intact Jeep Wranglers and 1 Mercedes G-Class, all of which Lu Shiyun stored in her spatial inventory. "Do you know how to drive?" Lin Yu asked. "Of course. I used to drive a G-Class to work," Lu Shiyun said, surprising Lin Yu with her apparent pre-apocalypse privileged lifestyle. Unfortunately, they hadn't driven far before their path was blocked by a chaotic pileup of vehicles. They had no choice but to get out and store the G-Class. "There's a gas station up ahead. Let's collect the fuel," Lin Yu said. "Can your spatial inventory store liquids directly, or do we need containers?" "It should work. I can manipulate the space to create barriers for separation. You should practice sensing the flow of your spatial abilities. You might even develop an offensive skill," Lin Yu remarked, growing more convinced of the extraordinary potential of Lu Shiyun's spatial talent. As they arrived at the gas station, Lu Shiyun was using a spatial vortex to absorb the gasoline when a global announcement suddenly echoed in their minds. "Congratulations to Qianqian Junzi of the Great Xia Nation for becoming the first evolver in the world to break through to the first tier. All evolvers worldwide are now connected to the rules forum for information exchange. Survivors, please check the pin posts on the forum for critical updates regarding the evolution of all nations." Lin Yu stood in front of the leaderboard, raising an eyebrow slightly. "Someone's already reached the first rank? That was fast." Though a bit surprised, he wasn't overly concerned. After all, for true powerhouses at this stage, leveling up to 10 wasn't particularly hard. Starting from level 0, it only required 560 crystal cores, which meant taking down just over 3,000 zombies. Teams composed of individuals with grade talents, or those with scrade abilities, likely hit level 10 as early as yesterday. Originally, Lin Yu had estimated it would take another 5 or 6 days before the first-rank evolutionist appeared, but the pace had exceeded his expectations. Stroking his chin in thought for a moment, Lin Yu realized that the number of strong individuals in this life was noticeably higher. Currently, first-rank zombies and mutant beasts were still quite rare, making first-rank crystal cores extremely difficult to obtain. Even those with grade talents struggled to hunt first-rank creatures on their own, and grade talent holders had to form teams to stand a chance. Scanning the names on the leaderboard, Lin Yu suddenly understood. Qianqian Junzi, so it's him. This individual, gifted with inscrade summoning talent, could form contracts with any mutant beast, turning them into spirit beasts. Mutant beasts and zoos were more likely to evolve to the first rank compared to zombies, and with the help of his spirit beasts, Qianqian Junzi's success rate in hunting other first-rank mutant beasts was significantly higher. No wonder he became the first to ascend to the first rank. Lin Yu remembered that in his previous life, this man had been among the strongest of the strong. The thought of mutated plants and animals far more dangerous and powerful than zombies once evolved gave Lin Yu a sense of urgency. Though his rebirth had allowed him to seize opportunities that weren't originally his, he couldn't ignore the fact that some people were simply born with overwhelming advantages. However, a calm smile soon spread across his face. But I have the memories of my past life. Armed with knowledge of countless secrets, Lin Yu was confident that as long as he followed his plan, he would surpass everyone. He firmly believed his base attributes were the strongest in this world. Besides, his talent evolution was still incomplete, and the Dragon Flame form was yet to be unlocked. For now, it wasn't the right time to rush into the first rank. With that, Lin Yu turned his attention to the Rule Forum. Pinned at the top was a major announcement. In the third month of the apocalypse, all nations with more than 2 million survivors will participate in a global competition. The winning nation's evolutionists will receive a permanent 3 to all attributes, while the second and third places will receive 2, and the 4th through 10th places will receive 1. Each qualifying nation must vote on the forum to select 100 representatives to compete. This explosive news immediately ignited a firestorm in the comments section. Evolutionists from the Xia Kingdom and Sakura Nation were locked in a fierce war of words, each side refusing to back down as insults and provocations flew back and forth. Watching the heated arguments, Lin Yu's eyes gleamed coldly. He vividly remembered the outcome of his previous life. In the 4th year of the apocalypse, Sakura Nation's continued discharge of nuclear waste into the ocean led to the birth of a colossal mutant beast, Blue Dome, a creature comparable to Godzilla and ranked 19th on the beast list. This terrifying entity, far surpassing even sacred beasts in power, ravaged the entirety of Sakura Nation. Despite the nation's strongest evolutionists banding together and waging a desperate battle that severely injured Blue Dome, the massive energy waves it unleashed shattered the entire country, sinking it beneath the ocean forever. Subsequently, the lingering effects of nuclear contamination triggered the emergence of even more horrifying mutant beasts, unleashing a new wave of disasters upon the world. It was a catastrophe far more terrifying and despair-inducing than any zombie apocalypse, leading to a drastic decline in the global survivor population. In this era of peace before the end of the world, netizens from different nations were passionately debating on forums about the upcoming 100 Nations battle. Players from the European region were brimming with confidence. The countries in the Asia region are all weaklings. They don't even deserve a spot in the top 10. The champion will undoubtedly come from Europe, most likely from Great Britain. The champion will surely be from the United States. Our superheroes are invincible, retorted players from the American region, unwilling to back down. Superheroes? What a joke. I could crush them with a single punch, someone scoffed in response. The 3 bonus to all attributes was a tempting reward that captivated every strong contender, as it represented a significant boost to their country's overall power. Meanwhile, Lin Yu and his companions were enjoying lunch at a small restaurant. Lu Shiyun brought out an assortment of ingredients, and the 3 of them sat around a table as the aroma of grilled meat wafted through the air. Brother Yu, who do you think will win the championship in the 100 Nations battle? Lu Shiyun asked. Without hesitation, Lin Yu replied, it has to be our Desir nation. Although we only placed 3rd in the previous timeline, this time, we'll definitely take the crown. Do other countries have strong contenders? She asked curiously. Lin Yu thought for a moment before answering, yes, the world is vast, and there are always some individuals blessed with extraordinary talents. In the previous timeline, 3/4 of the strongest evolutionaries in the top sequence were from other countries. The Divine Hall of Sheikah, the Shrines of Sakura, the Arthurian Legends, and the 12 Knights of the Round Table from Great Britain, the 12 Zodiac Warriors of Santo, the Angel Sequence of the Heavenly Kingdom, and the top-tier superheroes of the United States, all of them were among the most powerful evolutionaries in the world. However, a confident gleam flashed in his eyes. The championship can only belong to Desir. The rules state that the 100 Nations battle will take place at the beginning of the 3rd month of the apocalypse, which means we have just over 2 months to prepare. As the 3 of them chatted over their meal, a group of suspicious figures appeared on the street. I think I smell barbecue. In this post-apocalyptic world, someone still has the time to grill meat? How carefree can they be? Boss, let's check it out. That aroma is making my mouth water, one of them suggested. The leader licked his lips and pulled a gun from his coat, cautiously approaching. When the group spotted Lin Yu and his companions, a greedy glint flickered in their eyes. Boss, there's grilled meat and women. Haha, looks like we've hit the jackpot, the leader exclaimed with a sinister grin. A group of drunken men surrounded Lin Yu and Lu Shiyun's barbecue stall. The leader, a burly man with a sneer tugging at the corner of his lips, barked, "Kid, get lost. These two women and the barbecue are ours now." One of the men reached out toward Lu Shiyun, but Lin Yu's eyes turned icy cold. In a flash, his right hand shot out, grabbing the man's wrist with a vice-like grip. In an instant, searing flames erupted from Lin Yu's palm, engulfing the man's arm and leaving it charred and bloodied. A piercing scream tore through the night. "A gifted awakener!" The group gasped in panic, stumbling backward. The leader quickly pulled out a handgun, aiming the barrel squarely at Lin Yu. "Let him go, kid. Don't think your awakened ability makes you invincible. This gun has taken down plenty of gifted before they didn't live to tell the tale." The man whose arm was burning writhed in agony, but Lin Yu deliberately controlled the intensity of the flames. He had no intention of fully roasting someone while trying to enjoy his meal. "A fire-type ability, huh? Let's see if it can stop a bullet," the leader sneered, squeezing the trigger. Lin Yu sighed. "I just wanted a quiet meal, but here come the flies." Before the sentence was finished, the flames in his hand surged, engulfing the man in a fiery blaze, turning him into a human torch. The gunshot echoed, but Lin Yu effortlessly summoned a blade of fire in his hand. With a swift motion, he sliced the bullet in two, the intense heat melting it midair. "No way. Are you an A-rank gifted?" the leader stammered, his eyes wide with disbelief. "A-rank? Not quite." Lin Yu smirked and closed the distance between them, his fire blade sweeping through the air. A hail of gunfire erupted, but every bullet was cut down by the blazing blade. "Spare me. I have an A-rank gifted backing me," the leader begged in desperation, his bravado crumbling. Lin Yu showed no mercy, cutting him down in one swift motion. The remaining men trembled in fear, their pleas for mercy falling on deaf ears as they too were swiftly dealt with. The last two men, their faces twisted in defiance, shouted, "You're dead, kid. Our boss, Duanyang, is an A-rank gifted. He'll hunt you down." "Duanyang?" Lin Yu paused, a flicker of surprise crossing his expression. Without giving them a chance to say more, he dispatched them with precision. The final man, now shaking uncontrollably and reeking of fear, spilled out Duanyang's whereabouts under Lin Yu's sharp interrogation. A smirk crept onto Lin Yu's face at last. He had a lead on the man who had falsely accused him back at the hospital. It was time to settle the score. Meanwhile, in a sprawling countryside estate, a thunderous crash erupted from within Duanyang's room. A thick, yellow toxic mist quickly filled the space, leaving even Duanyang pale and gasping for air. On the bed lay a lifeless woman, her body a victim of the poisonous fumes. Rage consumed him as he roared, "Lin Yu, they'll kill you for this." His ability had betrayed him once again, spiraling out of control at the worst possible moment, a cruel flaw that only deepened his hatred. Outside the rural manor, Lin Yu and his two companions followed the man along a winding path, eventually arriving at Duanyang's base. This secluded location, far from the bustling city, had long been cleared of any stray zombies. "You two wait outside," Lin Yu instructed curtly before stepping into the manor alone. Inside, Duanyang emerged from the house, his expression dark and brooding, having just dealt with the corpse of the woman. He barked orders at his gathered subordinates, his voice sharp and commanding, "Everyone, assemble. We're heading to the ancient town now. Find that bastard Lin Yu. I want to crush him so badly he'll wish he were dead." Leading over 20 heavily armed men, Duanyang marched toward the gate, only to come face-to-face with Lin Yu. His eyes widened in disbelief as he rubbed them vigorously, then erupted in fury. "Lin Yu. Long time no see," Lin Yu said coldly, his gaze sharp and brimming with murderous intent. "You're lucky, I'll give you that. Awakening a talent after pissing yourself in defeat must feel good, huh? Judging by the crew you've gathered, I bet you're quite fond of that talent of yours. Lin Yu, I'm going to kill you." Duanyang roared, his anger boiling over at the taunt. He shouted at his men, "Take him down. I want him alive. He has to feel the pain I did." 4 or 5 of Duanyang's men set down their guns, sneering as they closed in on Lin Yu. But in the blink of an eye, all anyone saw was a blur, followed by a series of dull thuds. The advancing men were sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground, coughing up blood and teeth. Imprinted on their faces were the unmistakable marks of shoe soles. "Incredible speed," murmured a suited man standing beside Duanyang, visibly stunned. He stepped forward with confidence. "Kid, you've got some skills. No wonder you dared to show up here." Lin Yu crooked a finger at him, a mocking smile playing on his lips. "Come on then. You're dead." The suited man snarled as he activated his grade talent, Iron Armor. His body became encased in a dark, metallic shell, doubling his physical stats to 194 points. He charged at Lin Yu with a thunderous roar, only to be stopped dead in his tracks by a single, unassuming punch to the stomach. Ugh, the man doubled over, blood spilling from his mouth, as he was sent hurtling backward like a cannonball, crashing into the ground with a deafening impact. His iron armor shattered, and the ground beneath him cracked from the force. In his final moments, he stared at Lin Yu in disbelief, unable to comprehend how an A-grade talent user could be defeated in one blow. Did you really think wearing a suit makes you Tony Jaa? Lin Yu sneered, turning his attention to Duanyang. Your turn. Thought about how you want to die. Shoot him. Kill him. Duanyang snapped out of his shock, his face betraying a mix of fear and rage. His men raised their guns and unleashed a hail of bullets, riddling Lin Yu's silhouette. For a moment, their expressions lit up with triumph until they realized that not a single drop of blood had been spilled. Bullets tore through Lin Yu's body, yet not a single drop of blood spilled. It was only then that the crowd realized something was wrong. The figure riddled with holes was slowly fading away. It was nothing more than an afterimage. Looking for me, are you? A chilling voice suddenly echoed from behind them. Instinctively, they spun around and pulled their triggers, but it was already too late. A massive flaming blade cleaved through the air, cutting them all in half. Blood sprayed, organs spilled across the floor, a scene straight out of hell. Duanyang stood frozen, his face splattered with blood. His voice trembled as he stammered, You, my, young Master Duan. Lin Yu sneered, his gaze mocking. Why are your legs shaking like that? Duanyang stumbled back in terror. Born into wealth and privilege, he'd never encountered such carnage. Even in the apocalypse, the dirty work had always been handled by his subordinates. Now, his face was pale, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. Someone like you surviving this long in the apocalypse? Now that's a miracle, Lin Yu said coldly, pulling a steel pipe from behind his back and swinging it viciously at Duanyang's legs. Sensing the imminent threat of death, Duanyang's survival instincts flared. He twisted his body, attempting to activate his innate ability, but Lin Yu was ready. The steel pipe struck like lightning, driving straight into Duanyang's lower back. Aya! Duanyang's agonized screams pierced the air, echoing through the desolate surroundings. His ability fizzled out instantly. Lin Yu had already learned about Duanyang's ability from an evolved guide earlier. While not particularly strong, its putrid stench was nauseating enough to be a problem, hence the steel pipe. Duanyang, Lin Yu began, his voice icy, You and Su Yen drugged me, planning to frame me for attempted assault and throw me in prison. But instead, your plan backfired, and I ended up sleeping with Su Yen. His grip tightened on the steel pipe, and with a brutal swing, it smashed into Duanyang's left leg. A sickening crack followed as the bone shattered. Lin Yu, brother Yu, I was wrong. Please, let me go. Duanyang begged, his face contorted with fear, his voice hoarse. You think your family's wealth and power give you the right to ruin other people's lives? Lin Yu's expression twisted with rage. The steel pipe came down again, this time breaking Duanyang's other leg. Lin Yu's mind flashed to the thought of what might have happened if Duanyang had succeeded. With his influence, Lin Yu would have faced at least a decade behind bars, his life utterly destroyed. And if I ended up in prison, what would happen to my little sister? Lin Yu growled, his eyes glinting with cold fury. A flaming blade materialized in his hand once more, and with one decisive swing, he severed all 4 of Duanyang's limbs. Blood gushed from the stumps, and the excruciating pain caused Duanyang's eyes to bulge before he passed out. It's time to end this, Lin Yu muttered under his breath. I'll send you off, maybe you'll learn to be a better person in your next life. With one final stroke, he decapitated Duanyang. As he watched the lifeless body slump to the ground, he murmured, Too bad your father isn't here to see this. Afterward, Lin Yu, along with Lu Shiyun and Ru Ku, raided 2 large supermarkets. Clearing out the zombies that had taken over the stores was no easy task, but it yielded several hundred crystal cores, including a rare first-tier Oni small but welcome surprise. Let's find a place to rest for the night. We'll head out at dawn, Lin Yu said, exhaustion evident in his voice. He couldn't help but think back to the days when he could unwind with Chun Jinger. Glancing at Lu Shiyun, he shook his head, pushing the thought aside. There's a hotel up ahead, Lu Shiyun said, pointing to a building in the distance. The hotel's front doors were closed but not locked. The trio cautiously stepped inside, only to be greeted by a scene of carnage. Bloodstains covered the floors, and the stench of death was overwhelming. Maybe we should find somewhere else? Lu Shiyun suggested, her face pale with discomfort. Lin Yu shook his head. Anywhere else will probably look the same. If it weren't for me, the place we stayed at before would have ended up like this too. Then I'll go find a cleaner room, Lu Shiyun said, covering her nose as she led Ruku toward the stairs. Stop! Lin Yu's sharp voice froze them in their tracks. He had sensed an ominous presence. With his current strength, there weren't many creatures that could pose a threat, only apex predators among the mutated beasts of the wild. The sound of creaking doors broke the silence. One by one, the doors to the 5 rooms on the first floor swung open. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes, feeling the powerful auras emanating from within. The entire hotel seemed to hum with a sinister, bloodthirsty energy. Lu Shiyun instinctively pulled Ruku behind her, gripping Lin Yu's sleeve tightly, her palms clammy with sweat. From each room emerged a figure 5 first-tier zombies. They stood in the doorways, their hollow, lifeless eyes fixed on the trio. Move, Lin Yu said quietly. He could already hear more doors opening upstairs. The possibility of encountering higher-tier zombies, a second tier, perhaps was growing more likely. As they crept toward the entrance, trying to avoid detection, a deafening roar erupted from outside. In the blink of an eye, thousands of zombies appeared, swarming the hotel and forming eerily orderly ranks. It was as if they were awaiting a command. Well, this just got a whole lot harder, Lin Yu muttered, his expression grim. Did we just stumble into the zombies' headquarters? We're surrounded. Lu Shiyun scanned their surroundings, her sharp eyes taking in the horde of zombies standing eerily still, as if awaiting orders. Calmly, she analyzed. There must be a zombie king here. It's unusual for them not to attack immediately unless it's wary of something. Lin Yu cast an approving glance at her. As expected of a former business elite, her analytical skills were exceptional. While most would consider this situation hopeless, Lin Yu knew that with his abilities, breaking through wasn't entirely out of the question. Suddenly, the sound of synchronized footsteps echoed from above. 10 first-tier zombies descended in formation from the second floor, lining up neatly at the staircase's base. Lin Yu's breath caught. Had they stumbled into the very lair of the zombies? A low, guttural growl reverberated through the space, and the zombie horde parted as if guided by an unseen force. Down the staircase came a man dressed impeccably in a black suit. His pale, bloodless complexion was the only hint of his inhumanity. His attire was pristine, his hair meticulously styled, and his demeanor exuded an air of gentlemanly elegance. The unexpected figure stopped before Lin Yu and offered a slight bow. Magician, he greeted, his voice smooth and composed. I've heard much about you. Lin Yu's heart skipped a beat. The codename Magician was known to only 3 people in the entire world. His sister Lin Xiaoyu, his childhood friend Wang Ergu, and Chun Jinger. Even Lu Shiyun, standing beside him, had no idea. Yet this stranger had spoken it with unnerving precision. And what makes you think him the magician? Lin Yu asked cautiously. Instinct. The man replied with an amused smile. My instincts are rarely wrong. Are you human or zombie? Lin Yu pressed. The man paused, as if contemplating his identity. I'm a human who retained consciousness after being bitten by a zombie. To put it simply, I am both human and the zombie king of this place. Impressive, Lin Yu admitted, genuinely intrigued. A human becoming a zombie king. So what now? Are you planning to attack us? I was, the man said, his tone unhurried. You disturbed my rest after all. He hesitated briefly before continuing. But now that I've met you, I've changed my mind. My instincts tell me that killing you, which wouldn't be easy anyway, would be far less advantageous than proposing a partnership. Lin Yu's gaze swept over the surrounding zombies, their latent power palpable even from a distance. He quickly accessed the ranking system, and as expected, the list confirmed his suspicions. First place, Qianqian Junzi, first tier. Second place, Dashixing, first tier. So, you're Dashixing? Lin Yu asked, recognizing the name as the top-ranked individual in Yunnan province. Indeed, the man replied, his smile never wavering. Then it was you who's been watching me? At the Ulma supermarket billboard. And when I killed my first-tier zombie in the rooftop? Watching? Let's call it keeping an eye on you, Dashixing corrected. This small town has a few strong individuals, but you are the one who stands out to me. He locked eyes with Lin Yu. I want to invite you to join me. Together, we can take down another zombie king. There's another zombie king here? Lin Yu asked, his voice tinged with surprise. Yes, Dashixing confirmed. And it's on the verge of breaking through to the second tier if it hasn't already. Unlike me, it's a pure zombie, entirely devoid of humanity. Lin Yu shrugged nonchalantly. You overestimate me. I'm not even first tier yet. How could I possibly take on a second-tier zombie king? That's easily fixed. Dashixing snapped his fingers, and 5 first-tier zombies stepped forward. Under Lin Yu's wary gaze, they each twisted their own necks with a sickening crack. Their heads, bloodied and lifeless, rolled to Lin Yu's feet, leaving behind glistening crystal cores. This is my show of sincerity, Dashixing explained. 5 first-tier crystal cores. Combined with what you've already collected, it should be enough for you to ascend to the first tier. Once the job is done, they'll give you 15 more. Lin Yu hesitated briefly before countering, make it 20. Otherwise, it still won't be enough. How many do you currently have? Dashixing asked, his tone curious. None, Lin Yu admitted with an exaggerated shrug. I've only encountered 4 first-tier zombies, and I gave all their cores away. Now, I'm completely broke. Dashixing stared at him for a moment before letting out a soft chuckle. You're an interesting one, magician. Brother Desir's face visibly twitched, silently cursing this cunning brat in his heart. He almost failed to maintain his gentlemanly demeanor. However, he suppressed his irritation and selected 5 more Tier 1 zombies, ordering them into action. In no time, 5 more blood-soaked heads rolled to the ground before them. Upon seeing this, Lin Yu was overjoyed. He immediately summoned a flame, burning the heads to ashes and leaving behind 10 crystal-clear energy cores. Lu Shiyun, quick on her feet, stepped forward and collected the cores. In such a tense standoff, having Lin Yu pick them up himself would undoubtedly give their opponents an opening. Many thanks, Brother Desir. Once I advance to Tier 1, let's team up to hunt that zombie king. Lin Yu expressed his heartfelt gratitude. By the way, the forums are buzzing about this 100 Nations contest. Do you think our Desir nation has a shot at taking the championship? Brother Desir asked, suddenly changing the subject. The championship is ours for Sereno, one can take it from us. Lin Yu replied resolutely. Well said. If I get the chance to represent Desir, I'll make sure those foreigners understand why our flowers bloom so brilliantly. Brother Desir exclaimed with fiery enthusiasm. The two continued discussing their plans for a campaign against Sakura Nation, with Brother Desir passionately declaring his intent to participate. This profound sense of national pride and unity was deeply ingrained in the hearts of every Desir citizen. As they parted ways, Lin Yu left the hotel with the 2 women. Outside, tens of thousands of zombies parted neatly, forming a passageway as if they were a well-trained army. Brother Desir watched Lin Yu's retreating figure, his gaze flickering with uncertainty. Though he was already a Tier 1 Level 3 fighter while Lin Yu remained at Tier 0, he was never confident that he could overpower Lin Yu and bend him to his will. Lin Yu and his companions found another hotel to settle in. The interior was stained with blood, evidence of a previous zombie invasion. Unnerved, Lu Shiyun refused to stay alone and decided to share a bed with her daughter, while Lin Yu took the adjacent bed. Not long after Lin Yu lay down, he suddenly felt a terrifying surge of power coursing through his body. Moments later, his entire body erupted in blazing flames. The fire's color shifted from bright yellow to deep crimson. Brother Yu, you're on fire. Lu Shiyun exclaimed in shock, startled by the sudden outburst of flames. Lin Yu finally snapped back to his senses and quickly retracted the fire into his body, extinguishing the flames on the burning bed in the process. Could it be that I've completed my evolution? Lin Yu could feel the surge of power coursing through his body. Unable to contain his excitement, he quickly opened his status panel to check. Codename, Magician. Level, Tier 0, Level 10, 0. Mana, 27,500. Strength, 339. Constitution, 226. Speed, 232. Spirit, 275. Talent, S-Rank Flame Mastery. Unlocked flame forms, Blazing Flame, Dragon Flame. The stats on the panel were nothing short of astounding, had already surpassed the average Tier 1, Level 10 Evolver, while still in Tier 0. For reference, a typical Level 10 Evolver at Tier 0 would have base attributes of 55 across the board, plus 50 free points to allocate. Upon advancing to Tier 1, base stats would double to 110, with an additional 100 free points provided. Each subsequent level would add 10 to base stats and free points alike. Yet Lin Yu's current strength had already leapt a full tier ahead. He sat on the scorched remains of his bed, deep in thought. He still had 14 Tier 1 crystal cores, which could allow him to break through at any moment. However, he also had a stash of attribute-enhancing fruits reserved for his younger sister in the trading space. After some consideration, Lin Yu realized that by the time he found her, she might have awakened and advanced to Tier 1. If consumed at Tier 1, these fruits would only provide half the benefit, adding 10 points to an attribute, compared to 20 points if consumed before breaking through. After weighing his options, Lin Yu decided to use the fruits himself. He opened the void storage and retrieved the fruits he had listed in the market for the past 5 days, costing him 200 evolution points per day. The stash included 21 yellow fruits and 108 green ones. As he consumed them, a steady stream of energy flooded his body, pushing his attributes to new heights. Codename, Magician. Level, Tier 0, Level 10, 0. Mana, 34,500. Strength, 386. Constitution, 241. Speed, 262. Spirit, 293. Talent, S-Rank Flame Mastery. Unlocked flame forms, Blazing Flame, Dragon Flame. Clenching his fists, Lin Yu felt an unprecedented level of power. He raised his right hand, summoning a sphere of golden flames. The S-Rank flame doubled his strength to a staggering 1,158. When the flame shifted to a deep crimson, he knew he had summoned the even mightier dragon flame. Although he was tempted to test the limits of this form, the current environment was far too constrained, so he reluctantly held back. His gaze fell on the charred remains of his bedding, and a resigned sigh escaped his lips. Just then, Lu Shiryun, her face flushed, hesitantly suggested, maybe you could sleep in our bed tonight? Yeah, Uncle Lin. Your bed is all burned up, chimed in little Ruku. Lin Yu chuckled awkwardly but didn't hesitate. He shrugged off his jacket and slipped into the bed. The double bed was already small, and with 3 people sharing it, space was tight. Suddenly, Ruku suggested, Mommy, you sleep on one side, Uncle Lin on the other, and I'll sleep in the middle so you can both protect me. Without waiting for a response, she wriggled her way between them. Before long, the little girl complained about being too hot in the middle and crawled over to the far left, inadvertently pushing Lu Shiryun closer to Lin Yu. Left with no choice, Lin Yu turned on his side, allowing Lu Shiryun to rest her head on his arm. With Ruku nestled in her arms and Lin Yu pressed against her back, the 3 of them finally settled in for the night. It wasn't until the latter half of the night that Lin Yu, after much tossing and turning, finally drifted into a light sleep. Little girl Ruku was sound asleep, her lips occasionally smacking, and a tiny droplet of crystal-clear drool dampened the pillow beside her. Before long, both Lu Shiryun and Ruku woke up one after another. Lu Shiryun retrieved bread, pastries, snacks, and water from her space ability to serve as breakfast. Shiryun, absorb these tier 1 crystal cores, Lin Yu said as he handed over 10 crystal cores. He had planned this last night. Since they were going to confront the Zombie King today, he couldn't risk taking the 2 women into danger. They needed the ability to protect themselves. No, Lu Shiryun refused without hesitation. Facing the Zombie King today is too dangerous. You should advance a tier first to ensure your safety. Trust me, I can handle it even without advancing a tier. Besides, when we meet Desir Xiong later, I can probably squeeze a few more out of him, Lin Yu chuckled. If Desir Xiong overheard this, he would probably curse, you shameless scoundrel, always trying to take advantage of me. This battle is too dangerous. I can't take you with me, but leaving you 2 here alone makes me uneasy. But, no buts. You have to trust me. Lin Yu looked at Lu Shiryun earnestly. I have a plan. Even if I don't advance a tier now, I might get a few more crystal cores from Desir Xiong later. Plus, my current stats are enough to handle the situation. Not to mention, I've already awakened the Dragon Flame state, which makes me even stronger. On the other hand, if you 2 don't have the ability to protect yourselves, you'll become my weakness. Only if you grow stronger can I fight without any worries. Lu Shiryun gazed at him silently for a long moment before nodding. All right, I'll listen to you. I won't be a burden to you. Lin Yu carefully explained the key points to advancing a tier, emphasizing that she should pay attention to changes in her spatial talent during the breakthrough and strive to comprehend new spatial abilities. Once everything was prepared, Lu Shiryun began absorbing the crystal cores. As energy flowed into her, her aura gradually intensified, with spatial fluctuations flickering inconsistently, an indication that her spatial talent was becoming restless and evolving. She absorbed the energy very slowly, focusing intently on capturing the subtle changes in spatial flow. The process was both arduous and lengthy. One crystal core after another disappeared, and she hovered on the edge of enlightenment, always feeling close but never quite grasping it. Finally, with the absorption of the last crystal core, her body jolted, a powerful aura surged forth, and the surrounding space trembled violently. In that instant, she finally seized that elusive feeling, gaining new insights through the tier breakthrough. As the spatial fluctuations calmed, Lu Shiryun opened her eyes, her gaze brimming with joy. Did you figure it out? Lin Yu asked. Yes, let me show you. Like a student eager to share their top grade with a teacher, she couldn't wait to demonstrate her newfound power to the one she admired. Facing a wardrobe, she snapped her fingers lightly. The space around it instantly froze, then rippled like water before shattering into fragments, reducing the entire wardrobe to splinters. I call this move Mirror Flower, Water Moon. Freezing space first and then shattering Ithis is essentially 2 abilities. Very impressive, Lin Yu praised. Your stats must be quite strong, given your steer spatial talent. They're better than the average person. When I awakened my spatial talent, my strength increased by 50 points, magic power by 5,000, and other attributes by 30 points each. And steer talent is indeed remarkable. Your stats far surpass those of ordinary evolvers. Now that you've advanced and gained an offensive ability, you're officially a powerful combatant, Lin Yu said with a smile. Let me show you my stats, Lu Shiryun said as she displayed them. Codename, unnamed. Level, Tier 1, Level 0. Magic power, 22,600. Strength, 326. Constitution, 168. Speed, 168. Spirit, 170. Talent, steer infinite space. This was the classic stat profile of a strong steer talent user, suggesting she hadn't consumed many attribute-enhancing fruits. Compared to Wang Hao, the steer anti-magic user they encountered earlier, she was much more powerful. Lin Yu speculated that Wang Hao's steer talent might have only granted him a 30-point boost to all attributes. How do my stats look? Lu Shiyun asked. Not bad, very strong. How do they compare to yours? Well, there's a bit of a gap. Lin Yu replied vaguely with a smile. Even without advancing a tier, his stats already surpassed hers. Once he advanced and his attributes doubled, the gap would only widen. You two stay here and wait for me. I should be back by the afternoon, Lin Yu said, pinching Rukesh's cheek gently. Be safe. Don't push yourself too hard. If things get dangerous, run. He'll be waiting for you, Lu Shiyun said softly as she adjusted his collar, her tenderness resembling that of a wife sending her husband off. Come back safely, uncle, the little girl said with hopeful eyes. Don't be so serious. It's just a zombie king, Lin Yu said with a grin, cherishing this warm moment before heading toward the hotel where Desir Xiong was. Desir Xiong, I'm here. Lin Yu shouted as he entered the hotel. It was only 8 a.m., and the place was eerily quiet. His voice echoed through the building, eliciting a roar from the third floor, followed by rustling sounds all around. Why haven't you advanced to Tier 1 yet? Desir Xiong, dressed in a black suit, appeared with a frown, followed by 23 Tier 1 zombies. Lin Yu's eyes lit up. Brother, it's too dangerous to fight the zombie king without advancing. What if something happens to me? Who'll take care of my wife and kid? Lin Yu began his performance. If you want me to risk my life for your grand plan of uniting the zombies, you've got to make sure my family can protect themselves. How about giving me another 10 crystal cores? Once I break through to Tier 1, the mission will be foolproof. Desir Xiong felt his chest tighten with frustration, nearly exploding in anger. Never in his life had he met someone so shameless. But he managed to suppress his fury. He had advanced from Tier 1, Level 3 to Tier 1, Level 5 just yesterday. The urgent priority was to eliminate the other zombie king and unite the ancient town. After that, Tier 1 crystal cores would be abundant. I can only give you 5. Any more, and I'd be left with nothing, Desir Xiong said, his face dark with reluctance. Brother, 5 just won't cut it. Lin Yu pleaded urgently. Come on, make it 6. Without that, I can't advance. After a lengthy back and forth, Lin Yu's persistence finally wore him down. Desir Xiong let out a low, guttural growl, his expression grim. Suddenly, 6 first-tier zombies under his control twisted their own heads off like macabre marionettes. The scene was both chilling and grotesque. Wasting no time, Lin Yu collected the crystal cores and dashed up to the second floor, a grin spreading across his face. He knew the process of advancing to the first tier was both swift and safe, so he casually chose a room and began absorbing the energy. As each crystal core dissolved into pure power, he felt his internal energy surge and climb higher. When the final core's energy was absorbed, it was as though an invisible shackle inside him shattered. A torrent of raw power erupted from within, flooding every fiber of his being. This was the unlocking of human potential. A terrifying surge of magical energy exploded outward, forming a towering pillar of light that blasted through the hotel ceiling and pierced the sky. The entire building shuddered under the sheer force of his aura. The hotel echoed with guttural growls and anguished howls as the zombies inside reacted to Lin Yu's overwhelming magical presence. Fear and unease rippled through them. Even Desir Xiong, standing on the first floor, felt the crushing weight of Lin Yu's power. His pupils shrank to pinpoints as he silently thanked his luck for not crossing Lin Yu earlier. After about 10 minutes, the blinding pillar of energy dissipated, the power retreating back into Lin Yu's body. He stretched, his joints cracking with satisfying snaps, and felt an intoxicating strength coursing through him. He opened his status panel. Alias, Magician. Level, Tier 1, Level 0. Mana, 69,000. Strength, 772. Constitution, 482. Speed, 524. Spirit, 586. Talent, S-Class Flame Mastery. Unlocked fire forms, Blazing Flames, Dragon's Fire. The stats were monstrous. With such absurd attributes, Lin Yu could easily crush first-tier zombies and even hold his own against second-tier ones. His power was leagues beyond ordinary evolvers, even those with S-Class talents, leaving them in the dust. Heh! Lin Yu chuckled, clenching his fists. Once I hit Tier 6, I can finally set that plan into motion. His rebirth had gifted him an arsenal of secrets. Even with his supposedly weakest F-Class talent, he had a head start. As long as he followed his strategy to claim that ancient artifact and recruit a few exceptional allies, he could slay that terrifying beast and seize the soul flame. If he managed to absorb its power, there was a chance his talent could evolve to SS class. Pulling himself out of his thoughts, Lin Yu descended the stairs. Desir Xiong watched him approach, his face calm, but his heart was in turmoil. Just one glance from Lin Yu was enough to make his mana falter and flow sluggishly, a level of oppressive power he had never encountered before. Let's move. That zombie king's forces far outnumber ours, De Shixiang said, taking a deep breath to steady himself. De Shixiang, don't worry about splitting the crystal cores with me. How about this: whoever kills them keeps them? Deal? Lin Yu's lips curled into a smirk as he licked them. The thought of the countless first-tier zombies under the enemy's command was enough to make his blood boil with excitement. Deal. The two of them, accompanied by the remaining 17 first-tier zombies, left the hotel. De Shixiang unleashed a deafening roar, sending tremors through the ground. From every direction, hordes of zombies began converging, their sheer numbers making Lin Yu's scalp tingle. Under De Shixiang's command, this massive army of tens of thousands surged forward, an unstoppable tide heading northeast into the territory of another zombie king. To be continued. Lin Yu stood in the midst of the zombie horde, a gleam of excitement flashing in his eyes. It was rare to encounter such a dense gathering of Tier 1 zombies. In just half an hour, he had collected 16 Tier 1 crystal cores. Fully immersed in the rhythm of killing, he paid no attention to anything else around him. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the surroundings, and all the zombies froze in place. Lin Yu's heart tightened, but he seized the opportunity to dart quickly through the horde, snatching 2 more crystal cores before coming to a stop. These 2 corpses had been brought by Desir Xiong's subordinates. Hey man, that's enough. You're about to wipe out all the Tier 1 zombies here, Desir Xiong's voice called out. I'm just helping you out, aren't I? Lin Yu replied with a grin. Though Desir Xiong's face darkened, he said nothing. After all, if Lin Yu hadn't cleared out so many Tier 1 zombies, Desir Xiong would have been overwhelmed long ago, let alone had a chance to subdue the zombie king. You've subdued it? Lin Yu asked in surprise, his gaze fixed on the now Tier 2 zombie king. How did you manage that? A higher tier zombie submitting to a lower tier one? That's unbelievable. A fleeting thought crossed his mind: should he take this chance to eliminate all the higher tier zombies? But he quickly dismissed the idea. Let's go, Lin Yu said simply before leaping away. This trip had been fruitful, yielding a total of 37 Tier 1 crystal cores. Next stop, Tianhai City, he murmured to himself. It was the 13th day of the apocalypse. Under the influence of Lin Yu's butterfly effect, the rate of evolution in the Daxia Kingdom far surpassed that of his previous life. The ranking board now listed 26 Tier 1 evolvers, with Lin Yu at 9th place and Lu Shiyun at 7th. This wasn't surprising. Some individuals' innate talent allowed for faster early-stage progression. For example, Desir Xiong had many subordinates willing to offer him crystal cores, while spirit summoners could use their spirit beast's keen senses to locate targets more easily. Lin Yu scanned the leaderboard and noticed that Dawn, the strongest figure from his previous life, had yet to ascend to Tier 1. However, he knew all too well that fast progression didn't necessarily equate to overwhelming strength. No one on the current leaderboard was a match for Dawn except perhaps himself. I wonder if Jinger has awakened her abilities yet, he thought, recalling the woman who had vowed to surpass him. On the highway leading to Tianhai City, Lu Shiyun skillfully maneuvered her G-Wagon through various obstacles. When the road was blocked by 7 or 8 cars haphazardly piled together, Lin Yu leapt out and kicked the obstructions aside with ease. With the path cleared, they sped forward without hindrance. Unbeknownst to them, a massive mutated eagle with a wingspan of 10 meters was soaring in the same direction high above them, with a lone figure standing atop its back. Meanwhile, in a hotel lobby, Chen Jinger was organizing the day's tasks. Since Lin Yu's departure 3 days ago, her team of 17 had remained stable. 4 core members had reached level 10, while the remaining 13 women had all reached level 9, making them one of the top forces among the evolvers in the ancient town. Today, we'll push westward to the backstreets and aim to kill 3 more Tier 1 zombies to collect a total of 10 crystal cores, Chen Jinger said. The team responded with enthusiasm. After lunch, just as the team stepped out of the hotel, they were intercepted. The man blocking their path was Lu Qi, the first person in Kuan City to ascend to Tier 3 in the previous life, and the one who had obtained the Fire Dragon's essence. Unfortunately for him, Lin Yu had beaten him to it in this life, robbing him of not only the Fire Dragon's essence but also other treasures. Still, some people seemed born with luck. Since the apocalypse began, the animals in Xiyun Mountain Zoo had mutated, some slaughtering each other, others escaping into the wilderness. So, you're the only team left in the West Street? Lu Qi asked, his gaze sweeping over the group with a hint of disdain. What do you want? Chen Jinger asked, frowning. Lu Qi nodded inwardly, noting that even the weakest among them was at level 9. He seemed satisfied. Not bad. You're qualified to join me as my subordinates, he said, secretly hoping that some of them might turn out to be awakened individuals. A fierce life-and-death battle between a tiger and a leopard was unfolding in this desolate wilderness, showcasing the most primal form of combat. The two beasts fought relentlessly, but in the end, both succumbed to severe injuries and collapsed. Just then, Lu Qi happened to pass by and witnessed the scene. His strength awakened ability, power assimilation, activated instantly, absorbing the tiger's brute strength and the leopard's unparalleled speed. A subordinate? Chun Jinger sneered, casually twirling her jet black hair between her fingers. I think it would make more sense for you to become my subordinate. Lu Qi's expression remained calm, but a glint of sharpness flashed in his eyes. I'll show you all what true strength really means. Before his words had fully settled, his figure vanished like a phantom from where he stood. Watch out, Sister Jing, someone shouted in alarm. In the blink of an eye, Lu Qi reappeared right in front of Qin Jinger. Xiaowen reacted swiftly, forming hand seals with lightning speed. Ice shield. A massive, crystalline shield of ice materialized in front of Qin Jinger. However, this seemingly impenetrable defense shattered like fragile glass under the force of Lu Qi's tiger-strengthened punch. A heavy silence descended upon the group. Even Xiaowen's strongest ice shield had been obliterated in one blow. The realization hit them hard. This man's power was far beyond anything they had anticipated. Lu Qi pressed his advantage, his fists moving like a storm. Qin Jinger tried to evade, but his speed was overwhelming, his movements relentless. Forced to take the full brunt of a devastating punch, she was sent flying like a broken kite, crashing heavily to the ground. Sister Jing! The group cried out in panic, launching a coordinated counterattack without hesitation. Yang Shanshan activated her ability, and the ground beneath Lu Qi's feet instantly turned to quicksand. His legs began sinking rapidly, and within 10 seconds, he would be completely engulfed. Lu Qi's expression grew tense as he strained every muscle in his body to resist the downward pull, barely managing to hold his position. At that moment, Xiaowen let out a thunderous shout. Several massive ice spikes materialized in midair and hurtled toward Lu Qi with terrifying force. Simultaneously, countless razor-sharp wind blades sliced through the air, forming an inescapable barrage of deadly attacks. For the first time, Lu Qi felt a flicker of unease. He hadn't expected to face 3 highly skilled ability users working in such seamless harmony. If he couldn't free himself from the quicksand trap soon, he might truly find himself in serious danger. Open up! Lu Qi roared, his voice echoing like thunder as a surge of raw magic erupted from his body. He slammed his hands into the sandpit with a deafening impact, sending a shockwave that scattered sand in every direction. Using the momentum, his legs coiled and sprung with explosive force. Like a predator, he darted out of the pit in an instant. A quick roll followed, narrowly evading the deadly ice spikes and slicing wind blades that tore through the air behind him. His power is overwhelming. I can't hold him for long, Yang Shanshan murmured, her face pale and drained of color. The strain of her binding spell had sapped her energy entirely. A heavy silence fell among the group. Each of them felt the suffocating weight of Lu Qi's strength. There was no doubt wasn't class awakener. You've impressed me, truly, Lu Qi said, his tone laced with both mockery and grudging respect as he rose to his feet, his disheveled appearance betraying his earlier struggle. And class awakener, brought to this state by a few of you? Remarkable. But don't think for a second you can trap me again. I've seen through your tricks. Internally, he smirked. These 3 were far more formidable than the A-class gifted individuals he'd faced before. Such rare talents were exactly what he was after. Without warning, Lu Qi stomped the ground, launching himself forward like a blade unleashed from its sheath. His target was clear Yang Shanshan. Her sand manipulation ability was the most troublesome, and she had to be taken out first. Thorns of the sand. Yang Shanshan's eyes widened as she summoned massive tendrils of sand that erupted from the ground, lashing toward Lu Qi. But his speed was blinding. He weaved through the sandy barrage with ease, closing the distance in a heartbeat. His fist shot forward, aimed directly at her face. In that critical moment, a figure darted in front of Yang Shanshan, intercepting the attack. The impact sent the defender hurtling through the air, crashing onto the ground with bone-jarring force. Jingjia! The group cried out in unison. Qin Jinger lay sprawled on the ground, coughing up blood. Her body trembled from the blow, as if her very organs had shifted inside her. But Lu Qi wasn't finished. His second punch followed immediately, ruthless and unrelenting. This time, Yang Shanshan couldn't escape. The strike connected, and a trail of crimson droplets sprayed into the air as she was flung backward. I'll kill you. Lu Yu's voice was a raw snarl as he charged, his eyes blazing with unrestrained fury. Razor-sharp wind blades materialized around him, slashing toward Lu Qi in a relentless storm. Useless, Lu Qi sneered, his movements fluid and unpredictable as he danced through the onslaught. But his confidence faltered as he slammed into a towering ice wall that had appeared out of nowhere. Shield formation. Xiaowen's voice rang out, commanding authority. For thick ice shields rose in unison, encircling Lu Qi. Ice explosion, he shouted, his hands trembling with exertion. The shields detonated in a spectacular burst of frost and shards. Xiaowen collapsed to one knee, his breathing labored. The successive use of his powerful abilities had drained him to his limits. You should be proud, came Lu Qi's voice, muffled but chillingly calm, from within the cloud of ice and debris. As the dust settled, he emerged, his expression dark, a thin trail of blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. To push me this far. Not bad at all. The group's faces froze in disbelief. Even after such a devastating attack, he was still standing. Tempest slash. Lin Yu roared, pouring every ounce of his remaining strength into his ability. A raging tornado of wind blades formed, surging toward Lu Qi with destructive force. Break! Lu Qi bellowed, his rage boiling over. He hadn't been this humiliated even in the chaotic streets of Central District. To be injured by a few A-class awakeners? Unforgivable. With a burst of energy, his fist shattered the whirlwind, scattering the blades like leaves in a storm. Before anyone could react, he moved like lightning, striking both Lin Yu and Xiaowen with brutal precision, sending them hurtling through the air. Let me know if you'd like me to continue with the next part of the scene. Lu Qi's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the scene before him. The massive black scythe had pierced right through his tiger claw. His arm remained unscathed, but an excruciating pain racked his spirit. The scythe came slashing again, forcing Lu Qi to sidestep quickly to evade. He didn't dare block it heeding. His opponent's ability was far too bizarre. What shocked him even more was that Chen Jinger's speed was on par with his own. The scythe came at him in relentless strikes, leaving him with no room to escape. 3 times he had no choice but to block it directly, and each time, the scythe passed through him, delivering an even more intense pain to his soul. You can cut through souls. Lu Qi was horrified. He realized that every time the scythe struck him, his mental power on the attribute panel dropped by 2 points. In just a few moments, he had lost 8 points equivalent to the value of 8 green attribute fruits. This discovery filled him with rage. Determined to shift tactics, Lu Qi activated his speed ability to its fullest, aiming to close the distance for a direct attack. This time, he managed to dodge the scythe and charge right up to Chen Jinger, his tiger claw aiming straight for her head. Even if it cost him 2 points of mental power, he was resolved to end it with one decisive blow. Jingjia, watch out! Yang Shanshan's warning rang out. But Chen Jinger remained calm, her pupils suddenly morphing into crescent moons. Soul bind, she declared. Lu Qi's tiger claw froze midair, restrained by an invisible force that bound his very soul. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Jinger struck 3 more times with her scythe, draining another 6 points of his mental power. Unleashing a terrifying burst of energy, Lu Qi finally broke free from the binding force and immediately retreated to create distance. Gasping for air, he calculated his options. Close combat was futile, and he had no means of attacking from range. If this continued, his mental power would be completely depleted, and he'd likely end up as nothing more than a vegetable. Farewell. Lu Qi shouted decisively, turning to flee. He had already concluded that Chen Jinger had awakened in strength ability, making her a formidable force in their small town. Yongzhou, did I say you could leave? Chen Jinger's icy voice echoed from behind. You've injured everyone from Yongzhou, and now you think you can just run away? It's not that simple. Hearing this, Lu Qi quickened his pace, but then he heard Chen Jinger call out, Madam Lin. To his shock, a parked motorcycle on the roadside emitted a black glow and began moving on its own, gliding over to her. With a graceful leap, she landed on the bike, her formidable-long scythe resting on her shoulder. Standing tall with her legs straight, she pursued him at high speed on the eerie, self-driving machine. Big sister, I was wrong. Please stop chasing me. Lu Qi was on the verge of tears. After some back-and-forth negotiation, a defeated Lu Qi reluctantly handed over all 3 of his Tier 1 crystal cores in exchange for his freedom. He swore to himself that once he returned, he would venture into the mountains to hunt mutated beasts and acquire a long-range attack ability. As Lu Qi's figure disappeared into the distance, Chen Jinger chose not to chase after him further. However, her body suddenly wavered, and she nearly fell off the motorcycle. 2 slightly injured female warriors carefully helped Chen Jinger to her feet. Her face was pale, her body trembling slightly clearly. The intense battle had drained her of much of her strength. Her motorcycle disappeared into thin air in a flicker of black light. Let's head back for now. Everyone's pretty banged up. We should take a day to rest and recover, someone suggested. Exhausted, the group made their way back to the hotel lobby, assisting each other in tending to their wounds. One team member, while treating his injuries, sighed, a few broken ribs. It's going to take at least 7 or 8 days to heal, even for an evolver. Jingjia is amazing. Yang Shanshan exclaimed excitedly. She awakened in steer ability and managed to drive off that powerful enemy. With this, Yongzhou can now be considered a formidable force in this town. The group nodded in agreement and suggested, Jingjia, you should absorb all these Tier 1 crystals. As in steer, breaking through Tier 1 will benefit Yongzhou the most. Although Qin Jinger's strength had been unremarkable before, she was now undoubtedly the second strongest in Yongzhou, surpassed only by Lin Yu. Qin Jinger didn't decline. She was utterly exhausted. Awakening her ability and immediately engaging in such a fierce battle had pushed her to her limits. Following Lin Yu's advice, she had been saving her free attribute points, waiting to distribute them strategically after awakening her ability. Now, she could finally unleash the power she had been holding back. She allocated all 25 free attribute points, accumulated from levels 5 to 10, to her mental strength. Then, she took out 10 Tier 1 crystals, the original 7 she had, plus 3 she had seized from Lu Kai, just enough to break through Tier 1. Her Black Scythe, the Death Reaper, possessed a unique devouring ability, allowing it to permanently sever an opponent's mental strength and convert 10% of it into her own. In the previous battle, she had harvested 14 points of mental strength from Lu Qi, gaining an additional 1.4 points for herself. Though this increase seemed small, over time, and with more battles, it would gradually accumulate into a terrifying power. As the last crystal core vanished, Qin Jinger successfully ascended to Tier 1. She eagerly opened her attribute panel to check her stats. Codename: Unnamed, Level, Tier 1, Level 0, Magic, 32,600, Strength, 232, Constitution, 226, Speed, 352, Spirit, 504, Talent, S-Class Reaper Soul. These stats were far more powerful than before, even surpassing Lu Shiyun. With her soul-related talent, Reaper's Soul, Qin Jinger had allocated all her free attribute points to Spirit. The boost from consuming attribute fruits before her evolution, the improvements she obtained with Lin Yu in the trading market, and the additional 50 points to all 4 attributes upon awakening her S-Class talent had culminated in this terrifying set of stats. While she was still a step behind Lin Yu, she had far exceeded the average S-Class talent holder. What should I call my codename? Qin Jinger frowned in thought. Suddenly, inspiration struck her. I'll go with Chan sits above. I want to sit at the top. Without that belief, I might not have awakened today. She was thoroughly satisfied with the symbolic name, oblivious to any potential oddities. Meanwhile, on the World Forum, arguments among evolutionaries from various countries raged on as usual. Look at the top ranker from Desir called Big Wet Bro. Just from the name, you can tell they're a nobody. When the 100 Nations War begins, they'll make sure they wet their pants. That so-called magician sounds like a cheap trickster. Yet they're in Desir's top 10? What a joke. Desir's men are nothing special, but their women are stunningly beautiful. Iron Man? Daring to challenge Big Wet Bro? Sakura dogs, you're done for. Crush Sakura. Desir keeps its word. Where's the bombing squad? I want to join and flatten that disgusting country. Elsewhere, in a grand palace in Great Britain, 4 figures stood silently. The Sun Knight, shrouded in radiant sunlight, reported to King Arthur, the strength of Black Knight legend exceeds expectations. The Thunder Knight and I can defeat him together, but subduing him would be difficult. We may need your intervention. King Arthur's expression remained calm. They'll handle it personally. With his addition, the 12 knights will finally reach 4. The 100 Nations conflict is imminent. We must act swiftly. The Sun Knight exuded confidence. There are experts everywhere. Desir, Sakura, Hika, and the Celestial Nation all have formidable strength. I've seen Scorpion King in action on the forum. She's impressive, but if I face him, I'm sure of my victory. Meanwhile, on a highway, a black G-Wagon sped along. Lin Yu sat in the passenger seat, using his mental powers to check the trading market. The 2 drops of dragon blood and 7 cards he had listed were still untouched. Though there were several trade offers, they were all low-value items from opportunists trying to take advantage. Lin Yu declined them all. These items were too valuable to him, and for now, he was simply using the trading market as a storage space. Well-reached Tian High City after passing through the Jade Tunnel ahead, Lu Shiyun said from the driver's seat, her gaze fixed on the dark tunnel entrance ahead. A faint unease crept over her. That tunnel looks like a giant mouth. Ruku, sitting in the back seat, poked her head out and blinked her wide eyes as she spoke. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes, staring at the tunnel entrance. Though he didn't see anything unusual, a sense of foreboding stirred within him. When they were still some distance away, he suddenly called out, "Stop the car." The G-Wagon came to a smooth halt. Lin Yu stepped out and walked to the tunnel entrance. The power system seemed to be down, leaving the interior pitch black. He conjured a fireball and hurled it into the darkness. The brief eruption of sparks illuminated the tunnel for a moment, but nothing unusual was revealed. Maybe we're overthinking it. Let's go. Lin Yu returned to the car, still feeling a faint unease, though not enough to alarm him. Even if something was lurking, they were ready to face it. The G-Wagon rolled into the tunnel, its headlights cutting through the darkness and lighting the path ahead. As they moved forward, they scanned their surroundings. Everything appeared normal, though the silence was unnervingly absolute. Lu Shiyun took a deep breath, slowly easing her tense nerves. With determination, she pressed down on the accelerator, and the car shot into the tunnel like an arrow leaving the bow. As time passed, an unusual sensation began to envelop the two of them. The jade-green tunnel, which was supposedly less than 2 kilometers long, seemed endless. 3 or 4 minutes had gone by, yet there was no sign of an exit, not even the faintest glimmer of light. Instinctively, Lu Shiyun's fingers tightened around the steering wheel. Another 10 minutes passed, and the car continued moving through the seemingly infinite tunnel. Yuga, do you think we've stumbled into something strange? Her voice carried a hint of unease. Maybe, Lin Yu replied, his brows furrowed. A 2-kilometer tunnel that feels like we've driven nearly 30 kilometers without reaching the end? It's either an illusion, we're trapped in some kind of rule-bound space, or we've already left the original tunnel and entered another dimension. He paused, deep in thought. We might have accidentally wandered into a secret realm, Lin Yu explained further. After the apocalypse, alternate dimensions and parallel spaces had started appearing more frequently. These places, often referred to as secret realms, were known to hold opportunities but were equally rife with deadly dangers. Secret realms varied widely in nature. Some were tied to universal laws and required specific conditions or realm keys to enter, while others could only be accessed by sheer luck. Let's get out of the car and take a look around. Bringing the vehicle to a halt, Lu Shiyun stored the G-Class SUV into her spatial storage. In the oppressive darkness, the three of them stood hand in hand, forming a line. The silence around them was suffocating. Suddenly, a deafening chime echoed through the tunnel, reverberating endlessly. As the sound faded, a faint glow appeared on the tunnel wall ahead. Upon closer inspection, it was a half-open door, seemingly beckoning them silently. Interesting, Lin Yu murmured, narrowing his eyes. Let's see what's behind that door. The three cautiously approached the source of light. As they pushed the creaking door open, they were greeted by the sight of a spacious stone chamber. In the center stood a stone table, surrounded by seated figures. At the head of the table sat a bizarre creature wearing a bull-headed mask, clearly not human. Congratulations. This time, we have 3 newcomers, the creature announced, its voice devoid of any emotion. The people seated on either side of the table turned their heads in unison to look at them. Their faces displayed a mix of expressions, some grotesque, some joyful, some despairing, and some filled with pity, creating an unsettling scene. Where is this place? Lin Yu asked, locking eyes with the bull-headed figure. This is the dwelling of demons, the bull-headed creature replied. Demons? Lin Yu's frown deepened. He searched his mind for memories of his past life. Demons were typically powerful beings who had awakened to dark powers. They could be dark-evolved humans, or even dark beasts. Please, have a seat. The Minotaur gestured toward the stone bench by the table with an arm that resembled withered vines. Emerging from the creature's sleeve was not a hand, but a gnarled, dried vine. Lin Yu led his 2 companions to the stone table and sat down, glancing around. Around the table were already seated 19 individuals, leaving 6 empty spots. In a calm voice, the bull-headed creature began to explain. For the newcomers, let me explain. Every day, a death game takes place here. The loser dies. You have 10 minutes to discuss and choose which game to play. As the words left its mouth, the other 15 people fixed their gazes on Lin Yu and his group. Their expressions were complex, somewhat cautious, somewhat resigned. They exchanged glances, nodding slightly as if reaching a silent agreement. Excuse me, can someone tell me what's going on here? Lin Yu asked, scanning the group. No one responded. Lu Shiyun spoke in a low, serious tone. Brother Yu, I have a bad feeling about this. These people arrived here before us. They must know a lot, but none of them are willing to share. It doesn't matter, Lin Yu replied softly. Time's up. Tell me your decision. The bull-headed creature interrupted. We choose number 3. The 15 individuals shouted in unison. All right, noted, the creature said before changing its tone. However, this time, the newcomers will decide which game to play. The announcement left the 15 people stunned. Shock quickly turned to anger. A burly man slammed the table with his fist and stood up. You're breaking the rules, he roared. Ha, here. I am the rules, the Minotaur replied mockingly, its eyes glinting with amusement. What? You have a problem with that? The man glared at the creature but, after a tense moment, sat back down, clearly unwilling to challenge it further. Lin Yu smirked faintly. He had already seen through this place's nature. Rules were made, but they could be broken at will. There are 10 games in total. Which one will you choose? The bull-headed creature turned its attention to Lin Yu and his companions. The others followed suit, their gazes heavy with expectation. The burly man's eyes carried a hint of menace. Let's go with game 2, Lin Yu said nonchalantly. Hearing his choice, the 15 others collectively exhaled in relief, though their expressions remained tense. Brother Yu, do you even know what this game is about? Lu Shiyun asked in a hushed voice. No idea. Just picked one at random. Are you serious? We don't know anything about the rules. Shouldn't we try to figure that out first? Don't worry. Just follow my lead, Lin Yu reassured her. The game begins, the Minotaur declared, holding 2 decks of cards with its vine-like fingers. It began to deal 2 cards to each participant. After peeking at their cards, the burly man was the first to speak. Hit me, he said, and the creature dealt him another card. His pupils contracted slightly as he glanced at it, but his face betrayed no emotion. 5 of the 8 people to Lin Yu's left also asked for additional cards. Is this some version of bullfighting? Lu Shiyun observed. Maybe, Lin Yu replied casually. From what he had seen so far, he was certain this was neither a secret realm nor a space governed by rigid rules. It was simply a bizarre game orchestrated by a powerful being. Your turn, the Minotaur prompted Lin Yu. I'll take a card. Not going to check your hand first? Doesn't matter. The exchange drew stares from everyone at the table. Asking for a card without even looking at his hand was an act that defied common sense. Lu Shiyun and the other companion followed suit, also requesting cards without peeking at their hands. Everyone, reveal your cards, the bull-headed creature announced. When the cards were flipped, the burly man's face turned deathly pale. He had drawn AK 2 points, the lowest possible score. He slumped in his seat, his face ashen. Wisps of black fog, heavy with despair, began to rise from his head and dissipate into the air. Do it, the Minotaur said, tossing a dagger onto the table. A middle-aged man stood up, picked up the dagger, and walked behind the burly man. The latter sat motionless, his face devoid of hope or resistance. The dagger flashed, and blood sprayed out. The burly man clutched his throat and collapsed, his eyes filled with both despair and a hint of relief. The bull-headed creature dragged the corpse away with its vine-like limbs, leaving behind a pool of blood. The remaining 14 participants sat pale-faced, the same wisps of black despair rising from their heads. Once the creature had left, the group relaxed slightly. A bespectacled man approached Lin Yu and his companions. Hey there, young man. We've been trapped here for 15 days. Do you know what's going on in the outside world? 15 days? You were trapped here before the apocalypse started? No, we entered this tunnel on the 8th day of the apocalypse. You're lying. We just got here, and today is the 13th day of the apocalypse, Lin Yu said coldly. We're not lying, a frail woman interjected weakly. I came here on the 9th day of the apocalypse, and I've been here for 14 days. So you're saying 5 days passed outside, but 15 days passed here, the bespectacled man said, his voice tinged with fear. The woman crawled to Lin Yu's feet, clutching his pants as she begged. Do you have any food? Please, give me a little. I don't think I can survive the next game. I'll do anything you ask, just give me something to eat. Lin Yu looked down at the woman, her face pale from hunger, though her features were delicate and her figure striking. He gestured to Lu Shiyun. Give them some. Lu Shiyun retrieved food and water from her bag and placed them on the table. The others' eyes lit up, and they scrambled to grab the provisions. A single bottle of water was shared among 3 people. After a few minutes, Lin Yu asked, you said you've been trapped here for over 10 days. How have you been surviving without food or water? After eating, the survivors' faces finally regained a hint of color. The middle-aged man spoke slowly, revealing the rules of this place. Every 3 days, the Minotaur would appear, forcing them to participate in a death game. The loser would inevitably die, and their corpse would be taken away by the Minotaur. Meanwhile, every other day, they had to engage in a food game, where only the winner had a chance to obtain food. The Minotaur gives you food? But this place looks completely barren, Lu Shiyun asked, her tone filled with doubt. Lin Yu interjected. I suspect the so-called food is actually the flesh of those who lose the death game, isn't it? His words plunged the group into silence. Everyone present understood the grim truth behind the food, but they had no choice but to accept this cruel reality in order to survive. The creature said that if we survive for 30 days, we'll gain our freedom. A survivor murmured softly. Lin Yu's eyes narrowed as a thought struck him. He recalled the traits of a certain dark entity creatures that fed on the purest form of despair, growing stronger by consuming negative emotions. Now, he finally understood. What they were dealing with was a dark being that thrived on despair. It trapped people in this place, orchestrating games to generate fear while dangling hope, creating an endless cycle to harvest more despair. If this dark entity was a mutated beast, it would have already ventured into the city to hunt, where it could gather far more despair. But it remains confined to this tunnel. That means it cannot leave. This is a plant-based mutated dark entity, Lin Yu declared, sharing his deduction. But how do you explain the difference in the flow of time? Lu Shiyun asked. Lin Yu explained calmly. It's simple. These people are isolated from the outside world and constantly immersed in fear. Naturally, they believe whatever the Minotaur tells them. A scholarly-looking man suddenly spoke up. Come to think of it, do you remember? Every time newcomers arrive, the Minotaur only mentions that there will be games every day but never explains the specific rules. The realization dawned on the group. In this space devoid of day and night, with their minds perpetually on edge, they had no way of accurately perceiving the passage of time. So, what do we do now? The survivors turned their hopeful gazes toward Lin Yu. In a realm formed by condensed emotions, the only way to break free is to locate and kill the one responsible for creating it, Lin Yu said decisively. Someone shouted in despair. Is the creator that Minotaur? Or the monster in the mist? They're too terrifying, can't possibly kill them. At that moment, a man in his 60s stepped forward, warning the group, don't listen to his nonsense. Anyone who breaks the rules will die. Have you all forgotten what happened to those before us? His words made the group hesitate, fear creeping back into their eyes. Someone chimed in, that's right. Even those powerful level 8 evolvers, and those with water-based abilities died when they tried to resist. Brother Yu, what do we do now? Lu Shuryan asked, turning to Lin Yu. A cold glint flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. If we want to escape this illusion, we must find and kill the one responsible. I can't afford to waste any more time here. After a moment of thought, Lu Shuryan added, if the dark entity feeds on despair, then as long as we cut off its source of nourishment, it will have no choice but to reveal itself. Lin Yu gave her an approving look, then issued an order. Bring out 10 boxes of instant noodles, 10 boxes of water, and all other supplies. When the supplies were piled up beside the two of them, they instantly drew the hungry gazes of everyone around. Lin Yu scanned the group and said, anyone willing to join me in killing the creature can share in this food? The old man shouted again, don't listen to him. Defying the creature will only lead to death. Lin Yu smirked coldly. In the end, 3 people mustered their courage and stepped forward to stand by his side. The atmosphere in the stone chamber was heavy and oppressive. A frail woman broke the silence with a trembling voice. Can we eat? Hunger gleamed in her eyes. She hadn't had even a morsel of food in days. Go ahead, Lin Yu nodded in approval. The 3, now given permission, tore open the instant noodle packages without hesitation, devouring the food ravenously. Their actions immediately caught the attention of the 11 people across the room. Greed flickered in their eyes, and some couldn't help but let their saliva drip. Everyone. A sinister voice broke the tension. We might not be able to fight those monsters, but taking food from this guy? That's easy enough, isn't it? The words struck like a spark to dry tinder, igniting murmurs of agreement. Eyes turned feral, and among them were even a few notorious criminals who had once resorted to cannibalism. Lu Shuryan noticed their intentions and frowned deeply. Heh. Lin Yu let out a cold laugh. I've got a faster way to lure out the dark creatures. These people, he thought, were no longer deserving of pity. Lu Shuryan understood instantly. Originally, they had planned to sever the dark creature's power source in a non-violent way, but now, that seemed unnecessary. Mirror illusion? Lu Shuryan murmured as she raised her right hand and snapped her fingers lightly. A strange ripple spread outward like water, and the 5 people at the front froze in place, their savage expressions locked on their faces. In the next moment, their bodies cracked like shattered glass before exploding into a rain of blood, scattering crimson droplets across the chamber. They're killing people. Screams of terror erupted from the rest of the group as blood and bits of flesh splattered across their faces and clothes. Shut up, Lin Yu commanded, his voice cold and unwavering. Flames gathered in his hand, coalescing into a massive fiery blade. Though constrained by the limited space of the stone chamber, the blade stretched 15 or 16 meters long, a fraction of Lin Yu's true power. Lin Yu wielded his blazing blade, his figure flashing through the crowd like a streak of lightning. In the instant the blade's light flickered, silence descended. The victims didn't even have time to scream before they were slashed in half, their bodies consumed by fire in mere moments. After finishing the gruesome act, Lin Yu calmly walked to the main seat and sat down, waiting for the one behind the scenes to appear. The vast room was left with only 3 survivors, trembling in fear after witnessing the carnage. Time seemed to stand still until the sound of steady footsteps shattered the silence. All eyes turned toward the doorway, where a figure wearing a bull-headed mask appeared. It surveyed the room, pausing in visible surprise when it saw the remaining survivors. Where are the others? They're all dead, Lin Yu replied, meeting its gaze with a cold smile. You killed them? The bull-headed creature roared in fury. They were food for the demon lord. How dare you kill them? You insolent wretch. It began stomping and rolling on the ground in a mad fit, hurling curses wildly. Mom, is it crazy? Ruko asked innocently. Having followed Lin Yu through many perilous encounters, her composure far surpassed that of the others present. You've broken the rules here. All of you must die. The bull-headed creature gradually regained its composure, rising to its feet with murderous intent gleaming in its eyes. Bring out your so-called demon, Lin Yu said calmly. Huh, you think you're worthy of meeting my master? The bull-headed creature sneered. Suddenly, several withered vines shot out from its sleeves, lunging at the group like venomous snakes. Lin Yu moved like lightning, grabbing the vines midair. With a powerful yank, he sent the bull-headed creature flying. He followed up with a swift kick to its chest, sending it crashing to the ground with a heavy thud. Flames erupted from Lin Yu's hand, racing along the vines toward the creature. Realizing the imminent danger, it decisively tore off its own arm to escape the fire. It then began chanting a strange incantation, as though summoning something. Moments later, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed as 5 grotesque monsters burst through the doors. Each was horrifyingly distinct. One stood 4 or 5 meters tall with a pumpkin head and dual axes, while another was headless, its torso adorned with a single bloodshot vertical eye. Ah! Monsters! A woman screamed, retreating to a corner in terror. They're only first tier, Lin Yu remarked, his expression lighting up with a hint of delight as he sensed their energy. Kill him! The bull-headed creature bellowed. At its command, the 5 monsters charged toward Lin Yu. Lin Yu's flaming blade extended over a meter long as he dashed forward, moving too fast for most to follow. Only Lu Shiyun could barely keep track of his movements. 5 flashes of light later, the monsters' heads fell to the ground, and the fiery blade was already resting against the bull-headed creature's neck. How is this possible? The bull-headed creature stared in disbelief at the fallen monsters. Such power, it thought, could only be rivaled by its master. Lin Yu raised his blade and severed the creature's remaining arm. It let out a piercing scream as Lin Yu slashed through its mask, revealing a face made of wood. You'll all die. Every last one of you will die. The wooden face twisted with terror. I'll give you 3 seconds, Lin Yu said coldly as he collected the monster's energy cores. After that, they'll send you to join your friends. The wooden face flickered with hesitation before it began chanting another incantation. The ground trembled, and a black light coalesced at the doorway, gradually taking on a humanoid form. When the light faded, a treant emerged. It had finely carved features and a muscular frame, but its hair was made of vines, and its skin resembled tree bark. Each step it took radiated an oppressive aura, its immense magical energy flooding the room. Lin Yu tensed, his entire body on high alert. The treant's overwhelming power suggested it was at least 2nd tier, possibly nearing 3rd tier. On the 13th day of the apocalypse, such strength was virtually unmatched. Though Lin Yu was only 1st tier, his magical energy had reached 69,000, and his spiritual power was 586, comparable to a 2nd tier level 10 evolver. Any opponent capable of pressuring him had to possess magic or spiritual strength far beyond his own. Useless fool, the treant growled, listening to the bull-headed creature's report. You couldn't even handle something this trivial. What use are you to me? It grabbed the bull-headed creature by the throat in a fit of rage. Master, please spare me. The plea was cut short as the treant snapped its neck. It discarded the corpse like trash, crushing it underfoot. So, you're the one who slaughtered my livestock? The treant's gaze locked onto Lin Yu as it advanced menacingly. 3rd tier? Lin Yu squinted, probing for confirmation. I was close, the treant replied, its wooden face twisting into a sinister grin. But you ruined it. How about this, you stay and become my servant? How about you lend me your energy core instead? Lin Yu retorted with a shout, launching himself at the treant. He closed the distance in a flash, channeling all his strength into a punch that landed squarely on its chest. Lin Yu unleashed a flurry of punches, but the treant stood motionless, letting the blows land without flinching. Is that all you've got? The treant mocked before countering with a punch of its own. Their fists collided, and the room erupted into a fierce exchange of blows, their movements too fast for ordinary eyes to follow. Let's see how you handle this. Lin Yu roared as his body erupted into flames. Activating his fire elemental ability, he entered his blazing form, shrouded in yellow magical flames. His power instantly doubled. Attack! Lin Yu roared, his entire body engulfed in blazing flames as he charged at the treant. His fists rained down like a violent storm, with the first punch landing squarely on the creature's chest. The sheer force of the blow sent the treant flying, blood seeping from its wooden body. This was the terrifying power of an S-class talent, doubling his primary attributes. The treant was stunned. How could a mere 1st-tier human unleash such devastating strength? But before it could process the shock, Lin Yu's flaming fists came hurtling toward it once more. Strength is meaningless if you can't land a hit, the treant sneered, its massive body surprisingly agile as it darted left and right, dodging every strike with ease. Lin Yu quickly realized his speed was no match for his opponents. The difference in power between their tiers was insurmountable. His 524 speed attribute paled in comparison to the treant's base 620, which had been boosted to an astonishing 1020 after its free attribute allocation. My turn. The treant's body blurred into multiple afterimages before delivering a crushing punch to Lin Yu's back. The impact hurled him across the room, his internal organs racked with pain. Seizing the momentum, the treant launched a relentless assault, its overwhelming speed leaving Lin Yu entirely on the defensive. Brother Yu, Uncle, Lu Shiyun and Lu Rook cried out, rushing to his aid. Without hesitation, Rook activated her healing ability, streams of green light flowing into Lin Yu's battered body, repairing his injuries at an incredible rate. But the Treant wasn't done. It lunged toward them, its massive form bearing down. Shiyun acted instantly. Mirror Mirage, she shouted, activating her innate ability. The space around the Treant froze momentarily before erupting in a violent detonation. Though the attack inflicted some damage, the two-tier gap between them meant it wasn't enough to take the creature down. Breaking free from the spatial constriction, the Treant retaliated with a devastating punch aimed at Shiyun. She quickly activated her ability again, but this time, the Treant was prepared. Its speed surged, allowing it to evade her spatial trap. Despite her repeated efforts, all she could do was by fleeting moments. Gritting her teeth, Shiyun stood her ground, knowing full well she was no match for the Treant. Yet she refused to retreat, determined to shield Lin Yu and Rook behind her. At the critical moment, Lin Yu's voice thundered through the chaos. Second form, Dragonflame mode, activate. It was his first time unlocking the Dragonflame state since awakening his S-class talent. In an instant, the golden flames surrounding him turned crimson, and a towering pillar of magical energy erupted skyward. The entire stone chamber trembled violently, debris raining down as the air grew suffocating with heat. The Treant's expression shifted to one of panic. Sensing the overwhelming power emanating from Lin Yu, it instinctively retreated. In Dragonflame mode, Lin Yu's primary attributes tripled, while his secondary attributes doubled. His speed alone surged from 524 to a staggering 1048. Though the mode consumed mana at an alarming rate, the boost in strength was nothing short of transformative. You okay? Lin Yu and Shiyun asked in unison, exchanging a brief glance before sharing a smile. I've never felt better. Let me handle this. Lin Yu clenched his fists, his confidence unwavering. I'm fine too. Be careful, Shiyun replied, her smile soft yet resolute. It's time to end this. Cloaked in crimson flames, Lin Yu strode forward with the aura of a deity descending upon the mortal plane. In this state, he believed he could take down even a third-tier opponent, despite the difference in rank. Strength alone won't save you. If you can't hit me, it's meaningless, the Treant said, feigning composure. But the oppressive energy radiating from Lin Yu sent waves of fear coursing through its core. Is that so? Lin Yu smirked, his figure vanishing in an instant. The next moment, he reappeared behind the Treant, his presence like a phantom of destruction. How could this be? Before the Treant could finish his sentence, a searing pain erupted from his abdomen. His eyes widened in shock, nearly bulging out of their sockets. Lin Yu's fist, swift as lightning, struck with relentless force, sending the Treant hurtling backward like a cannonball. Cough, cough. The Treant struggled to his feet, blood spilling from his mouth as he gasped for air. That seemingly ordinary punch had almost pierced through his body. Were it not for his true form, a vine-bound tree with resilience far beyond that of a human, he would have been obliterated by a single blow. Lin Yu, in his dragon flame form, was a force of pure terror. The Treant dared not hold back any longer. Wiping the blood from his lips, he unleashed a surge of black mist from his body, which rapidly engulfed the entire stone chamber. A suffocating aura of despair spread through the air, as if it sought to drag everyone present into an endless abyss. Behind Lin Yu, the three third revolvers immediately fell prey to the illusion. No, don't kill me, one screamed in panic. Honey, don't be afraid. I'll join you soon, another cried out, his voice trembling with anguish. Their faces contorted with fear, grief, and sorrow, before finally succumbing to utter despair. One man even began clawing at his own throat, attempting to end his life. Lin Yu frowned, swiftly knocking all three unconscious with precise strikes. He turned to check on Lu Shiyun and the young girl, Ru Ke. Lu Shiyun, with her stronger abilities, was barely holding onto her sanity, but Ru Ke was already overwhelmed. Tears streamed down her pale face as her breath grew faint, her fragile spirit slipping deeper into the chasm of hopelessness. Without hesitation, Lin Yu delivered a swift chop to knock her out, sparing her from the torment. Lu Shiyun, meanwhile, was fighting with all her might to resist the invasion of the illusion, but it was evident she wouldn't last much longer. I was right, Lin Yu muttered under his breath. This Treant has poured all his free attribute points into mental strength. Acting decisively, he struck Lu Shiyun unconscious as well. Considering the Treant's second tier, level 10 status, allocating all his free attribute points to mental strength would result in a stat exceeding 1,000. Even with Lin Yu's mental strength doubling to 1,172 in Dragon Flame form, he could barely withstand the illusion's effects. In his blazing flame form, he likely wouldn't endure for long. Suddenly, a heavy punch emerged from the black mist, aimed directly at Lin Yu's face. He sidestepped in an instant, reappearing behind the treant and delivering a thunderous blow that sent his opponent flying once more. Before the treant could hit the ground, Lin Yu's entire body erupted with roaring dragon flames. With a loud, commanding cry, he unleashed his ultimate move, Secret Art, Crimson Lotus Annihilation Slash. Lin Yu, relying on his spiritual power that far surpassed the trance, completely ignored the illusions and dark mist conjured by his opponent. He maintained a precise awareness of the trence's every move. Ultimate Art, Crimson Lotus Extinction Slash. With a thunderous roar, Lin Yu unleashed a surge of blazing dragon flames that erupted around him. The suffocating heat distorted the air, engulfing the entire stone chamber. Two massive blades, formed entirely of fire, crossed in midair, wielding an earth-shattering force as they slashed ferociously toward the treant. Sensing the impending threat of death, the trence's expression twisted in shock. It immediately revealed its true form, transforming into a towering tree rooted firmly in the stone chamber. Dark energy surged wildly as its branches retracted and intertwined, forming a glowing, impenetrable barrier in front of it. The Crimson Lotus Extinction Slash tore through the barrier effortlessly, cutting straight toward the trence's core. Impossible! The treant bellowed in despair. Its strongest defense had failed to hold for even a second. With a deafening explosion, the Crimson Lotus Extinction Slash obliterated everything in its path, striking the massive tree with devastating force. The dragon flames erupted, consuming over half the chamber in an instant. The trence's anguished screams were quickly drowned out in the fiery inferno. A minute later, the flames subsided. Where the treant once stood, a massive crater over 10 meters deep had formed. The surrounding ground was scorched red-hot, showing signs of having partially melted. The treant had been completely reduced to ashes. Lin Yu exhaled deeply, releasing his dragon flame form. Although the attack was immensely powerful, it had drained over 8,000 mana points. For an ordinary first-tier awakened, such a feat would be utterly impossible to sustain even a few times. With the treant's death, the illusionary space began to collapse. The group returned to the real-world tunnel, now just 20 meters from the entrance. Scattered around them were abandoned cars vehicles belonging to those who had been trapped in the illusion. Lin Yu retrieved a second-tier crystal core from the trence's remains and discovered an old horror novel titled The Eerie Tunnel. Flipping through its pages, he noticed that the first half of the story mirrored their experience exactly. However, his intervention had altered the course of events. Interesting. Lin Yu chuckled softly. So, it all stemmed from a book. The treant, unable to leave its true form after evolving, had replicated the novel's plot to create this illusion. With a casual flick of his hand, he set the book ablaze. Shuryun, wake up. Ruaku, wake up. Lin Yu called out to the two women. As for the other three survivors, he left them to their own devices. If he hadn't intervened in time, the outcome would have been as grim as the novel's original ending. None would have survived. Ruaku reported to Lin Yu about the information circulating on the global forum regarding foreign powerhouses. She mentioned combat footage of figures like King Arthur and the Angel Gabriel. While these were undoubtedly formidable individuals, Lin Yu believed they still fell short compared to those in Daxia. Ruaku, how does it feel to reach the first tier? Lin Yu asked. Thank you, uncle. I feel super strong, like I could punch a cow to death, the little girl exclaimed, clenching her fists excitedly, causing Lin Yu and Lu Shuryun to burst into laughter. Previously, Lin Yu had worked with the Zombie King, De Shixiang, to acquire 37 first-tier crystal cores. Along with the 5 cores obtained in the illusionary space, he decided to give 10 to Ruaku to help her ascend to the first tier. This would allow her healing abilities to better complement their combat needs. Lu Shuryun gazed at Lin Yu's profile, her eyes filled with warmth and affection. What are you looking at? Lin Yu turned to her, noticing her gaze. Lu Shuryun flashed a charming smile and tucked a few stray strands of hair behind her ear. She leaned casually against her seat, facing Lin Yu's direction. Her fitted blouse accentuated her graceful curves, complemented by a high-waisted skirt that revealed her long, fair legs. Her relaxed demeanor added an irresistible touch of allure. Lin Yu's attention wavered at her subtle movements, causing the steering wheel to swerve. The car nearly grazed the guardrail. Seeing this, Lu Shuryun couldn't help but burst into laughter. Don't push me, or you might regret it, Lin Yu warned, steadying the car. Afraid of you? Hardly, Lu Shuryun retorted with a playful glance, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. From the back seat, little Ru innocently piped up, Uncle, you're not going to hit Mommy, are you? Mommy, don't upset Uncle, or he might really hit you. Lin Yu feigned a stern expression and replied, Well, I just might. Lu Shuryun smirked and tilted her chin up provocatively. Don't worry, Ru. Even if he tried, I doubt he could actually beat me. Huh. Women always have such sharp tongues. Lin Yu shot back with a cold chuckle. The three of them continued their playful banter as the sky gradually darkened. Brother Yu, it's getting late. There's no way we'll make it to Tianhai City tonight. Let's find a place to rest, Lu Shiyun suggested. You're right. Driving at night isn't safe. Let's check out the next service area, Lin Yu agreed. When they arrived, the service area was eerily deserted, with no sign of zombies. Lin Yu's eyes lit up as he discovered a stash of gas canisters. Look at all these gas tanks. We can finally cook a proper meal, he exclaimed, tired of surviving on bread and snacks. Lu Shiyun retrieved ingredients from her personal storage space and began preparing dinner. All right then, you can help me wash the vegetables, she instructed. An hour later, the table was filled with steaming, aromatic dishes. Their stomachs growled in unison as they eagerly dug in. It was clear that Lu Shiyun's culinary skills rivaled that of a professional chef. After the satisfying meal, Lu Shiyun leaned back lazily in her chair and asked, just in one day, so many people have reached Tier 1 already? Lin Yu pulled up the ranking list he hadn't checked in a while. The tier rankings for the Daxia Nation showed that there were now 216 Tier 1 individuals. Yun Province alone had 10 Tier 1 powerhouses, placing it among the top 5 provinces nationwide. Remarkably, 4 of them had direct connections to Lin Yu. Today is just the beginning. Over the next few days, there will be a surge in people advancing to Tier 1. The bottleneck isn't a lack of strong individuals, it's the limited number of Tier 1 zombies. As the zombies grow stronger, Tier 1 zombies will become more common. Many powerful evolvers are probably just 1 or 2 cores away from breaking through, Lin Yu explained thoughtfully. As night fell, the 3 of them settled into a single room. Lu Shiyun raised an eyebrow and asked, Brother Yu, there are so many rooms here. Why are you insisting on squeezing into this one with us? It's safer if we stay together. If anything attacks during the night, I can't protect you both, Lin Yu replied with a serious expression. Lu Shiyun saw through his intentions and shot him a sidelong glance. You're not trying to pull anything, are you? Remember, there's a child here, so behave yourself. The 3 of them lay down asleep. Give me your hand. Lu Shiyun, understanding the unspoken request, took Lin Yu's right hand and placed it beneath her neck as a pillow. Ruku, go to sleep, she whispered. Oh, uncle, you can't hit mommy. The little girl murmured sweetly, drifting off to sleep. Half an hour later, the quiet of the night was broken by the sound of rustling. It's been reported, but I have to leave out 3,000 words. Use your imagination, someone muttered. Also, the reviewer should be lenient. Lu Shiyun isn't a married woman. Her daughter isn't biological, it's her twin sister's daughter. After her sister passed away, Lu Shiyun raised the child as her own. She's technically her niece, not a wife. So please, show some mercy. Suddenly, a voice cut through the night. Mommy, aren't you going to sleep? The sudden question was like a cold bucket of water, extinguishing any lingering warmth. Ruku, are you awake? Lin Yu asked, his voice hesitant. I haven't been asleep, the little girl replied. The moment those words left her mouth, both Lu Shiyun and Lin Yu froze. Lu Shiyun quickly withdrew her hand. Go to sleep, Lin Yu grumbled, his mood clearly soured. The next day, the 3 of them set off early. Lin Yu, sitting in the front passenger seat, had his eyes closed, deeply asleep. The events of the night had left him feeling restless and uncomfortable, and he hadn't slept well at all. Suddenly, the car screeched to a halt. Lin Yu barely managed to hold onto his seat, his body jerking forward, only held back by the seatbelt. What's going on? Lin Yu blinked open his eyes. The road is cut off, Lu Shiyun pointed ahead. Lin Yu's gaze sharpened. Ahead of them, the highway had split apart, and several kilometers of overpasses were in ruins, as if something huge had torn through them. It was as though a monstrous creature had destroyed the entire bridge. What is that? A terrifying roar echoed from the distance, shaking the sky. Lin Yu turned his head to see a dense forest, with trees violently shaking before they all collapsed to the ground. Then, something even more shocking happened. A massive serpent head emerged from the forest, rising into the sky. A large, black gorilla head followed, and it began pounding its chest violently. Moments later, it charged at the gigantic snake. The 2 creatures clashed violently, and in an instant, they had destroyed a large area of trees, their enormous bodies now fully exposed. Lin Yu squinted. The gorilla must have been at least 20 meters tall, a real-life King Kong. The snake was even more exaggerated, its body towering over the gorilla when it stood up. Is this a mutated beast? Lin Yu muttered. Yes, it's probably a third-tier one, he concluded, his mind racing. Third-tier mutated beasts were the strongest creatures at the moment, a kind of evolutionary ceiling. What do we do now? Lu Shiyun asked, concerned. The highway ahead is destroyed for dozens of kilometers. Well, drive as far as the road is still intact, and then head to Tianhai City, Lin Yu replied with a furrowed brow. But we can't go directly through their territory. There are probably other powerful mutated beasts in these mountains, and confronting them would be too dangerous. That giant snake breathes fire, Lu Shiyun said suddenly. Lin Yu glanced over, watching in awe as the massive serpent wrapped itself around the gorilla. The snake's mouth opened wide and a burst of flames shot out. Roar! The roar echoed loudly. Suddenly, arcs of electricity crackled across the gorilla's body. It pummeled the snake's head with a thunderous punch, the electricity gathering around its fists like bolts of lightning. The sight of a fire-breathing snake and a gorilla wielding lightning left Lu Shiyun speechless. These aren't ordinary mutated beasts, she said slowly. They've awakened their innate abilities. They're much stronger than regular ones. Mutated beasts can awaken abilities? Lin Yu nodded. Yes, the evolution of the world is a feast for all living beings. It's not just humans who can have innate powers. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Yu clenched his teeth. Shiyun, you and Ruku stay here. I'll go and observe them from a distance. Are you going near the mutated beasts? Lu Shiyun's voice trembled with concern. Yes. The snake is breathing fire, so it's likely awakened a fire-based talent. Its crystal core might be useful for me, Lin Yu explained. His own awakened power could absorb and strengthen his abilities with any fire-based attribute. So if the giant snake's talent was of its class level, its crystal core would be beneficial to Lin Yu. But you said it's probably a third-tier beast. A third-tier mutated beast that's awakened its talent might be too strong for us to handle right now, Lu Shiyun said anxiously. Don't worry. They'll just observe them from a distance first. If they're second-tier, there's a chance. But if they're third-tier, they'll leave immediately. Lu Shiyun nodded reluctantly. Okay, but if they're second-tier, stay far away from them. Lin Yu thought for a moment. Lu Shiyun's infinite space could carry large amounts of gasoline. If both of them end up injuring each other, we might be able to take advantage of the situation. With that, they left the car behind and jumped down from the overpass, a drop of more than 20 meters. If it were before, the fall would have turned them into a mess of broken bones. But now, even Ruku could jump down without a scratch. Though Ruku only had an A-class healing ability, she had maxed out her physical attributes. Her defense and recovery were even stronger than Lu Shiyun's. The three of them ran through the forest, making their way toward the battlefield of the mutated beasts. It would take them a while to reach their location, at least climbing over 10 mountains. An hour later, they arrived near the place where the two beasts were fighting, the terrifying roars echoing all around them. Massive! Lin Yu stood nearby, finally able to fully grasp the suffocating size of the two mutated beasts. Each of them towered over 20 meters tall, their enormous bodies emanating an overwhelming sense of pressure. After carefully sensing their presence, Lin Yu let out a small sigh of relief. Although both mutated beasts were at the peak of the second tier in terms of strength, they had not yet reached the third tier. If he were to activate his dragon flame state, his power would not be inferior to theirs, perhaps even stronger. They seem to be pretty badly injured, Lu Shiyun remarked, her gaze fixed on the beast's gruesome wounds. Battles to the death at this level were brutal. Even if one managed to kill their opponent, they would inevitably sustain severe injuries themselves. The three of them crouched behind a large tree, observing the battle from across a mountain. The scene unfolding before them was like something straight out of a monster movie in Ultra HD, 3D spectacle unfolding in real life. When the time comes, well, just swoop in and clean up, Lin Yu said, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Brother Yu, who do you think will win in the end? One of them asked. At the same level, I'd bet the giant python will lose. The gorilla has a stronger innate advantage, Lin Yu replied calmly. Just as he finished speaking, the gorilla grabbed the python's tail and unleashed a blast of lightning from its mouth, severing it cleanly. The python writhed in agony, retaliating with flames that scorched the gorilla's chest, producing sizzling sounds. Enraged, the gorilla charged through the flames, ignoring the pain, and grabbed the python's body once again. Panicked, the python spat out another wave of fire, but the gorilla countered with a surge of lightning, the two energies colliding in a dazzling clash. Left side always loses in a beam struggle, Lin Yu murmured to himself. What does that mean? Lu Shiyun asked, puzzled. It's an old saying from before the apocalypse. It's like what you're seeing now when two energy attacks collide. The one on the left usually loses. Sure enough, the heavily injured python's attack began to falter. The lightning tore through the flames and struck its head. Without hesitation, the gorilla followed up with a thunder-infused punch, smashing the python's skull. The python's body convulsed a few times before going completely still. My turn. Lin Yu's eyes flashed with determination as he immediately activated his dragon flame state. In an instant, he appeared behind the exhausted gorilla and delivered a powerful punch. The gorilla roared in fury, releasing a burst of lightning to block the attack. However, Lin Yu used his superior speed and agility to relentlessly target the same spot. As the gorilla faltered, Lin Yu unleashed a beam of flames that pierced straight through its chest. Without stopping, Lin Yu summoned a massive flaming sword, over 20 meters long. The gorilla crossed its arms to defend, but after several heavy strikes, its arms shattered, and the sword finally cleaved through its skull. Just then, a giant eagle suddenly swooped down from the sky, its sharp talons aiming directly for the gorilla's head. Courting death, Lin Yu sneered, realizing that someone was trying to steal the crystal core. Mirror mirage. Lu Shiyun intervened, freezing the eagle in midair as spatial distortions exploded around it, leaving bloody wounds on its body. Retreat, a man riding on the eagle shouted. The bird quickly ascended, carrying him away to safety. Brother Yu, are you all right? The two women ran over, concern etched on their faces. I'm fine. Shiyun, go ahead and collect the bodies of the two mutated beasts, Lin Yu said, his gaze fixed on the sky. The massive eagle circled high in the sky, its sharp eyes glued to the ground, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Lin Yu stood on the ground, his expression grave. While he had no fear of ground combat, dealing with an opponent that moved so freely in the air posed a significant challenge. Suddenly, a piercing screech split the skies. The giant eagle, seemingly agitated by Lu Shiyun's actions as she disposed of mutated beast corpses, dove sharply toward the ground. Lin Yu observed its movements calmly, quietly gathering his strength for a counterattack. Just then, the situation took a turn for the worse. From another direction, two more massive eagles joined the fray, their cries slicing through the air. A beast tamer? Lin Yu's mind raced as he quickly summoned a flaming blade and slashed at the incoming foes. However, the eagles, incredibly agile in the air, dodged his attack with ease. These flying creatures are the worst, Lin Yu muttered under his breath, his brows furrowed in frustration. Watching the three eagles circle back for another assault, he cursed his inability to master the technique of forming wings from his fire abilities. His eyes flashed with determination as he suddenly crouched, pressing his right hand firmly against the ground. The time had come. As the three eagles swooped down again, Lin Yu let out a powerful shout, his entire body instantly engulfed in crimson flames as he entered his dragon flame state. Boom! From the palm pressed to the ground, an explosive surge of fire erupted, propelling him upward like a fired cannonball. What the hell? What kind of insane move is that? The man riding atop one of the eagles was dumbfounded, staring in disbelief. Is this even possible? And what's with that fire covering his entire body? Is he a super scion or something? Lin Yu's speed was like a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, he had ascended nearly 100 meters, soaring past the eagle that carried the rider. Without hesitation, he opened his mouth and unleashed a devastating column of fire, his attack seamless and precise. The man atop the eagle suddenly realized his fatal mistake. He had assumed that controlling the skies guaranteed victory, never imagining that Lin Yu could break through the aerial advantage in such an astonishing way. Now, it was far too late to evade. My life is over. The flames roared forward with a tangible ferocity, carrying the weight of utter destruction. The man commanded his giant eagle to counterattack, unleashing a flurry of razor-sharp wind blades. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the searing flames consumed them entirely. Sensing the imminent danger, he made a swift decision and leapt off the eagle's back, narrowly evading the fatal strike. Unfortunately, his loyal mount was not as fortunate. The fiery pillar pierced straight through the eagle's body, eliciting a heart-wrenching screech before it plummeted from the sky. Two other eagles swooped in just in time, catching the falling man and swiftly carrying him away into the distance. Lin Yu watched the retreating figure from the ground, his eyes glinting with a cold, sharp light. Though the enemy had escaped, they had still managed to claim a first-tier crystal core. At least it served as a warning. Here, take this. Lu Shiyun handed over 2 second-tier crystal cores and 1 first-tier core. A shame, Lin Yu remarked, eyeing the snake's crystal core with a hint of regret in his voice. If it had been a genuine class fire attribute talent, it could have elevated my abilities to a whole new level. Don't worry, Lu Shiyun reassured him with a calm smile. Someday, we'll encounter a true class fire attribute mutated beast. Over an hour later, the group finally traversed the ruined stretch of highway and climbed back into their rugged G-Wagon. By the time the sun dipped below the horizon, they arrived at Tianhai City. So many zombies. What do we do now? Lu Shiyun asked, her voice tinged with unease. Her gaze fell on the dense horde of zombies swarming the toll station ahead, easily 2,000 or 3,000 of them. We fight our way through, Lin Yu declared with a smirk. To him, these low-tier zombies were nothing more than walking experience points. Let's go, chirped Ruku, the youngest of the group, her excitement palpable. Despite being an auxiliary talent user, her high stamina and defense made her more than capable of handling zero-tier zombies, so long as she avoided being overwhelmed. 2 hours later, the trio was utterly exhausted, their breaths coming in heavy gasps. Lin Yu alone had slain over 20,000 zombies, leaving his magical reserves depleted to just a third of their capacity. This is insane. How long is it going to take to collect all these crystal cores? Lin Yu muttered, surveying the ground littered with glittering crystals. But no matter how tired they were, they couldn't afford to leave behind such valuable resources. Over 6,000 cores, including 2 first-tier ones, lay scattered before them. It's about time we officially establish Eternal Dawn, Lin Yu mused aloud. Up until now, Qin Jinger's group had only been a small squad. With a proper organization, tasks like this wouldn't have to be handled personally. On a desolate street reduced to rubble, a woman clad in a white casual outfit wielded a long sword, skillfully fending off a relentless tide of zombies closing in on her. Her swordsmanship was fierce and precise, each swing cutting down multiple zombies at once. Yet, the sheer number of enemies threatened to overwhelm her. Wow, she's incredible, Lu Shiyun exclaimed as the 3 of them arrived on the scene, watching the woman battle with awe. Impressive, but she hasn't reached the first tier yet, Lin Yu observed, his sharp eyes assessing the situation. Behind the woman, at least 5 or 6,000 zombies were surging forward. Fortunately, the narrow street allowed her to hold her ground and retreat strategically. She's so cool. Ru Ke's eyes sparkled with admiration, captivated by the woman's clean, decisive moves and commanding presence. For a modern woman to wield a sword so expertly, she must have some serious martial arts training, Lin Yu remarked with genuine respect. To be continued. Stay tuned for the next installment of the rewritten narrative. A small group of people found an unoccupied guest house and decided to stay there temporarily. Lu Shiyun took out an assortment of ingredients from her storage space and skillfully prepared a pot of aromatic hot pot. Yi Piao stared wide-eyed at the scene before her, utterly stunned. In this post-apocalyptic world, countless people fought tooth and nail just to have a single meal, often going days without eating their fill. Yet here these people were, leisurely cooking lamb in a bubbling hot pot, as though they were on a family vacation rather than surviving the end of the world. Go ahead, take a bite. Shiyun's cooking is truly exceptional, Lin Yu said with a slight smile as he observed Yi Piao's astonished expression. He thought to himself that if he could let her experience a few days of this relaxed, worry-free life of fighting monsters and enjoying good food, she might just decide to join them. It's been so long since I've had hot pot. This feels like stepping back into the last century. So nostalgic, Yi Piao said as she began wolfing down the food, completely disregarding her manners. Lin Yu and Lu Shiyun exchanged amused glances. Once everyone had eaten their fill, Lin Yu spoke up. What are your plans from here on? Why not join us? That's right. In times like these, it's really dangerous to be on your own, Lu Shiyun chimed in. Yi Piao adjusted her glasses and replied apologetically, I have some things I need to take care of, so I probably can't stay with you. Lin Yu remained silent for a moment, but he was determined not to let this future powerhouse slip away. The world is full of dangers now. Whatever you're planning to do, it'll be much harder on your own. If you come with us, we can look out for each other. I'll be honest with you, I don't want to join any group. Power struggles and deceit are scarier than the apocalypse itself, Yi Piao said firmly. Is that what you're worried about? Lin Yu asked with a chuckle. You don't need to worry. With us, you'll find a warm, cheerful and supportive family. Yi Piao was momentarily taken aback by the confidence in his eyes, but then she smiled bitterly. Warmth and cheer? Is there even such a thing as sunshine left in this world? Stay with me, and I'll show you, Lin Yu promised. Why me? She asked skeptically. Because I can see the future, and in the future, you're part of our family, Yongzhou, Lin Yu said with absolute seriousness. You can predict the future? Yi Piao's mind raced as she recalled Lin Yu's earlier display of flame-based abilities. Could it be that he had awakened dual talents? That's right. I have the abilities to predict the future and control fire. I can catch glimpses of certain fragments of what's to come, Lin Yu explained, though it wasn't entirely true. Thanks to his memories of his past life and his ability to restart events, he indeed knew things no one else could. You saw my future that I would be with Yongzhou? Yi Piao asked. Of course, Lin Yu replied confidently. Then tell me, what am I like in the future? She pressed. In the future, you'll become the most powerful spellcaster in the world. The only one capable of mastering 8 layers of spells, Lin Yu said, his tone resolute. And that's why you want me to join you? Because I'll be strong someday? Yi Piao asked, narrowing her eyes. Lin Yu met her gaze directly. This world will face countless horrors in the future. The sources of these catastrophes need people to investigate and resolve them. It will require the sacrifices and efforts of many strong individuals. His voice grew heavier as he spoke. In his previous life, the mid-to-late stages of the apocalypse had been a time of true terror and despair. The zombies they faced now were nothing compared to the horrors yet to come, horrors so overwhelming that even the strongest individuals despaired. The most powerful beings of the highest ranks had uncovered fragments of the truth, likely tied to the origins of these disasters. It was those fearless warriors who charged forward, sacrificing their lives to hold back the darkness and buy time for the world. If they failed, the entire world would perish, and all life on Earth would be extinguished. In his past life, Lin Yu hadn't been strong enough to stand among those heroes. But in this life, he was determined to join their ranks and secure a chance for humanity to survive. He would personally bring those who hid in the shadows the dark powers, the mutated sacred beasts, the cowards to the battlefield. In a shattered nest, no egg remains intact. I, Lin Yu, invite all the mighty to join the fight, he declared. Are you saying you saw a glimpse of the future and that the world will fall into even greater darkness and horror? The others shivered as they heard this, their fear palpable. Do you think the apocalypse, the zombies, and humanity's awakening of abilities are without reason? Everything has a cause. If the source of these disasters isn't addressed, everyone will die, Lin Yu said grimly. In the early stages of the apocalypse, it's survival of the fittest. The weak are eliminated, and the strong prevail. It's the world's way of selecting seeds, cultivating those capable of saving it, like raising a crop, nurturing hope. Saving the world? Aren't you overestimating me? Yi Piao asked, struggling to process it all. Most of us are just trying to survive. We're not fighting to save the world. We're fighting because we have no choice. In his past life, Lin Yu had been powerless to change anything, despite knowing some secrets. He could only hope the strongest among them would succeed in saving the world, so he could keep living. But in this life, he refused to rely on others. He would fight for his own survival. Exactly, just to live, Lin Yu agreed. All right, I'll join you, Yi Piao finally said, her tone resolute. Lin Yu smiled. The future's most talented spellcaster had officially joined Yongzhou. Pushing up her glasses, Yi Piao added, but tomorrow, I have some personal matters to settle. Then we'll go together, Lin Yu offered. Fine. But you said I'll be one of the strongest people in the future. Why don't I feel that way now? You all seem stronger than me, Yi Piao remarked skeptically. In her previous group, she had been the strongest, though she had kept her abilities hidden for caution. No one knew her attributes were actually quite high. They only thought she was skilled in unique spells and excelled at support. That was why, when faced with a massive zombie attack, her team had been quick to betray and abandon her. But Lin Yu's claim that she would become one of the world's top 100 powerhouses felt unreal. Am I really that strong? How come I don't know it myself? Your spells can only trap people for now, right? Lin Yu asked. Yes, I can write simple questions within a specific time frame to create rules that trap enemies. For example, the barrier you saw earlier was created when I wrote a linear equation and solved it within 3 seconds. Anyone inside the barrier must also solve the equation within 3 seconds to escape. Otherwise, they have to wait for the spell's duration to end, Yi Piao explained. And how long does the spell last before it breaks on its own? Lu Shiyun asked curiously. That depends on the caster's magic power. The more magic power you put in, the stronger the rules and the longer the duration, Lin Yu explained. Did you predict that too? Yi Piao asked, looking at him as though he were a strange creature. After all, the specifics of her abilities were supposed to be her secret. How could he possibly know? Lin Yu smiled faintly, his tone calm and unhurried as he continued explaining. The applications of spell patterns go far beyond what I've shown you. Yi Piao's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Like what? You can inscribe spell patterns on others to weaken them or on yourself to enhance your own abilities. You can preset patterns at specific locations, waiting for triggering conditions. You can even use written spell patterns to inflict negative effects on enemies, such as amplified pain, slowed movements, continuous bleeding, and more, Lin Yu explained patiently. These negative effects can stack, pushing an opponent's debuffs to their absolute limit. As she listened to these possibilities, Yi Piao's eyes grew even brighter. Lin Yu added, while these techniques might not seem impressive in the early stages, once you master 8-tier or 9-tier spell patterns, their power will be nothing short of terrifying. Imagine n-fold pain, 9-fold slowing, 9-fold bleeding. Who could withstand such overwhelming debilitation? 8-tier spell master, Yi Piao murmured, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. She stepped into the courtyard, closed her eyes to focus, and then suddenly opened them. Her long sword flashed as she swiftly inscribed a spell pattern before her. Spell pattern. Strength enhancement, double. The power of the rules coalesced into text, which then merged into her body. She immediately felt her strength double. Again. Spell pattern. Strength enhancement, double. She attempted the spell once more but found that nothing changed this time. Seeing her puzzled expression, Lin Yu explained, the same rule will only take effect at its strongest instance. If you want further enhancement, you'll need to create a higher tier pattern, such as spell pattern. Strength enhancement, 2-fold. Realization dawned on Yi Piao, and she closed her eyes again, concentrating deeply as she wielded her sword to carve out a new spell pattern. Nearby, Lu Shiyun asked curiously, Brother Yu, how long will it take her to master a 2-tier spell pattern? For most people, it would take about a month. But with her talent, she'll undoubtedly grasp it within a week, Lin Yu replied confidently. Yet, before he could finish speaking, Epilogue suddenly let out a soft cry. Spell pattern. Strength enhancement, twofold. The power of the rules instantly enveloped her entire body, and an intense aura burst forth. Lin Yu stood up in surprise. Had just predicted a week, and she had already succeeded in mere moments. I did it! Epilogue exclaimed, her voice trembling with excitement as her eyes glistened with emotion. She reveled in the surging power within her. Congratulations, Lin Yu said sincerely. Reaching the level of a 2-tier spell master finally matches the strength of your strength talent. Epilogue flashed a mischievous grin. Spell pattern. No men allowed. She quickly inscribed a spell pattern around Lin Yu. For beams of light shot into the sky, forming a barrier that encased him. The mystery of the dual-layered spell slowly unfolded in Epilogue's hands. The first layer of the spell determined human, while the second layer identified male. When combined, these conditions created a barrier specifically designed to restrict the movement of men. Lu Shiyun found this intriguing setup fascinating. Why don't you give it a try, sister? She suggested. Without hesitation, she stepped into the barrier and casually walked out, completely unaffected. Does it really work? A hint of doubt flashed in her eyes. Watch me, Lin Yu said with a confident smile. He reached out to touch the edge of the barrier, only to have his palm stop as if it had hit an invisible wall, unable to move further. Ruku, hopping playfully near the barrier, asked innocently, if someone gets trapped inside, do they just have to wait for the barrier to disappear on its own? You can forcefully break it using magic, Lin Yu replied, gathering energy in his hand. With a powerful punch, his magic collided with the shimmering barrier. In an instant, the barrier shattered. If it's that easy to break, what's the point of it? Ruku blinked her large eyes, curious. Lin Yu chuckled and shook his head. Silly girl, why don't you ask your Aunt Piao how much magic this spell consumed? The dual-layered spell I just used only required 1,000 units of magic, Piao answered. Lin Yu elaborated. That punch I just threw? It used 3,000 units of magic. So, does it always take 3 times the magic to break it? It's not that simple. To break the spell, you need to exceed twice the initial magic output in a single moment. But the tricky part is, you'll never know how much magic your opponent has infused into the spell. If your output isn't enough, you're just wasting your energy. For example, if Piao used 1,000 units, hitting it with 1,500 won't work. You need to exceed 2,000. But since you can't be sure of the exact amount, most people will play it safe and use 3,000 or even more. Lu Shiyun's eyes lit up with understanding. I get it now. It's a strategy to drain the opponent's magic reserves. Her sharp mind grasped the concept immediately. Lin Yu continued explaining the intricacies of the technique. She can repeatedly cast her spell on an opponent, draining their energy by consuming only a third of their magic power. Breaking the spell often leads to excessive energy expenditure, making it difficult for the opponent to precisely control the amount consumed, typically using twice as much as needed. Lu Shiyun suddenly understood, and Piao's eyes lit up as if a whole new world had opened before her. She had never considered utilizing her spell in such a way. There are 2 types of barrier spells, Lin Yu explained in detail. The first is a force spell, like the one you just used on me, which can only be broken through brute force or by waiting for it to dissipate naturally. The second is more like a linear equation. Besides breaking it violently, it can also be solved with intellect or simply outlasted. The duration of a barrier depends on the spell's level and the amount of magic power infused. For example, a level 1 spell infused with 500 magic power lasts only 1 minute. Piao nodded in agreement. That's true. A level 1 spell infused with 5,000 magic power lasts 10 minutes, while a level 2 spell would double that time. Lin Yu, with a hint of admiration, added, higher level spells largely depend on a person's comprehension ability. Once mastered, they can even enhance innate talents. Interestingly, no matter how many levels a spell has, the energy cost remains the same. The challenge lies in whether you can actually write it. He recalled Piao in his previous life. When she mastered a level 5 spell, her strength talent directly advanced to S rank. By the time she reached level 8 spells, she had achieved an extraordinary SS rank. In comparison, his own talent progression seemed much simpler, requiring only the continuous absorption and fusion of high-tier fire energy. Lin Yu, like a seasoned mentor, patiently elaborated on the various abilities and techniques of spellcasters. However, when it came to the specifics of comprehension and advancement, even he had no definitive answers. Piao's eyes sparkled with excitement. So, a level 8 spell infused with 500 magic power can last 8 minutes, and with 5,000 magic power, it could last 80 minutes? Lin Yu nodded with a smile, recalling the chaos in Tianhai during his past life. Piao had once used 3 million magic power to cast a level 8 spell, sealing the entire Tianhai region for 33 days. Not even the 2 mutated beast kings could break through, demonstrating the devastating power of a level 8 spellcaster. Suddenly, Piao dropped to one knee, her expression solemn. Lin Yu, thank you. From today onward, you are my teacher. This unexpected gesture left both Lin Yu and Lu Shiyun stunned. Lin Yu quickly tried to help her up. Sister Pia Piao, don't joke around. You're older than me. I'm not getting up, Pia Piao insisted. I once swore to my grandfather that if anyone could earn my respect in my field of expertise, I would take them as my teacher. Besides, I'm only 20 younger than you. Lin Yu was taken aback. He hadn't expected this university professor to be so young. As it turned out, Pia Piao had skipped grades throughout her schooling, earning her doctorate and becoming a university lecturer at an impressively young age. Seeing her determination, Lin Yu reluctantly agreed to accept her as his disciple. He handed her 10 first-tier magic crystals as a token of their new mentorship. Here, take these. Use them to break through now. Pia Piao gratefully accepted the crystals and quickly completed her breakthrough. Her updated attributes were displayed. Codename, Scholar, Tier 1, Level 0. Magic Power, 29,600. Strength, 312. Constitution, 163. Speed, 226. Spirit, 179. Talent, S-Rank Law. As night fell, Lu Shiyun invited Pia Piao and Ru Ku to stay with her, leaving Lin Yu alone. Watching how things had unfolded, Lin Yu couldn't help but smile wryly. The second day, inside an abandoned, unfinished building, around 70 to 80 people were crowded together, dividing up the food they had scavenged the day before. Most of them were level 7 or 8 ability users, with 7 level 10 powerhouses among them. Leading the group was a burly man with a thick beard, who was currently frowning in deep thought. Boss, what a shame about that woman, someone murmured beside him. Yeah, she was stunning, the bearded man sighed. Didn't even get a chance to enjoy her before she ended up feeding the zombies. Her abilities were actually useful. If it hadn't been such an emergency, I'd never have abandoned her. The image of Pia Piao surfaced in everyone's minds, dressed in sporty attire that accentuated her graceful figure. Her long, flowing hair framed an exceptionally beautiful face. The glasses she wore added a touch of cold elegance to her demeanor. We should have dealt with her a few days ago, the second-in-command muttered, licking his lips. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed from the staircase. Everyone turned to look, only to see a man and 3 women walking toward them at a steady pace. Pia Piao, someone in the crowd gasped. You're alive. Expressions in the room shifted as people gazed at Pia Piao. Some lowered their heads in shame, avoiding her eyes. Pia Piao, you're alive. That's wonderful, the bearded man exclaimed, stepping forward with a smile. The second-in-command followed close behind, his eyes glinting with blatant desire. Ha, how hypocritical of you, Pia Piao said with a cold laugh. Pia Piao, about yesterday it was an emergency. Boss, why waste your breath on her? The second-in-command interrupted. She's just an auxiliary ability user. From now on, as long as she keeps us satisfied, she'll live a life of luxury without ever needing to risk her neck scavenging for supplies. As soon as he said this, a few plain-looking women in the crowd rushed forward, fawning. Boss, I can serve you too. Get lost. The second-in-command kicked one of them aside and turned back to Pia Piao with a smug grin. See that? People would kill for this kind of treatment. You're as good as dead, Pia Piao said coldly, her eyes flashing with a dangerous light. She turned to the bearded man. Kill him with your own hands, and he'll only take one of your arms. The bearded man's expression darkened. Yesterday, Pia Piao had been chased by thousands of zombies, yet here she was today, completely unharmed. Clearly, this man with her had saved her. If he could rescue someone from such overwhelming odds, his strength must far surpass his own. Brother, this is all just a misunderstanding, the bearded man said, cupping his hands toward Lin Yu. This is Pia Piao's business to handle. I'm just here to watch, Lin Yu replied casually, leading Lu Shiyun and Ru Ku to sit down nearby. He leisurely cracked open some sunflower seeds, looking entirely unconcerned. Pia Piao, this is the food we gathered yesterday. Take as much as you want, and let's just forget about this, the bearded man said after taking a deep breath. His words caused an uproar among the crowd. Boss, are you crazy? We risked our lives to get that. Ha, die then. Pia Piao sneered, unwilling to waste more words. Her long sword flashed as it was drawn. Ability, speed enhancement, double. She cast a dual-layered spell on herself. In the blink of an eye, her figure vanished. Kill her. I want, the bearded man's words were cut short as a thin line of blood slowly appeared across his neck. The moment blood spurted out, the bearded man clutched his neck tightly, his eyes filled with disbelief. Pia Piao moved as fast as lightning. Those present only saw a blur of her figure before the leader's throat had already been slit. Apart from Lin Yu and the other two, no one could discern how she had drawn her sword. The scene stunned everyone present. Even as his throat was cut, the bearded man hadn't reacted and had still been trying to speak. It was a testament to Yi Piao's astonishing speed. As a first-tier fighter, her base speed was already 226 points, and with the enhancement of her technique doubling it, it skyrocketed to 678 points. In stark contrast, the bearded man, the strongest among them at level 10, had only 55 points of speed, a disparity of more than tenfold. Thud. The bearded man's body hit the ground heavily, the sound echoing like the toll of a death knell, sending a chill through everyone's hearts. The second-in-command had long lost his earlier arrogance. His face pale, he stumbled backward, retreating into the crowd while shouting hoarsely, "Get her! Whoever kills her will be the new boss." His voice was filled with terror. If even the strongest among them had been instantly slain, what chance did he have of surviving? He couldn't comprehend how Yi Piao, who had seemed so weak and relegated to a mere support role before, could suddenly become so overwhelmingly powerful. Little did he know, Yi Piao had always been far superior to them. She had merely chosen to conceal her true strength. Her figure flickered again, moving like a grim reaper harvesting lives as she unleashed a massacre upon those who had once abandoned her. Each strike was precise and deadly, slicing through her enemies as effortlessly as cutting through tofu. Even those who had awakened special abilities were utterly powerless in the face of such an overwhelming gap in attributes. They didn't even have the chance to use their abilities before their throats were sealed by her blade. This was the insurmountable divide between Shrank Awakener and those below Shrank Not, to mention the massive disparity between 1st and 10th tiers. Lin Yu and the other two watched Yi Piao's phantom-like movements, unable to suppress their awe. "Big sister Piao, I was forced into this. Please spare me," someone cried, falling to their knees and begging for mercy. But the only response he received was the glint of a cold blade. Yi Piao's decisiveness surpassed that of any man present. In just a few minutes, over 30 bodies lay scattered on the ground. Blood spread across the concrete floor, and the air was thick with the stench of iron. These were the very people who had abandoned Yi Piao yesterday and then insulted her moments ago. The remaining 40 or so individuals huddled in the corner, trembling as they watched Yi Piao's merciless, godlike display. With efficient movements, Yi Piao packed most of the food from the table into her backpack. She calmly adjusted her glasses, her expression unwavering, as if none of this concerned her. "Shifu, my business here is done. Let's go," she said, sliding her long sword back into its sheath with deliberate precision. "Impressive." Lin Yu gave her a thumbs up, his gaze filled with admiration for his decisive and ruthless disciple. After the four of them left the abandoned building, Yi Piao asked about their next steps. Lin Yu briefly explained their mission: to rescue his younger sister in Tianhai City. She was currently at Tianhai University. Tianhai University? Yi Piao paused for a moment. "I'm actually a first-year instructor there. I just started this year." "What's your sister's name?" "Lin Xiaoyu, from the Economics and Management program," Lin Yu replied. Yi Piao's expression immediately turned odd. It turned out that Lin Xiaoyu was the department's campus beauty, and coincidentally, Yi Piao happened to be her mathematics teacher. This unexpected connection made Lin Yu feel awkward as well, prompting him to suggest canceling their prior master-disciple agreement. "No," Yi Piao said firmly. "Becoming a disciple is a solemn matter, not something to be taken lightly. Whatever happens between your sister and me, we'll handle it separately." Lin Yu explained that he had already informed his sister to prepare food and stay hidden in her dormitory. Only then did Yi Piao recall his ability to foresee the future. "I know the way, but the 60-kilometer distance is crawling with zombies," Yi Piao analyzed. As a popular tourist city, Tianhai had a pre-apocalypse population of over 2 million. Now, the number of zombies likely exceeded 3 million. Lin Yu frowned, deep in thought. He could easily handle regular zombies, but even if he killed one per second, it would take him 10 hours to eliminate just 36,000. Using his ability for large-scale attacks was more efficient, but his mana regenerated slowly 1 point per second at Tier 0, 2 points per second at Tier 1, requiring nearly 10 hours for a full recovery. Meanwhile, Tianhai University had already become a wasteland. Out of more than 40,000 people, fewer than 5,000 survivors remained, scattered across various small alliances. One such group, the Xiaoqiu Alliance, had gathered on the second floor of the library, where over 200 people were discussing mission assignments. Zhao Qiu, a third-year physical education student and the leader of the group, was organizing tasks to clear the swimming pool and search for supplies. However, Lin Xiaoyu openly refused to team up with him. After some persuasion from her roommate, Fang Siki, she reluctantly agreed. It turned out that Zhao Qiu had awakened a great ability called Steel, which had already allowed him to acquire a lightning storm ability. His real goal, however, was Lin Xiaoyu's 5-fold strength amplification ability. He was merely waiting until he advanced to Tier 1 to make his move. Back with Lin Yu and his group, Yi Piao estimated they could reach Tianhai University within 3 days. The four of them pressed forward along the streets, clearing out the dense clusters of zombies as they went. After an intense morning of battle, Lin Yu, Piao, Lu Shiyun, and Ru Ku were utterly exhausted. Piao, cast the speed-enhancing spell on Shiyun, Ru Ku, and yourself. Follow me and charge. Lin Yu shouted, his voice firm despite his depleted magic reserves. He desperately needed rest, as most of his energy had already been consumed. Without hesitation, Piao sprang into action. Using 15,000 points of her magic power, she quickly drew 3 sigils on the ground, applying them to her 2 companions and herself. The moment the spell took effect, their speed surged to over 300 points, far surpassing the low-level zombies, whose speed barely reached 60 or 70 points. There's a hotel up ahead. Let's take shelter there. Lin Yu called out, using his Flame Waltz spell to clear a path as he led the group forward. Together, they pushed through the horde, finally reaching their destination. As night fell, the 4 of them sat together, enjoying a rare moment of relaxation over a hot pot meal. Just as they were beginning to unwind, an icy, mechanical voice echoed in their minds. Congratulations, survivors. Someone has successfully advanced to Tier 2. The global leaderboard is now open. Brother Yu, Desir has reached Tier 2, Lu Shiyun said, her tone a mix of surprise and admiration. So soon? Lin Yu exclaimed, quickly opening the leaderboard. Noticing Piao's curious gaze, Lin Yu explained, he's a unique existence from Kurendu City. Even after being bitten by zombies, he retained his human characteristics post-mutation. His advancement method is rather unconventional, continuously recruiting zombies under his command. His subordinates generate a steady supply of Tier 1 zombies for him to level up. As Lin Yu scanned the global leaderboard, he noticed that Daxia had claimed 662 out of the 1,000 available spots, a significant improvement compared to the mere quarter it held in his previous life. Even internationally renowned powerhouses ranked far below Daxia's representatives. King Arthur at 36th, Angel Gabriel at 39th, Lucifer at 41st, and so on. This development sent shockwaves around the world. Daxia's chat rooms erupted with excitement, with comments flooding in like a tidal wave. Meanwhile, the global forums were ablaze with discussions, and a post titled, Daxia is the world's greatest, quickly shot to the top, accumulating countless comments by the second. At the same time, in a shrine in Sakura country, Chizuru, ranked 57th, clenched the 3 katanas at his waist, his eyes burning with fury. As the nation's top prodigy, blessed with 3 strength talents, such a ranking was unacceptable to him. Just wait, you damn Daxia people. Chizuru growled through gritted teeth. When this news reached Daxia, it caused quite a stir. The existence of someone with 3 strength talents was indeed a formidable threat, especially since no one within Daxia itself had been known to possess such a combination. Master, that Chizuru from the Sakura Nation sounds really strong, doesn't he? 3 level talents, Piao said, her eyes flashing with a hint of doubt. Lin Yu chuckled softly at her words. Him? He's nothing special. Not even close to being a top-tier powerhouse. 3 level talents aren't strong? Piao asked in disbelief. Lin Yu calmly explained. In the beginning, most strong individuals do have level talents. But as evolution continues, some people are able to advance their talents to 3S, or even 6S. Chizuru may have 3 level talents, but advancing even 1 talent is already a significant feat. Later on, he'll end up with 1 high-level talent and 2 lower-level ones. He paused briefly before continuing. No matter how many talents someone has, they're no match for a single high-level talent. A person's energy and time are limited. Being able to continuously evolve just 1 talent is already extremely difficult. If you don't know how to prioritize with multiple talents, they'll only drag you down. Inwardly, Lin Yu calculated. Once my flame control talent advances to 6S, the other top-tier powerhouses might only reach 4S, with most stuck at the SS stage. Talent evolution becomes exponentially harder as it progresses, and the gap widens. The difference between 4S and 6S is far greater than the leap from level to level. Just as 10 level talents can't threaten a single level talent, quality always outweighs quantity. His Flame Devourer type talent was particularly unique. It didn't require extensive time or comprehension to evolve. It simply needed to absorb higher grade flames to continuously grow stronger. Meanwhile, atop a skyscraper in the west, a tall man radiating golden light gazed toward the east. This was the number 1 ranked individual in Great Britain, codenamed King Arthur. The opening of the global rankings had captured everyone's attention, but the top-ranked Western powerhouses seemed indifferent. They believed only the second-tier powerhouse nickname, Desir, ranked first in the world, was worth their attention. The others were merely individuals who reached the first tier slightly earlier than them. At the same time, the Kuan city government issued a new pin post. To all survivors, our military has established a safe zone in the Nanlong district. Nearby survivors are welcome to seek refuge. We will advance into the urban areas, clearing zombies and rescuing survivors. The message subtly conveyed their intent to consolidate survivors and strengthen their forces. By the 22nd day of the apocalypse, Most of the weak had already been eliminated. The remaining survivors generally lived in small groups. Over the past 2 days, Lin Yu and his team had cleared over 100,000 zombies, collecting more than 20,000 crystal cores. Among them, there were 82 first-tier cores and only 4 second-tier cores, leaving them 6 cores short of an upgrade. Lin Yu distributed 20 first-tier crystal cores to each of the 3 women in his group, helping them advance to first-tier level 3. Each level up increased all attributes by 10 points, magic power by 1,000, and awarded 10 free attribute points. Master, we're not slow at killing zombies, but picking up the crystal cores is such a hassle, Epilogue complained. Yeah, my hands are sore from 2 days of gathering cores, Ruaku, who had been tasked with collecting them, grumbled. Just then, a loud crash echoed from the first floor of the hotel. The 4 of them quickly moved to the railing of the circular hotel and looked down. The hotel entrance had been shattered, and a group of 70 to 80 people, their faces filled with terror, scrambled inside in a panic. Quick, block the door, the man leading the group shouted in panic. Those terrifying things are almost here. In the chaos, someone stepped on his foot, causing him to roar angrily. Damn it. Watch where you're stepping. He scanned the room frantically. Yanglong, where are you? Get over here and use your metal manipulation to seal the door. Boss, I have used up too much of my magic, Yanglong replied with a pained expression. If I keep going, I won't have any strength left to protect myself. Cut the crap and do it now, the leader snapped. If those things get in, you're dead either way. Yanglong's face turned ashen, but after a moment of hesitation, he clenched his jaw and raised his right hand. Instantly, every piece of metal in the hotel began to tremble violently. Railings, 7 or 8 metal doors, and other objects hurtled toward the entrance, merging into a thick, impenetrable barrier. The group barely had a second to breathe a sigh of relief before a woman suddenly pointed to the 6th floor. Big brother, look, there are people upstairs. Everyone's head snapped upward. As evolved individuals, they all possessed at least level 8 abilities, with over 30 of them at level 10. The leader himself was a first-tier powerhouse. Even in the dim light, their enhanced vision allowed them to clearly see 4 figures on the 6th floor: 1 man, 2 women, and a child. Ignore them. Don't make a sound, the leader ordered tersely. The group began moving silently toward the stairwell, their footsteps careful and deliberate. On the 6th floor, the 4 individuals observed the scene below in silence. Judging by their reaction, they must have encountered something truly horrifying, Lu Shiyun muttered, her brows furrowed. Shh, don't speak, Lin Yu whispered sharply. He suddenly felt the ground begin to tremble and raised a hand to signal caution. Everyone held their breath as the vibrations grew stronger, like the thunderous charge of an oncoming army. The eerie sound of high-pitched squeaks and gnashing teeth filled the air, sending chills down their spines. Downstairs, the 70 or so people froze in place, their eyes glued to the metal barrier. Some covered their mouths to stifle their breathing, their faces pale, sweat dripping in large beads from their foreheads. Then, a loud, relentless pounding echoed through the space as something began smashing against the metal barricade. Could it be a swarm of rats? Lin Yu wondered, his mind racing back to the apocalyptic event in the Huajian district of Tianhai City from his previous life. Back then, 3,000 or 4,000 mutated rats each with the strength of a level 8 being and the size of small dogs had ravaged the area, leaving nothing but destruction in their wake. The disaster had only ended when a 3rd-tier mutated tiger killed the swarm's leader. But the intensity of the current situation far surpassed what he remembered. Was this some kind of butterfly effect, causing the mutated rats to appear directly in Tianhai City this time? These zombie-mutated rats were far more fearsome than ordinary zombies. They were larger, faster, and armed with razor-sharp, venomous teeth. Wherever the Rat King went, common rats that consumed zombie flesh would rapidly mutate and join its horde. The thought of tens of thousands of these level 10, or even first-tier mutated rats lurking beneath Tianhai City sent a shiver down Lin Yu's spine. As he frantically contemplated their next move, a loud clang rang out. Several pieces of metal from the barricade suddenly fell away, leaving a small gap. The fragile silence shattered as someone let out a piercing scream, their composure finally breaking. We're doomed. The oppressive weight of despair settled over the group like a suffocating blanket. The leader spun around, his face twisted with fury, and glared at the source of the scream. Shut the hell up, he roared. Lin Yu moved with lightning speed, lunging forward in a single stride to grab his target by the throat with precision, aiming to silence him before any sound could escape. However, it was already too late. The man's cry had echoed out, immediately drawing the attention of a horde of zombie rats outside the door. The pounding of their relentless assault reverberated through the air, shaking the heavy door violently. The zombie rats furiously rammed the entrance, and the situation grew increasingly dire. Lin Yu quickly scanned the room, his gaze locking with Lu Shiyun's for a brief moment before he shouted, "Go!" Without hesitation, he leapt off the 6th floor, followed closely by the 3 women, their movements perfectly synchronized. Lu Shiyun was already taking action midair. With practiced ease, she retrieved several large gasoline canisters from her infinite storage space and expertly hurled them toward the area in front of the door. Years of fighting side by side had honed their ability to communicate without words. A single look was all it took for her to understand Lin Yu's plan and execute it flawlessly. At that moment, the door gave way with a deafening crash, collapsing under the unrelenting pressure. As the zombie rats swarmed through the entrance, Lin Yu landed steadily on the ground and immediately unleashed a towering column of fire. A series of thunderous explosions followed as the gasoline canisters ignited, obliterating the leading dozen zombie rats into fragments. The roaring flames surged, blocking the entrance and forming an impassable barrier. Those inside the hall were stunned by the sheer destructive power of the attack, yet within the inferno, they glimpsed a flicker of hope for survival. The fire grew stronger, fueled continuously by the gasoline. Outside, the zombie rats, initially lured by the call of their Rat King, had responded instinctively to the earlier cry. But now, confronted by the searing wall of flames, they hesitated, sensing the mortal danger. After a few reluctant, guttural screeches, they abandoned their assault and rejoined the larger swarm surging forward elsewhere. For the moment, the blazing fire had become an impenetrable shield, deterring even the most aggressive of the zombie rats. Yet Lin Yu was acutely aware that this reprieve was temporary. If the Rat King issued a direct command to attack, the horde would undoubtedly charge without hesitation, even if it meant facing a fiery death. Lu Shiyun and the other 2 women gathered beside Lin Yu, their eyes fixed on the raging flames, lost in thought. Squeak, squeak. A sharp cacophony of rodent cries pierced the air as a swarm of ordinary mice suddenly poured out of the first-floor kitchen of the hotel. These unmutated mice, each no larger than a clenched fist, seemed drawn by an unseen force, scurrying out from every shadowy corner. Without hesitation, they charged straight into the blazing inferno at the entrance, heedless of the roaring flames. Within moments, the fire consumed them entirely. Witnessing this eerie scene, the few people present turned pale. Lin Yu let out a heavy sigh. This city is descending into darkness. Yi Piao frowned deeply. What should we do? Lu Shiyun spoke softly, her voice steady. There might be a way. We could use the forum to rally the experts in Tianhai City. Let the zombies and the mutated mice fight each other first, then send the top-tier fighters to take down the Rat King. Lin Yu shook his head. The problem is, once the word gets out, some people might just take the chance to run. In a world like this, the last thing you can rely on is human nature. Shiyun, post a message explaining the situation. Tell all the evolved ones to eliminate any ordinary mice they encounter. That might ease the burden in the future. Only the truly strong can afford to flee. Got it. I'll start now. Lu Shiyun immediately got to work. Minutes later, the squeaking outside the hotel had ceased entirely. The zombie mice horde had retreated, leaving the survivors in the lobby slumped on the floor, breathing sighs of relief at their narrow escape. Leading the group, Hisong quickly approached Lin Yu and bowed respectfully. Thank you, sir, for saving our lives. From Lin Yu's display of firepower and their effortless leap from the 6th floor, Hisong had discerned that these individuals were far from ordinary. They were likely powerful awakened ones, their presence radiating an oppressive energy except for the little girl among them. Lin Yu studied the group before him, his eyes lighting up as an idea formed. Labor was exactly what they lacked. Do you know where these zombie mice came from? We have no idea, sir. The survivors began speaking over one another. We were clearing zombies when the ground started shaking, and suddenly, a swarm of mice appeared. Luckily, the zombies slowed them down, or we'd be dead by now. Some of those enormous mice even devoured the zombies. Lin Yu gestured to Yang Long over here. Seal the doors with your ability. Boss, my magic is drained. Yang Long muttered, his face full of reluctance. But Lin Yu's unwavering gaze left him no choice. With a resigned sigh, he trudged to the entrance and used his metal manipulation ability to seal the doors shut once more. I need your help with something, Lin Yu said to Hisong. In exchange, I'll guarantee your safety. Hisong hesitated. Sir, if even you can't handle it, wouldn't it just be suicide for people like us? Yes or no? Make up your mind. Yes. Whatever you say, sir, we'll do it no matter how dangerous. Under Lin Yu's piercing stare, Hisong quickly capitulated. With their instructions given, Lin Yu and his group returned to the 6th floor. The situation had spiraled beyond expectations, and Lin Yu needed time to reassess. While the mouse horde posed a grave threat, it also presented an opportunity. Without delay, he logged onto the forum and posted a message. Grandmaster, are you there? This is Magician. I need to talk to you. The post was pinned with a hefty price of 1,000 evolution points. The thread instantly garnered attention, with replies flooding in. Some users asked about the 100 Nations contest or his thoughts on Sakura Nation. Lin Yu replied bluntly, in the 100 Nations contest, the Great Xia Kingdom will undoubtedly take the championship. As for Sakura Nation, I'm quite interested in their Mount Fuji. I'd say it's due to erupt next year. I'm looking forward to trampling the cherry blossoms. His statement spread like wildfire across the Great Xia Kingdom, drawing widespread acclaim. Before long, Grandmaster replied, haven't seen you in a few days. What's the matter? I've got a major deal in mind and want to collaborate with you. Lin Yu responded, spending another 1,000 evolution points to enable private messaging. The regional channel had no restrictions on communication, but it lacked a private chat option, and identities were difficult to verify. Lin Yu opened his social media platform in the city of Tianhai and began scrolling through the latest updates. His attention was quickly drawn to a critical piece of news: a terrifying swarm of mutant rats was approaching Tianhai, threatening the survival of the entire city. Xixiang, you must already know what's going on here, right? Lin Yu casually commented under a post, his tone lighthearted. In the ancient town of Xianshan, located in the city of Kuan, Xixiang stared at his screen with a furrowed brow. He immediately picked up on the underlying message in Lin Yu's words and replied without hesitation, not going. Lin Yu, unfazed by the rejection, chuckled and typed back, Xixiang, you're still holding on to your humanity. Otherwise, with your special abilities, you would have reached tier 3 long ago. You could have let your zombie horde wreak havoc on humanity, absorbing flesh and blood to advance quickly and gather more crystal cores. But you didn't, did you? On the other side of the screen, there was a long silence. Finally, Xixiang responded, his emotions running high. You're right. To hell with the apocalypse. To hell with being a zombie king. I never wanted to become this, but I had no choice. His usual gentlemanly demeanor was gone, replaced by a tone full of bitterness and resentment toward his fate. Sure, I could let my zombies evolve uncontrollably and push myself to break through faster, but I just can't bring myself to do it. That just proves you're still human inside. Not like those mindless zombies. Lin Yu seized the moment to persuade him further. How about this: you bring your zombie horde to Tianhai and let them fight the rat swarm. The two sides will tear each other apart, and it's guaranteed to produce a large number of tier 2 and even tier 3 zombies and mutant rats. Plus, there's already a massive zombie population here. It's a win-win situation for you, he added. The third month of the apocalypse is just around the corner, and the global conflicts are about to begin. This rat swarm is the perfect opportunity to strengthen yourself. Xixiang fell into deep thought and didn't reply right away. Moments later, Lin Yu received a reply from De Xixiang. The message was simple and direct. I'm on my way. This news brought Lin Yu a sense of relief. Deep down, De Xixiang always felt more connected to humanity than to the mindless zombies. Using the zombies to fight against the rat swarm was, in a way, an act of saving humanity. This was the true reason behind his decision to take action. Gaining second and third tier crystal cores became a secondary objective after all. In the early stages, his progression had always far outpaced others. With De Xixiang's support confirmed, Lin Yu immediately posted a new thread on the forum. The world's top-ranked De Xixiang formally invites the strong fighters from the areas surrounding Tianhai City to join the operation. The goal is clear: hunt the mutated rat swarm, eliminate the zombies, and collect high-tier crystal cores. He specifically emphasized the large number of second and even third-tier crystal cores that would be generated during the battle between the zombies and the rat swarm. For elite fighters, this was undoubtedly a rare opportunity. After posting, Lin Yu didn't bother checking the responses. Instead, he prepared to rest. He had done everything he could. The rest was left to fate. If the situation became truly untenable, he would evacuate with those around him, but his top priority was to find his sister. With De Xixiang's promise, much of his anxiety had eased. On the rooftop of a high-rise in Kuan City, De Xixiang looked down at the densely packed zombie horde below, a staggering number, at least in the tens of thousands. He let out a thunderous roar, as if issuing a command. Moments later, the ground began to tremble as waves of zombies surged toward Tianhai City like a tide. Watching this spectacular scene, a surge of pride ignited into Xixiang's heart. This time, his target was the third tier. Meanwhile, in the lobby of the West Street Hotel in an ancient town, Chun Jinger finished reading Lin Yu's 2 posts. A faint smile appeared on her lips. Raising her voice, she commanded, Black Rose, listen up. Get ready to move out. Our destination is Tianhai City. The people in the lobby immediately dropped what they were doing and swiftly gathered around her. Jingjia, the rat swarm in Tianhai City is really dangerous, someone said with concern. Chun Jinger's expression was resolute. Danger and opportunity go hand in hand. All of you have reached the first tier, but breaking through to the second tier requires a large number of crystal cores. Only Tianhai City can provide us with that chance. Besides, she gave a meaningful smile. Your leader's leader is there right now? Brother Yu is in Tianhai too? Lu Yu asked in surprise. That's right. Prepare to move out. Chun Jinger looked toward the direction of Tianhai City, her eyes glimmering with determination. In the small town of Danlang near Tianhai City, a light drizzle fell. A young man in white stood motionless in the rain, yet not a single drop touched him. The rain seemed to vanish before it could reach his body. A few people approached him through the rain, their faces filled with concern. "Boss, are you really going?" one of them asked hesitantly. Their leader is always like this. The mysterious young man in white had an uncanny connection with the skies. Whenever he felt heavy-hearted or upset, the heavens above him would inexplicably weep with rain. At this moment, a gentle drizzle enveloped the entire area, causing everyone to frown. "It's because that person is there," the young man murmured, a flicker of anticipation flashing in his eyes. "In the Battle of 100 Nations, the Great Xia Kingdom will undoubtedly claim first place." As soon as the words left his lips, his expression shifted into a radiant smile. In an instant, the heavens transformed, the rain ceased, and brilliant sunlight poured down, illuminating the land. "Let's go." The youth in white lightly dusted off his sleeves and turned to walk away at a leisurely pace. The group behind him hurried to follow. Meanwhile, in Liqing, the city nearest to Tianhai, 200-person teams were preparing to move out. Each group was led by top-tier warriors, their destination also set for Tianhai. On the Erlian Expressway, 5 off-road vehicles sped along, carrying an elite squad of just 17 members. "Boss, Yunnan province really is full of hidden talents," remarked a team member in the passenger seat. The top-ranked expert on both lists, the legendary Desir, the 9th on the Great Xia Kingdom's rankings, and the 2nd on the evolution points leaderboard, the magician, all of them are in Yunnan. "It's very likely they're all headed to Tianhai." "True," another chimed in. "Even our leader only ranks 17th on the power rankings and 9th on the evolution points leaderboard." Inside the lead vehicle, a few team members continued their hushed discussion. "This magician is the guy who was the first to exchange for an attribute fruit at the start of the apocalypse, right?" "That's correct. Even though the forums don't reveal exact names, during the first 2 days of the apocalypse, only he had accumulated enough evolution points to acquire an attribute fruit. His strength might not be any less than Desir Xiong's." In the passenger seat, Shun Fei, the leader of this elite thunder squad, sat with eyes flickering like bolts of lightning, a faint rumbling of thunder emanating from his body. "This trip to Tianhai will be the perfect chance to meet them," he said confidently. "The tide of mutant rats should yield a good haul of Tier 2 crystal cores. Reaching the peak of Tier 2 is just around the corner. The Battle of 100 Nations allows only 100 participants per country. I have to secure a spot. Fighting for the nation is an honor." Though this elite squad consisted of only 17 members, every single one of them was an exceptional fighter. The Thunderstrike team was a force to be reckoned with. Their leader, Shun Fa, and his second-in-command, Yu, were both extraordinarily gifted class awakeners, while the rest of the team boasted formidable class talents. The 2 posts Lin Yu had made online had caused a massive stir, drawing self-proclaimed elites from the surrounding areas of Tianhai City. Their motives were clear: not to save anyone, but to claim the precious high-tier crystal cores. With powerhouses like Dashixing and the magician in the mix, they believed the risks were manageable. This influx of ambitious evolutionaries meant that in the coming days, Tianhai City would see the rise of many second-tier powerhouses and, perhaps even a few third-tier ones. Lin Yu scrolled through the comments under his posts, fully aware that many shrewd and capable individuals would spare no expense to join the fray and take their share of the spoils. The next morning, when Lin Yu and his companions descended the stairs, Hisong and Yang Long were already waiting in the lobby with over 30 others. Seeing that nearly half of the people had chosen to follow him, Lin Yu couldn't help but feel satisfied. "It's an honor to follow someone as capable as you, boss," Hisong said with a wide grin. "Absolutely. Just let us know what you need, boss," others echoed enthusiastically. Lin Yu nodded. "Good. Follow me." As they stepped out of the hotel, the scene was one of utter devastation. Ruined buildings and broken streets stretched as far as the eye could see, and not a single zombie was in sight, evidently all wiped out during the rat swarm the night before. "Let's move." Lin Yu, after orienting himself, led the group onward down the street. After about 10 minutes, they spotted a massive horde of zombies wandering through the streets and storefronts ahead. The sheer number, easily over 10,000, made everyone's legs go weak. "Boss, we're not seriously going to mess with that many zombies, are we?" Hisong stammered, his voice trembling. "Scared?" Lin Yu asked with a faint smile. Hisong quickly clarified, "Boss, we could use a lure and kill strategy. Charging in directly is just suicide." He explained that their usual method for dealing with zombies involved targeting smaller groups or sending a fast evolutionary as bait to draw out manageable numbers for gradual elimination, a safer, albeit slower, approach. Lin Yu's expression turned serious. "All right, listen up. Here's your job. While we handle the zombies, you guys focus on collecting the crystal cores. Hand them over to Shiyun afterward." He gestured toward Lu Shiyun before adding coldly, "You'll get 5% of the crystals as your reward." But mark my words, if anyone tries to pocket more than their share, you'll face the consequences. His icy gaze swept over the group, sending chills down their spines. That's it? Just collecting crystals? Hisong was momentarily stunned. He had expected a far riskier mission. Still, 5% felt like a pittance. Even if Lin Yu and his team were incredibly strong, killing 2,000 or 3,000 zombies in a day would be the limit, which meant each person would only get a handful of crystals. But the next moment, Hisong realized how terribly wrong he was. Lin Yu opened his mouth and unleashed a torrent of flames, engulfing the horde in a raging inferno. Zombies disintegrated en masse, leaving behind only glittering crystal cores on the ground. This guy's a monster. Someone gasped in disbelief. Fire abilities shouldn't be this powerful. Stop gawking and get to work. Hisong barked, snapping out of his daze. Deep down, he resolved to stick to Lin Yu no matter what. It would be even better if he could become a trusted subordinate. Meanwhile, Yi Piao activated her duel techniques to enhance her speed, her figure darting through the zombie horde like a phantom. Sword light flashed, and in mere moments, dozens of zombies were decapitated. Watching her, Hisong felt his scalp tingle. This female swordsman was terrifyingly strong. Her movement so fast that even as a first-tier evolutionary, he could barely make out her afterimages. Lu Shiyun was equally formidable. With every snap of her fingers, she tore through space itself, obliterating swathes of zombies. Though her range didn't rival Lin Yu's, her efficiency and crowd control was astonishing. And so, Lin Yu and his team carved a bloody path through the horde, while the 30 or so followers scrambled to collect the fallen crystal cores. By midday, they had advanced over 10 kilometers. If they maintained this pace, Lin Yu estimated they would reach Tianhai University within 2 days. Meanwhile, inside the Tianhai University library, I've finally reached the first tier. Zhao Qiu laughed maniacally, his excitement palpable. After 6 grueling days, he had finally gathered 10 first-tier crystal cores and broken through. Lin Xiaoyu, you've been a thorn in my side for too long. Once I steal your talent, I'll make sure you wish you were dead. Zhao Qiu's face twisted with malice as he plotted his revenge. Zhao Qiu stood before Lin Xiaoyu, his eyes gleaming with greed and excitement. Lin Xiaoyu, the time has come to take your gift, he said, his voice trembling slightly with exhilaration. After a long wait, this moment had finally arrived. But subduing Lin Xiaoyu, who possessed formidable power, wouldn't be easy. Thanks to intelligence from his girlfriend Fang Siki, he had learned that Lin Xiaoyu had awakened a great ability. This gift allowed her strength to multiply by 5, an astonishing effect. Zhao Qiu quickly ran the numbers. Lin Xiaoyu, at level 10, had a base strength of around 60 points. With a 5-fold increase, it would soar to over 300 points of value, far exceeding the typical performance of a great ability. Even if Zhao Qiu advanced to the next tier, doubling his attributes, his strength would only reach 221 points. To overpower Lin Xiaoyu, he would need to activate his own great ability, Thunderstorm, to double his strength once more. The stronger your gift is, the more excited I get because it will all belong to me, Zhao Qiu muttered under his breath. To ensure success, he brought along Fang Siki. This woman, who had been concealing her true strength, had awakened a great ability called Weakening, which could forcibly reduce an opponent's strength and magic power by 20 for a limited time. With her help, the plan was foolproof. Earlier, Zhao Qiu had gathered everyone to discuss their strategy. I'm sure you've all heard about the rat swarm in Tianhai City, he said, scanning the room. Brother Qiu, those zombie rats are the size of wolves, incredibly fast, with razor-sharp fangs. They're savage, you can't possibly deal with them, someone said anxiously. Zhao Qiu's expression grew serious. Don't panic, everyone. Tianhai City is crawling with zombies. Escaping is nearly impossible. In the past, we could clear out zombies bit by bit, but with the mutated rat swarm, they might devour everything in their path, zombies, and us included. His words sent a chill through the group. But there's some good news. Strong fighters are converging on Tianhai City, so there might still be hope. What we need to do is stockpile enough food and take shelter in the library until the crisis passes or we find a chance to escape. For a team with limited strength, this was the best course of action. Waiting for the rats and zombies to weaken each other before making a run for it would maximize their chances of survival. Well, follow Brother Qiu's plan. Let's expand our search today and gather more supplies, someone suggested, and the group quickly sprang into action, preparing for what lay ahead. Once the others had been sent off, Zhao Qiu exchanged a look with Fang Siki. Xiaoyu, wait up. I have something to discuss with you, Fang Siki said, pulling Lin Xiaoyu toward the 5th floor as Zhao Qiu followed closely behind. Siki, what's going on? Lin Xiaoyu asked, only to sense danger when she saw Zhao Qiu approaching with a sinister grin. Zhao Qiu, what are you trying to do? She demanded. Lin Xiaoyu, I've been coveting your gift for a long time. A 5-fold strength boost, how terrifyingly powerful. Won't you let me have it? Zhao Qiu's eyes burned with intensity. If he could gain a second ability, his power would skyrocket. Thunderstorm could double his strength, but if he acquired Lin Xiaoyu's ability, he'd gain a 5-fold boost while retaining Thunderstorm's effects. Abilities are innate. How could I possibly give mine to you? Lin Xiaoyu said warily. Maybe others can't, but I can. Zhao Qiu sneered. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoyu's expression turned cold. What exactly is your ability? I can steal other people's abilities, Zhao Qiu revealed with a malicious smirk. So you'd better cooperate, it'll save you a lot of pain. Otherwise, Zhao Qiu let out a cold laugh, wasting no more words. In an instant, his lightning ability activated, causing his power stats to double, surging to an astonishing 442. Crackling arcs of electricity gathered in his palm, erupting toward Lin Xiaoyu with a thunderous force. Sensing the looming shadow of death, Lin Xiaoyu instinctively twisted her body to the side, narrowly avoiding the lethal strike. Lin Xiaoyu, there's a world of difference between Tier 0 and Tier 1. You might as well stop struggling, Zhao Qiu sneered, his figure a blur as he moved with lightning speed. As a Tier 1, he was already significantly faster than Lin Xiaoyu, and his lightning ability further enhanced his strength twofold and boosted his speed by 50. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance. His right fist, wrapped in crackling lightning, shot straight toward Lin Xiaoyu's face. She barely had time to register the attack, her vision blurring as she hastily raised her own fist to meet his. Boom! The clash of their fists sent shockwaves through the air. Lin Xiaoyu was hurled backward, her body crashing into a row of bookshelves, toppling them like dominoes. The disparity in their power was undeniable despite consuming the golden fruit that had skyrocketed her strength to 283.8, making her formidable even among those with the great abilities. Challenging someone of a higher tier was nothing short of a futile dream. Cough cough, Lin Xiaoyu struggled to her feet amidst the scattered books, blood dripping from her lips. Her injuries were severe. I told you already, Tier 1 is beyond your reach. Stop resisting and cooperate, and you might suffer less, Zhao Qiu said coldly, advancing step by step. Go to hell. Lin Xiaoyu spat, refusing to yield. She mustered every ounce of her strength and threw a punch, only to be effortlessly swatted aside by Zhao Qiu's counterattack. She was sent flying once more. Grabbing her by the collar, Zhao Qiu lifted her off the ground, his right hand pressing against her head. A faint blue glow enveloped her as he initiated his ability to steal talents. Yet, after 5 consecutive attempts, he achieved nothing. His expression darkened with frustration. Brother Qiu, what's wrong? Fang Siki approached cautiously, her voice tinged with concern. I don't know, Zhao Qiu muttered, his irritation evident. I can't steal her ability. Xiaoyu, I'm sorry, Fang Siki murmured softly, avoiding Lin Xiaoyu's piercing gaze. Then, turning to Zhao Qiu, she hesitated before suggesting, Brother Qiu, could it be that her ability isn't a grade but grade? After all, a grade only doubles strength, but Xiaoyu's power increased 5-fold. Zhao Qiu's eyes narrowed as he considered the possibility. The thought gnawed at him, and his determination hardened. He decided to imprison Lin Xiaoyu, planning to repeatedly attempt the talent extraction over the next 10 days. Little did he know, Lin Xiaoyu hadn't awakened any ability at all. Bound tightly to a stone pillar, Lin Xiaoyu's mind was a storm of regret. Her brother's warnings echoed in her ears, warnings she had foolishly ignored. On the 7th day of the apocalypse, she had opened her dormitory door to save Fang Siki and her boyfriend Zhao Qiu from a horde of pursuing zombies. What began as a desperate act of kindness had led to her forming a survival group of over 100 people. Yet now, she realized the most dangerous enemies weren't the zombies outside, but the very people she had trusted. Hatred, despair, and remorse roiled within her, threatening to consume her. Suddenly, a searing pain erupted from deep inside her body. It was as if some dormant force was awakening, tearing through her very being. This feeling, could it be? Is my ability finally awakening? Lin Xiaoyu was enduring the excruciating pain of her awakening gift. Inside her, a mysterious power surged relentlessly, yearning to awaken but always falling short by a sliver of opportunity. The intense agony caused her to lose consciousness, and before she blacked out, the image of her brother flashed through her mind. Brother, where are you? Are you okay? She murmured faintly in her unconscious state. When she regained consciousness, she found herself tied to a cold, unyielding pillar. She was fully aware that as long as Zhao Qiu couldn't steal her gift, her life wouldn't be in immediate danger. However, she had no idea how much patience he had left. The next day, Zhao Qiu's expression grew increasingly grim. After 3 failed attempts to steal her gift, his frustration began to boil over. Could it be that my rank stealing ability is ineffective against an strength gift? Zhao Qiu muttered, doubting himself. Fang Siki, standing nearby, offered her analysis. Qiuga, could it be because Xiaoyu has an strength gift? Maybe it requires her cooperation to work. If she's resisting internally, it might be impossible to steal it. Zhao Qiu's eyes lit up, finding her explanation plausible. But the real question remained, how could they make Lin Xiaoyu cooperate? Fang Siki turned to the pale-faced Lin Xiaoyu, feigning concern. Xiaoyu, why fight this? Just surrender your gift willingly and spare yourself the suffering. Choga promises not to kill you. He might even let you stay in the team. Keep dreaming. Lin Xiaoyu glared at her former best friend, her heart aching with betrayal. Fang Siki, I thought of you as my closest friend, and you betrayed me. You won't end well for this. She knew deep down that if she agreed to cooperate, her unawakened gift would immediately be exposed. The only way to buy herself more time was to keep resisting. With a loud slap, Zhao Qiu struck Lin Xiaoyu across the face. Don't test my patience. It's running out. Fang Siki dropped her pretense, revealing her true, sinister nature. Choga, since she won't cooperate, why not have some fun with Lin the campus beauty? Once you're done, you can throw her to Skinny Monkey and the others. Lin Xiaoyu trembled violently, her voice shaking. Fang Siki, you're a monster. My brother is already on his way to find me. You won't get away with this. Oh, you have a brother? Fang Siki smirked wickedly, tilting Lin Xiaoyu's chin with her finger. I wonder if those who hate you will be gentle with him. So, you have a brother too, huh? A glint of malice flickered in Zhao Qiu's eyes as his lips curled into a sinister grin. Perfect. We'll set up an ambush right here, and use you to lure him in. Not only will we kill him to eliminate any threats, but we'll also make sure he sees you being utterly humiliated before his very eyes. As he spoke, Zhao Qiu's excitement grew, as though he could already envision the grotesque scene unfolding. Lin Xiaoyu's mind went blank as his words echoed relentlessly in her head. Zhao Qiu not only intended to defile her, but also to kill her brother, forcing him to witness her disgrace. No, this can't happen. Lin Xiaoyu shook her head violently, her voice trembling. No one but my brother can touch me. No one can harm him, and I will never let him see me like that. The betrayal of Fang Siki, her despair over humanity, and her unwavering obsession with her brother, all these dark emotions surged within Lin Xiaoyu like wild, uncontrollable weeds, spreading rapidly and consuming her heart. Choga, something's wrong with Lin Xiaoyu. Fang Siki finally noticed the shift and warned Zhao Qiu. Snapped out of his twisted fantasies, Zhao Qiu turned his attention to Lin Xiaoyu, only to be startled by what he saw. She was shaking her head frantically, muttering incoherently under her breath, looking utterly deranged. Damn it, looks like we pushed her too far. She's gone mad. Forget her potential, I'll just savor her myself before she's completely useless. Zhao Qiu sneered, reaching out toward her with a lecherous grin. But just as his hand was about to touch her, a piercing scream erupted, making him recoil in shock. Then, the two of them witnessed a sight they would never forget. Thick, black energy began to pour out of Lin Xiaoyu, enveloping her entirely. The oppressive aura spread like a tidal wave, suffocating everything in its path. Lin Xiaoyu's head snapped up abruptly, her eyes opening wide. Gone was any trace of human emotion. What remained was a chilling, deathly stillness. The steel chains restraining her began to snap one by one under an overwhelming force. Slowly, her body rose into the air, exuding an aura so intense it felt as though the air itself had frozen. Choga, I have a really bad feeling about this, Fang Siki stammered, her voice trembling. Could it be that Lin Xiaoyu has awakened some kind of power? I don't care what she's awakened. As long as she's not at the first tier, there's nothing to fear. Zhao Qiu barked, his defiance masking his growing unease. Without hesitation, he activated his lightning-based ability. Crackling arcs of electricity danced around him as he conjured a massive ball of lightning in his palm. Die! Zhao Qiu roared, hurling the lightning sphere directly at Lin Xiaoyu, confident in his victory. A smirk crossed his face as he anticipated her defeat. But in the very moment they thought the battle was over, an immense pillar of dark energy erupted from Lin Xiaoyu's body, piercing the heavens. The sheer magnitude of her power pressed down on them like an invisible weight, making it hard to breathe. The lightning sphere hurtled toward her, its deadly energy crackling mere inches away. Both Zhao Qiu and Fang Siki held their breath, bracing for the outcome, as the atmosphere bristled with tension. Smack! Lin Xiaoyu nonchalantly raised her hand and swatted away the destructive energy orb as if it were nothing more than an annoying fly. The sight left Zhao Qiu and Fang Siki frozen in place, their eyes wide with disbelief as they stared at the sheer impossibility of what they had just witnessed. The energy orb hurtled into a bookshelf, detonating with a deafening explosion. The surrounding shelves disintegrated into splinters, scattering debris everywhere. Zhao Qiu's heart skipped a beat, knew all too well the devastating power of that orb. It was capable of obliterating everything within a 7 or 8 meter radius, and yet Lin Xiaoyu had deflected it so effortlessly. Have you two decided how you want to die? Lin Xiaoyu's voice was cold, sharp enough to cut through the air. The temperature in the room seemed to plummet, and an oppressive aura began to rise, suffocating Zhao Qiu. He felt as though he were standing before a demon from the depths of hell, and the raw, unrelenting fear clawed at his soul. Run! The thought exploded in Zhao Qiu's mind. Without hesitation, he darted toward the exit, his figure blurring into motion. But Fang Siki was quicker. She had already turned and bolted. Do you really think you can escape? Lin Xiaoyu's icy voice echoed again. Fang Siki abruptly stopped in her tracks, spun around, and struck. Her blow sent Zhao Qiu hurtling backward, crashing into the room. You treacherous woman! Zhao Qiu roared in fury, his voice raw with rage. Fang Siki ignored him entirely, racing down the stairs to the 5th floor. Zhao Qiu, sprawled amidst the wreckage of toppled bookshelves, struggled to rise only to find himself face-to-face with Lin Xiaoyu's merciless gaze. Don't worry, Lin Xiaoyu said with chilling detachment. She won't get far. Neither of you will. You're both going to die. As she spoke, a massive black sword materialized in her hand, and a pair of jet-black wings unfurled from her back. Her figure blurred into a streak of shadow as she shot forward. The faint sound of blood dripping shattered the brief silence. Zhao Qiu barely had time to process what had happened before searing pain erupted from his limbs. His arms and legs had been severed. The strike had been so swift, his body hadn't even registered it until it was too late. His agonized scream reverberated through the library. You'll stay here, Lin Xiaoyu said, her expression devoid of emotion, bleeding out, inch by inch, savoring the endless agony. Tell me, will you die from the pain first, or from blood loss? Meanwhile, on the 1st floor, 3 or 4 dozen of Zhao Qiu's men were gathered, chatting idly. Their conversation was abruptly interrupted by the distant sound of a scream from above. They instinctively reached for their weapons, only to see Fang Siki rushing down the stairs, her face a mask of panic. Siki, what's going on? One of them asked urgently. Fang Siki's eyes darted around, her mind racing. She concocted a lie on the spot. Lin Xiaoyu's gone mad. She caught Zhao Qiu off guard and kicked him down there. Then she tried to escape. Zhao Qiu told me to come down and warn you all, don't let her get away. No matter what. If you do, Zhao Qiu will lose it. The men exchanged uneasy glances, but nodded in agreement. Fang Siki pressed on, her tone firm. She's completely unhinged. When she comes down, everyone rush her at once. Overpower her. Got it. The group murmured their assent, unaware of the calculated deceit behind her words. Just as Fang Siki finished speaking, Lin Xiaoyu's figure darted out from the 2nd floor staircase like a ghost. Her sudden appearance threw the scene into chaos. A group of people, led by a young man, charged forward recklessly, not even pausing to confirm their target. Seeing this, Fang Siki immediately turned and fled toward the library's exit. You dare court death? Lin Xiaoyu's icy voice rang out, her gaze flashing with a chilling intensity. Though she couldn't yet understand why these people had attacked her, she was no longer the kind-hearted, soft-hearted girl of the past. The black greatsword in her hand swept through the air in a deadly arc, and the 7 or 8 people at the front were instantly decapitated, their blood spraying onto the faces of those behind them. The gruesome scene jolted everyone awake, and they froze in their tracks. Fear began to spread through the group as they faced the cold, remorseless Lin Xiaoyu, who was now unrecognizable compared to the person they once knew. As they watched Fang Siki's retreating figure, Lin Xiaoyu's entire being seemed to radiate killing intent. Her icy gaze swept over the crowd, sharp enough to cut through them. Sister Xiaoyu, please don't kill us. We were forced by Fang Siki. Xiaoyu, for the sake of our time as classmates, spare us. Terrified, they trembled before their former schoolmate, who had now become a harbinger of death. Some even dropped to their knees, begging for mercy. But Lin Xiaoyu had made up her mind she would sever all ties to her past kindness and hesitation. Final ruin, blade storm, countless sword lights tore through the air, shredding the crowd into pieces. Blood drenched the ground as the sword energy ripped through walls and columns, leaving the library on the verge of collapse. By tomorrow, it would likely be reduced to rubble. Do you think you can escape? Lin Xiaoyu muttered as she fixed her gaze in the direction Fang Siki had fled. Spreading her black wings, she transformed into a shadow and pursued her. Fang Siki had been running for 7 or 8 minutes, thinking she had finally gotten away, when an icy voice echoed from behind her. Were you talking about me? She froze, her body stiff as she turned to face Lin Xiaoyu's frost-like eyes. Before she could even plead for her life, a kick sent her sprawling to the ground. Lin Xiaoyu approached step by step, ignoring her desperate cries. Without hesitation, she crushed Fang Siki's knees beneath her feet, then snapped her arms. I treated you like my closest sister. Why did you betray me? Why did you use such cruel methods against me? Are you even human? Lin Xiaoyu's voice was cold and detached as she gripped Fang Siki by the collar, dragging her like a lifeless dog back toward the library. A long trail of blood marked their path. Fang Siki's cries for mercy echoed through the empty streets, but no one came to her aid. 10 minutes later, Lin Xiaoyu dragged a barely conscious Fang Siki back into the library. The acrid stench of blood hit them like a wall. Shattered bodies and severed limbs were strewn across the floor, painting the room in a grotesque tableau. Fong Siki forced her eyes open, only to be overwhelmed by the horrific sight. Her stomach churned violently, and she vomited uncontrollably, dry heaving until it felt like her very insides would come out. Even with her cruel and venomous nature, she could not bear the hellish scene before her. With cold detachment, Lin Yu tossed her to the ground like a discarded object. She picked up a knife and pressed its sharp edge against Fong Siki's trembling face. Yu, what are you doing? No, please, I'm begging you. Spare me. Fong Siki's eyes widened in terror, her voice trembling with desperation. The blade descended, leaving a thin, bleeding gash on Fong Siki's left cheek. Lin Xiaoya's voice was chillingly calm, devoid of emotion. This cut is for the time I opened the dorm door and let you in. Another cut. This one is for sharing food with you. A third. This is for saving your life in the cafeteria. And this, Lin Xiaoyu said, dragging the blade across her face again, is for betraying me and conspiring with Zhao Qiu against me. Finally, she added another slash, her voice steady but laced with quiet fury. And this is for the vile methods you used to try to break me. Each time she spoke, the knife carved another line into Fong Siki's face. The experiences of the past days had stripped away Lin Xiaoya's innocence, exposing her to the depths of human cruelty and despair. For the first time, she truly understood the meaning behind her brother's words. Lin Xiaoyu, you filthy bitch. If you've got the guts, just kill me already. Fong Siki screamed, her voice cracking with rage and agony. Fine, I'll grant your wish. Lin Xiaoya's tone was almost tender as she gently lifted Fong Siki's hand. With deliberate precision, she made a shallow cut on her wrist, watching as blood began to seep out. She repeated the process on each of Fong Siki's limbs, creating small, precise wounds. You see, this is how they show it on TV-slitting suicides. Now you can truly feel what it's like to watch life drain away. Having finished, Lin Xiaoyu dropped the knife and retreated to a corner of the library, curling up beside a stone pillar. She didn't leave. There was still someone she needed to wait for. The faint breeze that drifted through the room carried the metallic scent of blood, amplifying the eerie solitude of the library littered with mutilated corpses. Meanwhile, at a large supermarket near Tianhai University, Shouho was leading a team of over 20 people as they scavenged for supplies. Among their discoveries was a severed hand Tier 1 zombie, which allowed Shouho to successfully advance to the next level. Now that Houch has leveled up, we don't have to take orders from Zhao Qiu anymore, one of his men exclaimed. Yeah, and we can finally get our hands on that bitch Lin Xiaoyu. Another chimed in, grinning wickedly. Don't worry, boys, Shouho said with a cocky smirk. Stick with me, and you'll eat well, drink better, and have your pick of beautiful women. An hour later, Shouho returned to the library with over 40 followers in tow. As soon as they stepped inside, the overpowering stench of blood hit them, causing several to gag. When their eyes adjusted to the dim light, the sight before them stopped them. Cold severed limbs and mangled bodies were scattered everywhere, the floor slick with congealed blood. Ouch! These are all Zhao Qiu's men. Not a single one of them is intact, one of his subordinates reported, his face pale with horror. Boss, over there in the corner someone's still alive, another called out, pointing toward a shadowy figure curled up near a pillar. It's Lin Xiaoyu. At those words, Shuha's heart leapt with excitement. The campus beauty he had long coveted was finally within his grasp. Tianhai University was just ahead, and the campus was eerily empty, with hardly a trace of zombies in sight. As a teacher at the university, Yi Piao led the group to the main gate with ease and familiarity. Over the past 2 days, Lin Yu and his companions had navigated through zombie-infested areas as if they were unchallenged rulers of the land, eliminating every zombie they encountered. They had taken down 72 first-tier zombies, achieving remarkable results. During this time, both Yi Piao and Lu Shiyun had advanced to first-tier level 5, while Lin Yu reached first-tier level 3. More importantly, he now held 53 first-tier crystal cores in his possession, enough to propel him to first-tier level 8 in one go. Even the ordinary survivors tasked with collecting the cores had reached level 10 by now. Let's move, Lin Yu said, his voice barely concealing his excitement. In this life, he finally had the chance to make up for the regrets of his previous one. Xiaoyu lives in Building 11, right? Yes, I know the way from here. Eager and impatient, Lin Yu took the lead as they headed forward. It was now the 30th day of the apocalypse. Exactly 1 month had passed. Most of the zombies on campus had already been cleared out by survivors, allowing the group to reach Building 11, the freshman girls' dormitory, without any obstacles. However, when they pushed open the door to Xiaoyu's dorm room, the scene inside made Lin Yu's brow furrow deeply. The door was wide open, and streaks of blood trailed ominously along the hallway. Fortunately, there were no bloodstains or remains inside the room itself. Judging by this, she must have run off, Lu Shiyun speculated. There are probably still some survivors in the school. She might be with them. Lin Yu's frown only deepened. No one understood the greed and cruelty of human nature in the apocalypse better than he did. Lin Xiaoyu, as a campus beauty of the highest caliber, would undoubtedly attract attention. Although she had gained some attribute enhancements according to his plan, by now, many powerful evolved survivors had likely reached the first tier. This knowledge filled him with unease. After a fruitless search across the campus, they discovered 3 survivors trapped in a nearby alley, surrounded by hundreds of zombies. Lin Yu extended his right hand, summoning a flaming blade. With 3 sweeping slashes, each 40 meters long, he effortlessly cut down the 9th and 10th level zombies, splitting them in half. Through questioning, they learned that Lin Xiaoyu was with Zhao Qiu's group, whose base was located in the library. However, when they also heard that Lin Xiaoyu had been imprisoned, Lin Yu's entire demeanor shifted, exuding a chilling aura of murderous intent. Inside the library, a man nicknamed Skinny Monkey led his men to the room where Lin Xiaoyu was being held, only to be greeted by a floor littered with corpses. Lin Xiaoyu, what's going on here? Where's Zhao Qiu? And why are all these people dead? Skinny Monkey demanded. Lin Xiaoyu slowly raised her head, a sinister smile curling at her lips. Because I killed them. Before her words had fully settled, a flash of sword light swept through the air, and one of Skinny Monkey's men fell lifeless to the ground. Only then did Skinny Monkey and his followers realize that the Lin Xiaoyu before them was no longer the same person. Skinny Monkey, I've been waiting for you, Lin Xiaoyu said as she stood, pointing at the corpses on the ground. And so have they. Damn it. Whatever trick you're pulling, everyone, attack together. Skinny Monkey barked sharply, his body tense as he signaled his men. Final destruction. Lin Xiaoyu's voice was icy and calm as the mob charged at her. Before her words fully faded, an overwhelming and unparalleled aura erupted from her. A massive pillar of magical energy shooting skyward. A pair of jet black wings unfurled behind her, exuding an intimidating presence. What the hell is that? The men froze in their tracks, terror-stricken by the sudden transformation. The sheer pressure weighed on them, making it hard to breathe. Lin Xiaoyu gave them no time to gather themselves. Blade Storm. A massive black sword materialized in her hands. With a casual swing, hundreds of sword lights interwove into a storm of razor-sharp energy, tearing through the air in all directions. The sound of flesh being ripped apart echoed one after another. Run. She's a demon. Someone screamed in panic. Skinny Monkey, though having reached the first tier of power, felt the shadow of death creeping closer. In desperation, he grabbed one of his men to use as a shield, only to watch in horror as the man was shredded to pieces by the sword energy, which continued its deadly trajectory, piercing through without losing momentum. This can't be possible. Those were Skinny Monkey's final thoughts as life left his body. In the span of just 10 seconds, the library was transformed into a living hell. The stench of blood filled the air, and the walls and pillars were riddled with sword marks, some cutting clean through steel reinforcements, which groaned ominously under the strain. It's going to collapse. So be it, let everything be buried here, including the Lin Xiaoyu of the past, she murmured to herself. With that, she swung her sword again, destroying the remaining support columns. Her wings unfurled as she shot out like a shadowy streak of light. Amid the deafening rumble, the entire library came crashing down, sending clouds of dust billowing into the air. Lin Yu and his group, hurrying toward the scene, heard the tremors and quickened their pace. Lin Xiaoyu, weakened, leaned against the pile of rubble to rest. Suddenly, familiar shouts reached her ears. Xiaoyu! Xiaoyu! Brother! She cried out, her exhaustion forgotten as she rushed toward Lin Yu, throwing herself into his arms. The force sent them both tumbling to the ground, leaving a small crater where they landed. Xiaoyu, stop being so reckless next time. Your brother's back isn't as young as it used to be, Lin Yu said with a wry smile. Don't worry. If you can't find a wife, you'll always have me, Lin Xiaoyu replied softly. The two embraced tightly, savoring the warmth of their reunion. After a long moment, Lin Yu gently wiped the blood from her face, listening intently as she recounted what had happened. You silly girl, Lin Yu said with a heavy tone. Kindness is for those who deserve it. In a world like this, you must be wary of the darkness in people's hearts. Help others when you can, but always protect yourself unless you're strong enough to fear nothing. I understand, Lin Xiaoyu nodded solemnly. By the way, Lin Yu asked, his curiosity piqued. What kind of ability did you awaken to bring down a 5-history library like that? The destruction of the end. The moment these words escaped Lin Xiaoyu's lips, the atmosphere froze in silence. Every gaze fixed on her. Even Lu Shiyun was stunned to learn that Xiaoyu's awakened talent had instantly reached the SS rank. Lin Yu was momentarily at a loss for words. In his memories of his previous life, he had never heard of anyone awakening a double S-rank talent right off the bat. But then, he thought, perhaps such individuals existed, but chose to remain hidden, keeping their talents a secret from the world. This idea made him thoughtful. This world was never short of those destined for greatness, and he was not necessarily the sole protagonist of this story. His expression grew increasingly serious. Now was not the time to relax. It was time to head to Kyoto to claim the Phoenix Nirvana flame. There, a life awaited him to take. However, confronting that individual would mean declaring himself an enemy of the entire empire, an endeavor requiring thorough preparation. If he could absorb the Phoenix flame, his talent would undoubtedly ascend to the SS rank. Afterward, he would travel to the sacred mountain of Sakura Country Sakura Mountain to obtain the lava flame. Suddenly, a bold thought crossed Lin Yu's mind. What if he directly entered the sun's core to absorb the solar flame? But he quickly dismissed the idea. Power on that level was far beyond his current reach. Meanwhile, Yang Long was consumed by a deep sense of self-doubt. Everyone present was either S-rank or double S-rank, leaving him, a mere rank, feeling utterly insignificant. Brother, when I awakened, all my stats increased by 100, and my mana went up by 10,000. Xiao Yu exclaimed excitedly. Seeing her brother again swept away her previously suppressed emotions, and a radiant smile lit up her face. She eagerly displayed her attribute panel. Codename, Brother's Little Angel. Level, Tier 0, Level 10. Mana, 16,000. Strength, 358 35.8. Constitution, 155. Speed, 208. Spirit, 155. Golden Power Rune, Permanent Strength Attribute 10. Talent, SS The Destruction of the End. These stats left Yang Long completely speechless. For most people, awakening a rank talent was cause for celebration, and an rank talent could make someone a team leader. Yet here, everyone seemed to start at rank or higher. He felt his confidence crumbling. Both Lu Shiyun and Yi Piao gasped audibly. Xiao Yu's current stats were already on par with theirs, and if she advanced to Tier 1, wouldn't she surpass them by double? Lin Yu knew this wasn't just the result of her double S-rank talent, it was also thanks to the Golden Power Fruit. That fruit was a treasure so rare that even in his previous life, he had never heard of it. Xiao Yu, go ahead and absorb these Tier 1 crystals. Since you've already awakened your talent, there's no need to suppress your level anymore, Lin Yu said, pulling out 30 crystals from his pouch. Xiao Yu obediently took the crystals and began absorbing them. In no time, the crystals disintegrated into powder, and her aura surged dramatically, releasing an uncontrollable explosion of mana. A pillar of black mana shot into the sky, 3 meters in diameter, enveloping her completely. The immense power created high-speed currents of air, scattering sand and stones in all directions. Everyone's clothes and hair were whipped about by the wind, and Yang Long was forced to take 2 steps back, cold sweat dripping down his face from the overwhelming pressure. Moments later, the mana subsided. Xiao Yu, brimming with excitement, turned to Lin Yu and displayed her updated stats. Codename, Brother's Little Angel. Level, Tier 1, Level 3. Mana, 35,000. Strength, 716 71.6. Constitution, 310. Speed, 446. Spirit, 310. Golden Power Rune, Permanent Strength Attribute 10. Talent, SS The Destruction of the End. Her stats now rivaled Lin Yu's. The double S-rank talent had tripled her power, and with 787.6 strength points, the talent boost brought her total to an astonishing 3,150.4 points, equivalent to that of an ordinary Tier 4 evolver. At this moment, she had become the second strongest person after Lin Yu. To awaken a double S-rank talent and acquire a golden power fruit at Tier 0, you are probably the only one in the world with such fortune, Lin Yu remarked with a sigh. Then, he turned to Yang Long and handed him 10 Tier 1 crystals. Yang Long, take these 10 Tier 1 crystals and use them to advance. Yang Long, a metal manipulator, might not match the strength of its class powerhouse, but he still possessed considerable combat ability and potential for future advancement. At this moment, he was staring in shock at the 10 first-tier crystal cores Lin Yu handed him. Boss, these are first-tier crystal cores, he exclaimed. In this era, first-tier crystal cores were so precious that people would risk their lives and resort to any means to obtain them. Lin Yu's expression remained calm. It's fine. Just take them. While crystal cores are valuable, I value people more. You've done well recently, and I hope you'll continue to be someone I can trust. His words were brief yet meaningful, leaving no need for further explanation. Don't worry, boss. I won't let you down, Yang Long promised solemnly. He then began absorbing the crystal cores, and before long, he successfully broke through to the next level. Lu Ru, with her innocent tone, remarked, Uncle, your breakthrough was so quiet. It wasn't as impressive as Sister Xiao Yu's. Her comment caused Yang Long's smile to freeze instantly. The joy of his first-tier breakthrough was significantly dampened. Seeing his reaction, the others burst into laughter. Let's move. We'll head back to Orma first. There's plenty of supplies there, and we should stock up, Lin Yu suggested. Epiao looked at him and asked, Master, once we find my sister, what's the plan after that? Lin Yu's gaze turned sharp. The grudge from my past life hasn't been settled yet in this one. The Xia family in Kyoto, Xia Haoran. Although Xia Haoran had yet to reveal his true power, Lin Yu was well aware of his strength and cunning. He silently calculated after the rat tide. The third month would soon arrive, and with it, the 100 Nations War. Brother, what are you mumbling about? Epiao asked. Nothing. The next goal is clear. Find all the Height-Ear fire energies. Phoenix Fire, Core Earth Fire, Star Fire, even Solar Core Fire, and Rule Fire. They'll devour them and elevate my talent to 9S. The next target is Kyoto's Phoenix Fire. After locating Epiao's sister, the group arrived at a part of Orma and cleared out the zombies. Lu Shiyun took charge of gathering useful supplies, storing them in her limitless space. Lin Yu decided they would rest for a day to prepare for the more dangerous battles ahead. The group relaxed on the second floor, some lounging on sofas, others playing mahjong, enjoying a rare moment of leisure. Meanwhile, Lin Yu sent a message to the Zombie King, Desir Bro, on the forum, but he didn't receive a reply. Brother Yu, there are already 6 second-tier individuals across the entire Xia Nation, Lu Shiyun informed him. Lin Yu checked the rankings. Desir Bro, Blade, Dawn, Gentleman, Genius Scientist, and Archmagial formidable figures of Xia Nation. Their achievements were so remarkable that they left foreigners in disbelief. Lu Shiyun recalled her first encounter with Desir Bro. Back then, she and Lin Yu were still hunting first-tier zombies. While Desir Bro could effortlessly make zombies deliver crystal cores to him, he was practically a cheat-level existence. Lin Yu explained, that's how it is before the 5th tier. Once you hit the 5th tier, things won't be so easy anymore. He proceeded to introduce the powerful individuals on the list: Blade, the king of soldiers from the northern military region; Dawn, the number 1 in the strongest sequence; Archmage, who possessed an extraordinary necromancy talent; and Wang Yiling, the proud daughter of Kyoto's Wang family, nicknamed Crazy Wang. When he mentioned the last name, Lin Yu couldn't help but frown. The name Wang Fengzi was legendary in the post-apocalyptic world. This woman wasn't just a peerless genius, but also the founder of the new order in the chaotic era. As scientific civilization crumbled and evolutionary civilization rose, she had the foresight to seamlessly merge the two, achieving countless world-changing feats. Her ambition was no less than that of the famed Empress Wu Zetian in history. Master, how many crystal cores do you still need to reach Tier 2? Epiao asked. Just 2 more. I'm almost there, Lin Yu replied with a smile. At that moment, he received a message from Deshixiao. We've been here for a while, gathering zombies in the west district of Tianhai City. Lin Yu, have you noticed any unusual activity with the rat swarm? Lin Yu responded, yes, I learned from fragments of consciousness from a Tier 2 zombie here that the Rat King has been summoning all the rats in the city over the past few days, pushing them to mutate rapidly and grow stronger. The process has led to fierce battles with large groups of zombies, leaving the southern district in ruins. Both zombies and survivors there have been completely wiped out. That's the information we have. Haven't you noticed the rat swarm has been quiet yesterday and today? Are you suggesting? Lin Yu's brows furrowed. I suspect the rat swarm is evolving. The Rat King has likely reached Tier 3 and gained significant intelligence. If that's the case, the swarm could launch an attack tonight, or at the latest, tomorrow. I won't keep you. Time is critical. I've already gathered most of the zombies in the West District and plan to lead them to confront the rat swarm in the South. However, I'm concerned the swarm may have already shifted toward the East District. After ending the conversation, Lin Yu felt a heavy weight on his chest. With the rat swarm in the South District, its next target would either be Deshixiang's West District or the East District where Lin Yu was. Realizing this, he abruptly stood up. Brother Yu, what's wrong? The Southern District has already fallen. The next target of the rat swarm is very likely the East District where we are, Lin Yu said, his expression grave. Judging by the signs, the Rat King has developed significant intelligence. The West District, fortified under Deshixiang's control, is too strong for the swarm to attack right now. That leaves only the East District. Everyone's faces turned pale. A single mutated rat wasn't much of a threat, but tens of thousands of them attacking simultaneously would be like a locust plague, leaving nothing but devastation in their wake. No one knew the exact number of infected rats, but all they could do was hope Deshixiang's zombie army could confront the swarm in time to weaken its numbers. Lin Yu was about to speak when he suddenly felt the ground tremble. The vibrations grew stronger by the second. This is bad. The rat swarm is here. The group turned pale with fear. The thought of tens of thousands of rats, each the size of a wolfhound, charging at once was enough to send shivers down anyone's spine. Stay quiet, Lin Yu commanded sharply, stopping the group from panicking. This time, the rat swarm wasn't just passing through, it had a clear objective: to devour all living flesh and blood. Everyone held their breath, tense with anxiety. From the first floor of the building, Loud thuds echoed upward, like heavy hammers pounding on their hearts. The air was thick with fear. Against such an overwhelming number of rats, even the strongest fighters wouldn't stand much of a chance. Lin Yu glanced at the 30 or so people around him, his eyes clouded with worry. Most of them hadn't even reached Tier 1. He couldn't predict how many would survive this disaster. Bang! The deafening crash of the front door collapsing sent shockwaves through the building. Almost immediately, thousands of mutated rats flooded in, following the scent of humans. Yanglong, seal off all access to the 3rd floor with metal. Except for the staircase, Lin Yu ordered loudly. Everyone, block the staircase and kill any mutated rats that try to come up. This was the best strategy they could manage for now. Lin Yu walked over to the window, and his heart sank at the sight outside. The entire city was overrun by mutated rats. Streets, alleys, shops, office buildings everywhere was teeming with their grotesque forms. The sheer number of them had completely swallowed the city. On a street, over a dozen people were fleeing in panic. Initially, they had been clearing out scattered zombies in an alley when the ground suddenly began to shake violently, reminding everyone of the rodent swarm in Tianhai City that had been mentioned on the forums. Before long, a massive wave of mutated rats appeared at the end of the street, resembling a surging black flood. They collided head-on with a horde of thousands of zombies. The zombies howled and lunged at the mutated rats, tearing off chunks of flesh, while the rats retaliated with even greater speed and razor-sharp claws, effortlessly slashing zombie throats. Despite the zombies' superior numbers, it often took several of them to bring down a single mutated rat. Run for your lives. The rat swarm is here, someone shouted, pale-faced, as the group broke into a desperate sprint. The horde of zombies behind them was quickly consumed by the wave of rats. Boss, there's another horde of zombies up ahead. Where do we go now? Someone cried out, their voice trembling with fear. Yi Su, the leader, felt a wave of despair wash over him. With a zombie horde ahead and a relentless swarm of mutated rats behind, there was no way out. He quickly scanned his surroundings and suddenly shouted, "Get to the rooftops!" The group's eyes lit up with hope as they scrambled up walls to reach the rooftops of the 2-story buildings. However, their efforts were in vain. When the rat swarm surged forward, the low buildings collapsed like houses of cards. Several people fell to the ground in despair and were swallowed by the black wave before they could even scream. Similar tragedies unfolded across the eastern district of the city. Meanwhile, in the Orma building, Lin Yu and his group were desperately holding the staircase against the rat swarm. Thanks to Yanglong's metal reinforcements, the entrance could only accommodate 7 to 8 mutated rats at a time, giving the group a temporary reprieve. This won't work. The number of mutated rats will keep increasing, and many areas will eventually be breached, Lu Shiyan said, frowning. Unless everyone here advances to Tier 1 and their stats increase dramatically, there's nothing I can do to save them, Lin Yu replied, his eyes flickering with thought. The core members of their group all had speeds exceeding 150 points, with even the weakest member, Ruku, boasting 140 points, far surpassing the speed of level 10 zombies, which was only 55 points. For them, breaking through the swarm wasn't difficult. Lin Yu turned to Yanglong, "Go find out how many crystal nuclei the others need to reach Tier 1. Yanglong quickly returned with a report. "Boss, we have 27 people left, 6 are already Tier 1, while 21 are still at level 10. To advance those 21, we need 123 crystal nuclei." To Lin Yu, this number wasn't insurmountable. He was already at Tier 1, level 10, and had 32 crystal nuclei in hand. Lu Shiyan and Yi Piao contributed 6 and 7 nuclei, respectively, bringing the total to 45. Lin Yu handed the nuclei to Yanglong. "Use these to advance some of them. They'll figure out the rest." "Boss." The others were moved and tried to speak, but Lin Yu cut them off. "Save your words. Only those who survive have the right to stay with me." After instructing the women to guard the entrance, Lin Yu rushed downstairs. Moving like a phantom through the swarm of rats, his speed of 624 points made it impossible for ordinary mutated rats to touch him. He specifically targeted Tier 1 mutated rats, delivering precise, fatal strikes with each blow. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed through the air, and a massive shadow lunged toward Lin Yu. This mutated rat was enormous, its steel-like teeth glinting menacingly, its aura far more powerful than the others. Tier 2. Lin Yu's eyes lit up. What he needed most right now was a Tier 2 crystal nucleus, and this was an opportunity delivered right to his doorstep. Die. Lin Yu's figure flickered like a phantom, appearing behind the second-tier mutant rat in an instant. The flaming blade traced a graceful arc through the air, decisively severing its head. To him, even a second-tier mutant rat was nothing more than a slightly larger ant. Over an hour had passed, and Lin Yu had already collected enough first-tier crystal cores, yet he had not returned. He was relentlessly searching for a second-tier mutant rat. Just one more crystal core was all he needed to break through to the second tier. Unfortunately, while first-tier mutant rats were as numerous as blades of grass, second-tier ones were exceedingly rare. With a soft sigh, he turned and dashed toward the direction of Ulma. The situation there was growing dire. The number of zombie rats assaulting Ulma had surged dramatically, and several first-tier ones had already joined the fray. If they couldn't secure victory soon and continued to lose mutant rats, it might attract even more of them. Should that happen, only the class-gifted individuals would have any hope of survival. The others would be doomed. With a heavy expression, Lin Yu carved a bloody path through the chaos and charged into Ulma. Boss! Boss, you're back! Cheers erupted from the third-floor survivors as they saw him return, their faces lighting up with relief and joy. Those who haven't advanced, take these and share them. Once we've all broken through, we leave immediately. He handed over 78 crystal cores to Yang Long. Moments later, everyone had completed their advancements. Move! Lin Yu barked the command, leading the way. Alone, he could rely on his speed to weave through the chaos and escape unharmed. But now, with a group in tow, he had no choice but to confront the mutant rats heat-in. Dodging was not an option. If the group behind him got scattered, they would be overwhelmed. Once surrounded, the endless tide of mutant rats would leave no room for escape, no matter how fast he was. Flaming Blade. A massive 40-meter-long fiery blade materialized, cutting through the air in sweeping strikes, clearing nearly 100 meters of the path ahead in an instant. Run! He shouted, and the group bolted at full speed, sprinting in the opposite direction of the rat horde. Suddenly, several massive mutant rats crashed into the group, scattering them. Lu Rook, caught off guard, was flung into the air. Rook! Lu Shiyun's eyes burned with fury as she tore through the space around her, shredding over 20 mutant rats. Yet no sooner was the area cleared than it was filled again by the endless swarm. Keep going. I'll get Rook. Lin Yu turned back without hesitation, leaping through the chaos to reach her. With a single sweeping strike, he obliterated dozens of mutant rats, then grabbed the young girl and took off. His brow furrowed deeply. This disturbance had clearly drawn the attention of the mutant Rat King. All the surrounding mutant rats were converging on their location. By now, Lin Yu and Lu Rook were separated from the rest of the group by a dense, writhing mass of mutant rats. Boss, where are you? A voice called out, accompanied by flashes of electricity. I'm here, Lin Yu roared, unleashing his 40-meter flaming blade in a horizontal slash that carved through the swarm. Boss, I'm here to get you. A streak of lightning shot toward him. Lin Yu squinted and realized it was one of the ordinary members of his team. It seemed the man had suddenly awakened a speed-based ability. What's the situation with the others? Lin Yu asked while cutting down the oncoming rats. Your sister is leading the charge with sheer strength, and Leader Yi is using runic barriers to block off the path. They've already made it far ahead. They sent me to help you. The man unleashed a burst of lightning, electrocuting several mutant rats. Good. Let's move. Just then, Lin Yu felt an overwhelming mental force lock onto him. His expression darkened. He handed Lu Rook to the man. Take her and go. I'll cover you. Understood. The man scooped up Lu Rook and vanished into the swarm like a bolt of lightning. A massive mutant rat lunged toward the streak of light. Not on my watch. Lin Yu intercepted it in an instant, unleashing a fiery breath that slammed into the creature with devastating force. Watching the lightning streak fade into the distance, he finally exhaled in relief. Now, with no one to worry about, he could focus entirely. He lunged at the injured second-tier mutant rat, dispatching it with a single strike and securing a second-tier crystal core. A deafening roar suddenly shook the air. In the distance, a towering brown rat, larger than an RV, let out an earth-shaking bellow. Despite being a rat, its roar resembled that of a colossal beast. The Rat King. Lin Yu's eyes gleamed with excitement, his heart pounding. Energy began to gather wildly in the Rat King's maw, and in the next moment, a terrifying energy beam shot forth, aimed directly at him. Heh, even rats are pulling off Kamehameha now? Lin Yu stood before the Tier 3 Rat King, utterly focused and unwilling to let his guard down for even a moment. Without hesitation, he activated his Dragon Flame form. In an instant, his strength skyrocketed from 972 to an overwhelming 3888, with all his other attributes doubling as well. This was the terrifying power of the Dragon Flame form, a threefold increase in primary strength and a doubling of all secondary stats. Blazing roar. Lin Yu bellowed, unleashing a crimson pillar of fire from his mouth. It surged forward, colliding midair with the Rat King's energy beam. As the blinding light of their clash erupted, the crimson flames tore through the Rat King's attack with unstoppable force and continued their charge. Lin Yu's lips curled into a confident smirk. The old saying goes, the left side always loses in a beam clash? Well, starting today, that changes. Anyone who dares to clash beams with me will lose. The Rat King let out a sharp screech, leaping into the air to dodge. The fire pillar slammed into the ground, detonating with a thunderous explosion. Countless mutated rats were obliterated in the fiery blast, their remains scattering in all directions. The Rat King, witnessing the devastation, felt a pang of fear. How could a mere human, not even at Tier 2, possess such overwhelming strength? Its hesitation was brief. It let out a piercing roar, summoning a torrent of mutated rats to swarm forward in a relentless assault. Lin Yu sneered, unfazed. With no distractions holding him back, how could a mere rat swarm pose a threat? He darted through the writhing mass of rodents with precise agility, using their heads as stepping stones to close the distance to the Rat King. The crimson flames in his hands coalesced into a blazing blade, which he swung down with ferocious force, reducing swathes of mutated rats to ash. Yet, the Rat King proved faster, vanishing in a flash of black light to evade the attack. A Tier 3 speed. Huh? Too fast, Lin Yu muttered to himself. He quickly calculated the difference. While the Rat King's speed reached at least 1600, even in dragon flame form, his own was only 1248. The gap was evident. Forget it. He'll wait for Big Sure and his zombie army to show up instead. Sheathing his flame blade, Lin Yu leapt from one rat carcass to another, making his way out of the swarm. After more than 10 minutes of maneuvering, he spotted two figures amidst the chaos. One was a man who had awakened a lightning ability, zipping through the rat horde like a bolt of electricity. The other had transformed into a shadow, gliding across the ground and weaving the shadows of the mutated rats into ropes that tripped entire groups of them. A shadow ability? Interesting, Lin Yu remarked, wielding his enormous 40-meter blade. With one sweeping motion, he cleared a large area of rats. Boss! The two men shouted excitedly upon recognizing his signature attack. Lin Yu wasted no time, pulling the two along as they dashed across the sea of rat corpses. Any mutated beast that dared to block their path was cleaved in two with a single strike. Finally, they broke free of the rat swarm and reached a hilly terrain. The two collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily, while Lin Yu took the opportunity to inquire about the others. They explained that their group had encountered overwhelming numbers of mutated rats during their escape, including one Tier 2 and over a dozen Tier 1 beasts. It was only thanks to Xiao Yu and a few of the sisters-in-law clearing a path that they made it out. The shadow-wielding man introduced himself as Xiao Li, mentioning that he and Zhou had stayed behind to cover the group's retreat. Lin Yu studied the two closely. Once ordinary members of the team, they had evidently undergone life-and-death trials to awaken their abilities. What impressed him even more was their willingness to risk their lives for their comrades. And you two thought you could hold the rear on your own? Got a death wish? Lin Yu teased with a grin. Boss, our lives and strength are thanks to you. We've long stopped fearing death, Xiao Li replied firmly. You and the sisters-in-law could have left us behind without any trouble, but you chose to treat us as part of the team. How could we just stand by and do nothing? Their faces bore a weariness far beyond their years. Lin Yu smiled, genuinely moved by their resolve. He extended a hand toward them. All right, welcome to Yongzhou. The two men froze for a moment, then their faces lit up with unrestrained joy. They had long dreamed of joining Yongzhou, and now that dream had finally come true. Their excitement was palpable. You know the creed of Yongzhou, don't you? Lin Yu asked. Of course. Those of Yongzhou are comrades who can entrust their lives to one another. And to Yongzhou's enemies? They are to be dealt with as if avenging a grave insult, eliminated without mercy. Their eyes burned with unwavering determination, a conviction taking root deep within them. Lin Yu laughed heartily, proud of their spirit. Memories of his past life came flooding back. Though Yongzhou had few elites, its reputation was legendary. This was because every member shared the same unyielding belief, facing death without fear. It was this unity that made even the most powerful factions wary of crossing them. I wonder where the others are now, Lin Yu thought, his gaze distant. Swarms of mutant rats flooded the entire city, leaving Lin Yu and his two companions to flee hastily, guided only by a vague sense of direction. Now standing outside the city, they still hadn't caught sight of Lu Shiyun and her group. However, Lin Yu remained unbothered. With their abilities, they were more than capable of protecting themselves. He decided it was fine to contact them later. As the sky darkened, Lin Yu stopped hesitating and sat cross-legged on the ground. Step back a bit, he instructed. Although Xiao Li and Zhou looked confused, they obediently moved further away. Lin Yu took out 10 Tier 2 crystal cores and focused on absorbing their energy. Suddenly, a surge of immense magical power erupted from within him, forming a 4-meter-wide pillar of light that continued to expand. Amidst the swirling dust and flying debris, the overwhelming energy transformed into a tangible pressure that swept outwards. This was energy burst, a sign of one's magical power reaching its full potential. Within the glowing pillar, it felt as if an ancient demonic god was awakening, and the terrifying pressure spread like tidal waves. Xiao Li and Zhou were forced to the ground by the sheer force, as though they were carrying a mountain on their backs. We really should have moved even farther away, Xiao Li stammered, his teeth chattering as he struggled to speak. Who could have imagined that Lin Yu's energy burst during his breakthrough would be this terrifying? The scene became increasingly intense. The ground beneath Lin Yu began to crack, rocks scattering in all directions. Crimson magical light shot out from the fissures. After what felt like an eternity, the overwhelming energy finally subsided, revealing Lin Yu still seated calmly. Tier 2. Lin Yu clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within him. He then checked his newly enhanced attributes after the breakthrough. Codename: Magician. Level: Tier 2, Level 0. Magic power: 158,000. Strength: 1,944. Constitution: 1,164. Speed: 1,248. Spirit: 1,372. Talent: S-rank Flame Mastery. Unlocked flame forms: Inferno, Dragon's Flame. All of his base attributes had surpassed 1,000 points, reaching levels that ordinary Tier 3 evolvers could only dream of. Boss, that energy burst just now was insane. Xiao Li and Zhou picked themselves up from the ground, looking disheveled. Yeah, it was like a super demon lord awakening. I almost wet myself from fear. Did you though? Xiao Li scratched his head awkwardly. It was just a metaphor. Just a metaphor. The three of them burst into laughter. Boss, by the way, 3 foreigners just reached Tier 2 as well. They almost knocked you out of the top 10, Xiao Li mentioned. Lin Yu immediately opened the global tier rankings. 1. Desir Xiong, Daxia, Tier 2. 2. Blade, Daxia, Tier 2. 3. Dawn, Daxia, Tier 2. 4. Gentleman, Daxia, Tier 2. 5. Genius Scientist, Daxia, Tier 2. 6. Grand Magister, Daxia, Tier 2. 7. Magician, Daxia, Tier 2. 8. Arthur, Great Britain, Tier 2. 9. Lucifer, Heaven's Kingdom, Tier 2. 10. Chizuru, Sakura Nation, Tier 2. The global leaderboard now featured 10 Tier 2 powerhouses, 7 of whom were from Daxia. On the forums, Sakura Nation citizens were boasting arrogantly. Our Chizuru-sama is just getting started. Watch closely, Daxia. Soon, Chizuru-sama will claim the top spot, and the 100 Nations Championship will undoubtedly belong to Sakura Nation. This immediately drew ridicule from Daxia's netizens. Are all Sakura Nation citizens this blind? If they're all like this, trampling Sakura will be a breeze. We've got so many top-ranked powerhouses who haven't even said a word, and Heirei someone barely clinging to 10th place bragging already? Meanwhile, in a shrine in Sakura Nation, the shrine leader was addressing Chizuru. The 100 Nations battle has less than 2 weeks left. During this time, the shrine will spare no expense to hunt Tier 2 and Tier 3 zombies and mutant beasts to provide you with crystal cores. You are the future of the shrine. We hope you can eliminate all enemies and lead our empire to the pinnacle of the world. Rest assured, Shrine Leader. Chizuru swung her katana, her eyes gleaming coldly. In the 100 Nations battle, I will cut down every enemy in my path. Similar scenes were unfolding in various countries. In Heaven's Kingdom, an elder in a crimson clerical robe handed a vial of crimson liquid extracted from a golden adamantine box to a man codenamed Gabriel. This is the primal crystal core, something the Holy Court has been researching for centuries without progress until the apocalypse began, explained the elder. This vial is derived from the primal core and seems to be linked to innate abilities. For the 100 Nations battle, the Holy Court has extracted 4 doses for our strongest champions and reserved 2 for further study. I will not disappoint the Holy Pope's expectations, Gabriel said respectfully as he accepted the vial. In Daxia, within a study in the Forbidden City's courtyard, Blade, dressed in a black Zhongshan suit and wielding a tang blade, reported to the head of state. All major military corps are now consolidated and on standby. However, several ancient families seem unwilling to follow the temple's orders. Shall I deal with them? The head of state pondered for a moment. Leave them be for now, as long as they don't cause trouble. The world has changed. Nuclear energy is obsolete, and everything now depends on evolution. We must avoid internal conflict for the time being. Issue military orders to all corps nationwide and assess who remains loyal. Also, what progress has Wang Fengzi from the Wang family made with those crystal cores? The 100 Nations battle is imminent. If they prove valuable, they can be given to Dragon Group members with mid-level potential. Those of you with strong innate talents should avoid relying on external aids. I worry they might limit your future growth. Understood. I'll visit the Wang family personally. In an air raid shelter just outside the eastern district of Tianhai City, 70 to 80 survivors huddled together. They sat crouched on the damp, dark ground, fear etched across every face. The relentless swarm of rats ravaging the area nearby had left everyone on edge, a seething mass of rodents that devoured everything in their path, be it zombies or the living. In one corner, 3 people, Lin Yu and his companions, sat with their eyes closed, conserving their energy. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside the shelter. Damn those blasted rats. I've been starving all day because of them. A voice cursed as a group of figures entered the shelter. The leader, a young man named Lu Qi, froze for a moment when he saw the crowded space, but soon a glint of greed flickered in his eyes. Go. Make them hand over all their food. Anyone who resists deal with them on the spot, Lu Qi ordered the burly man behind him, his tone laced with menace. The burly man, gripping a steel blade, began searching the survivors one by one. When he approached the first person, the individual shot him a cold glare. That single look, exuding the aura of a first-tier fighter, sent a chill down the burly man's spine, and he quickly moved on to the next target. He then stopped in front of an obese woman, her body resembling a human sphere, weighing at least 300 pounds. She called out in a sickly sweet voice, "Hey there, handsome," prompting disgust among everyone present. Enraged, the burly man kicked her, only to be pushed back by the sheer force of her weight. Embarrassed under Lu Qi's watchful gaze, he furiously kicked her repeatedly until she stopped breathing. From her branded handbag, he retrieved a stash of snacks. The search continued. An elderly woman begged to keep a little food but was heartlessly denied. Over 30 people were forced to surrender all their supplies. When the burly man reached a beautiful woman, she claimed she had no food. He leered at her, demanding she strip for inspection. At that moment, a man with a square face and a sword strapped to his back stepped forward from the crowd. With an air of righteousness, he declared, "That's enough. The food you've taken is more than enough for you to survive." A young girl, around 10 years old, followed closely behind him, mimicking his every step. "Who do you think you are to tell me what to do?" The burly man sneered, his face filled with disdain and his tone dripping with contempt. The square-faced man said nothing. In a flash, he appeared right in front of the burly man. His right fist shot out like lightning, striking with such force that the burly man had no time to react. The only thought that crossed his mind was first tier before the punch sent him flying. He landed heavily at Lu Qi's feet. "You're asking for death. Brothers, let's take him down together." Lu Qi roared in fury, launching the first attack. However, he had clearly underestimated the power gap between a first tier and a level 10. Within 2 minutes, all his lackeys were writhing on the ground in pain. Lu Qi himself had his right arm broken, cold sweat streaming down his forehead from the excruciating pain. "Get lost." The square-faced man's gaze turned cold. He hadn't intended to intervene, but witnessing their heinous acts, murdering and looting, stealing food from the elderly and children, and even forcing women to strip in public, could no longer stand by. "You just wait. This isn't over. Don't think being first tier makes you untouchable." Lu Qi snarled through gritted teeth, clutching his broken arm. "If you don't leave now, you'll die." The square-faced man took a step forward, his presence so intimidating that the group of thugs fled in panic. As the villains disappeared into the distance, the man's expression softened. He turned to the crowd and said, "Everyone, take back your food." The moment those words left his mouth, the crowd surged forward, scrambling to grab food from the ground and stuff it into their bags. "Hey, old lady, that pack of biscuits is mine. Why are you putting it in your bag? And where's your proof? Does it have your name written on it? I swear I'll beat you to death." Murder. He's trying to kill an old woman. Someone come and help me." The chaotic scene resembled street disputes from the days before the apocalypse. It dragged on for over 10 minutes before finally settling down. "Big brother, thank you. If it weren't for you, we'd be starving tomorrow." "That's right. You're a good man, young fellow. Truly admirable." Even the old lady chimed in with her thanks. The crowd began expressing their gratitude to the square-faced man, the atmosphere quickly growing lively as laughter and chatter filled the air. Meanwhile, Lin Yu and his 2 companions remained detached from the commotion, focusing on their own tasks. Lin Yu had managed to contact his younger sister, Xiao Yu, through a forum post. She informed him that they were hiding in an abandoned, partially constructed building. While the confirmation of their safety brought him some relief, the news of 6 of their comrades being killed cast a heavy shadow over Xiao Li and Zhouan. Both men were silent, their grief palpable. "Don't dwell on it too much. Get some rest," Lin Yu said, giving each of them a reassuring pat on the shoulder. "Tomorrow, the zombies and mutant rats will clash. That will be our chance to hunt." In this brutal world, the pain of loss was something they would have to learn to endure on their own. Inside the dimly lit air raid shelter, the flickering torchlight danced across the walls, casting wavering shadows. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the passage, growing louder and closer, waking many of the sleeping occupants. "Brother, they're in here," a familiar voice called out. Moments later, a group led by Lu Qi stormed into the shelter, causing the faces of everyone present to pale. They immediately recognized these unwelcome visitors who had returned after their initial departure. "Brother, that's Hema first-tier fighter," Lu Qi reported, pointing at the square-faced man as he addressed Lu Min, the leader of the group. Lu Min's sharp, knife-like gaze finally settled on the square-faced man. Friend, in times like these, why stand against us for the sake of these people? Join us instead, and together we can achieve great things, Lu Min offered, subtly hinting that his brother's grievances could be forgiven if the man chose to submit. People who walk different paths cannot work together, the square-faced man replied with a cold snort, his stance unwavering. Lu Min sneered. It seems you still don't understand the harsh reality of the apocalypse. He swept his eyes across the crowd. I was willing to let you all live if you handed over your food. But now, thanks to him breaking my brother's hand, none of you will leave here alive. Behind him, his men revealed blood-stained blades that gleamed ominously in the torchlight. The crowd erupted into chaos, and those who had once been grateful to the square-faced man now turned on him with looks of resentment. The square-faced man stepped forward, clasping his hands in a gesture of reassurance. Everyone, don't worry. As long as I'm here, they won't dare make a move. What guarantees can you give us? This is all your fault. If you hadn't meddled, we'd have only lost some food. Angry accusations burst from the crowd. Suddenly, a man dropped to his knees and crawled toward Lu Min, offering up food while begging for mercy. In an instant, others followed suit, kneeling and pointing fingers at the square-faced man in desperation. The situation spiraled out of control. A young boy, once helped by the square-faced man, rushed forward and began kicking and punching him in a fit of rage. What are you doing? The man's daughter, Xiao Chan, yelled angrily, shoving the boy away. The boy fell to the ground and began wailing. His grandmother immediately rushed over, scooping him up while hurling curses at Xiao Chan, you little brat. How dare you touch my grandson? Xiao Chan, let's go, the square-faced man said, pulling his daughter back as sorrow filled his heart. At that moment, the grandmother suddenly pulled out a knife and drove it into the square-faced man's side. She followed up with a second stab, leaving everyone including Xiao Li and Lin Yu, who had been watching from the shadows stunned. Is she insane? That man helped her. Xiao Li exclaimed in disbelief. Lin Yu remained calm, analyzing the situation. Don't rush. With a first-tier physique, he'll recover from 2 knife wounds to the waist in a day or 2. Some people need to experience betrayal to grow. In the apocalypse, being overly saintly will only get you killed. Once he realizes that his kindness is a liability, I'll step in. Meanwhile, the grandmother had already knelt before Lu Min with her grandson, groveling and pleading for mercy. In that moment, the ugliness of human nature was laid bare for all to see. Big brother, I stabbed him. Does this mean I don't have to die? Lu Min froze for a moment before bursting into wild laughter. Haha, so, was it worth standing up for someone like him? Lu Min's laughter was filled with mockery. The square-faced man turned pale, clutching his wounded side tightly as blood seeped through his fingers. His daughter stood nearby, her face drenched in tears. You broke my brother's arm, Lu Min said coldly. Join us or pay with your life. Then let's see who survives, the square-faced man replied in a low, steady voice. He swiftly tore a strip of fabric from his clothes and wrapped it around his wound. To him, such an injury was merely a flesh wound. Slowly, he drew a long sword from his back and murmured with determination, enhance sharps. As soon as the words left his mouth, the blade of the sword began to emit a chilling glow. Even Lin Yu was taken aback by the sight. This was an enhancement talent, a rare ability with effects that varied widely. Some wielders were as powerful as gods, while others were as insignificant as ants. This talent reminded him of Epiao's techniques, which similarly allowed users to imbue objects or others with their unique traits. Attack! The square-faced man charged forward like a bolt of lightning. Lu Min exchanged a glance with one of his first-tier subordinates, signaling for a coordinated ambush. Earth wall, he shouted, and with a thunderous rumble, a massive stone wall erupted from the ground. Without hesitation, the square-faced man slashed his sharp long sword, and the stone wall shattered instantly. Stone armor! Lu Min roared again, activating his talent. The surrounding earth and rocks quickly encased his body, forming an armor that transformed him into a massive, 3-meter stone giant, with only his eyes visible. Each step he took caused the ground to tremble. This guy's strength and defense are incredible, but his speed must be his weakness, Zhouan whispered, echoing the thoughts of everyone present. The lumbering form clearly came at the cost of agility. The square-faced man launched a relentless assault, his blade striking the stone armor repeatedly. Even with the enhanced sharpness, he couldn't penetrate the defense. After dozens of strikes, he was breathing heavily, his side wound bleeding profusely, sapping his strength and slowing his movements. The joints are the weak points, he muttered through gritted teeth, searching for an opening. Finally, he spotted a brief moment of opportunity. With precision, his long sword sliced into the giant's knee joint. A loud crack echoed as the stone shattered, and the blade drove deep into Lu Min's knee, piercing through it in an instant. A chilling scream pierced through the air. The square-faced man swung his sword in a wide arc, but out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a shadow darting toward him. The figure's claws, sharp as hooks, gleamed coldly in the dim light, aiming straight for his chest. This was a user of the cat claw ability. With a sharp clang, the square-faced man managed a hasty block, his sword clashing violently against the razor-sharp claws, sparks flying in all directions. However, he only managed to parry one claw. The other tore into his side, where a dagger had already left a wound earlier. Blood gushed from the reopened injury. At that moment, a stone golem's massive fist came crashing down, smashing into the man's blade with immense force and sending him flying through the air. Dad! A heart-wrenching cry tore from Xiao Chan's throat. Cough, Xiao Chan. I can't get us out of this anymore. The man wheezed, blood spilling from his mouth. It's all my fault for meddling. No, Dad, it's not your fault. It's that old woman, she ambushed you. Enough talk. Die. Lu Min roared, giving them no time to recover. His stone fist swung forward, aiming to crush the father and daughter. He knew better than to waste time with words. She believed in striking while the enemy was vulnerable. Lin Yu, observing from a distance, decided it was time to intervene. He had been waiting for this moment, believing the ordeal would allow the father to see the true cruelty of human nature and shed his overly compassionate tendencies. For those who might question why he hadn't stepped in sooner, there were two reasons. First, he hadn't realized the man was under a fatal curse. He had assumed the injuries were superficial and would heal with rest. Second, unless the man experienced this betrayal firsthand, Lin Yu feared his self-sacrificing nature would never change. Saving him now might only lead to future tragedies. In a blur of motion, Lin Yu appeared before the stone golem, intercepting its devastating punch with ease. Flames erupted from his palm, the sheer force of his counterattack blasting the golem backward. Turning, he surveyed the crowd of kneeling onlookers, his gaze icy and penetrating. A quote from the pre-apocalypse era surfaced in his mind. You can choose to stay silent in the shadows, but do not mock or vilify those braver than you, for the light they fight for will also shine upon you. It was a sentiment that perfectly encapsulated the scene before him. Remember what I've taught you. Xiao Chan, live well, the square-faced man said, placing a trembling hand on his daughter's back. I'm giving all my remaining strength to you. This was a decision he had prepared for. No, Dad. I don't want this, I just want you to live. The little girl sobbed uncontrollably. It's no use. The curse has already doomed me. I only have a few days left. Cough. Cough. Blood poured from his mouth in greater volume. Without the curse, these injuries would have been minor for someone like him. Transfer, inherit. The man bellowed, pulling his daughter into a tight embrace. A surge of energy erupted from his body, waves of power radiating outward. In a blinding flash of light, his strength flowed into Xiao Chan, leaving his body withered and lifeless. Dada's scream of anguish tore through the light, reverberating with raw pain. A sudden sense of unease washed over Lin Yu. He instinctively leapt backward, distancing himself from the unfolding scene. This was no ordinary occurrence, it was something far beyond his expectations. As the light faded, the sight before them left everyone paralyzed with dread. The square-faced man's body had been reduced to a skeleton, held tightly in his daughter's arms. His flesh and organs had completely vanished, leaving only bones etched with black runes, deeply embedded into the remains. This is the forbidden technique. Transfer and inherit, Lin Yu murmured, his expression grim. The technique required the caster to sacrifice their flesh and soul to pass their power to another. The success rate was less than 10%, and failure meant death for both. Lin Yu couldn't understand why the man had resorted to such extremes for injuries that, under normal circumstances, would have been easily survivable for a first-tier evolver. Now, the little girl stood shrouded in black energy, her aura menacing. Why? Why did you turn on the very person who saved you? She whispered, clutching her father's skeletal remains. If it weren't for all of you, my dad might have had a few more days, maybe we could have even found a way to lift the curse. But now, you all deserve to die. Every single one of you should rot in the deepest pits of hell. Her head snapped up, and her eyes now completely black, void of pupils, sent chills down the spines of everyone present. Forbidden art. Lives requiem, she declared, her voice cold and merciless. Lin Yu's face darkened. Without hesitation, he grabbed Xiao Li and Zhouan, retreating swiftly from the impending catastrophe. The forbidden art. Fate's demise, those three words stirred an immense wave of emotions within Lin Yu. This was a superpower tied to the laws of fate and causality, a gift that could only awaken in those with the most intense and pure emotions. Once unleashed, it demanded the ultimate price. One's life and soul, trading everything for a fleeting burst of future power. Why did you kill my father? Why? The little girl slowly stood up, her pitch-black eyes brimming with boundless hatred and rage. In an instant, A terrifying black aura erupted from her body. The pillar of dark energy swelled rapidly, completely engulfing her figure, leaving only those sinister, glowing black eyes faintly visible. Her power surged higher and higher, and the overwhelming pressure forced everyone present to collapse to the ground, unable to resist. The girl raised her right hand, pointing directly at the group before her. "You will all die. Die." A black energy orb formed at her fingertip, expanding rapidly to the size of a basketball before transforming into a laser beam over a meter wide. Wherever the beam passed, the ground of the bunker cracked open, and the walls were obliterated. The group of people didn't even have time to scream before they were consumed by the beam, reduced to nothingness. "Run!" Lu Min, the stone man, shouted in terror, turning to flee for his life. "You won't escape either." The girl turned her gaze, and a black beam shot from her palm. The devastating wave of energy swept across with apocalyptic force, silencing all cries of despair in the explosion that followed. The entire bunker shook violently and collapsed in an instant. In a corner of the bunker, Xiao Li and Zhouan were thrown against the walls by the shockwave, coughing up blood. At that moment, a terrifying surge of energy erupted from Lin Yu as well. With no other option, he activated his own power. Flames engulfed his body as he grabbed Xiao Li with one hand and Zhouan with the other. Fire erupted beneath his feet, propelling them straight through the top of the bunker and out into the open. Behind them, the bunker was reduced to rubble by a series of explosions, as if struck by missiles. Amid the debris, a black figure shot into the sky. It was the little girl. Her aura of power continued to rise as she held her father's remains carefully in her arms, gently laying them down beside her. "No, I have to stop her. If this continues, once her life and soul are completely burned out, there will be no saving her," Lin Yu said grimly, his gaze fixed on the figure before him. The forbidden art. Fate's demise demanded the sacrifice of everything for a moment of ultimate transcendence, borrowing power from the future. But after the brilliance came only complete annihilation. Once the process began, there was no way to stop it until death claimed the user. "Isn't there anyone who can stop her? I have to try." Determination flared in Lin Yu's eyes as he shot forward like an arrow, heading straight for the girl. Dear readers, if you're enjoying the story, would you mind sending some free gifts to show your support? It would mean the world to me. Thank you all in advance. "Stop right there." Lin Yu roared, his body engulfed in flames as his magic surged like a tidal wave. He launched a powerful punch straight at the little girl. The girl lifted her pitch-black eyes, stepping forward instead of retreating. Her gaze briefly flicked toward her father's skeletal remains before deliberately avoiding that direction to meet the attack Eden. With a slender arm extended and her palm raised, she astonishingly caught Lin Yu's devastating punch, brimming with overwhelming power. The collision of their forces sent shockwaves rippling outward, tangible enough to shake the very air. The scene was nothing short of jaw-dropping. Lin Yu was already a second-tier warrior, and in his blazing form, his strength had multiplied several times over. Yet, this monstrous attack was effortlessly neutralized by a mere child. Again. Lin Yu's eyes narrowed as he unleashed a flurry of punches, his fists raining down like a relentless storm. The girl's hands moved with precision, each block executed flawlessly. The two clashed fiercely amidst the ruins, their battle intense and unyielding. Xiao Li and Zhouan stood frozen in awe, their mouths agape as they watched the superhuman duel unfold. They could barely track the two blurred figures clashing repeatedly. "What is this? Some kind of Scion Prince battle technique?" they exclaimed in disbelief. The girl suddenly leaped back, putting some distance between herself and Lin Yu. Between her small palms, black energy waves began to coalesce, one after another, before she launched them in rapid succession. Each energy wave detonated violently on impact, their destructive force far surpassing any legendary technique. Lin Yu's brow furrowed as he observed the unsettling changes in her. Her hair was gradually turning white. This isn't good. Her sacrificial ritual is still ongoing. Her power is growing stronger by the second. He knew he had to end this quickly. Determined, Lin Yu held nothing back. A towering pillar of magical energy erupted around him, cracking the ground beneath his feet as debris disintegrated into dust under the sheer force. He activated his most formidable form, the Dragon Flame mode. The yellow flames surrounding him flared into a blazing crimson inferno. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yu vanished from sight, reappearing behind the girl in the next instant. Without hesitation, he drove a devastating punch into her back. The girl was sent hurtling through the air like a cannonball, crashing deep into a pile of rubble. Lin Yu was relentless, closing the distance immediately and pinning her down. His fists rained upon her like a merciless storm. At this moment, Lin Yu's speed and strength reached their peak. Despite her desperate resistance, the girl couldn't fully fend off his attacks. A third of his punches landed squarely. "Snap out of it. If this keeps up, you'll die," Lin Yu shouted, his voice booming as he aimed a controlled strike at her chest. Blood sprayed from the girl's mouth. Even with her sacrificial power, she was no match for Lin Yu in his dragon flame mode. Do you remember your father's last wish? He wanted you to Levito survive. Father. Lin Yu's words seemed to pierce through her haze, a flicker of clarity returning to her darkened eyes. Seeing this, Lin Yu's heart leaped with hope. He channeled more magic, pinning her limbs firmly as he continued to plead with her. Gradually, her consciousness began to surface. I can't die. I have to take father home, she murmured, her eyes regaining their natural clarity. Moments later, all the black energy retreated back into her frail body. Lin Yu finally released her, exhaling deeply in relief. Big brother, thank you, the girl said softly, her voice steady but weary as she reflected on what had just transpired. Lin Yu, realizing the awkwardness of his position atop her, quickly stood up, his face flushing with embarrassment. The girl attempted to rise, but immediately coughed up blood. Her once dark hair was now entirely white, her hands thin and bony, resembling those of an elderly woman. She staggered toward her father's remains, the sight of which even moved Lin Yu, a man accustomed to the harsh realities of life and death, to tears. Father, I'm taking you home, the girl whispered, her voice trembling as tears streamed down her face. Carefully, she wrapped her father's bones in her tattered cloak. What's your name, big brother? She asked, her voice faint but sincere. Magician Lin Yu, he replied. Thank you, Lin Yu. My name is Xiaochan. If I survive, I'll come find you. Lin Yu watched in silence as the girl, carrying her father's remains, began her lonely journey into the distance. Her frail figure seemed so small, so heartbreakingly fragile. He opened his mouth to speak, but found no words. Deep down, he wondered if Xiaochan would survive the trials ahead. Although Lin Yu forcibly interrupted and halted the young girl's sacrificial ritual, too much had already been offered before. On the surface, Xiaochan's body still retained the innocent appearance of childhood, but her vitality might have long since withered within. I believe you can survive, and your father would want you to live well. Lin Yu suddenly raised his voice, shouting toward the frail figure. In the distance, the small, thin silhouette that had merged into the night trembled slightly. After a brief pause, it continued forward, eventually vanishing into the darkness. A barely audible thank you drifted through the night air. Boss, are you okay? At that moment, a disheveled Xiao Li and Zhouan hurried over. Lin Yu stared in the direction where the young girl had disappeared and slowly shook his head. That little girl, will she die? The two asked with sympathy. I don't know. Everything depends on her own will. The forbidden art. Fate's demise is called a forbidden technique for a reason, Lin Yu sighed. For a zero-tier, level 10 little girl to use this forbidden art and end up evenly matched with a second-tier might's nothing short of astonishing. But why did her father suddenly turn into a withered skeleton? That's the inherited power within the forbidden arts, Lin Yu explained softly. Perhaps with the strength her father passed on to her, her chances of survival might be slightly higher. He tried to comfort himself. Xiaochan possessed both life and death forbidden powers simultaneously, something he had never encountered even in his previous life. Maybe, just maybe, she could create a miracle. If I were pushed to the brink, even if it meant dying, being able to borrow such invincible power would be worth it at least to exact revenge, Xiao Li mused aloud. You're overthinking it. Lin Yu shook his head. Only those with the most extreme emotions, the purest feelings, and the most unyielding will have even a 1 in 10,000 chance of awakening it. Even if they succeed, it's just a fleeting moment like a flower blooming at dawn, and when the power fades, death is inevitable. That is the force of fate and consequence. Lin Yu fell into deep thought, recalling those in his past life who had wielded the forbidden art. Fate's demise. Some did it for love, some for hatred, some for belief, and others for justice. They sacrificed everything to grasp the power of the future, achieving their ultimate aspirations in a moment of transcendence. But in the end, not one of them survived. They were stories of tragic heroism, marked by both glory and sorrow. Let's go. After the recent events, Lin Yu and his two companions climbed a large tree with heavy hearts, searching for a place to rest on its sturdy branches. At that moment, Lin Yu's communication device lit up with a message from Desir. Tomorrow, I'll arrive with a zombie army. By then, I'll command the zombies to engage in a bloody battle with the mutated rats. This message eased Lin Yu's tension slightly. Letting the zombies and mutated rats tear each other apart not only reduced their numbers, but also encouraged the emergence of higher-tier Crystal Carissa win-win situation for humanity. Yun Province's Tian High City is about to witness the birth of numerous Tier 2 creatures, and Tier 3 might even appear, Lin Yu mused, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Once Tier 3 is reached, the balance of power will shift completely. The top 10 forces of the Evolution Temple will take shape, and a new world order will be established. His thoughts turned to the current state of the Desir Empire. Once ruled jointly by the Tian family and 7 ancient noble families, The empire had undergone significant changes. Some of the ancient families had declined and withdrawn from the center of power. The current ruler had taken the opportunity to establish the Evolution Temple, recruiting the most powerful ancient families from the Forbidden City into its ranks, making them part of the temple's top 10 forces. Xia family, Xia Haoran? Lin Yu muttered through gritted teeth, thinking of the man he vowed to kill. In this lifetime, not even the Evolution Temple can stop me from taking your life. On the 51st day of the apocalypse, Tianhai City faced a turning point. Desir Xiongjiangji led the zombie horde into direct combat with the swarm of mutated rats. Lin Yu, along with Xiao Yu and others, stood atop a skyscraper, gazing at the vast, dark battlefield. The sight of nearly 2 million zombies clashing against over 100,000 mutated rats was utterly breathtaking. Master, how long will this battle last? Yi Piao asked. Even if the fighting continues non-stop, it'll take 5 or 6 days. There are just too many of them. Let them wear each other down first. This strategy wasn't unique to them. Many powerful individuals who had traveled from other regions were scattered around the outskirts of the city, observing the epic battle from a distance. On a hill outside the city, 17 figures stood still, with 5 off-road vehicles parked nearby. Members of the Divine Punishment Squad were discussing the situation, waiting for the right moment to act. Elsewhere, the rain god in white stood alone atop a tree, also biding his time. Meanwhile, Lin Yu, Qinjinger, and their group had also arrived in Tianhai City. Utilizing the flight ability he gained from devouring a Tier 2 mutated giant hawk, Lu Qi scouted the area and discovered numerous teams of varying strength gathering around the city. At the same time, a shocking announcement spread across the Rule Forum in the Desir region. The ruler had ordered the consolidation of all major military forces in the Forbidden City and issued deployment orders to military units nationwide. This news brought hope to ordinary evolvers, but caused concern among some of the more powerful ones. Smaller groups gathered to discuss the situation. Some worried that strong evolvers might be forcibly conscripted or subjected to research, while others believed that in this apocalypse where strength reigned supreme, everything depended on the attitudes of the most powerful evolvers. In the end, most chose to wait and observe, looking to see how top-tier figures like the magician would respond before making their own decisions. In a hidden chamber within the sprawling Wang family estate, deep inside the Forbidden City, a symphony of precise mechanical sounds filled the air. 20 massive metal cages stood in perfect alignment, each containing a snarling, grotesque zombie. By the door, an elderly man dressed in a traditional Zhongshan suit observed the scene with a stern expression. His gaze lingered on a figure moving deftly among the machines, her focused presence commanding the room. Yiling, he called out, his voice calm but edged with urgency. How is the research progressing? That man has already issued orders to the national military. He'll be here soon to demand results on the primal crystal core. Don't rush me. You'll have your report when I'm ready, the woman replied curtly, her back still turned. Her hands adjusted the delicate instruments in front of her with unwavering precision. The old man's tone hardened, his patience thinning. Wang Yiling, the family has granted you the privilege of advancing to Tier 2. It's time you repaid that kindness. At his words, the woman suddenly spun around. Her face was ghastly, disfigured, and her eyes burned with a murderous, seething hatred. Kindness, she spat, her voice dripping with venom. You call this kindness? You used me as your guinea pig, injecting me with an unstable serum that turned me into this monster. If it's such a gift, why don't you take it yourself? The old man involuntarily took a step back, visibly shaken by her fury. Regaining his composure, he hissed, Don't forget, Wang Yiling. Your brother's life hangs by a thread and I hold the scissors. Her expression darkened, but the fire in her eyes dimmed slightly. After a tense pause, she said coldly, Threats. That's all you have left, using my brother as leverage. Fine. I want to see him. It's been over a month since we last met. Once I see him, I'll give you the latest research results, the method to create Tier 3 evolution without side effects. The old man's pupils constricted, his breath catching for a moment. Tier 3. The implications were monumental, but he quickly masked his excitement with a calculated calm. Agreed. But first, you'll inject this. He produced a vial of pale blue liquid that shimmered faintly under the dim light. It was a suppressant, a formula designed to temporarily neutralize an evolver's abilities. Yiling let out a bitter laugh. Using my own invention against me? The Wang family truly knows no limits. Without hesitation, she took the vial and drained its contents in one swift motion, as though she had anticipated this all along. The old man nodded approvingly. Your brother will be brought to you in half an hour. I trust your research is as groundbreaking as you claim. As he departed, he barked orders to the 20 Tier 1 guards stationed outside, instructing them to keep a watchful eye on the chamber. Roughly an hour later, the heavy doors creaked open. 5 elite Tier 1 fighters escorted a frail, pale boy into the room. Xiaochuan, Yiling cried out, rushing toward him. Sis, the boy called back, his voice trembling with relief. The siblings embraced tightly, tears streaming down their faces, the raw emotion of their reunion filling the cold, sterile room. The old man stepped forward, his expression unreadable. Yiling, you've seen your brother. Now it's time to fulfill your promise. But Yiling's demeanor shifted in an instant. Her tear-streaked face twisted into a cold sneer. Why should I hand over my research to a heartless family like this? She said mockingly. The old man's face darkened, his earlier composure giving way to fury. You dare. He raised a hand, and the 5 guards sprang into action, their swords flashing as they lunged toward the pair. In an instant, the blades sliced through Yiling and Xiaochuan, their bodies crumpling to the ground in 2 lifeless halves. Wait, one of the guards shouted, his voice tinged with panic. There's no blood. A bone-chilling, hollow laughter echoed through the chamber. It started soft, then grew louder, more sinister, reverberating off the cold stone walls. The sound was inhuman, a cacophony of malice and mockery that sent shivers down the spines of everyone present. In the next moment, the enclosed room shattered like a mirror, fragments dispersing into nothingness. As the pieces vanished, an identical chamber appeared in its place. Wang Yiling stood in the corner, holding on to Wang Chuan. Her face, once disfigured, was now completely restored, flawless and breathtaking. She gazed coldly at everyone present. The elder's eyes widened in disbelief as he took in the scene. Wang Yiling, wasn't your power sealed? And your face? How is this possible? A mocking smile played on Wang Yiling's lips. Yes, that experimental potion did ruin my face, but it also fully awakened my potential. Today, I've finally rid myself of all the side effects. Her voice dripped with scorn as she directed her words at the elder. This can't be. The elder felt a chill run down his spine, a sense of dread creeping over him. Only now did he realize that from the very beginning, they had all walked right into Wang Yiling's trap. Smirking, Wang Yiling continued, her tone triumphant. This entire time, the room has existed within my mental realm. Everything you've seen me daily research, drinking the sealing potion, it was all an illusion I created. Whatever you wanted to see, I showed you. The elder froze as if struck by lightning. His body trembled, and cold sweat dotted his forehead. How is this possible? It all felt so real. Die. Wang Yiling suddenly broke into a fit of maniacal laughter. From today onward, the Wang family is mine. She unleashed her awakened powers, and the room flickered between illusion and reality. Countless demonic beasts tore through the void, surging toward the elder. Stop them. Don't be afraid, it's just an illusion, the elder shouted, forcing himself to remain calm. But in the very next second, a demon's razor-sharp claw pierced through his back and emerged from his chest. The searing pain made him realize this was no illusion. Cough. Is this really still an illusion? Blood poured from his mouth as he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. In less than 2 minutes, the room was devoid of any survivors. The illusion shattered, and the chamber returned to its original state except for the lifeless bodies scattered across the floor. Wang Yiling's eyes gleamed with madness. From now on, the Wang family belongs to me. And from this moment forward, the world will dance to my tune. Within the courtyard of the Forbidden City's quadrangle, the ruler of the nation received the latest battle reports with a somber expression. Among the 36 provincial legions, only 11 provinces had explicitly responded to the call to arms, while the rest remained eerily silent. Standing beside the ruler was Daofeng, exuding a sharp and imposing aura. The outcome had indeed caught him off guard. What about the attitudes of the ancient noble families? The ruler asked in a deep, steady voice. After a brief pause, Daofeng reported, the Wang family has undergone a major upheaval. Wang Yiling has taken over as the head of the family, and she has expressed willingness to share their research on the Primal Crystal course. The Xie family is also inclined to form an alliance. As for the other ancient families, some have already fallen into decline, while others have yet to take a stance. Very well. Begin by sharing research results with the Wang family to strengthen the Dragon Core and prepare for the competition among the 100 nations, the ruler decided decisively. 4 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the ranking board, the number of Tier 2 experts had reached 167, with the Daxia Empire accounting for 79 of them. With full support from their respective nations, many top-tier warriors had successfully broken through to Tier 2, and some had even begun advancing toward Tier 3. On the battlefield in Tianhai City, Dashigu was commanding an army of over 1.5 million zombies in a fierce battle against mutated beasts. In just 3 days, he had sacrificed over 1 million zombies, reducing the number of mutated rats to below 60,000. This war had given rise to numerous Tier 2 beings, and even a single Tier 3 mutated beast had emerged. Dashigu himself had made remarkable progress, reaching Tier 2, level 10, just 8 crystal cores away from Tier 3. Lin Yu led Pia Piao and Xiaoyu into the battlefield. After 4 days of rest, he had recovered to peak condition. As a Tier 2 warrior wielding a flaming blade, he moved through the battlefield like an unstoppable force, targeting Tier 1 and Tier 2 zombies and mutated rats. Suddenly, a surge of powerful magical energy erupted from a certain area of the battlefield. A mutated rat, after devouring a Tier 2 zombie, doubled in size and ascended to Tier 3. At that moment, all the hidden powerhouses revealed themselves. The rain god descended, manipulating water like blades to pierce through zombies. The divine punishment wielder unleashed lightning that caused zombie heads to explode. Lin Yu activated his flame form, summoning a 50-meter-long flaming blade to strike at the Tier 3 mutated rat. At that exact moment, a voice rang out from a mage. Magic Array Infernal Flame. A crimson-red magic circle began to form above the mutated rat's head. Dashigo, this one's mine. Don't even think about stealing it. Lin Yu shouted as he charged forward, determined to claim the precious Tier 3 crystal core. The mighty Desir stood in the center of the battlefield, his hands moving rapidly to form intricate seals. With his swift movements, the crimson magic circle beneath him glowed ever brighter, illuminating the ground with an intense radiance. Suddenly, a deafening roar reverberated through the air, as though the very fabric of the void was about to shatter. The ground within the magic circle's range split apart, and scalding lava erupted violently, forming a towering pillar of molten fire that reached the heavens. The mutated beast was engulfed by the searing lava, letting out a blood-curdling scream of agony. Like a phantom, Desir darted toward the creature, aiming to seize its third-ear crystal core. Brother, you go. I'll hold him off. Lin Xiaoyou's voice rang out, clear and determined, as she appeared suddenly in front of Desir, blocking his path. Activating her end-of-days physique, a devouring black aura enveloped her entire body. In an instant, she transformed into her ultimate form, the destruction of doom. Move aside. Desir's expression turned icy as he formed another set of seals. A brilliant light surged from his hands, shooting toward Lin Xiaoyou's position. Dual magic circle. Starfall. Two magic circles materialized in midair, one light blue and the other deep blue, their hues intertwining in a mesmerizing dance. From the heavens descended a colossal meteor, carrying with it an apocalyptic force of annihilation. Destruction of doom. Blade storm. Lin Xiaoyu, wielding a massive black sword, unleashed a barrage of sword energy toward the falling meteor. The two opposing forces collided, erupting in a blinding flash of light that culminated in a massive explosion. As the dust and smoke settled, the two of them stood amidst the aftermath, their clothing disheveled, glaring at each other in a tense standoff. Desir glanced at the location of the third-ear zombie, then shifted his gaze to Lin Xiaoyu. Without a word, he turned and walked away. Meanwhile, Lin Yu was at the lava's edge, frantically absorbing its energy. His mind raced with thoughts of the immense power of flames like Core Fire and Phoenix Flame. After extracting the crystal core from the third-tier mutated rat, he quickly rushed to Lin Xiaoyou's side. Xiaoyu, are you all right? He asked with concern. I'm fine. He wasn't going all out, Lin Xiaoyu replied, shaking her head. If he had, I wouldn't have been able to block that move. The two returned to the battlefield, throwing themselves back into the fray. As the battle raged on, more and more powerful individuals joined the fight, while weaker evolvers were mercilessly torn apart by second-tier zombies. In the distance, another third-ear breakthrough occurred, causing those nearby to be slaughtered before they could escape. On this chaotic battlefield, aside from Lin Yu, the strongest combatant was none other than the second-tier level 10 Desir. His attributes were overwhelming, capable of crushing anyone in his path. The battle showed no signs of waning, as waves of immense energy continued to surge skyward. On the battlefield, the number of Tier 2 zombies and mutated rats was surging, and even Tier 3 creatures were beginning to make frequent appearances. Lin Yu had long shifted his focus away from Tier 1 creatures, his sharp gaze scanning the battlefield for Tier 2 targets. For those Tier 2 beings with ordinary auras, he would swiftly eliminate them. But when he encountered those with particularly intense and powerful auras, he would hold back for the time being. A massive, brawny zombie caught his attention. This guy must already be at Tier 2 level 10, huh? A glint of determination flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. Well then, let me grant you a grand opportunity. He quickly dispatched a Tier 2 mutated rat, extracted its crystal core, and hurled its corpse toward the zombie. The zombie's hands, sharp as blades, tore the mutated rat into two halves in an instant. It greedily fixated on the fresh flesh before it, devouring it without hesitation. Lin Yu continued his search for prey and soon killed another Tier 2 mutated rat. This time, he didn't even bother to remove the crystal core, directly tossing the entire corpse to the zombie. As the mutated rat's body and crystal core were absorbed, the zombie's aura grew even more intense. Its muscles swelled, ripping apart the clothes it wore. Well, who would have thought? Even zombies start to look more impressive after evolving, Lin Yu quipped, eyeing the zombie's muscular physique that exuded raw power. A deafening roar echoed across the battlefield as the zombie completed its evolution into Tier 3. Lin Yu cautiously scanned his surroundings to ensure there were no ambushes before swiftly entering his dragon flame form. His attributes instantly peaked, and with a single agile move, he cleanly decapitated the zombie. A Tier 3 without an awakened talent is nothing special, Lin Yu remarked, extracting the crystal core without delay and reverting from his dragon flame form. His base strength of 1,944 skyrocketed to 7,776 in dragon flame form, making short work of an ordinary Tier 3 foe. Encouraged by his success, Lin Yu hoisted the Tier 3 zombie's corpse and began searching for new Tier 2 peak targets. The blood and flesh of a Tier 3 zombie contained potent energy, making them ideal for cultivating Tier 2 peak creatures. The battlefield was a chaotic melee of human evolvers, zombies, and mutated rats. Beams of light from various innate abilities crisscrossed the air, creating a dazzling yet perilous spectacle. Amid this chaos, a familiar figure suddenly entered Lin Yu's line of sight. It was a short-haired girl dressed in tight combat attire, her expression cold and her gaze razor-sharp. Black magic energy swirled densely around her, and in her hands, she wielded a massive black scythe, far larger than her own frame. Wherever she passed, zombies fell like wheat before a scythe. Jinger. Seeing the girl, a surge of excitement and anticipation rose in Lin Yu's heart, catching him off guard. Although their time together had been brief, spanning just a few days and initially driven by primal impulses, Chun Jinger's presence seemed to have quietly taken root in his heart. During his time in Tianhai City, Lin Yu often found his mind drifting to thoughts of Chun Jinger. Her smug smile when she had the upper hand, her stubbornness even when she was too weak to stand, and the determined look on her face as she clenched her small fists and vowed to turn the tables. All these memories brought an involuntary smile to his lips. On the battlefield, Chun Jinger's figure moved like a flash of lightning, weaving effortlessly through the horde of zombies. Her strength had clearly improved, and she dispatched her enemies with ease. Lin Yu paused briefly to admire her graceful ferocity before turning toward another direction to continue his own hunt. His backpack was already filled with a significant number of Tier 2 crystal cores, along with an impressive 8 Tier 3 cores. Just 2 more Tier 3 monsters, and he would be able to break through to the next level of power. Ling, where do you think you're going? A sudden playful scolding jolted him from his thoughts. Lin Yu turned to see Chun Jinger charging toward him, wielding her massive scythe. Every creature in her path was swiftly cut down. Before he could react, she had already reached him, stowed her weapon, and thrown herself into his arms. What the Lin Yu's astonishment was cut short as they both tumbled heavily to the ground. Before he could even finish his sentence, he felt the soft touch of her lips on his, leaving him frozen in place as if struck by lightning. This unexpected display of affection caught Lin Yu completely off guard. With a resigned sigh, he unleashed a surge of magic, forming a protective pillar of light that enveloped the two of them. The surrounding zombies and mutated rats were blasted away, unable to approach. Within the safety of the magical barrier, Lin Yu responded to the kiss with equal passion. After all, he had missed her just as much. The sudden release of such immense magical energy drew the attention of many nearby. Lu Qi spread his wings and flew closer to investigate, only to be chased off by Chun Jinger's sharp reprimand. Lu Yu watched the scene with an envious sigh, only to be dragged away by the ear by Yang Shanshan. Lu Shiyun and Lin Xiaoyu observed the moment with their own private thoughts, while Yi Piapiao stood in shock at her master's boldness. Someone discreetly activated the recording function on the rules forum, intending to share this explosive moment with others. Within the glowing pillar of magic, Lin Yu muttered a reminder. All right, that's enough. We still have work to do. I'll let you off for now, but once we're done, you're mine. Chun Jinger bit him lightly, swatted away his wandering hands, and leapt back into the fray. As he watched her retreating figure, Lin Yu licked the blood from the corner of his lips and let out a helpless smile. This girl. A deafening explosion suddenly erupted in the middle of the battlefield. In the sky above, 2 enormous blue magic circles, each with a diameter of 20 to 30 meters, materialized out of thin air. They resembled a pair of colossal hands, guiding a massive meteor hurtling from beyond the heavens. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes, his expression solemn. The sheer power of this move was staggering so much, so that even he would have to activate his dragon flame form to emerge unscathed. He silently pondered, this guy's strength is terrifying. How come I never heard of someone like him in my previous life? Beneath the magic circles, a mutated Rat King, as massive as a small mountain, let out an earth-shaking roar. In just a few short days, its aura had surged to the peak of Tier 3, radiating overwhelming magical energy that exerted immense pressure on everything around it. Starfall. With a thunderous shout, the meteor crashed heavily onto the mutated Rat King. Following that, another devastating attack, Infernal Rock. The ground split open, molten lava erupted, and the Rat King was engulfed. A terrifying explosion erupted across the battlefield. Minutes later, as the dust settled, the mutated Rat King lay on the ground in a massive crater, barely clinging to life. The rat horde was utterly defeated. Over 10,000 remaining mutated rats scattered in panic, but were blocked at every turn by the zombie army under the command of Desir. Kill. The sound of battle cries filled the air as the fighters, fueled by adrenaline, began a frenzied hunt for the remaining spoils. Lin Yu joined the chaos, continuing to force-feed the mutated rats. He was only 2 Tier 3 crystal cores away from achieving his goal. 2 hours later, the battlefield had been reduced to ruins, with no sign of any remaining mutated rats. The zombie army had been reduced to fewer than 30,000, but the battle had effectively cleared Tianhai City of zombies. Every surviving evolutionary fighter had gained substantial rewards. Desir, I never expected you to be a zombie king, Shen Fa said in shock as he stared at Jiangji, aka Desir, who could have guessed that the man ranked number 1 on both of the world's leaderboards was, in reality, a zombie. Don't get any ideas about me, or you'll die a horrible death, Desir said with a gentlemanly smile. Behind him, 30,000 zombies stood in formation, flanked by 2 Tier 3 zombie guards. Shen Fa and the others fell silent, their expressions grim. Well, I'm off. See you around, Desir said, smiling at Lin Yu. Where are you going? Lin Yu asked. To Jiangzhou next door. Plenty of zombies there too, Desir replied with a gentle smile. With a wave of his hand, he led the remaining zombies away. Lin Yu guessed he was heading to the mountains to hunt mutated beasts and rapidly increase his level. Are you a magician? Hey, you stepped forward, staring at Lin Yu intently. I am. Why? Do you have something to say? Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. After a brief conversation, the two agreed to a duel the next day, with the winner gaining the right to recruit the loser. Once everyone dispersed, Rain God quietly appeared at the now deserted battlefield. Lin Yu led a group of 50 to 60 people to a rural farmhouse to settle down. He instructed Shi Yun to prepare party supplies, asked Chen Jinger to lead the women in preparing food, and tasked Lu Yu and He Song with gathering firewood. The group cheered and quickly got to work. You, come here. Lin Yu called to a burly man. Boss, what's up? Lu Qi jogged over, his eyes scanning Lin Yu from head to toe. As the right-hand man of the legendary leader, he hadn't expected Lin Yu to be a master magician. On the battlefield, amidst the blinding magic beams, Lu Qi hadn't been able to see Lin Yu clearly. Now, he finally had a chance to take a closer look. Lin Yu gazed at Lu Qi with mixed feelings. This man, who possessed the rare class ability of absorption, had ended up joining his side due to a twist of fate. Lu Qi's face was plastered with a sycophantic smile, his demeanor exuding a shamelessly servile air as he addressed Lin Yu. Boss, it's me. I can't believe Boss Chen even mentioned Muhad in absolute honor. Lin Yu couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth as he scrutinized the man before him. This version of Lu Qi was worlds apart from the one etched in his memory. In his past life, Lu Qi, after absorbing the power of the fire dragon, had become a formidable figure, radiating an aura of dominance with every move. Yet, the man standing before him now was groveling and ingratiating, the kind of person you'd instinctively want to punch. How did you end up as Chen Jinger's lackey? Explain, Lin Yu asked, his curiosity piqued. Lu Qi launched into an exaggerated retelling of the events, embellishing every detail for dramatic effect. When he finally finished, Lin Yu nodded thoughtfully. So, you're saying you joined Jinger's crew because you couldn't beat her? It wasn't voluntary? No. Lu Qi's entire body stiffened as he caught the glint of coldness in Lin Yu's eyes. He quickly waved his hands in protest. Boss, you've got it all wrong. At first, yeah, it was kind of forced. But now, I genuinely want to follow Boss Chen. He hurriedly elaborated, explaining how, initially, his allegiance had been reluctant. But as time went on, he experienced something he'd never felt before, a sense of warmth and camaraderie within the group. They even went out of their way to hunt down a mutated giant eagle, just so he could gain the ability to fly. Suddenly, Lu Qi's playful grin vanished. He took a step back, his expression turning serious. Boss, I'm not kidding, I truly follow Boss Chen with all my heart. And since you and she have that kind of relationship, you're naturally my boss too. As his words trailed off, his aura shifted dramatically. In an instant, he was like a dormant predator, poised to strike. Lin Yu's eyes lit up. This kid might just be worth the investment, he thought. So, you want to spar with me? He asked with a knowing smile. I do. But maybe you should advance to the second-tier first-style weight, Lu Qi replied, his voice steady but his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Lin Yu had already made up his mind to fully recruit this guy and mold him into one of Eternal Dawn's key pillars. Lu Qi's innate ability, absorption, was undeniably powerful. Although each part of his body could only hold one absorbed ability at a time, The potential for upgrades and replacements meant he could eventually rise to the top tier of combatants. As the story progresses, Lin Yu sets out to help Lu Qi achieve a breakthrough, dealing with the fallout from a controversial video circulating on the forums, and solidifying the foundation of the Eternal Dawn faction. The narrative builds toward the grand unveiling of the guild system, with each event unfolding in vivid, tightly woven scenes that highlight the character's growth, challenges, and triumphs. All eyes were fixed on Lin Yu, awaiting his next move. Without saying much, Lin Yu accessed the newly unlocked rule shop and decisively spent 100,000 evolution points to purchase a guild core. Under everyone's watchful gaze, the void split open, and from it emerged a palm-sized emblem and a towering 5-meter-high stone monument. The monument radiated an overwhelming aura of rule power as it crashed heavily to the ground, sending clouds of dust into the air. "This is the guild emblem and the guild core," Lin Yu announced, grabbing the emblem and pricking his finger to drip blood onto it. Using his spiritual energy, he engraved the words Eternal Day, along with a distinctive designa sword piercing through the sun. "This emblem represents Eternal Day. Once you join, this mark will appear on your body." One by one, the group infused their spiritual energy into the emblem, leaving their unique spiritual imprints. Moments later, each person felt a sudden warmth on a certain part of their body. "What's this?" Ruku exclaimed in surprise, noticing a tattoo-like mark forming on her palm. "It's the mark of Eternal Day," Lin Yu explained. The tattoo appeared randomly on different parts of their body, some on their foreheads, others on their arms, and a few on their backs. "Jinger, why is your face so red?" Lin Yu asked, noticing Qin Jinger's flushed cheeks. "My mark, it might be on my butt," Qin Jinger whispered, leaning close to Lin Yu's ear. Lin Yu blinked in surprise, then a mischievous glint flashed in his eyes. "Well, they'll have to check it for you tonight." "Sure, let's study it together," Qin Jinger replied, not embarrassed in the slightest, her eagerness catching Lin Yu off guard. Lin Yu placed the guild emblem into the indentation at the top of the stone monument. Instantly, the monument lit up, displaying the Eternal Day insignia and its name. Turning to the group, Lin Yu began to explain, "This monument is the core and most mysterious part of the guild. It's imbued with immense rule power and cannot be destroyed by human means. It serves 4 primary functions: trial space, strength evaluation, wish clues, and rule missions." Seeing their puzzled expressions, Lin Yu elaborated, "Guild members can use crystal cores to access the trial space within the monument. There, you can simulate various environments to develop your abilities or even recreate opponents for combat training. My lightning ability is limited to high-speed movement right now. It's too basic," Zhouan muttered thoughtfully. Meanwhile, Qin Jinger silently plotted how to use simulated battles to figure out a way to counter Lin Yu. "What about the other functions?" Lu Shiyun inquired. Lin Yu smiled as he continued, "Strength evaluation is a trial to measure an evolver's power level. Your rating will directly impact the effectiveness of the next 2 functions. Wish clues allows each member to make 1 wish per month to the rules, providing specific information, like how to upgrade an level ability to level. As for rule missions, these are tasks issued by the rules themselves. Completing them grants rewards, and the mission difficulty is tied to your evaluation rating." The group fell silent, each person digesting this wealth of information. Lin Yu, however, felt a surge of satisfaction. Having experienced this in his previous life, he knew just how irresistible these 4 guild functions were to those seeking power. In this world, there were only 2 choices: join a guild or create your own. Walking the path alone was simply not an option. Lu Qi pointed at the massive stone monument before them, curiosity written all over his face. "Boss, how are we supposed to use this thing?" The guild's core monument was enormous, far too large to be stored away in any spatial device. It could only be moved by sheer manpower. Everyone understood that the time had come to establish a secure base in Tianhai City and set up their guild headquarters. The location was ideal. Zombies within the city had been eliminated, and the surrounding area boasted dense forests and the vast Tianhai Lake, abundant in crystal core resources. As Lin Yu surveyed the eager expressions of his companions, he could see the yearning in their eyes. In this post-apocalyptic world, who wouldn't dream of a safe Havina warm place to rest their weary souls? "All right, enough talking for now. Let's eat first," Lin Yu announced, motioning for everyone to gather. "We collected plenty of crystal cores today. After the meal, those of you looking to break through can head into the trial space and get familiar with it." Excitement buzzed through the group as they began their meal, though the food that would normally seem delicious now went unnoticed. Their thoughts were entirely consumed by the upcoming trials. "Your first trial run is free 1 hour," Lin Yu added with a grin. "After that, you'll need to pay." "Pay?" The group exchanged confused glances. 1 hour will cost you 100 zero-tier crystal cores or a single first-tier crystal core," Lin Yu explained. "What? That's robbery," someone exclaimed. Although everyone present was already a first-tier evolver, advancing to level 10 required dozens of first-tier crystal cores, and their stockpile of zero-tier cores was limited. Lin Yu shook his head, patiently clarifying, "It does seem expensive at first, But later on, when you have surplus 3rd or 4th tier cores, it won't be an issue. Just keep in mind that spending hours in the trial space doesn't guarantee results. Despite their grumbling, the group couldn't contain their excitement. One by one, they approached the guild monument. As their spiritual energy connected with it, their bodies transformed into beams of light, vanishing into the stone. Yun, Lin Yu turned to the woman beside him, his tone tinged with apology. Once we finalize the location for our base tomorrow, I'll leave the role of vice guild leader to you. From then on, the guild's management will be in your hands. He had more pressing matters to attend to, seeking out High-Tier Fire attribute, treasures to enhance his abilities, and uncovering the origins of the apocalypse. Don't worry about me, brother Yu, Lu Shiyun replied softly. Focus on what you need to do. I'll take care of Yongzhou and make it a strong, thriving home you'll be proud of. Moved by her words, Lin Yu suddenly clasped her hand. Thank you. I promise I'll prepare all the crystal cores and resources you need for your advancements. Noticing the curious stares from those around them, Lu Shiyun's cheeks flushed. Nearby, Chen Jing'er rolled her eyes with a huff, though her expression quickly shifted to a sly grin as she recalled the upcoming battle later that evening. Half an hour later, with their meal finished, the group eagerly entered the trial space to begin their breakthroughs. Concerned that the free hour wouldn't be enough for him to advance to Tier 3, Lin Yu decisively paid with 10 first-tier crystal cores. The trial space was an endless expanse of white plains. Sitting cross-legged, Lin Yu began absorbing crystal cores. The recent battle against the mutant rats had been incredibly fruitful. They had collected over 600 first-tier cores, 200 second-tier cores, and 10 third-tier cores. It was more than enough for Lin Yu to ascend and become the world's second Tier 3 evolver. With each crystal core he absorbed, his energy surged. His strength and mana overflowed as he advanced steadily Tier 2, Level 1, Level 2, all the way to Level 10. Finally, he made the leap to Tier 3. A thunderous roar echoed as the breakthrough process reached its climax, lasting over an hour. A pillar of magical energy shot into the sky, fracturing the ground beneath him. Feeling the immense power coursing through his body, Lin Yu smiled in satisfaction. He knew his attributes had reached a staggering level. Meanwhile, in a small military base near Tianhai City, a secret meeting was underway. The rat swarm in Tianhai City has been dealt with already? The middle-aged man at the head of the table frowned deeply. Yes, sir, his subordinate reported. According to forum posts, the mutant rats and zombies wiped each other out this afternoon, with some evolvers stepping in to finish the fight. However, Tianhai City survivors have been reduced to less than 1/10 of their original numbers, and both major districts have been completely wiped out. Bang! The man slammed his hand on the table, his expression dark. Their original plan had been to wait a couple more days for the chaos to subside before swooping in to claim the high-tier crystal cores. Now, that plan was in shambles. He couldn't fathom why the zombies and mutant beasts had fought so fiercely, leading to an early conclusion to the battle. And those two glaring Tier 3 names on the leaderboard only fueled his rage. Send word. At dawn, we march on Tianhai City. Gather all survivors and establish our base, he ordered, his tone final. Though he had seen the Emperor's decree from the Forbidden City, his ambitions of dominance left no room for obedience. This defiance had already sparked a bloody conflict within his ranks, during which he'd ruthlessly purged anyone loyal to the temple. After the rat tide in Tianhai City subsided, a group of second-tier powerhouses suddenly rose to prominence. Among them, Desir and the magician even advanced directly to the 3rd tier, shocking the entire world. The citizens of Sakura country were instantly thrown into heated debates. Some mocked in anger, "You're strongest, Chizuru, only ranks 10th at best." Others stubbornly defended him, saying, "Chizurikan must be holding back a trump card. He'll surely surprise us at the 100 Nations battle." In response to the taunts from the people of Daxia, those from Sakura country could only muster a defiant reply. Just wait and see. During the 100 Nations battle, Chizurikan will definitely defeat Desir and the magician. However, Chizuru himself secretly felt anxious upon seeing these comments. He knew very well that these two who consistently outperformed everyone else were no ordinary opponents. Unless the secret research from the shrine could push him further, his chances seemed slim. Meanwhile, in the heavenly court of the celestial kingdom, Lucifer frowned in contemplation, holding an unopened vial of potion in his hand. Could Daxia have already mastered the power within the primal crystal cores? But he soon decided to remain patient, believing the time was not yet ripe. In a villa in Tianhai City, more than 20 members of the Thunderclap squad were discussing their scheduled battle for the next day. Heiyu looked visibly uneasy. Despite many of them having advanced to the 2nd tier, the thought of facing the 3rd-tier magician weighed heavily on them. Shinefei spoke in a serious tone. "Even if there's a gap in strength, we can't back down. Besides, we get to choose the competition format, and I've already come up with a plan." He then shared his strategy, which immediately lit up everyone's eyes. When Lin Yu emerged from the trial space,
As the world's second third-tier powerhouse, he instantly became the center of attention. Members of Eternal Dawn had also achieved significant progress. Chen Jing'er, Lin Xiaoyu, and Yi Piao had reached second-tier level 10, Lu Shiyan had advanced to second-tier level 8, and nearly everyone else had broken through to either first-tier level 10 or second-tier. Lin Yu reviewed his attribute panel and discovered that each level in the third tier granted an additional 40 points to his four-dimensional attributes, far surpassing previous tiers. His stats had reached astonishing heights: magic power 356,000, strength 4,688, constitution 2,728, speed 2,896, and spirit 3,144. Combined with his steer flame mastery talent, his strength was comparable to that of an ordinary fourth-tier evolver. That night, Chen Jing'er quietly slipped into Lin Yu's room, and the two spent a passionate evening together. The next day, Lin Yu led his team to begin constructing the guild's base. Demonstrating his incredible strength, he carried an entire tavern with his bare hands, astonishing everyone as the initial foundation of the base quickly took shape. Lu Shiyan brought good news that several people had awakened life-related talents, giving Lin Yu greater confidence in solving the food supply issue. He then gathered Chen Jing'er, Lin Xiaoyu, Yi Piao, and Lu Qi, preparing to face the Thunderclap squad in their upcoming battle. At the end of the chapter, the author expressed gratitude for the reader's support and promised to continue writing the story beyond 1,000,000 words, assuring them that it would not be abandoned. When Lin Yu arrived at the scene, he found that more than 20 people were already waiting there. With a smile on his face, he greeted the crowd. It was indeed exciting to have the chance to face off against a legendary magician. At that moment, a voice echoed from the distance. In the blink of an eye, a figure dressed in white appeared before Themet. Was the man codenamed Rain God. Behind him trailed over 10 formidable followers, each exuding a powerful aura. Another strong opponent. Lin Yu's eyes lit up as he turned to Shinefei and asked, "How do you want to compete?" 3-on-3, Shinefei replied. "Fine. We have 5 people on our side. You can choose your opponents," Lin Yu agreed. Just then, Yu stepped forward. As the second strongest member of the Thunderclap team, he possessed both steer and attire abilities, a rare dual talent combination. In a 3-on-3 match, they only needed to secure 2 wins to claim victory. Shinefei, the team leader, originally intended to challenge Lin Yu himself, but the disparity between their second and third-tier levels gave him pause. Still, as the leader, he couldn't avoid Lin Yu to seek an easier opponent without tarnishing his reputation. "I'll fight you," Yu declared, pointing at Yi Piao. After sizing up the situation, he deemed his chances against Chen Jing'er slim, and Lin Yu was clearly out of his league. Among the remaining 3, Yi Piao, Xiaoyu, and Lu Qi chose Yi Piao, aiming to leave the seemingly weakest member, Xiaoyu, for his teammates. It was a calculated strategy akin to Tianji's horse racing tactic, but unfortunately, his judgment was flawed. "Let's do this," Yi Piao responded decisively, gripping her sword as she stepped forward. In the arena, Yu made the first move. His figure blurred like lightning as he closed in on Yi Piao, throwing a powerful punch. Yi Piao quickly inscribed a dual-year speed enhancement spell, boosting her agility. Her figure flickered, leaving only an afterimage for Yu's fist to strike. Sensing danger, Yu retreated, but not before her sword grazed his arm, leaving a shallow cut. "I didn't want to take it this far, but now I have no choice," Yu said, his expression turning serious. He manipulated the blood flowing from his wound, shaping it into countless crimson needles that shot toward Yi Piao. Reacting swiftly, Yi Piao inscribed a protective equation-based spell, 6x248x, summoning a glowing barrier. However, the blood needles pierced through the barrier and continued their pursuit. She evaded while reinforcing her sword with a sharpening spell, slashing through the oncoming needles with precision. But with a flick of Yu's left hand, the fragmented blood droplets reformed into a blade made entirely of blood. Manipulating blood, that's quite a powerful ability, Lin Yu observed, recognizing the nature of Yu's talent. Wait, he can only control the blood from his own wounds? Does that mean he has to injure himself before every fight? Chen Jing'er asked, puzzled. Lin Yu explained. The terrifying part of this ability is its potential. Imagine if, without any warning, the blood inside your body suddenly attacked your heart. What do you think would happen? Whoa. Lu Qi thought about it for a moment and felt a chill run down his spine. Lin Yu gazed intently at Yu's blood manipulation ability, his brows furrowed. If such a power evolved to the point of controlling the blood within another person's body, directly targeting the heart or brain and causing an explosive death, the consequences would be unimaginable. Fortunately, Yu's ability seemed currently limited to manipulating his own blood. If he keeps pushing his limits in the guild's trial space and eventually gains the power to control others' blood, how would we counter that? Chen Jing'er asked anxiously. Lin Yu pondered for a moment before explaining slowly, there's no such thing as a flawless talent. Every ability has its weaknesses.
All manipulation-based talents rely on the user's energy field. In Yu's case, his blood manipulation depends on the magnetic field of his blood. If we can isolate or disrupt that field, we can prevent him from controlling others' blood. Hearing this, everyone appeared thoughtful, turning their attention back to the ongoing battle. Yu swung his blood blade toward Piao. The moment the blood blade clashed with her long sword, it shattered, scattering into countless blood threads in all directions. Despite Piao's swift, evasive maneuvers, a large amount of blood still splattered onto her. The blood that touched her skin began to sizzle immediately, causing instant burns. Blood burst, Yu shouted softly, and the blood on Piao's body suddenly exploded, leaving her arms covered in tiny wounds. A wave of dizziness washed over her, causing her to stumble slightly. You've lost, Yu declared confidently. The toxins in my blood have already seeped into your body through the wounds. While it may only slow you down, that's more than enough. Piao quickly inscribed a spell to double her physical resilience. Instantly, her entire body was enveloped in a green glow. Her physical strength surged, her wounds rapidly healed, and the toxins were expelled through her metabolism. In no time, she was fully recovered. What the? Yu exclaimed, stunned. How am I supposed to fight you? You can just boost any attribute you want at will. This is completely unfair. Skill technique. Speed enhancement, triple boost. Piao instantly deactivated her physical enhancement and switched to speed enhancement. Her figure blurred, leaving a streak in the air as she appeared behind Yu in a flash. 4 cold flashes followed, and before Yu could even react defensively, blood sprayed from his shoulders, calves, wrists, and back simultaneously. You've lost. If I wanted to take your life, you would already be dead. Piao's figure solidified at a distance, her voice calm yet resolute. Yu's expression darkened. Though he had many techniques yet to use, facing such terrifying speed left him no chance of victory. The ability to freely switch between attribute enhancements was a talent so overwhelming it bordered on despair. Triple-layered technique? Lin Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. How has my disciple already comprehended the 3rd tier? Such innate talent and comprehension are simply beyond extraordinary. Among the Thunderclap team, someone exclaimed, how is this woman so powerful? She said triple speed enhancement? Isn't an S-level talent only capable of doubling the primary attribute? Could she possess an S-level talent? Shinfa's face grew grim. Even he, with his formidable abilities, couldn't hope to match the speed Piao had just displayed. Yu's defeat extinguished the Thunderclap team's earlier confidence and joy, replacing it with a heavy sense of dread. With the first bout of the 3v3 already lost, their chances of victory seemed slim unless Shinfa stooped to challenge one of the weaker opponents. An interesting talent, muttered Rain God, who had been silently observing. When his subordinate asked if they could defeat her, Rain God hesitated before replying that Yu is of no concern. As for her, without a direct encounter, I can't say for certain. Yu returned to his team, his head hanging low. Boss, I'm sorry. I lost. You did your best, Shinfa said, patting his shoulder in consolation. On the other side, Xiaoyu clung to Piao's arm, showering her with admiration. Even Chen Jinger couldn't help but admit that Piao's unpredictable and ingenious techniques were truly challenging to counter. Piao, when did you master the 3rd tier? Lin Yu asked. Yesterday, Piao replied nonchalantly, adjusting her glasses. I spent over 10 hours in the guild's trial space, and it just clicked. At that moment, a boy of about 15 or 16 stepped forward from the opposing team. His gaze swept across the group before locking onto Lin Xiaoyu. My name is Li Qingyun. Please, let's spar. You want to challenge me? Lin Xiaoyu pointed to herself, her face full of surprise. Xiaoyu, it seems they think you're the weakest, Chen Jinger teased with a soft laugh, covering her mouth. The atmosphere shifted, and a strange expression spread across the faces of those present. Noticing this, Li Qingyun felt a pang of unease but maintained his composure. He was confident that his strength and talent would secure his victory. Speed conquers all in combat, Rain God remarked, a smirk playing on his lips. He vividly recalled Lin Xiaoyu's terrifying display of power during a past battle against the renowned Dashage. Underestimating me, huh? Just wait, I'll teach you a lesson, you little brat. Lin Xiaoyu clenched her tiny fists and stepped forward. Let's begin. Li Qingyun shouted as he launched himself forward, the ground cracking beneath his feet. He shot out like an arrow, aiming straight for Lin Xiaoyu. But Lin Xiaoyu was faster. In an instant, she became a blur and intercepted him. Their fists collided with a thunderous impact, and Li Qingyun was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing heavily to the ground. Blood spurted from his mouth as he struggled to rise. With just a single strike, Li Qingyun was gravely injured. Lin Xiaoyu's raw strength was unmatched, second only to Lin Yu himself. The Thunderclap team stared in stunned silence as Shunfa rushed forward to help Li Qingyun up. I'm fine,
Li Qingyun said, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Her strength is overwhelming, probably even greater than yours, boss. But I want face her Heaton again. Let's go another round. Overdrive. Activating his talent, Li Qingyun's entire body was enveloped in a mysterious glow, his speed surging exponentially. His movements became so fast they left only faint afterimages in the air. Lin Xiaoyu quickly realized she could no longer keep up. In the blink of an eye, she was struck 7 or 8 times, each blow carrying tremendous force. Pain radiated from all over her body as the rapid assault continued. Lin Xiaoyu rubbed the spot where she had been struck. The pain was sharp, but she could endure it. A faint smile tugged at the corners of her lips. So, you have a speed ability? Impressive, fast, powerful. But it's a pity I haven't transformed yet. If I unleash my own ability, how will you counter it? Li Qingjian's eyes narrowed sharply. His figure blurred and shot forward like a beam of light, his speed even faster than before. His speed has increased again, Chun Jinger observed, her tone tinged with awe. Lin Yu stepped in to explain. Among all the attributes, speed is the most overwhelming. When speed reaches a certain level, even if strength is lacking, the damage it can inflict is devastating. It's like a piece of paper. If it cuts you slowly, you barely feel it. But if it slices you at extreme speed, it can sever flesh in an instant. The group nodded thoughtfully, realizing the truth in his words. Lin Yu added, however, such extreme speed requires a strong physique to support it. Without that, the body won't be able to withstand the strain of rapid movement. In the arena, Li Qingjian's speed, now like a streak of lightning, propelled him straight toward Lin Xiaoyu. I can endure countless attacks from you, Lin Xiaoyu said, her voice clear and unwavering. But if I catch you even once, you'll go down. With a sharp cry, dark energy surged around her, forming a pillar of light. The oppressive force rippled through the air, causing it to tremble. The immense pressure momentarily slowed Li Qingjian's movements, and that fleeting moment was all she needed. Lin Xiaoyu swung her fist, unleashing a devastating blow. The sheer force sent Li Qingyuan hurtling through the air, crashing into the ground with such impact that the earth cracked beneath him. He coughed up blood, his body trembling. Why? Why am I still not fast enough? Li Qingyun murmured as he lay sprawled in the rubble, his voice filled with despair. I've worked so hard, but why do I keep getting caught? Why do I keep getting hit? His gaze turned distant, lost in memories of his childhood. At 6 years old, he had been just another orphan scavenging for food in heaps of trash. To survive, he fought for scraps, stealing from other children, from dogs, even from other homeless people. Every time he stole, he ran, knowing that if he was caught, he'd be beaten or worse, killed. This desperate will to survive honed his speed. He refused to be caught by stray dogs, by other vagrants, by hunger, or by fear. When the apocalypse came, that unyielding resolve awakened his speed ability. I was defeated because I wasn't fast enough. I have to be faster. 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 His eyes glinted with a manic determination. Boom. With a roar, a surge of energy erupted from him, his body glowing with radiant power. This is ability evolution, Lin Yu exclaimed, astonished by the sight before him. Witnessing someone evolve their rank ability into a rank one was almost unheard of. It required extraordinary willpower and unshakable conviction. The Thunder Squad erupted with excitement. Boss, Qingjian's ability just advanced to rank. This fight is ours. Li Qingjian's figure shimmered, moving so fast that he became nearly invisible to everyone present. Even Chun Jinger, with her heightened mental acuity, could only catch faint afterimages. Bang! Lin Xiaoyu's body was sent flying through the air. Before she could hit the ground, another strike landed, slamming into her abdomen and launching her skyward. Xiaoyu! Chun Jinger cried out, ready to rush forward, but Lin Yu held her back. Wait, let's see what happens. For the first time, Lin Xiaoyu felt pain unlike anything she had ever experienced. Every blow from Li Qingyun reverberated through her, shaking her core. She could faintly track his movements, but her body couldn't keep up with his overwhelming speed, leaving her defenseless. As her body plummeted, another attack loomed. Gritting her teeth, she let out a low, commanding voice. If that's how it is, then it's time to go all out. A dark, eerie light enveloped her, and a pair of black wings unfurled behind her. With the activation of her Endbringer form, her wings beat once, steadying her in midair. She hovered there, radiating an aura of formidable, otherworldly power. A black radiance coalesced in Lin Xiaoyu's hands, gradually forming into an enormous black longsword. Behind her, a pair of jet-black wings unfurled, and her entire being exuded a suffocating aura of destruction, as if she could bring an end to all life. Oh, right, I forgot Xiaoyu has wings, Chun Jinger remarked as she witnessed the scene, her previously tense nerves finally relaxing. Everyone present stared at the figure in the sky, utterly dumbfounded. The overwhelming oppressive force emanating from her was enough to make it hard to breathe, even from a distance. This kind of innate power far exceeded their imaginations, instantly shattering the glimmer of hope they had just begun to hold on to. Li Qingyun was also stunned. What the hell? Now she has wings. She can fly? How are we supposed to fight that? But soon, a confident smile spread across his face. He looked up at Lin Xiaoyu in the sky and said, "That form of yours must consume a massive amount of magic constantly, right? I don't believe you can stay airborne forever." He quickly grasped the key point magic power is finite. Once it's depleted, even innate abilities would fail. Who said I was going to avoid the fight? Lin Xiaoyu replied coldly. With that, her figure shot downward like an arrow released from a bow. Perfect timing. Spiral ascension technique. Li Qingyun shouted, his body transforming into a streak of light as he launched himself upward. His body spun at an incredible speed, creating a massive whirlwind that tore through the air, leaving trenches in the ground wherever it passed. The sheer destructive force left everyone in awe. Even Shenfa, a formidable adversary, had to admit that Li Qingyun, in this moment, had reached a level capable of threatening someone of his caliber. The attack wasn't just powerful, it was blisteringly fast. In the blink of an eye, the spiraling vortex's sharp tip was already within 5 meters of Lin Xiaoyu. Lin Xiaoyu's eyes flickered with a trace of amazement. This young man's determination and conviction were truly extraordinary. Just half an hour ago, he was merely a slightly stronger rank talent. Yet now he had grown into someone even more powerful than Black Feather. Final destruction. Blade storm? Lin Xiaoyu uttered softly, and the long sword in her hand burst forth with a dark, radiant glow. All her energy converged at the tip of the blade, which swept outward in a devastating arc, unleashing countless razor-sharp sword beams. Each beam carried an overwhelming destructive force, as though it could tear the very fabric of space apart. Not good. Qingyun, retreat now. Shenfa shouted from the sidelines, his voice filled with urgency as he sensed the terrifying power emanating from the sword beams. But Li Qingyun had no chance to retreat. The speed of the attack left him with no choice but to charge forward. His spiraling storm attack surged ahead like a colossal dragon, colliding head-on with the storm of blades. A deafening explosion erupted, and at the center of the battlefield, a blinding light flared up, forming a massive orb akin to a miniature sun. The sword beams detonated within, tearing through the space around them and wreaking havoc in every direction. The sheer intensity of the energy waves caused the surrounding area to tremble violently, forcing everyone to keep their distance. The spectators were left speechless, their eyes wide with shock. Black Feather felt a chill run down his spine, silently wondering what kind of terrifying talent this woman had awakened. Shenfa kept his gaze fixed on the battlefield center, silently praying for Qingyun's survival. At the same time, he resolved that if anything happened to Qingyun, he would lead his brothers to safety and avenge him in the future. Rain God narrowed his eyes, carefully observing the scene as the pressure in the air grew even more suffocating. When one of his subordinates asked what his chances were against Lin Xiaoyu, he hesitated before replying, 9 to 1, perhaps. In a life-or-death battle, my odds of winning are less than 10%. Amid the swirling dust and debris, the sound of coughing broke through. All eyes turned in that direction, and soon Lin Xiaoyu emerged, supporting a battered but alive Li Qingyun. Members of the Thunder team rushed forward to assist. Qingyun managed a weak grin, though blood still stained his lips. "Boss, I'm fine," he said, his voice strained as he coughed. Then, turning to Lin Xiaoyu, he expressed his gratitude. "If you hadn't held back most of your power at the last moment, I'd be dead by now." Lin Xiaoyu waved off his thanks. "Enough. Save your energy and focus on recovering. You're one of us now. At Yongzhou, we don't go all out against our own." It was only then that the others remembered the 3v3 match had already been decided. They had lost 2 out of 3 rounds. While they were still grappling with this outcome, Lin Yu approached with a calm demeanor. He reassured them that Yongzhou was highly inclusive and that they could retain their Thunder Team identity. All they needed to remember was that Yongzhou was now their family. Though Shenfa accepted this arrangement, his fighting spirit remained undiminished, and he was eager to test Lin Yu's strength. Lin Yu, however, smiled and suggested they pay a visit to another nearby expert Rain God with the intention of recruiting him into Yongzhou as well. It was then that Shenfa realized they had been drawn into Lin Yu's plan all along. With a resigned shake of his head, he followed after him. "Rain God, you've been watching for a while. How about jumping in yourself to warm up?" Lin Yu asked with a playful smirk on his face. "I did consider it, but you're already at tier 3. I'm not looking to get crushed," Rain God chuckled, shaking his head, then his eyes lit up. "How about this? You get me 10 tier 3 crystals, and once I reach tier 3, we can have a fair fight?" "Wow, that's shameless." Lin Yu's mouth twitched slightly. "No problem though. Join Yongzhou, and getting crystals will be a piece of cake." To everyone's surprise, Rain God agreed without hesitation. "All right,
Starting today, Rain Knight is part of Yongzhou. This sudden shift left Rain God's followers utterly dumbfounded. Boss, weren't we just here to watch? How did we end up getting recruited? Lin Yu saw through Rain God's intentions, realizing he wanted to test his strength. Alright then, how about you and Shinefei take me on together? Don't worry, I'll only use Tier 2 power. He understood that to earn the respect of the strong, you had to prove yourself with raw strength. Just like Liu Kai's he'd been beaten, he'd fallen in line. If Lin Yu used his Tier 3 power combined with his Dragon Flame form, he could probably defeat them in one move, but that wouldn't serve the purpose of assessing their abilities. Fight! Rain God and Shun Fa exchanged a glance, their fighting spirit igniting. The restriction to Tier 2 only intensified their determination. Off to the side, Lu Qi chuckled quietly. Just wait. The boss is guaranteed to beat you so bad, you'll be eating dirt. Meanwhile, Yu activated the recording feature on the rules forum, ready to document this rare battle between top-tier fighters. Boom. Shin Fa and Rain God unleashed their magic simultaneously, beams of light shooting skyward. The terrifying pressure rippled out like a tidal wave, leaving the spectators in awe of the strength of these global top 100 ranked warriors. Lin Yu's body ignited with yellow flames as he entered his blazing state. Two figures shot toward him like lightning. Shin Fa surrounded by crackling electricity, Rain God with a glowing aura radiating from his palms, their presence intimidating. With two quick impacts, Lin Yu effortlessly knocked both of them back. Just then, rain began to pour from the sky, the droplets falling like meteors, flooding the entire area. Lin Yu countered with flames, but Shun Fa seized the opportunity, summoning a massive lightning strike that crashed down like a roaring dragon. When the smoke cleared, Lin Yu was already outside the blast radius, showcasing speed far beyond their reach. The intensity of the battle escalated dramatically. Shunfa and the Rain God simultaneously unveiled their trump cards. Shinfa unleashed his awe-inspiring dual-class ability duplication. His figure split into two, each clone retaining 80 of the original strength. This astonishing display left the members of the Thunder team thrilled beyond measure. It had been a long time since they had witnessed such a terrifying technique. The three versions of Shunfa transformed into lightning, encircling Lin Yu. In unison, they formed seals, weaving a web of lightning between them. Shinfa truly lived up to his title as one of the strongest in the top ranks, seamlessly blending his duplication ability with his mastery over lightning. Trapped within the formation, Lin Yu could feel the mounting pressure surrounding him. Frowning, he summoned a 40-meter-long flaming blade and slashed at one of the clones. However, the three Shunfas instantly shifted positions, maintaining their formation while evading the attack, leaving the fiery blade to strike empty air. Triple Tribulation. Tempered Divine Thunder Strike. The three Shunfas shouted in unison. A terrifying surge of lightning erupted from their bodies, converging wildly in the sky above. With the command Descend, the heavens seemed to tear apart as an endless cascade of lightning poured down like an inverted galaxy. Unwilling to back down, Lin Yu countered with one of the ultimate techniques he had mastered in his past life. Secret Art, Flame Waltz. The flames around him surged exponentially, forming a massive torrent of fire that spiraled around him at high speed. With each rotation, the fiery torrent expanded several times over, eventually shooting skyward to collide head-on with Shinfa's Triple Tribulation. A deafening explosion followed as the collision of energies erupted like a miniature sun. The blinding light forced everyone to shut their eyes. The ground fractured, rocks flew in all directions, and shockwaves rippled outward like waves on water. Half a minute later, when the onlookers dared to open their eyes again, the battlefield was still shrouded in flames and lightning, making it impossible to determine the victor. Suddenly, a stream of fire surged through the thunderclouds, incinerating them. Moments later, a figure was sent flying out of the battle's epicenter. It was Shunfa. Lightning crackled around his body as a trail of blood scattered through the air. As the light finally faded, a massive crater nearly 100 meters wide came into view, its surface riddled with cracks. Lin Yu stood tall at its center, his clothes only slightly disheveled. Shunfa, on the other hand, was kneeling at the edge of the crater, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Cough. I've lost. Shinfa spat out another mouthful of blood, his voice weak and filled with resignation. His Triple Tribulation was his strongest attack to date, yet it had failed to harm Lin Yu in the slightest. The gap between them was undeniable. Perhaps only when Shinfa mastered the Quadruple or Quintuple Tribulation could he hope to bridge it. What was even more remarkable was that Lin Yu had fought using only second-tier strength, never once tapping into his third-tier power. His goal was clear: to dominate the strongest adversaries within the same tier. At that moment, a light drizzle began to fall from the sky. On the battlefield, everyone suddenly noticed that the rain god's presence had vanished without a trace. Lin Yu stood in a massive crater, narrowing his eyes as he tried to sense any sign of the rain god, but to no avail. Ordinary-looking raindrops continued to fall gently from the sky. Just then, a fist glowing with blue light suddenly emerged from a single raindrop behind Lin Yu, landing a heavy blow on his back. With a loud boom, the sheer force sent Lin Yu flying. Immediately after, countless fists materialized silently from the falling raindrops, relentlessly striking his body. I can't sense him. Could this downpour be blocking my ability to detect him? Lin Yu thought to himself. Although he endured a barrage of punches in an instant, his flame shield protected him from sustaining any real damage. If I can't sense you, then I'll make sure you can't approach me. Lin Yu unleashed a surge of magic, and scorching flames erupted outward, enveloping a 10-meter radius around him. The intense heat evaporated every raindrop within the zone. Suddenly, exclamations erupted from the sidelines. The crowd looked up to see that, high above, 9 massive swords had formed from condensed rainwater. They floated in a mysterious arrangement, faintly outlining an enigmatic formation. It was then that Lin Yu realized the rain god had used the downpour to obscure his senses while secretly constructing this terrifying array. He could clearly feel that he was now confined within the range of the 9 swords. Luan Thousand Gene Swords. The rain god's figure materialized from countless raindrops, and as his voice echoed, the 9 colossal swords plummeted downward at incredible speed. The space around Lin Yu was completely sealed off, leaving no time to dismantle the formation. Judging the power of this attack to be slightly weaker than the triple calamity of divine punishment, Lin Yu prepared to forcefully break through. Hypergravity. The rain god's voice rang out once more. An indescribable and overwhelming pressure descended instantly. With a deafening boom, the 100-meter deep crater collapsed further. Caught off guard, Lin Yu felt as though a mountain had been dropped onto his back, his body nearly pinned to the ground under the crushing weight. Gravity manipulation? Lin Yu thought in shock. Lin Yu's heart skipped a beat. A gravity-based talent long regarded as one of the strongest among special abilities. To his surprise, this rain god not only possessed dual-grade talents, but gravity manipulation was actually his true trump card. This realization made Lin Yu quietly thrilled. Another contender for the strongest ranks had emerged. In the arena, the magician's movements were visibly suppressed, his body almost pinned to the ground. The audience, having witnessed Lin Yu's momentary stumble earlier, held their breath. Although Yi Piao and the others couldn't quite comprehend what had just occurred, they showed no concern for Lin Yu. Lin Xiaoyu nodded in agreement, understanding the power behind the attack as someone with comparable strength. For spectators with a wider gap in ability like Lu Kithy could only widen their eyes and exclaim, "Holy crap, this is insane. Both of them are absolute monsters." His comment earned a few eye rolls from Lin Xiaoyu's group. Hearing Yi Piao and the others mention that Lin Yu hadn't even gotten serious yet, Shenfa's brows furrowed even deeper, his curiosity intensifying. Just how strong is he? In the sky, 9 enormous swords, amplified by the immense gravity field, descended with terrifying speed and power. Within the area enveloped by the sword energy, the void seemed to twist and distort, as if on the verge of collapse. The massive crater on the ground continued to crumble under the gravitational force, sinking several meters deeper. Bring it on. I'm fired up now. Flames erupted from Lin Yu's body, his magic surging forth like a volcanic eruption. Ultimate Art. Crimson Lotus Inferno. Ultimate Art. Crimson Lotus Inferno Explosion. Hundreds of Crimson Lotuses detonated instantly, briefly breaking free from the gravity suppression. The remaining lotuses shot skyward, colliding head-on with the 9 swords. Amid the deafening roar, a massive mushroom cloud rose into the air. The 9 swords shattered inch by inch, and the overwhelming gravity field dissipated. From the aftermath of the explosion, the flames reformed into an even larger Crimson Lotus, hovering ominously above Rain God's head. Wait, wait, wait. I give up. I surrender. Rain God hurriedly shouted, terrified that delaying even a second would mean being consumed by the fiery lotus. Lin Yu smiled and withdrew his power. The enormous Crimson Lotus dissolved into streams of fire and returned to his body. The scene left everyone present in awe, particularly the women from the Thunderclap team, who couldn't help but gasp in admiration. After the battle, Shunfa approached. They're saying you weren't even serious during that fight? Lin Yu shook his head at first, which gave Shunfa a brief sense of relief. But then Lin Yu added, well, I guess I was a little serious. The moment those words left his mouth, the expressions of everyone in the arena turned strange. Shinfa couldn't help but curse. Damn it, couldn't you have just nodded? Why stab me in the heart like this? Lu Qi, standing off to the side, muttered thoughtfully, yep, nothing kills like a subtle flex. In truth, Lin Yu felt somewhat helpless. With his base attributes, the dragon flame form, and numerous techniques he hadn't even used yet, he still had significant reserves of power. The fierce battle earlier had mainly been to better understand their talents, while also sparing his opponent some dignity. But since had been called out, he might as well admit it. How does this count as showing off?
In the midst of an intense battle between a few individuals, an unexpected group of visitors suddenly arrived outside the Everlight Guild's base. A massive crowd, estimated to be nearly 30,000 strong, surged forward like a tidal wave. Who goes there? A vigilant Everlight member guarding the base entrance spotted the scene from afar and immediately shouted the question in a stern voice. At the same time, another member rushed into the guild to report the situation. The man leading the group raised his head to glance at the word Everlight engraved above the base's main gate, a cold smile curling at the corner of his lips. He was none other than Jiang Ming, the commander of the Tianhai City garrison. Boss, there are several powerful presences inside Everlight. This might not be as simple as it seems, someone beside him warned cautiously. Huh? How complicated could it possibly be? Jiang Ming scoffed dismissively. Even a dragon has to coil down in front of my 30,000-strong force. As the commander, his goal for this mission was clear: to bring Tianhai City's evolutionaries under his control, whether it was a so-called master brother or some magician. With this formidable army at his back, he feared no one. With a loud rumble, the base's gates swung open. Lin Yu, Xiaowan, Yang Long, and a group of Everlight members stepped out in an orderly manner. Who's the leader of Everlight? Step forward and speak. Someone behind Jiang Ming barked with an imperious tone, their commanding attitude instantly sparking annoyance among the Everlight members. This is trouble, Yang Long thought grimly as he scanned the sea of people before him. Their leader was absent, and Shi Yuan was still in the trial dimension. The situation was anything but favorable. Lin Yu's expression darkened, while Xiaowan quickly made a decision. Zhouan, you're the fastest. Go find the boss immediately and inform him of what's happening here. As the speedster Zhouan dashed off like a streak of lightning, the group felt a faint sense of relief. Only a powerhouse of their leader's caliber could possibly deter a force of this magnitude. I'll try to figure out their intentions first, Xiaowan said, knowing full well that a direct confrontation at this moment would be unwise. Instead, he decided to probe for answers. In front of the Yongzhou headquarters, an imposing army emerged without warning. Thousands of soldiers clad in imperial uniforms stood in precise formation, each one radiating an aura of power at varying intensities. Xiaowan stepped forward, his voice steady and firm. Our leader is currently not here. May I ask what business brings you all to our doorstep? The man leading the opposing force, Jiang Ming, let out a cold laugh. If your leader isn't here, then he's irrelevant. From this moment on, this place is under our control. All of you will be absorbed into our army and placed under our command. His words hit like a sledgehammer, striking the hearts of the Yongzhou members. Fury simmered in their chests, threatening to boil over. Who the hell do you think you are to decide our fate? He Song, known for his fiery temper, was the first to explode with anger. Behind him, the 70-odd Yongzhou members glared at the intruders with defiant eyes. Jiang Ming's expression darkened. To think that the first group he encountered in Tianhai City had the audacity to defy his 30,000-strong army. His voice turned icy. You don't know what's good for you, do you? Do you really think I want crush this place with a single command? Seeing Yang Long about to retort, Xiaowan quickly pulled him back and took a deep breath. Gentlemen, Yongzhou has no intention of joining any other faction. I must ask you to leave. In this world, the one with the strongest fist makes the rules, Jiang Ming sneered, raising his right hand slowly. We'll give you 10 seconds to decide. Obey or die. At his signal, the 30,000 soldiers stepped forward in unison, their overwhelming presence crashing down on the Yongzhou members like a tidal wave. 10-9. The countdown echoed ominously, filling the air with tension like the scent of gunpowder before an explosion. Xiaowen's eyes turned sharp. If the enemy refused to back down, then there was no other choice but to fight. Brothers of Yongzhou, he shouted, his voice cutting through the oppressive atmosphere. These people want to take our home. Do you agree to that? Never. The 70-plus members roared in unison. They look down on us and want to force us into submission. Will you allow it? Not a chance. If we must fight, are you afraid? Never. Fight. 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 Their deafening battle cries reverberated through the air, filled with unyielding determination. Not a single one of them showed hesitation. Yongzhou was their sanctuary in this apocalyptic world, their spiritual refuge. They would rather die than see it fall. Even Jiang Ming couldn't suppress a flicker of surprise. Such a small group, fewer than 100 people, radiated a fighting spirit rivaling that of the Empire's top 10 legions. But in the end, they were still just 70-some individuals. His words were spoken, and there was no turning back. 0, time's up. Since you won't submit, they'll wipe you out. With the drop of Jiang Ming's hand, over 2,000 awakened soldiers unleashed their powers simultaneously. Wind blades, fireballs, water arrows, and massive boulders filled the sky, painting it with dazzling and deadly colors. Shields up, Yang Long roared, manipulating countless metal fragments to assemble into a massive shield of steel. Ice wall.
Xiaowen followed immediately, summoning thick barriers of ice to fortify their defenses. The Yongzhou members sprang into action, those with defensive abilities reinforcing the shields, while others launched counterattacks. The ground trembled and cracked as countless sand spikes erupted from beneath, impaling dozens of ordinary evolved soldiers. But the enemy's assault was relentless. The metal shield held for only 3 seconds before shattering, followed by the collapse of the earthen and ice walls. Facing the remaining onslaught of hundreds of attacks, many of them from a class abilities, Xiao, one could only shout, scatter. A deafening explosion shook the earth as brilliant flashes of light engulfed the entire building. The terrifying blast lasted for over 10 seconds before finally subsiding. As the dust settled, the Everlight Guild's tavern had been reduced to rubble, with only the massive stone monument at its center standing tall and unscathed. Around it lay the guild members, scattered and wounded, some with shoulders pierced, others coughing up blood from heavy blows to their chests. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood. Fewer than 20 survived unscathed. The rest were injured, many unable to rise. Xiaoma, don't scare me. A man clutched his unconscious companion, crying uncontrollably. Didn't we agree to compete fairly? Whoever reached Tier 3 first would go after Xiao Ying. How could you just let me win by default? If you wake up, I swear, Xiao Ying is yours. Damn it, I'm not dead yet. The previously unconscious man suddenly opened his eyes. If you dare go after Xiao Ying, I'll make you regret it. Xiaoma, you're alive. The man exclaimed in delight. You really meant what you said? If I wake up, Xiao Ying's mine. Xiaoma struggled to sit up, spitting out a mouthful of grit. To hell with that. I never said such a thing. Not far off, a young woman climbed out of the rubble. Seeing the man who had shielded her from a fatal blow, her heart ached as if torn apart. You can't die. Didn't you promise to marry me once the guild stabilized? Cough, cough. The man, his face bloodied, managed a faint smile. I'm still alive, just lost an arm. You won't mind, will you? Idiot, you scared me to death. The woman wiped away her tears. As long as you're alive, I'm yours. But if you die, you'll find someone else immediately. Nearby, Jiang Ming surveyed the scene with a smug expression. Do you see our strength now? The strong rule, and the weak can only accept their fate. They'll give you one last chance. Will you submit to me and become my subordinates? You'll pay for this. Lu Ye's voice dripped with murderous intent. All of you will pay. You harmed the Everlight Guild. There's nowhere in the world you can run. Stubborn fool. Wipe them all out. Jiang Ming's patience snapped, and with a wave of his hand, countless attacks began to converge once more. Is this the end? Yang Long thought in despair. If only the boss were here, no matter how many enemies there were, it wouldn't matter. Just then, Ruku suddenly shouted, Mom! With that cry, the guild's central monument trembled violently. A figure emerged from within it. Was Lu Shiyun. The sight of her reignited hope among the Everlight members. Lu Shiyun scanned the devastation around her, taking in the ruined guild hall and the battered, bloodied members. Her gaze fell on the lifeless body of a companion who had fought to protect them. Fury ignited within her. You're courting death, she said coldly. Her words were met with a barrage of thousands of attacks raining down from the sky. A sharp glint flashed in Lu Xiyun's eyes as her right hand glowed with blinding light. With a graceful motion, she tore through the fabric of space itself. A deep, dark rift appeared, like a gaping maw that swallowed every attack in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the sky cleared, and all the attacks vanished without a trace. Xiyun's incredible. Everlight members gasped in awe. So this is the Vice Guild leader's true strength. She neutralized thousands of attacks like it was nothing. In that moment, they realized that none of the women in their guild were mere ornaments. Every single one of them was a formidable powerhouse. The sudden appearance of the woman left everyone present in utter shock. Faced with an overwhelming attack from thousands of gifted individuals, she effortlessly neutralized it all as if it were nothing. Her sheer power was terrifying. The soldiers in Jiang Ming's team immediately grew restless, their whispers spreading like wildfire. Is that the president of Yongzhou? She's terrifying. Jiang Ming stood frozen, his pupils slightly contracting. What had just been unleashed was a combined attack capable of leveling dozens of skyscrapers, yet she dispelled it with ease. Her strength far exceeded his expectations. Not just strong, unbelievably strong. Jiang Huai, dressed in a simple green robe, muttered in a deep voice. As Jiang Ming's younger brother, and the only class gifted individual in the team, his words carried weight. Commander Jiang furrowed his brow and asked, that move she used earlier wasn't it in class ability? Not just in class ability, but an exceptionally rare spatial ability. Jiang Huai analyzed, then let out a cold chuckle. But this actually works in our favor. That kind of move must have consumed a tremendous amount of energy. With over 2,000 gifted individuals on our side, we can wear her down, even if it takes everything. Hearing this, Jiang Ming's eyes lit up.
He immediately adjusted his strategy, putting on a sincere expression as he called out to her. You must be the president of Yongzhou, correct? The earlier conflict was nothing more than a misunderstanding, and I deeply apologize. With zombies and beasts wreaking havoc everywhere and factions rising left and right, why not join us? I'm willing to offer you the position of second-in-command. He was confident that such an offer would be irresistible. After all, being the second-in-command of a group of over 30,000 was far more powerful than leading a mere 100-person team. I'm only the vice president, Lu Shiyun responded coldly, a flicker of killing intent flashing in her eyes. You killed our people, and now you want us to serve you? Are you out of your mind? At this moment, her only goal was to buy time until Lin Yu and the others returned. Once they were back, she would exact vengeance for the fallen members of Yongzhou. You're not the leader? Commander Zhang's eyes glinted with a cold light, his voice laced with suspicion. Could there be an even more formidable force behind this Eternal Dawn organization? As for the casualties, Commander Zhang appeared utterly indifferent. In this post-apocalyptic world, what did a few lives even matter? The lives of people like you are indeed worthless, Lu Shiyun responded icily, her voice sharp. But the lives of those in Eternal Dawn will not be sacrificed in vain. So you're just angling for benefits? Commander Zhang sneered. Isn't offering you the position of deputy leader enough? Spare me. I have no interest in such things. Lu Shiyun spat disdainfully. So, you're determined to oppose me? Commander Zhang's eyes narrowed, his tone carrying a growing edge of menace. Lu Shiyun glanced at the 30,000-strong army before her, then turned to look at her injured comrades behind her. She paused before speaking evenly. This isn't my decision to make. Why not wait a few hours? Our leader will return, and you can negotiate with him then. Brother, don't believe her. Jiang Huai warned from the side. She's stalling for time. If they really have a leader, he's likely in class powerhouse. If he makes a move against you, I won't be able to stop him. These words sent a chill through Commander Jiang, instantly dispelling any unrealistic ideas he might have entertained. Judging by the hostility in their eyes, it was clear that winning them over was impossible. You're right, Jiang Huai pressed on. Since there are enemies now, we should eliminate them completely to prevent future troubles. In that case, we'll stop at nothing to wipe them out entirely. A ruthless glint flashed in Commander Zhang's eyes as he raised his hand and barked, Attack! Fools! Lu Shiyun's voice rang out, cold and resolute. Her gaze locked onto several A-class gifted individuals among the opposing forces. Such strong opponents posed a grave threat to the members of Eternal Dawn. Phantom Mirage. A terrifying surge of magical energy erupted from Lu Shiyun as she snapped her fingers. At the crisp sound, the space around the dozen A-class gifted individuals in the army suddenly froze. Their expressions froze in time, and then, in the blink of an eye, the space shattered like a fractured mirror, exploding into countless shards that annihilated their bodies. Blood splattered everywhere, leaving the entire battlefield in stunned silence. What just happened? Panic rippled through the onlookers. 16 A-class gifted individuals gone. Just like that? It was you. Jiang Huai roared, pointing a trembling finger at Lu Shiyun. You used spatial abilities to kill them. Attack her. She's just one person. Her magic is limited. Wear her down. Commander Jiang bellowed in fury, livid over the loss of 16 elite A-class fighters in an instant. Who dares to make a move? Lu Shiyun's voice cut through the chaos like a blade, saturated with killing intent. Anyone who attacks will die by my hand. As a second-tier, 8th level class spatial gifted individual, Lu Shiyun could easily obliterate these first-tier class fighters with a single strike. However, such exertion came at a significant cost to her energy reserves. The soldiers hesitated, fear gripping their hearts. These men were no longer true soldiers. They had abandoned their honor when they chose to defy the commands of the Forbidden City. All that remained was their primal instinct to survive. The truly courageous soldiers had long been slaughtered during the initial schism. Cowards! Commander Jiang fumed, his rage boiling over. I'll engage her, Jiang Huai said coldly, stepping forward. The rest of you, attack her comrades. Force her to fight Hedon and drain her magic. Anyone who disobeys my orders will be executed. Reluctantly, the troops began their assault, emboldened slightly by Jiang Huai's commanding presence as a second-tier class powerhouse. Meanwhile, Lin Yu and his group had just finished their own battle, still reeling from the intensity of the encounter. Leader, why not show us your true strength? He Yu stepped forward, his eyes filled with anticipation. The others around him looked equally eager, their gazes fixed on Lin Yu. All right, I suppose it's time, Lin Yu said after a moment of thought. It'll give you all a clear understanding of why joining Eternal Dawn was the best decision you could have made. From now on, just call me boss or leader. Got it, boss. The crowd responded enthusiastically. As the group backed away to give him space, Lin Yu stepped into the center. He decided to unleash his full aura but saw no need to reveal his dragon flame form. During the previous battle, he had only tapped into about 20% of his fire magic reserves. Boom! A devastating wave of magical energy erupted from Lin Yu, shaking the heavens and the earth. A pillar of magic shot skyward, splitting the clouds, while the ground beneath him cracked and crumbled under the sheer force. Massive boulders were sucked into the swirling vortex of magical energy, disintegrating into dust. Lin Yu stood at the epicenter, radiating a blinding brilliance as his magic surged outward like a storm. The violent winds kicked up debris, forcing everyone to step back. Those with weaker abilities were pressed to their knees, unable to withstand the overwhelming pressure. The air itself seemed to hum with the sound of his magic, an ominous resonance that sent chills down spines. This power, Shin Fa muttered, his voice trembling with awe. Faced with Lin Yu's unleashed aura, he found himself utterly devoid of the will to fight. The sheer oppression. Even I feel fear, Yushin admitted, his expression grim. So this is the true strength of our leader? He Yu's face turned pale as he finally grasped the vast gulf between them and Lin Yu. At the same time, across the expanse of Tianhai City, countless people turned their eyes skyward, drawn to the pillar of magic that pierced the heavens. Even from miles away, they could feel an indescribable weight pressing down on them, as though some ancient, terrifying force had awakened. A sudden pillar of magical energy erupted skyward, piercing through the heavens and earth, instantly drawing the attention of the surrounding powerful individuals. They gazed into the distance, their hearts filled with unease and confusion. Is that a magic energy pillar? One of them murmured, it can't be human. No one at this stage could possess such terrifying power. It must be some kind of mutated beast of immense strength. The oppressive force was so overwhelming that it disrupted the flow of magic within everyone present. Several kilometers away, another group of individuals gathered, equally shaken by the ominous energy waves. Boss, we should leave this place, someone stammered, trembling. Tianhai City is too dangerous. First, the rat swarm and the zombies, and now this terrifying mutated beast. This place is cursed. Back on the battlefield, the towering magic pillar persisted for about a minute before gradually fading away. Shinfa stared at Lin Yu, his expression a mixture of shock and complexity. Guild leader, how is your magic so overwhelming? Even though he had ascended to the 3rd tier, doubling his own magical capacity, the gap between him and Lin Yu was still insurmountable. At that moment, a lightning-fast figure streaked across the horizon, appearing before Lin Yu and the others in an instant. It was Zhouan. Boss, something's happened at the guild. Zhouan exclaimed urgently the moment he arrived. Lin Yu's eyes instantly burned with a terrifying killing intent. Without asking further, he waved his hand decisively and ordered, move. Xiaoyu, you have wings and are the fastest. Go ahead first. Lin Xiaoyu nodded, unfurling her black wings. With a powerful flap, she transformed into a streak of light and vanished into the sky. Meanwhile, at the Eternal Dawn base, an intense battle was raging. Jiang Ming glanced at Lu Shiyun, who was panting heavily, and shouted to Jiang Huai, don't hold back. Use your full strength. Reaching her limit. Jiang Huai frowned deeply. He had intended to exhaust Lu Shiyun's magic, rendering her unable to use her spatial abilities. It was the safest approach, given how unpredictable and dangerous spatial powers could be. A single misstep could lead to disaster. Bind! Jiang Huai roared, his body glowing faintly green. The ground trembled as 4 massive tree branches, each 2 meters thick, burst from the earth and shot toward Lu Shiyun's legs. Lu Shiyun's figure flickered, narrowly evading the branches, but more and more emerged, surging from the ground. In the blink of an eye, dozens of massive branches had surrounded her, enclosing the space around her. Prison cage. Jiang Huai bellowed, and the branches intertwined, forming a cage that trapped Lu Shiyun within. The cage began to contract, its interior growing darker with each passing moment. Mirage bloom. A crisp voice rang out from within the tightening cage just seconds later. Brilliant light erupted through the cracks, and the entire prison cage shattered into dust. Lu Shiyun collapsed to one knee, gasping for air. In just 3 minutes of fierce combat, her repeated use of large-scale spatial rifts had nearly drained her magic reserves. Now's the time. Everyone attack! Jiang Huai commanded, and the gifted fighters behind him unleashed their powers simultaneously. Thousands of radiant projectiles streaked toward Lu Shiyun like falling stars. As the barrage closed in, despair surged in Lu Shiyun's heart. There was so much she had yet to accomplish protecting Eternal Dawn for Lin Yu, watching Xiaoru grow up, and resolving the unfinished story between her and Lin Yu. Just as the attacks were about to strike, a striking figure suddenly appeared above the battlefield. Cloaked in black energy, with massive wings gently flapping behind her, she exuded an awe-inspiring presence. Final destruction. Blade Storm? A cold, emotionless voice echoed across the battlefield as countless sword auras erupted into the sky, shredding every incoming attack into nothingness. In the distance, silhouettes began to emerge on the horizon. 8 towering pillars of magic energy shot into the sky as 8 figures at the forefront unleashed their auras. Their overwhelming killing intent swept across the battlefield, as if death itself had arrived. 8 towering pillars of magical light shot into the sky, each radiating an overwhelming and suffocating pressure. Within the beams, it seemed as though ancient gods and demons were roaring, their terrifying magical energy spreading outward like a tidal wave, enveloping the entire battlefield. Over 30,000 people trembled under this oppressive force, experiencing a fear unlike anything they had ever known. Jiang Ming stood frozen in place, his legs trembling slightly. The auras emanating from these individuals were several times more terrifying than even the strongest deputy commander he had ever encountered. Just standing there, he felt his own magical energy slow to a near halt, making it almost impossible to even activate his most basic innate skills. They're too powerful. This magical energy, it's like facing an ancient beast. An rank-gifted individual screamed in horror. Everyone present felt their own magic being suppressed, leaving no room for resistance in their hearts. As Lin Yu and his group approached, the oppressive sensation only grew stronger. Someone finally recognized the crimson magical pillar at the center, the same one that had pierced the heavens earlier. Could they be from the Everlight Guild? The moment this question was uttered, the battlefield fell into a deathly silence. Don't scare me if it really is them. We're doomed. Someone whimpered, their voice trembling with despair. Jiang Ming and Jiang Huai's faces turned ashen. At that moment, a cheer erupted from the ruins. Xiao Yu, brother Yu, guild master, you're finally back. The previously despondent members of Everlight, upon seeing Lin Yu and the others return, shouted with excitement and relief. A faint smile appeared on Lu Xian's pale face, though it was quickly followed by a blush as she realized something. After confirming the identities of the newcomers, the 30,000 soldiers fell into utter despair. Some tried to reassure themselves, pointing to their numerical advantage, only to be mocked by their companions. Numbers? What good are numbers? With just the pressure from those magical pillars, do you really think we stand a chance? Sweat beaded on Jiang Ming's forehead as he reluctantly stepped forward under Jiang Huai's urging. Everyone, this is a misunderstanding. We're the Imperial Legion from Tianhai City, here to search for and assist survivors. Assist? Is turning our base into rubble your idea of assistance? Chun Jinger shouted angrily, pointing at the ruins with fire in her eyes. We represent the Empire. Would you dare raise your hand against the Imperial Legion? Jiang Ming tried once more to invoke the authority of the Empire, hoping to intimidate them. Lin Yu's voice was icy. The Empire? The Legion? The Tianhai City Legion has long abandoned its duty. And you dare call yourselves soldiers? Those who harm the members of Everlight will pay with their blood. At that moment, Lu Yu and other survivors limped forward, bringing grim news of their losses. Boss, the base is completely destroyed. Several brothers are severely injured. 3 have lost their arms and Uncle Huzi is dead. Lin Yu stood at the center of the battlefield, his sharp gaze sweeping across the surroundings. The scene before him made his heart clench violently. Members of Yongzhou lay battered and bloodied, some even missing limbs, groaning in pain as they collapsed in pools of their own blood. This sight ignited a blazing fury within him. Magic surged from his body like a tidal wave, with ripples of dark energy spreading outward from his core. Kill them all. His voice was chilling, as if it came from the depths of the underworld. That's over 30,000 people. Do you plan to defy the Empire itself? Jiang Ming shouted urgently. The apocalypse will eventually pass when that time comes. Do you want to face the Empire's wrath and the people's judgment? He tried to use morality and authority to intimidate the violent mob before him. Lin Yu offered no response. Instead, he raised his weapon and charged into the enemy ranks. His actions were the clearest reply. Those who harmed Yongzhou would pay for it in blood. Morality? Don't make me laugh. Lin Yu sneered coldly. I've lived through another lifetime. I won't be bound by anyone else's moral chains. I follow only the justice in my heart, unshackled by the rules of others. Those who kill Yongzhou's people must pay with their lives. That is my justice. His words echoed across the battlefield, stirring tears in the eyes of every Yongzhou member. This was their leader, their pillar of strength. This was what home truly felt like. Nearby, the new recruits from the Thunderclap Squad and the Rainy Night team were filled with fervor. What a declaration! I follow only the justice in my heart, unshackled by the rules of others, Rain God muttered, his eyes gleaming. It was a belief he had always held close. Without hesitation, Lin Xiaoyu and the others followed Lin Yu into the fray. To them, his decision was their choice. Among the Thunderclap Squad, hesitation flickered on the face of one member. Boss, he started, but was cut off by Shenefei. Remember who we are.
Shin Fa barked fiercely. We are part of Yongzhou. Look at our fallen brothers and sisters, they were family to us. If someone killed your family, would you care about their status? These people may wear military uniforms, but they've long since abandoned the honor of soldiers. They don't represent the empire. Understood, boss. The squad members stiffened at his words, raising their weapons with renewed determination. Charge! Shin Fa roared, leading the charge into the enemy ranks. The Thunderclap squad and Rain God subordinates followed without hesitation unfaltered. Jiang Ming watched the scene unfold, shouting in frustration, brothers, if they want to kill us, then fight with everything you've got. Otherwise, we'll all die here. Who would have imagined that their force of over 30,000 would be forced into a life-or-death struggle against just a few dozen? Lin Yu's gaze was cold and unyielding as he locked eyes with Commander Jiang and Jiang Huai. Without hesitation, he launched a devastating attack. Ultimate Art. Flame Waltz, he roared, his voice cutting through the air like a blade. In an instant, a monstrous surge of fire erupted, growing so vast it seemed to blot out the sky. The inferno transformed into a raging torrent, surging relentlessly toward the two men. Jiang Huai, stop him. Commander Jiang bellowed, his voice hoarse with desperation. Even at a distance, the searing heat was unbearable, scalding his skin and filling him with dread. What was even more terrifying was the fire's destructive path. Everything in its wake was instantly reduced to ash. Ensnaring cage. Jiang Huai shouted, cold sweat streaming down his face as he hastily unleashed a defensive move. Thick, gnarled tree trunks burst from the ground, intertwining in midair to form a massive, green sphere of foliage that encased him and his brother in a protective cocoon. Using wood to counter my flames? How naive, Lin Yu sneered, his voice dripping with contempt. He thrust his hands forward, driving the flames into a collision with the tree sphere. A deafening explosion echoed across the battlefield as the sphere shattered into splinters, scattering like leaves in a storm. No! Commander Jiang cried out in despair, his voice trembling. But Lin Yu had no intention of granting him a swift death. Flame chains. With a flick of his wrist, Lin Yu commanded the fire to pierce through Jiang Ming's limbs, pinning him to the ground. The flames then coiled around his body, forming searing chains that burned with excruciating precision. The fire's intensity was carefully controlled, strong enough to leave Jiang Ming writhing in agony, yet not enough to end his life. His screams filled the air as he writhed on the ground, unable to escape the torment. Lin Yu turned his attention to Jiang Huai, only to find that the figure before him was nothing but a wooden decoy. The real Jiang Huai had vanished. You can't run from me, Lin Yu said coldly, his voice like the edge of a blade. He closed his eyes, letting his spiritual energy sweep across the battlefield. Within moments, he pinpointed a retreating figure skulking among the crowd. Jiang Huai, his aura brimming with potent magic. Jiang Huai had anticipated this. The moment Lin Yu revealed his overwhelming power, Jiang Huai had sensed the inevitable clash. Knowing he was no match, he had activated his wood-based ability, Puppet Substitute, leaving behind a decoy even his brother hadn't noticed. Meanwhile, he had slipped into the crowd, hoping to escape unnoticed. Think you can run? Not a chance, Lin Yu murmured, a smirk of derision playing on his lips. His spiritual energy locked onto Jiang Huai like an iron grip. Ultimate Art. Wandering Dragon. This was a technique Lin Yu had spent nearly a year perfecting in his previous life. Bringing his palms together, he channeled a torrent of magic, molding it into a glowing sphere of fiery energy. With a powerful thrust, he launched it skyward. The sphere burst apart midair, splitting into 9 colossal fire dragons that roared to life. They dove toward Jiang Huai, their blazing forms twisting and turning with terrifying agility. Once locked onto a target, the Wandering Dragon technique would relentlessly pursue until it struck its mark. Are you kidding me? Jiang Huai glanced over his shoulder and felt his blood run cold. The 9 fiery beasts tore through the sky, their oppressive presence so overwhelming that even the surrounding evolved beings were frozen in place, unable to move. Rise! Jiang Huai shouted, summoning his power in a panic. A massive tree erupted beneath his feet, lifting him high into the air. But the fire dragons were unrelenting, twisting their massive bodies to change direction and continue their pursuit. They can turn. Jiang Huai's face paled, despair creeping into his voice. With no way to evade, he braced himself for impact. What he didn't know was that Lin Yu had deliberately restrained the destructive force of the attack, aiming to capture him alive. Otherwise, no evolved being at this stage could have survived the Wandering Dragon's might. A thunderous explosion shattered the sky as all 9 fire dragons struck their target. The resulting blast was deafening, a catastrophic eruption that illuminated the battlefield with a fiery brilliance, leaving the crowd stunned and silent. On the battlefield, a massive mushroom cloud rose into the sky, as if countless missiles had struck simultaneously, shaking the earth to its core. From afar, Lin Yu watched as a figure was violently thrown into the air by the shockwave at the center of the explosion. In a flash, he sped toward the scene, his right hand conjuring a flaming chain that precisely ensnared Jiang Huai. He dragged the two captives and threw them before the injured members of Everlasting Day, then turned back to the battlefield, resuming his ruthless slaughter. Every single one of these enemies had taken part in the earlier attack. None of them were innocent. The Legion commander has been captured. Run. These people are demons. We can't fight them. Witnessing Everlasting Day's members rampaging across the battlefield, the enemy's morale collapsed instantly. They turned and fled in panic. Amid the deafening roar, endless lightning rained down, claiming dozens of lives in an instant. Elsewhere, a deadly rain fell, riddling anyone it struck with holes like a sieve. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Please spare me." Cries for mercy echoed among the fleeing soldiers, but the only response was cold, relentless killing. If apologies were enough, then what purpose would the Judgment Corps serve? The battle raged on for over an hour. The battlefield was littered with corpses, nearly 20,000 bodies piled high. Some were mangled beyond recognition, others burned beyond identification, and the stench of blood hung thick in the air. The few survivors had long since scattered and fled. "Make them kneel before the bodies of their fallen comrades and beg for forgiveness," Lin Yu ordered. The Jiang brothers were soon dragged before a corpse. Zhao Dongfang, a fallen brother of Yang Long and now a member of Everlasting Day. Lin Yu kicked out, shattering their knees and forcing them to kneel. "You'll die a miserable death. I am the Imperial Legion commander. Do you really think a world in chaos will go unpunished?" Jiang Ming howled in anguish. "Kneel," Lin Yu barked. Their heads were forcibly pressed to the ground. Blood streamed from Jiang Huai's forehead, but he merely asked with a pale face, "By killing soldiers like this, aren't you afraid of the Empire's and the people's condemnation?" Lin Yu coldly replied, "Do you still consider yourselves soldiers?" Then he shouted again, "Kneel." Jiang Huai, after repeated kowtows, bled out and chose to end his life in atonement. Jiang Ming, on the other hand, began frantically begging for mercy, kowtowing voluntarily, but his desperate repentance did nothing to quell Lin Yu's fury. 20 minutes later, Jiang Ming fell silent as well. Lin Yu ordered that Uncle Hu's body be buried near the guild. In this apocalyptic world, Everlasting Day was their home. Even in death, they should return to their roots. His words deeply moved everyone present. Afterward, Lin Yu waved his hand, releasing flames to burn the battlefield. Lu Shiyun summoned fierce winds and heavy rain to wash away the blood, and finally, flowing sand buried all traces of the carnage, as if the brutal battle had never occurred. At that moment, a voice echoed in everyone's minds. The 100 Nations battle will officially begin in 15 days. All nations, please vote for your 100 representatives on your respective forums. So soon? Has it already been 3 months since the apocalypse began? Lin Yu murmured to himself. Early the next morning, the new hall of the Eternal Day Guild buzzed with activity. This spacious and bright venue, chosen by Lin Yu, was large enough to accommodate the rapidly growing number of members. With the full teams of Thunderstorm Squad and Rainy Night officially joining, the guild's membership had soared past the 100 mark. Unbelievable. Boss, you really managed to rope in these powerhouses. Lu Yu couldn't hide his excitement. The Thunderstorm Squad was renowned in the evolutionist community, especially Shenfa, who consistently ranked among the world's top 50. As for Rain God, though previously not well known, his breakthrough during the recent Rat Swarm had propelled him to the peak of Tier 2, making his strength on par with Shenfa. "Now that we're part of Eternal Day, just let us know if you need anything," Shenfa said with an approachable demeanor that belied his formidable reputation, quickly blending in with the group. Amidst the lively chatter, Lu Qi suddenly jumped up. "Boss, check the forum. Those people who ran away yesterday posted about what happened." Everyone immediately opened the forum, only to find that the events of the previous day had been grossly misrepresented. The post painted Eternal Day as bloodthirsty killers, completely omitting the fact that the other side had struck first. The comment section was in an uproar. How could anyone still be slaughtering their own people at a time like this? These Eternal Day Guild members deserve to be executed. As the discussion intensified, the accusations soon targeted Lin Yu. "Da Shixing is in Jiangzhou. It can't be him, then it must be the magician. Never thought the magician would stoop so low, killing Imperial soldiers." Hearing the slander, Lin Xiaoyou's voice turned icy. "Brother, if I find them, I'll make them taste the agony of 1,000 cuts." Lin Yu's expression darkened as he immediately posted on the forum, laying out the truth in detail. However, the tide of doubt and insults did not abate. At that moment, a user with the ID Fire God created a new post. "Magician, no matter the reason, it doesn't justify slaughtering 20,000 soldiers. Eternal Day members, I'll kill every last one of you." Meanwhile, in a remote cave, Fire God smirked as he watched the flood of supportive comments under his post.
This was exactly what he wanted. Numerous evolutionists were pledging to join his cause to take down Eternal Day. Boss, won't this provoke the magician? One of his subordinates asked nervously. What are you afraid of? He doesn't know where we are. Besides, more evolutionists will flock to our side soon. Fire God replied dismissively. His underlings, reassured by his confidence, finally began to relax. Piao adjusted her glasses slightly, a glint of coldness flashing in her eyes. Master, this so-called fire god must be tired of living. He's actually trying to use us to glorify himself and boost his reputation. Lu Shiyun pondered for a moment, her sharp intuition seeing through the fire god's intentions. The people sent to kill us probably don't have the guts to actually do it. It's more likely he's just using this as a stunt to gain fame. Even the incident with the Tianhai City army being wiped out, though it's been spread all over the forums, it's not entirely a bad thing, Lin Yu said calmly, scanning the group. At the very least, everyone now knows one thing. Yongzhou is not to be trifled with. Lin Yu didn't think much of the so-called Tier 2 Evolver ranked 923rd on the global list and 271st on the Daxia list. A trace of icy resolve flickered in his eyes. If someone truly dares to kill a member of Yongzhou, they'd better be ready for me to hunt them down to the ends of the earth. But I doubt he's that foolish. If they weren't in different provinces, Lin Yu would have already made his move to eliminate him. President, what's the plan from here? Rain God asked. Lin Yu paused in thought before responding. No need to rush into the battle of 100 nations. Daxia has plenty of strong contenders, and more will emerge in the coming days. For now, there's something even more pressing. What could be more important than the battle of 100 nations? Piao asked curiously. Remember this. Improving your own strength should always be the top priority, Lin Yu said with a serious expression. Right now, the most important task is the guild strength evaluation. Once we pass, we'll gain access to the monthly wish clue, which can help us find ways to grow stronger. If not for the delays caused by the Thunder Team and Rain God's issues, Lin Yu would have already entered the trial yesterday. According to memories from his past life, the Forbidden City holds a Phoenix Stone containing Phoenix Fire. That was his next objective. Absorbing it would undoubtedly elevate his talent to SS rank. However, the Phoenix Stone's exact whereabouts remained a mystery. To uncover its location, he needed to complete the guild trial and request a clue from the rules. Oh, right. I almost forgot about that, Lu Shiyun said, rubbing her temples, looking slightly fatigued. He'll go first, God's punishment declared, his eyes shining with excitement. Having just learned about the guild monument's functionality, he was eager to grow stronger and comprehend the four tribulations. The others were equally restless, rushing toward the guild monument to enter the trial space. Lin Yu's eyes gleamed. I should make the most of my time too. Once he obtained the clue for the Phoenix Stone, he would head north where someone who owed him a debt was waiting. With that thought, Lin Yu didn't hesitate any longer. He approached the guild monument and stepped into the trial space. In a flash of light, he found himself in a vast, empty expanse. Before him stood a towering pagoda, majestic and imposing. This was the trial tower, with 7 levels, each containing its own isolated world. Lin Yu chuckled softly. The first few levels shouldn't be too challenging. The real test lies in the 6th. With that, he stepped into the first level. Each level would generate virtual opponents of the same rank as the challenger for combat. Meanwhile, in the Forbidden City. Blade, what's your take on the Tianhai City Army incident? An elderly man in a Zhongshan suit asked. Your Majesty, the Tianhai City Army's refusal to respond to the summons and their declaration of independence appear to be true. The magician's claims also seem credible. However, Blade hesitated. Their bloodlust is overwhelming. If they were to turn malevolent, they could be even more dangerous than the zombies. The ruler rubbed his temples, deep in thought. Once we've resolved matters here, find a way to approach them. Gauge their intentions so we can plan accordingly. Understood. By the way, the Wang family's research results will arrive tomorrow. It's time to give the Dragon Group a significant boost. Good. Back in the trial space, half an hour later, Lin Yu had easily cleared the 2nd level. 3 hours later, he emerged from the 5th level, his clothes slightly tattered. This is different from my previous life. The opponent on the 5th level was unexpectedly strong, at least at the top-tier sequence level, Lin Yu muttered, brushing dust off his clothes before stepping into the 6th level. The 6th level was a world of thunder, with countless streaks of cyan lightning crisscrossing the sky. Each bolt crackled with immense energy, radiating blinding light. Well, someone's already made it to the 6th level? A voice filled with surprise and curiosity echoed from within the lightning. Lin Yu immediately tensed. In his past life, the opponents in the first 5 levels had all been combat simulations, not real people. But this voice carried genuine emotion. A figure emerged slowly from the lightning, exuding an oppressive presence. His golden hair and golden eyes caught Lin Yu's attention. Was this a foreigner? It's you. The man's expression shifted to one of shock and anger as he recognized Lin Yu. You know me? Lin Yu's instinct screamed danger. Why was there a real person in the trial space? And more importantly, why did this man seem to know him? Of course I know you. The man snarled through gritted teeth. Lin Yu's mind raced as he tried to piece together any overlooked details from his past and present lives. Could this have something to do with his rebirth? The thought sent a chill down his spine. For the first time since his return, he felt a flicker of fear. If this was connected to his rebirth, the implications could be catastrophic. Shaking off the thought, Lin Yu resolved to eliminate this potential threat. He would start with the man standing before him. Are you the guardian of the 6th level? Lin Yu asked, his gaze piercing. Indeed. I guard this level, the lightning-clad man said proudly. Prepare yourself, boy. I won't hold back. Lin Yu took a deep breath, assuming a battle stance. Whatever the man's origins or reasons for knowing him, Lin Yu was confident in one thing. Fists were the ultimate solution. If he could defeat this man, he'd get the answers he needed. Let's see how different you are from the earlier levels challengers. Huh. I'm nothing like those puppets, the man sneered, lightning flashing in his eyes. Puppets? Lin Yu caught the word, his mind spinning with possibilities. Lin Yu stared intently at the thunderclad man before him and suddenly said, I have a wager. Do you dare to take it? A wager? A flicker of interest appeared in the man's eyes. Go on. I'm listening. If I win, after clearing this 6th level, you'll tell me the information I want to know, Lin Yu said, locking eyes with him. And if I win, you'll do one thing for me. Nothing too difficult. The Thunder Man cut him off directly. Lin Yu only hesitated for 2 seconds before replying, deal? Yet inwardly he thought, what counts as not too difficult is entirely up to him, isn't it? Inside the 6th level of the trial space, a cataclysmic battle had raged on for nearly an hour. Lin Yu, panting heavily, had already expended over half his magical energy, but he was still on the defensive. Hey, kid, if you can't keep up, just admit defeat. The Thunder Man taunted, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Defeat? No way. Lin Yu roared, his anger flaring. He activated his dragon flame form, and in an instant, his golden flames turned a fierce crimson. An overwhelming aura burst forth like a tidal wave, pushing all his attributes to an entirely new level. The Thunder Man's expression grew serious for the first time, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Then, as if amused, he broke into a broad grin and murmured to himself, this kid still has tricks up his sleeve. Maybe he really can achieve the impossible. If so, all the sacrifices won't have been in vain. Ultimate Art. Wandering Fire Dragon. Lin Yu shouted as crimson flames roared to life between his hands, forming 9 blazing dragons that charged forward with a ferocious howl. Gate of Thunder, the man bellowed, summoning countless bolts of lightning that coalesced into a golden gate before him. Unite. Lin Yu brought his palms together in a thunderous clap, merging the 9 fire dragons into one. Its power surged exponentially. The massive flame dragon slammed into the Gate of Thunder, shattering it into pieces and striking the Thunder Man directly. When the smoke cleared, the Thunder Man stood there, his body charred, his hair sticking up in all directions, and his tattered clothing revealing several gruesome wounds. Black smoke rose from him as he cursed under his breath. You little brat. Are you ready to admit defeat? Right now, you're no match for me, Lin Yu said confidently, his voice filled with pride. Don't get cocky. This is only the beginning. The Thunder Man sneered, his aura surging dramatically as his level skyrocketed from Tier 3 Level 0 to Tier 3 Level 10. You've got to be kidding me, Lin Yu exclaimed, stunned. Huh. The rules only state this is a same-tier trial. We're still both Tier 3, so I'm not breaking any rules, the Thunder Man said smugly. The battle grew even more intense. Even with the Thunder Man reaching the peak of Tier 3, Lin Yu's dragon flame form continued to hold the upper hand. But then, the Thunder Man unleashed a sudden burst of power. His muscles swelled, his thunder turned from blue to gold, and his aura exploded into something truly terrifying. Their ultimate techniques clashed heat. This time, the Thunder Man's golden lightning suppressed Lin Yu's dragon flame. Lin Yu's heart sank. Unless his abilities advanced further, victory seemed impossible. But gritting his teeth, he swore silently to himself. To uncover the secret of his rebirth, he must break through his limits in this life-or-death battle. A powerful fist tore through the air, slamming into Lin Yu's abdomen with brutal force. Pain erupted like a tidal wave, consuming every fiber of his being as the impact hurled him across the battlefield, leaving a deep crater where he landed. Before he could catch his breath, his opponent launched an even deadlier attack. Thunder roars across the heavens, the man bellowed, his voice reverberating like a storm. Above Lin Yu, 9 arcs of lightning coalesced, crackling with an overwhelming energy that spilled tendrils of smaller bolts, striking the ground around him. Lin Yu spat blood, his chest heaving with urgency. He was no match for this thunder-wielding adversary.
Just then, a stray bolt of lightning struck a spot over 10 meters away, splitting the earth and exposing a tiny flicker of flame that danced up from the crack. The sight ignited a spark of hope in Lin Yu's eyes. Heaven's thunder and Earth's fire, lightning and flame, forces destined to complement one another. Thunder carried heat and explosive power, mirroring the essence of fire. If he could absorb flames, could he not try the same with lightning? Without hesitation, Lin Yu sprang into action, channeling his energy vortex to draw in the stray bolts crackling nearby. The moment the lightning entered his body, an excruciating pain ripped through him, as though his very being was being torn apart. Clenching his teeth, he summoned his inner dragon flame, forcing it to merge with the invading lightning. The flames wrapped around the electricity, gradually integrating it into his bloodstream, meridians, and bones. Just as Lin Yu felt a glimmer of triumph at his experiment's success, a deafening roar above reminded him of the impending danger. The 9 massive arcs of lightning had fully converged into a single, golden storm, descending upon him with apocalyptic fury. "Absorb it!" Lin Yu roared, unleashing the full might of his dragon flame, shaping it into the form of a colossal dragon's maw that swallowed the golden lightning whole. But the power was far beyond what his body could endure. Cracks formed across his skin as golden light seeped out, threatening to tear him apart from within. In desperation, Lin Yu turned himself into a conduit, redirecting the excess lightning outward in explosive bursts. Even so, the remnants of the golden energy continued to wreak havoc inside him. Gritting his teeth, he pushed his magic and dragon flame to their limits, forcing them to devour the rampaging energy. From a distance, the thunder-wielding man watched in silence, stroking his chin with a contemplative expression, making no move to intervene. After what felt like an eternity, the cracks on Lin Yu's body began to heal, and faint traces of lightning flickered across his skin. He exhaled deeply, his body trembling with exhaustion. While he hadn't yet mastered the thunder's power, he had gained a fragment of its essence. Gazing at the crimson flames in his palm, now laced with shimmering electric sparks, Lin Yu's mind was already set on his next movie would seek the phoenix flame to enhance his physique, paving the way for the true fusion of thunder and fire. The thunder-wielding man approached, his tone carrying a hint of approval. "Kid, start with ordinary lightning first. My golden thunder is far beyond what you're capable of controlling right now." Lin Yu felt a strange change within his body and was momentarily at a loss. The thunderous man, however, grinned widely, his expression layered with meaning. "Haha, beating you up really put me in a good mood. Consider this 6th trial passed. I played a little trick, just so I could give you a thrashing." Lin Yu's forehead twitched with exasperation as he asked in confusion, "Do you know me?" "Yes," the thunderous man replied without hesitation. "But I don't know you. Do you know something about me?" Lin Yu pressed further. "Of course," the man said casually. "You're just a lucky bastard with dumb luck." This comment made Lin Yu's blood boil. If he weren't stark naked at the moment, he would have jumped up and fought another 300 rounds. The thunderous man clearly noticed Lin Yu's thoughts and burst into hearty laughter. "What's the matter? Want to fight me? Then stand up." Lin Yu spat in defiance. "Tsh, I don't have the habit of parading around stark naked under the sun." He sat with his legs tightly pressed together and his arms wrapped around them, doing his best to maintain some semblance of modesty. The earlier lightning infusion had caused his magic and flames to spiral out of control, reducing all his clothing to ashes. "Hey, big guy, do you have any spare clothes? Help me out, will you?" "Not a chance," the man replied bluntly. Lin Yu knew he was no match for this opponent. In truth, had already lost the battle earlier. But since the man had declared the 6th trial passed, it seemed their previous wager was no longer relevant. Testing the waters, Lin Yu asked, "So, about the information you have on Muel, you tell me? We can trade if you want." The thunderous man suddenly tilted his head toward the sky, his tone turning solemn. "Kid, there are many things you're not qualified to know yet. You're still far too weak. When you ascend to 9S, perhaps you'll meet the real me, and then you'll find the answers you seek." 9S, Lin Yu murmured under his breath. "I have to go now. Work hard, kid." With that, the man took a step into the heavens, transforming into a streak of lightning and vanishing into the sky. Lin Yu stared at the sky, deep in thought. Although he hadn't gotten any answers, the thunderous man's final attitude didn't seem hostile, which gave Lin Yu some relief. Still, the mystery of his reincarnation only grew more perplexing. "Wait, the trial is over. Next, I have to face the rules. Maybe I can find some answers there?" Lin Yu thought excitedly, but his enthusiasm quickly waned as he realized his predicament. How was he supposed to move around without any clothes? Rules in existence that even Lin Yu could barely comprehend. In his understanding, rules might be the will of the universe at the time of its creation, and the arrival of the apocalypse seemed to be mysteriously connected to them. On a hillside in Mountain City, over a dozen off-road vehicles were parked in orderly rows. A group of people gathered in front of the cars. One of them discreetly pulled out a cigarette and handed it to the young man standing at the front of the convoy. Boss, weren't we headed to the Yongzhou headquarters in Tianhai City? Why are we suddenly detouring to Chongshui City? The young man with a stylish mustache was Wang Kong, Lin Yu's childhood friend from the orphanage. He lounged lazily on the hood of a car, legs crossed. Did you check the forums? Someone calling themselves Fire God is openly threatening to kill any Yongzhou member they find. Who does this guy think he is, daring to challenge Yongzhou? Boss, let's take him out, the subordinate growled angrily. Wang Kong took a long drag from his cigarette, his gaze sharp. Before we head back to Yongzhou, we'll deal with this Fire God. It's on the way anyway. Suddenly, the smokers around him quickly extinguished their cigarettes and stood at attention, respectfully calling out, "Sister-in-law." Wang Kong froze, his cigarette instantly turning to ash in his hand. He leapt off the hood with agility, a wide grin spreading across his face. "Xiaoro, you're here." A woman in a white dress approached, graceful as a blooming lily, her smile warm and gentle. "You. If you want to smoke, just smoke. It's not like you're doing it in front of me. A month or so won't make much of a difference. I don't even like smoking." They wanted to, so I just kept them company, Wang Kong quickly explained, his earlier commanding presence completely gone. And Qingru leaned into Wang Kang's arms with a soft smile. "Oh, is that so, Konga? Then I guess I misunderstood you." The surrounding onlookers could only exchange helpless smiles as they witnessed this public display of affection. "Xiaoro, let's go take care of this Fire God. He's ruining the air in Chongshui City," Wang Kong said. "All right, they'll go along with whatever you decide." And Qingru replied softly, "Move out." With Wang Kang's order, the convoy sped off toward Chongshui City. Meanwhile, in the trial space, "Big brother, are you still there?" Lin Yu called out into the void. After waiting for a long time without hearing a response, he finally relaxed, stood up, and stretched his stiff limbs before heading toward the entrance. He thought to himself that since no one was around, running naked wouldn't matter. However, high above in a golden sea of thunder and lightning, a man was leisurely observing Lin Yu. Clicking his tongue in amusement, he remarked, "Not bad, kid. Quite the assets." Suddenly struck by inspiration, he pulled out a crystal ball and recorded the moment. This might come in handy someday. Watching Lin Yu disappear into the entrance of the 6th layer, the man put away the crystal ball with satisfaction. Even though the plan's gone a bit off track, this kid is something special. Maybe this is a blessing in disguise. With that, his figure slowly faded into the lightning. The moment Lin Yu stepped out of the 6th layer, flames erupted around him, and he shot toward the highest level like a bolt of lightning. The 7th layer's Grand Hall was where the consciousness of the trial tower's rules resided. Every evolver who passed the trial would come here. Striding confidently inside, Lin Yu assumed the rules consciousness was nothing more than a mindless mechanical entity. But what he saw stopped him in his tracks. A little girl was floating above the hall, staring wide-eyed at him. For a moment, they just stared at each other, the air heavy with awkwardness. H. Both screamed at the same time. Why did you come in here without pants on?" the little girl shouted, covering her eyes. "Who are you? Why is there a living person here?" Lin Yu quickly crouched down, hugging his knees, wishing he could disappear into the floor. Peeking through her fingers, the little girl's face turned red. "You're the one who passed the 6th trial, right? Why aren't you wearing pants? Are you some kind of pervert?" Lin Yu felt the need to explain. "My clothes got destroyed during the fight." "Oh, I see." The little girl nodded in understanding, then suddenly looked at him with suspicion. "Wait, it's you. You're the rules consciousness?" Lin Yu asked, realizing something extraordinary must be happening to him. "Yes. I heard someone passed the 6th trial, so I came to take a look. Didn't expect it to be you." The little girl's fingers slowly spread wider. "Who am I? Why does everyone seem to know me?" Lin Yu asked urgently, desperate to uncover the truth. "I can't say. It's forbidden." The little girl feigned an air of mystery. "You're too weak. When you reach the 10th tier and become a Star Walker, you'll understand everything." Lin Yu was speechless. 10th tier? A Star Walker? In his previous life, he hadn't even come close to that level in 6 years. But the title Star Walker left him stunned. Could humans truly become powerful enough to walk among the stars? At that moment, Lin Yu felt an overwhelming surge of determination. Walking among the stars? Just the thought of it made his blood boil with excitement. "Your strength evaluation is Shrank. Tell me what you want to know, and I'll give you some clues," the little girl said softly. "Shrank? Isn't Shrank given only after passing the 5th level?" Lin Yu asked, puzzled. The little girl's eyes flickered. "Shrank is the highest rating. The 6th level is just to test your potential." After pondering for a moment, Lin Yu went straight to the point. "I want to know the exact location of the Phoenix Stone. Is it in Kyoto? Or in someone's possession?" "The Phoenix Stone is in the royal estate in Kyoto." "Good luck, magician."
The little girl playfully stuck out her tongue before her body dissolved into countless points of starlight, fading away. The royal estate. Lin Yu murmured to himself. Once I get out, I'll borrow some lightning power from divine punishment, then head north. But reality quickly struck him like a blow to the head. How was he supposed to leave here gracefully? The moment he exited the trial space, he'd reappear next to the guild's stone monument. If anyone was there, the thought of the potential scene made Lin Yu cringe with secondhand embarrassment. Damn it, what a mess, he cursed under his breath. Left with no other choice, he prepared to sprint out as fast as possible. After adjusting his posture and mentally bracing himself, he activated his will, allowing the rules to transport him out. Back in the mysterious realm of rules, the young girl watched Lin Yu's departing figure intently, her eyes wide open this time. She did not cover her eyes. Meanwhile, a new leaderboard appeared on the Everlight Trial Tower, listing several names. Qinzuoshang, Shrank. Divine Punishment, Shrank. Lu Shiyun, Shrank. Lu Qi, a rank. Yang Shanshan, a rank. And now, a new name had been added, Magician, Shrank. Inside the Everlight Guild Hall, the atmosphere was lively and bustling. Members who had just returned from their trial evaluation sat together, sipping fruit wine and animatedly discussing their experiences. The guild's strength trial is insanely difficult. I have an rank talent, but I could only clear the 3rd level and ended up with a brank evaluation. Same here. I have brank talent but got a drank evaluation. I barely made it past the 1st level. Most members had failed to achieve evaluations matching their talent levels. Even Lu Qi, who had strength talent, only managed in a rank evaluation. He now sat sulking in a corner, nursing his drink with a gloomy expression. Though he was the strongest in the Black Rose team after their leader, Qinjinger, the opponent on the 5th level had overwhelmed him completely. However, the clue he had received regarding his wish reignited his hope. He began secretly planning to gather a few skilled allies and explore the nearby forest the next day. The vice leader has spatial abilities and once held off thousands of evolved attackers alone, yet even she didn't get in Shrank evaluation. That just shows how terrifyingly strong the Shrankers must be. How many Shrankers do you think we have in Everlight? Maybe 4 or 5. So far, 3 confirmed Shrankers had emerged: Black Rose's leader Qinjinger, Thunder Squad's leader Divine Punishment, and Everlight's leader Magician. Other potential Shrankers included Lin Xiaoyu, Epilogue, Rain God of Rainy Nights, and Thunder Squad members Black Feather and Li Qingyun. As the members passionately debated, the guild's stone monument suddenly trembled, emitting a dazzling light. In an instant, a figure shot out like a bolt of lightning, the sheer force flipping tables and chairs throughout the hall. The next moment, the hall's main doors shook violently, leaving a massive, shaped hole behind. Everyone in the hall was stunned into silence, staring in shock. It took several moments before someone finally spoke. Did someone just dash out of here? I only saw a flash of lightning. I think I saw a pale figure. Lu Qi suddenly broke the silence. That person was streaking. With his strength, he barely managed to glimpse the figure, who hadn't used any abilities. Streaking. Everyone was in disbelief. Who would do something so insane? I only caught a glimpse of some lightning. In Everlight, only 2 people have lightning abilities, Zhou and the Lightning Man and Divine Punishment, our leader. Members of the Thunder Squad quickly coughed to interrupt. Ahem. Don't spread rumors. If it were Divine Punishment, anyone gossiping would end up tied and whipped with lightning. The warning immediately silenced everyone. The Everlight streaking incident became an unsolved mystery, one that no one dared to investigate further. Elsewhere, Lin Xiaoyu had just cleared the 6th level of the strength trial. While both the 5th and 6th levels corresponded to strength evaluations, the 6th level's challenger was a powerful living opponent, not a combat puppet. Such extraordinary talent, there's even more hope now, the rule-bound girl said, looking at Lin Xiaoyu. What information do you want? Lin Xiaoyu's icy expression and the killing intent radiating from her made the air around her feel heavy. On the forum, the person who escaped and then posted lies to smear my brother and Everlight, where is he? The flame god in Chongshui City was too far away. Shed deal with him later. But the man who had fled with his life only to twist the truth and slander her brother couldn't have gotten far. He had to die. The little girl of the rules stared deeply at Lin Xiaoyu, her tone serious. The clue for a wish can only be asked once a month. Are you sure you want to ask such a simple question? Without hesitation, Lin Xiaoyu nodded firmly, her eyes glowing with determination. Anyone who tries to harm my brother must die. That person is in Dongyuan County, beneath Tianhai City, the little girl of the rules revealed. Thank you. Having obtained the information she needed, Lin Xiaoyu willed herself out of the trial tower's space. At the guild hall, a crowd gathered around the ranking board, buzzing with discussion. Look, Lin Xiaoyu, Yi Piao, and Yu Shun are all rank. Hey Yu and Li Qingyun are a rank, someone exclaimed excitedly. As the trial rankings concluded, The Eternal Day Guild now boasted 6 rank powerhouses, a revelation that caused a sensation on the forums. In contrast, many guilds didn't even have a single rank member. Even the renowned Zhatian gang reportedly had only Tang Sanzang and Lin Yu earning rank evaluations. Other known rank individuals included Xian Nu from the Tianji Guild, Yu Shan and Xiao Siming from Qin's Moon, and Tian Shaxing and Tian Kuei Xing from the 36 Heavenly Stars. However, in terms of numbers, none could rival Eternal Day. The next morning, after breakfast, Yu Shun led the Rainy Night squad to bid farewell to Lin Yu and Lu Shiyun. Guild leader, the Trial Tower has taught me a lot. I'm ready to lead the team out into the world, Yu Shun said. Lin Yu patted Yu Shun on the shoulder and gave him a firm hug. Go ahead. I hope you'll be even stronger the next time we meet. Turning to the Rainy Night squad, he added, don't bring shame to Eternal Day. Don't worry, boss, a burly man declared, thumping the Eternal Day emblem on his chest. The Rainy Night squad will be known across the land. Soon after, Shen Fa arrived with the Thunder Roar team to say their goodbyes as well. However, Lin Yu temporarily kept them back, as he still needed Shan Fa's lightning abilities to complete his training. Lin Xiaoyu hugged Lin Yu tightly, reluctant to let go. Brother, I'm heading to Dongyuan County. She tried her best to suppress her trembling. She knew it was time to be independent, to become stronger, and to eliminate threats for her brother. Silly girl, Lin Yu said fondly, ruffling her hair. Brother, where are you going? She asked. I'm heading north to Kyoto. I'll leave tomorrow. Lin Yu gazed toward the north, where many unresolved matters awaited him. Wiping away her tears, Lin Xiaoyu forced a smile. Brother, don't forget to think of me. With that, she turned and left decisively. Yi Piao adjusted her glasses. Master, I'm heading north too, but not to Kyoto. Stay safe. I hope the next time we meet, you'll have mastered the 4th level of the art, Lin Yu replied. The two shared a gentle hug before parting ways. Only Chun Jinger and Lu Shiyun remained. Chun Jinger leaned close to Lin Yu's ear and whispered teasingly, You're leaving tomorrow, but tonight, I want some meat. She licked her lips playfully. Those around them tactfully looked away. After the others had dispersed, Lin Yu brought Shen Fa into the trial space. Hit me with your lightning power. Without hesitation, Shen Fa raised his right hand, summoning a surge of powerful lightning. Guild leader, try this new ability. I've developed 3,000 lightning strikes. In an instant, dark clouds gathered, and 100 bolts of lightning descended from the heavens. The sheer magnitude of it was overwhelming. If perfected to unleash 3,000 strikes, its power would be utterly devastating. Lin Yu stared intently at the thunderbolts hurtling toward him, and in an instant, his magical energy erupted. Intense flames surged around him, quickly coalescing into the awe-inspiring form of a massive dragon's head. Dragon's breath? The fiery dragon opened its jaws wide, devouring the incoming thunderbolts in their entirety. The electric currents coursed through Lin Yu's veins, and a searing pain overtook him, as though every fiber of his being was being torn apart. Yet, compared to the terrifying golden lightning of the 6th level of the Trial Tower, this pain was almost negligible. The Divine Punishment's thunder might wound him, but it was far from fatal. Divine Punishment stood frozen, utterly stunned by the sight before him, doubting his own strength. When had his thunderbolts become so weak? How could a fire element cultivator devour his lightning without suffering any harm? By now, Lin Yu was entirely enveloped in a cocoon of crackling lightning, with countless arcs dancing across his body. The violent energy surged into him relentlessly, and over time, he fully absorbed the thunderbolts. It's done. This feels incredible. Lin Yu's eyes snapped open, glowing with streaks of lightning. Thunder roar. A streak of cyan lightning erupted from his mouth, slamming into the ground and blasting out a crater tens of meters deep. The resulting mushroom cloud rose high into the sky, blotting out the sunlight. What the? Divine Punishment's jaw dropped, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Isn't he supposed to have a fire element talent? How is he controlling thunder? Could it be? Recalling the earlier scene, a chill ran down his spine. He actually absorbed my thunder and completely mastered its power? Lin Yu, in high spirits, marveled at the newfound strength coursing through his body. Not only had he successfully gained control over the power of thunder, but he also felt a significant enhancement in his overall abilities. The perfect fusion of fire and thunder had elevated his destructive power to a whole new level. Divine Punishment, Lin Yu said, patting him on the shoulder with a meaningful smile. You've got to work harder. I hope you can improve your talents soon and evolve your thunder into something even stronger. Divine Punishment's face darkened instantly as the realization dawned on him. Lin Yu's plan was painfully clear, was treating him as a tool for upgrading his thunder abilities. The moment Divine Punishment advanced and produced more powerful thunder, Lin Yu would undoubtedly return to devour it all over again. After the Divine Punishment departed, Lin Yu remained alone in the trial space, ready to test his newly mastered Thunder Dragon Flame form. With a single thought, crimson flames ignited around him, while azure lightning coiled like serpentine dragons across his body. A terrifying surge of energy swept through the area, causing the ground beneath him to crack instantly. So this is the power of the Thunder Dragon Flame form? Lin Yu marveled at the surging energy within him, a delighted smile spreading across his face. Compared to his previous Dragon Flame form, which tripled his strength and doubled other attributes, this new form elevated his strength fourfold, his speed threefold, while still doubling all other attributes. He streaked across the trial space like a bolt of lightning, reveling in the unprecedented power and speed. The Forbidden City in Kyoto, the Wang family's Phoenix Stone, Xia Haoran, I'm coming for you. 2 days later, the global ranking of power levels underwent an earth-shattering shift. Third-tier powerhouses emerged like mushrooms after the rain, swelling to a total of 71 individuals in an incredibly short time. The leaderboard prominently displayed the following names: Great Wet Bro Daxia Tier 3, Magician Daxia Tier 3, Blade Daxia Tier 3, King Arthur Britannia Tier 3, Crazy Wong Daxia Tier 3, Xia Haoran Daxia Tier 3, Thousand Cranes Sakura Nation Tier 3, Gabriel Heavenly Kingdom Tier 3, 8 Pillar God Sakura Nation Tier 3. As Lin Yu studied the leaderboard, he noticed that most of these newly advanced third-tier powerhouses had the backing of powerful empires. Individuals like himself and Great Wet Bro, who relied solely on personal strength, were exceedingly rare. Even the strongest sequence number 1, Dawn, was still at rank 92, remaining at the second tier. The sudden changes sparked heated discussions on global forums. Citizens of various nations passionately debated the developments, particularly the controversial topic of superclass evaluations. Amid this uproar, the Daxia Empire officially announced the establishment of the Evolution Temple, revealing that 19 third-tier powerhouses had already joined its ranks. Within the Forbidden City, an elder was engaged in a confidential conversation with Blade. Many evolutionaries on the forums are expressing support and wish to join the temple, Blade reported. The elder sighed deeply. As expected, the key lies in recruiting the top-tier powerhouses, especially figures like Great Wet Bro and Magician. For them to reach the third tier faster than others through sheer personal strength, even with the aid of the Rodent Tide opportunity, is extraordinary. I understand. I'll handle it immediately, Blade replied, accepting the mission before departing. Lin Yu frowned as he glanced at a mandatory notification on the forum. After hesitating for a moment, he clicked on it. Who is this? Magician, it's Blade, came the swift reply. What's the matter? Lin Yu asked, already having some guesses in mind upon hearing Blade's name. You saw the post about the temple, right? I want to invite you to join the temple. Blade got straight to the point. Sorry, I have no intention of joining the temple, Lin Yu replied bluntly. He was well aware that while the temple might become the future power hub of the Daxia Empire, it was also a dangerous whirlpool. The 10 pillar factions were engaged in both open and covert struggles, and even several of the Saint 10 had fallen because of it. Moreover, for powerful guilds like his own Yongzhou, the temple posed no real threat unless they went all out. If you're willing to join, you can name any condition, Blade pressed on. What if I demand Yongzhou to be one of the temple's 10 pillars? Lin Yu suddenly threw out his terms. Blade furrowed his brow. Hold on, let me check. He turned to an elderly man in a Zhongshan suit beside him. My lord, the magician requests that Yongzhou be made one of the 10 pillars. The old man's eyes gleamed sharply. After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head. The temple cannot allow too many factions to join. 10 is already the limit. The 6 ancient families of the capital have taken 6 seats, and the remaining 4 have been given to the empire's 4 departments. Yongzhou doesn't meet the qualifications. Then should I just turn him down? Yes, but avoid making an enemy of him, the old man replied. After a pause, he added, each pillar faction is required to nominate one class powerhouse to become part of the Saint 10. I hope you can claim the top spot among them. I won't let you down, my lord, Blade responded solemnly. When Lin Yu received the reply, he sneered. Just as in his previous life, the so-called 10 pillars were nothing more than a synonym for the capital's noble families. In the future, opposing the Xia family would be tantamount to opposing the entire temple. While the pressure was immense, he felt no fear. Driving further north, the highway was a post-apocalyptic mess. Wrecked vehicles scattered everywhere, and tens of thousands of zombies gathered in dense crowds. Lin Yu's mental scan revealed that their overall strength was low, barely any second-tier ones, let alone third-tier. Driving is too much hassle. I might as well go through the mountains. I can hunt some height-ear mutated beasts along the way, he thought as he leapt into the forest. Capturing a strong mutated beast as a mount would certainly be more convenient than a car. Half a day later, Lin Yu had set up a campfire in the mountains, roasting a second-tier mutated wild chicken. Good thing I brought some seasoning, he muttered, taking a deep breath of the aroma. They'll have to wait until Shi Yun masters spatial theft. Not having a spatial ring is really inconvenient. As he was enjoying the meal, a thunderous roar echoed from a distance, accompanied by the surge of a third-tier aura. Lin Yu's eyes lit up. So far, he had only encountered second-tier creatures. This was the first third-tier one. Since it's coming to me, I might as well take it. Following the aura, Lin Yu arrived at a scene that left him momentarily stunned. A giant panda, wearing red shorts, a yellow cape, and a straw hat, was clutching a woman while battling a tiger. What was even more shocking was that this second-tier panda could actually speak. Stupid tiger. Don't think being third-tier makes you so great, the panda roared angrily. It placed the woman, bound with ropes and gagged with a cloth, against a tree. The woman let out muffled noises, but the panda paid her no mind. Stop whining. With me, you'll be the mountain lord's wife. If you fall into this tiger's claws, you'll just end up as dung. What the? Lin Yu's eyes widened in shock as he stared at the bizarre mutated beast before him. Not far away, Sun Ruai, a young woman trapped and struggling, let out muffled cries of distress. Though the giant panda in front of her was a national treasure and undeniably cute, its roguish demeanor filled her with both shame and fury. Do you even know who I am? The panda, with a stern expression, took deliberate steps toward the mutated tiger. Tilting its head at a dramatic 45-degree angle, it adjusted the straw hat perched on its head and introduced itself with exaggerated flair. I am none other than the dashing, invincible, overwhelmingly handsome, lady knee weakening, ultimate macho panda Xiongba. Lin Yu and Sun Ruai couldn't help but let their gazes drift to the panda's bright red shorts. Among all the creatures they had ever encountered, this one's arrogance and narcissism were unquestionably unmatched. The mutated tiger, seemingly fed up with this self-absorbed panda, unleashed a terrifying burst of magical energy and charged with a deafening roar. Behold my mighty Vajra palm. Xiongba's eyebrows furrowed as his paw began to glow with an intense light. He struck out to meet the tiger's attack heat. At that very moment, the mutated tiger became enveloped in a golden aura, as if clad in a radiant battle suit. Its claws gathered a fearsome energy sphere that radiated immense power. Boom! Xiongba's body was sent flying through the air, crashing through several massive trees before slamming into the ground with a thunderous impact. The explosion that followed leveled everything in the vicinity. As the dust settled, the panda sprang to its feet with a nimble flip, despite the blood seeping from its wounds. Its aura remained undiminished. Perched atop a tall tree, Lin Yu observed the battle intently. The mutated tiger had clearly awakened an extraordinary innate ability, its strength rivaling that of the most gifted human awakeners. You mangy tiger, you've officially pissed me off, Xiongba roared, his voice echoing across the battlefield. The black circles around his eyes began to spread, darkening his entire body until his fur turned jet black. You dare to mar this handsome face of mine? Not even Buddha himself can save you now. The fight escalated instantly. Xiongba's speed surged, and in the blink of an eye, he was right in front of the mutated tiger. His paw struck out with a ferocious swipe aimed at the tiger's heart, nearly piercing its golden defenses. The tiger, now enraged beyond reason, refused to believe that a mere second-tier opponent could defeat a third-tier powerhouse like itself. With his enhanced vision granted by the blackened eyes, Xiongba could anticipate every move the tiger made. One mighty Vajra palm after another slammed into the tiger, but even after several minutes, he failed to break through the golden barrier. It seems I have no choice but to use that move, Xiongba growled through gritted teeth. Electric poison dragon drill? He clenched his fists, extending only his index and middle fingers as he began to gather energy. With the tiger's movements appearing almost frozen in his heightened perception, Xiongba dashed behind his opponent and drove his charged fingers into its weak spot. Roar! The tiger let out a soul-piercing scream as a devastating force erupted from within, shattering its golden armor in an instant. Witnessing the scene, Lin Yu couldn't help but take a sharp breath, silently marveling at the sheer ruthlessness of the attack. Time to end this. Xiongba seized the opportunity, conjuring a massive energy sphere nearly 2 meters wide and hurling it at the defenseless tiger. Boom! A blinding beam of light shot skyward. When the dust finally cleared, Lin Yu had already leapt into the crater, swiftly extracting the mutated tiger's crystal core. Hey, who do you think you are, brat? Put down my crystal core. Xiongba glared at him, his fury palpable. Unfazed, Lin Yu smirked and pocketed the third-ear crystal core. Xiongba's anger erupted as he activated his blackened eyes once more, charging forward with his mighty Vajra palm at the ready. But in that instant, Lin Yu unleashed his full power. A column of terrifying magical energy shot into the sky, shaking the earth violently. Xiongba's charge came to an abrupt halt as his paws dragged deep grooves into the ground, stopping just 10 meters short of Lin Yu. The oppressive force of the magic was suffocating. At this moment, The giant panda and Lin Yu were only about 10 meters apart. The terrifying waves of magic created gusts of wind that lashed against the panda's face, causing a stinging pain it could barely endure. Cold sweat trickled down its furry cheeks. It was the first time in its life that it felt the looming threat of death. Standing tall within the towering pillar of magical energy, Lin Yu exuded an aura as formidable as an ancient demon god. Looking down, he asked in a commanding tone, "What's the matter? Thinking of fighting me?" "No, not at all." The giant panda, overwhelmed by the immense pressure, dropped to one knee, drenched in sweat. "I'm in need of a lackey, and you've caught my eye. How about joining me?" Lin Yu said with a smirk. Can I refuse?" the panda asked hesitantly, its small eyes darting around nervously. Lin Yu retracted his magical power, his mood visibly lightened. This bear was truly something else. Despite being only at the second tier, it had managed to take down a third-tier mutant tiger with an awakened talent strength worthy of its class or even beyond. Even more remarkable was its ability to speak human language and its surprisingly high intelligence. Boss, let me go grab my wife first," the panda spoke cautiously. Lin Yu froze for a moment. "You're a bear. What's this about marrying a human? Shouldn't you be looking for a female bear?" Before he could finish his sentence, the panda had already hoisted a woman onto its shoulder and dashed away in a blur. "Huh, you think you can make me your lackey? Dream on." I, Shtongba, was born to be a leader, not a follower. Its fur turned pitch black in an instant, clearly activating its black eye power. "Just wait until I hit the third tier, then I'll settle the score." In the blink of an eye, Xiongba had bolted over 100 meters away. Snapping out of his shock, Lin Yu was furious. Did I just get played by a bear? Without hesitation, he transformed into his thunder dragon flame form and took off in pursuit of the fleeing panda. An ugly guy like him thinks he can make the super handsome, ridiculously cool, lady-killing macho panda Xiongba his underling? Keep dreaming. Xiongba gloated as it ran, though it couldn't deny that Lin Yu's magical power was truly terrifying. Still, it was confident in its ability to escape unscathed. Suddenly, a thunderous shout rang out. "Where do you think you're going? Stop right there." Xiongba glanced back and felt a chill down its spine. Lin Yu, now an intense crimson figure wrapped in crackling lightning, was hurtling toward it with terrifying speed. Everything in his path was obliterated into dust. "Are you kidding me? How is this ugly guy so fast?" Xiongba pushed itself to run even harder, using every ounce of strength it had. "You can't escape," Lin Yu shouted as the gap between them continued to close. Determined to subdue the defiant panda, he unleashed his ultimate move. Secret Art. Wandering Dragon Strike. 9 massive crimson dragons, crackling with lightning and engulfed in flames, shot out toward Xiongba. No matter how the panda tried to dodge, the dragons twisted and turned to stay on its tail. Panicked, Xiongba yelled, "What the hell? These attacks can curve?" To be continued in the next part due to length restrictions. Within the Forbidden City, at the Xia family mansion, Xia Zuoye gazed at his son, Xia Haoran, with pride evident in his eyes. He was advising him about the upcoming selection for the Sacred 10 of the Evolution Temple. "Haoran, the temple will soon choose the Sacred 10. I hope you can make it into the top 5, but remember, do not aim for the top 3. In this age of evolution, awakened talents had become the foundation of everything. Once prosperous aristocratic families in Kyoto had mostly fallen into decline, now relying on others to survive. The Xie family, among a few others, managed to secure their place in the Evolution Temple only because some within their bloodline had awakened extraordinarily powerful talents. Why not aim for first place? Wouldn't being the leader of the Sacred 10 attract more powerful allies to our family? Xia Haoran asked, puzzled. Xie Zuoye sipped his tea and shook his head slowly. Haoran, though your awakened talent is exceptional, there are things you still don't understand. Being at the top of the Sacred 10 may seem glorious, but it would provoke the nation's suspicion and draw the attention of that person. More importantly, you would be forced to become a weapon in their hands, which goes against the interests of our family. So, I'm still not strong enough, Xia Haoran murmured to himself, clenching his fists. Then, he looked up and asked, Father, I want detailed information about those third-tier powerhouses outside Kyoto, especially Desir Xiong and the Magician. The more detailed, the better. Xie Zuoye was startled. You're planning to? They've reached such heights without national backing. Their talents must be extraordinarily unique, Xia Haoran said, licking his lips as a glimmer of greed flashed in his eyes. With his talent for plundering, which allowed him to seize 2 evolving abilities with each level up, he naturally sought to acquire the strongest powers. Xie Zuoye's expression turned serious. Don't act recklessly. People like them are not to be trifled with. They're dangerous, and you might end up playing with fire. Don't worry, father. I know what I'm doing. When I act, I'll give it everything I have, Xia Haoran replied, his eyes glinting with a cold determination. After a moment of silence, Xie Zuoye brought up Tianjisith, most well-connected intelligence broker in the current world. This man could extract valuable information from online forums and even deduce more specific details from the smallest clues, though his services came at a steep price. Before long, Xie Haoran contacted Tianjizi through a forum and learned that obtaining the information on Desir Xiong and the magician would cost 5 30er crystal cores each. The exorbitant price infuriated him, but he ultimately decided to purchase the information on the magician. With Xie Zuoye's assistance, he managed to gather 5 30er crystal cores. By the next morning, the transaction was complete, and a small booklet materialized out of thin air. The booklet contained detailed information about the magician, Lin Yu, a third-tier powerhouse with a continually advancing fire talent capable of absorbing fire attributes. He had mastered skills such as Flame Roar, Fire Blade, and the ultimate move, Flame Waltz. Furthermore, he had founded a formidable guild called Eternal Day, and his personal combat strength was rated as Super S. However, Xie Haoran found the information insufficient and contacted Tianjizi again to request more details, only to be met with a demand for a higher price. This left him seething with rage. Meanwhile, Tianjizi toyed with the crystal cores he had received, a thoughtful expression on his face. Behind him stood a coldly elegant woman with snow-white skin, raising an eyebrow. "Brother, are you planning to release the stronghold rankings?" With the 100 Nations conflict approaching and voting underway for participation slots, Tianjizi's lips curled into a mysterious smile. "It's time to step into the game. I, too, want to stir the winds of this world." Tianjizi's eyes gleamed with shrewdness as he finally seized the perfect opportunity. "It's time to release my ranking of the strongest. Using the platform of the 100 Nations tournament, I will prove the accuracy of this list and establish the name of Tianjizi. In the future, my intelligence will sell across the globe." A woman nearby raised a question. "If you're going to release it for free, and since some of Yongye's strongest are on the list, why didn't you sell it to Xie Haoran earlier at a lower price?" Tianjizi shook his head and explained, "First, I calculated that he couldn't afford a 30er crystal core. Second, the value of intelligence lies in its worth. Undervaluing it would harm my future business." The woman nodded thoughtfully. "Start preparing. The official release will be tomorrow." Tianjizi's list included rankings for S-level powerhouses, Super S-level powerhouses, and guilds, covering both domestic and international elites of Daxia. He was confident that once the list was released, it would cause a sensation, and the 100 Nations tournament would serve as the perfect stage to validate his predictions. Meanwhile, Lin Yu and his group arrived at the foot of a small hill. Suddenly, 2 men leaped out, striking a bandit-like pose. "Halt! This tree was planted by our king, and this road was paved by our king. If you wish to pass, hand over all your crystal cores." Lin Yu stiffly turned to look at the giant panda beside him. "Did you teach them this?" Xiongba grinned smugly. "Hehe, I don't like eating mutated beast meat. I rely on crystal cores to level up, so I came up with this money-making idea." "Boss, don't you think I have a great business mind? Are these 2 your underlings? Why are they even stopping you?" Lin Yu asked, exasperated. Hearing this, Xiongba became furious. He marched forward and shouted at the 2 men, "Are you 2 new here?" "Whoa, a talking giant panda?" One of the young men guarding the hill stammered in fear. "What kind of monster are you? I'll have you know, our boss is really powerful." "Yeah, our boss is Xiongba. He can use the 3-point origin strike," the other man added, trembling. "Idiots. I am your boss. The dashing, incredibly handsome, lady killer, ultimate macho panda Xiongba." The giant panda roared, causing the 2 to collapse in fear. He then proceeded to punch and kick them in frustration, embarrassed that his own underlings couldn't recognize him. Just then, a sharp voice rang out. "Who dares cause trouble on Xiong King's mountain?" A flash of red appeared as a woman arrived on the scene. "Big Sis Hong. They refused to pay the toll and even beat us up." The 2 men complained pitifully. Smack! Hong Jie slapped them on the head. "This is Boss Xiongba. Where are your eyes?" After scolding them, she turned to Xiongba with a smile. "Brother Xiong, you're back?" "Yeah." Xiongba wrapped an arm around Hong Jie's waist. "These 2 newbies lack awareness. Make sure to train them properly. Let's get to business already." Lin Yu barked impatiently, startling Xiongba. Hong Jie glanced at Lin Yu and Sun Ruai, her curiosity piqued. Anyone who could intimidate Xiongba must be extraordinary. With Xiongba leading the way, the group entered the mountain stronghold. The sight within the stronghold left Lin Yu astonished. Houses were built atop trees, with over 20 mutated beasts bowing submissively and around 50 humans living within the camp, most of them women. Xiongba arranged for Lin Yu to take the main seat and called for the women to provide VIP services. Lin Yu quickly declined and watched as Xiongba indulged in massages, fine wine, and dance performances. He couldn't help but marvel at how this so-called national treasure was living a life more luxurious than most humans. When Hong Jie offered to massage his shoulders, Lin Yu, inexplicably influenced by the atmosphere, found himself agreeing.
Sun Rui couldn't hold back her curiosity and asked, "Big sis, why do you all listen to this obnoxious panda?" Hong Jie responded softly, "In the apocalypse, women are the most vulnerable. Xiong Ba may seem like a rogue, but he gave us safety and dignity. He's never gone too far, just the occasional harmless antics." Her cheeks flushed slightly as she spoke. As night fell, a drunken Xiong Ba began counting his paw pads. "Boss, they'll give you a woman. Just one." He eventually pointed at Sun Ruai. "When I transform into a human, Illinois 100 times, 100 times." Before he could finish his sentence, he passed out on the table. "This stupid bear." Sun Ruai fumed. Lin Yu, however, caught on to a critical detail: transform into a human? This giant panda was clearly extraordinary. Even in his past life, mutated beasts could, at most, speak human language. There had never been a case of one transforming into a human form, not even among sacred beasts. Early the next morning, Xiong Ba stood at the camp's entrance, reluctantly bidding farewell to his women. Holding Hong Jie's hand, his gaze was tender. "Xiaohong, take good care of these sisters for me. When I return in my true form, I promise to marry all of you." Hong Jie smiled brightly. Her unease at Xiong Ba's departure was eased significantly after receiving a pile of Tier 2 energy crystals. These crystals were enough to cultivate 2 Tier 2 level 10 warriors, which, combined with her innate talents, would provide her with a decent means of self-protection in this post-apocalyptic world. The women around them gathered close, their eyes glistening with tears as they bid him farewell. Taking advantage of the moment, Xiong Ba shamelessly groped here and there with his bare paws. Lin Yu, standing nearby, shook his head in exasperation. This lecherous bear truly lived a charmed life. The goodbyes dragged on for over an hour until Lin Yu, clearly fed up, kicked Xiong Ba. "Let's go." Xiong Ba sprang to his feet with surprising agility, dusted himself off, and grabbed Sun Rui's hand, pulling her along. "Oh, why are you dragging me?" Sun Rui shrieked. "They can stay, but you have to come with me," Xiong Ba declared firmly. Lin Yu frowned. This woman, possessing only Tier 1 strength and no discernible magical abilities, would undoubtedly be a burden. "Leave her here." "No, I have to take her with me," Xiong Ba insisted. Under Lin Yu's menacing glare, he hurriedly explained, "Boss, don't be mad. There's something special about her. When she's around, my cultivation speed increases." This revelation drew everyone's attention. Lin Yu's interest was piqued. "What kind of cultivation?" Scratching his head, Xiong Ba replied, "Well, when I lie down, I can feel a faint energy entering my body, strengthening me." Lin Yu's eyes gleamed with intrigue as he inquired whether other mutated beasts experienced the same phenomenon. Xiong Ba explained that while some could absorb energy, the amount was negligible compared to his own experience. This discovery gave Lin Yu pause. The essence of power advancement was the absorption of energy and its integration into one's being, whether through consuming energy crystals or the faint energy surges he himself had sensed after eating mutated beast meat. Could this be the key to progression? Then she comes with us, Lin Yu decided, thinking that this woman might prove beneficial to him as well. Ignoring Sun Rui's protests, Xiong Ba efficiently tied her up, gagged her, and slung her over his shoulder. Half a day later, a sensational post appeared on the Grand Xia Nation's forum, the Peak Power Rankings. The post detailed the top-tier powerhouses domestically and internationally. According to the rankings, the Grand Xia Nation boasted 17 Ultras-level powerhouses and 62 S-level warriors. The rankings sparked heated discussions among various factions. Some celebrated their leaders' inclusion, while others questioned the list's accuracy. As Lin Yu studied the rankings, he thought to himself, Tianji's list isn't entirely accurate. He knew that Lin Xiaoyu and Yi Piao had passed the 6th trial of the Eternal Day Tower, reaching Ultra's level strength, yet they were only listed as S-level. Others, like Yushan and Shinefei, also had the potential to ascend to Ultra's level. Even A-level warriors like Lu Shiyun and Lu Qi could achieve Ultra's level under the right circumstances. "You're looking at the rankings too?" Sun Ruai asked. After struggling the entire journey, she had finally accepted her situation and regained some freedom. Xiong Ba scoffed. "Ha, none of them can compare to me." "Please," Sun Ruai shot back. "Anyone on that list could crush you like a bug." Under Lin Yu's icy glare, Xiong Ba quickly changed his tune. "Boss is number 1, and I'm number 2. Sun Ruai glanced at Lin Yu. "You're so strong, but you're not on the list?" Lin Yu didn't respond, his attention shifting to a second post, the peak power rankings of the 7 major foreign nations. A heavy feeling settled in his chest. Tianji's move could thrust the Grand Xia Nation into the global spotlight, potentially uniting other countries against them. The release of the peak rankings of the 8 great powers by Tianji sent shockwaves across the globe. The list meticulously detailed the number of top-tier elites in each nation. Sakura Nation boasted 5 Ultras-class and 13 class powerhouses, while the Celestial Empire had 7 Ultras-class and 19 class warriors. Britannia followed with 6 Ultras-class and 16 class champions, and the same numbers applied to Hika Nation, with 6 Ultras class and 13s class. Additionally, Saint Tuan Nation had 5 Ultras class and 17s class elites, the American Empire claimed 4 Ultras class and 15s class, and Solar Nation counted 5 Ultras class and 13s class. Together with Daxia Nation, these countries formed the complete framework of the 8 great powers. The group chat exploded with excitement. So this is the strength of foreign nations? Honestly, it doesn't seem all that impressive. But what truly thrilled everyone was that Tianjizi hadn't just listed the names of these foreign elites, he had also included detailed descriptions of their unique abilities and even combat footage. Tianjizi is incredible. How did he even obtain such classified videos? The crowd eagerly clicked on the videos, analyzing the overwhelming power of these Ultras-class figures. There was Lucifer's inspiring angelic form, capable of leveling an entire skyscraper in an instant. Hika Nation's war god, whose combat prowess left everyone in awe, and Saint Tuan Nation's Pisces king, who could summon the celestial power of the Zodiac. Could it be that all 12 Zodiac warriors in Saint Tuan Nation wield this kind of star-based power? The speculation sent chills down everyone's spine. Sun Ruai, perplexed, asked, "But why are only 6 of Hika Nation's Zodiac kings on the list?" Lin Yu explained, "Perhaps the others haven't fully mastered their star powers yet. Besides, this is just Tianjizi's ranking. There might be some omissions." As the citizens of Daxia reveled in pride over their nation's dominance in Ultras-class elites, the rankings were leaked onto global forums. Sakura Nation was quick to retaliate. "Nonsense. We have over 20 Ultras-class fighters. How could Daxia possibly have 17? Meanwhile, leaders across the world began devising countermeasures. The Pope of the Celestial Empire convened the Red Robe Cardinals for a strategy meeting. While some dismissed the rankings as a diversion, many others remained wary of the enigmatic powers of the East. Ultimately, they resolved to eliminate Daxia's participants in the very first round of the upcoming 100 Nations battle. This proposal spread like wildfire across the 8 great powers. Britannia's King Arthur agreed to the alliance, unwilling to risk falling prey to the Celestial Empire's schemes. Hika Nation joined under the guise of supporting the Western European alliance. Sakura Nation, on the other hand, eagerly sharpened its claws, eyeing the chance to seize the long-coveted land. Thus, a sinister conspiracy targeting Daxia began to quietly take shape among the 8 great powers. As the entire nation of Daxia celebrated with great joy, Lin Yu sat with a furrowed brow and a grave expression. His unusual demeanor did not escape the attention of Sun Ruai, whose cheeks flushed slightly as she asked, "What's wrong? You don't seem excited at all." The release of Tianjizi's ranking list came too early. It's bound to bring trouble, Lin Yu stated bluntly. "Why? Wouldn't releasing it now boost everyone's morale?" Sun Ruai asked, puzzled. Lin Yu didn't answer directly, but instead posed a question of his own. If you were in a competition and suddenly found an exceptionally strong opponent among the contestants, what would you do? "Boss, you mean Xiongba," who was quick to catch on, interjected, "Daxia showing such strength right now will make us the biggest target. The other nations might unite against us." Despite being a mutated beast, Xiongba's intelligence was undeniably sharp. "Too bad us mutated beasts can't participate. Otherwise, I'd crush those foreigners into meat paste," Xiongba grumbled. As a national treasure of Daxia, he harbored a deep loyalty to his homeland. Hearing this, Lin Yu's eyes lit up. "That's actually not a bad idea. Let me think this through." He began contemplating the possibility of bringing Xiongba onto the battlefield as a pet. "Wait, you're saying the other nations might gang up on us?" Sun Ruai finally grasped the situation. Her face turned crimson as Lin Yu shot her a sharp look. She meekly asked, "If they really target us, what should we do? Either form alliances or fight the entire world alone," Lin Yu said while rubbing his temples. "But that's up to the government to decide. It's not something I can control. With Daxia's current strength, we could probably handle 3 or 4 major nations, but taking on the whole world would be pushing it." Meanwhile, inside the Tianji pavilion, "Sigh, what a misstep," Tianjizi muttered. His face darkened as he reviewed intelligence reports from abroad. "What happened?" Tianji asked, concerned. "The 7 major nations are planning to join forces to eliminate Daxia first," Tianjizi admitted, his tone heavy with guilt. "This is all because of the peak rankings I released. It's made them afraid." "Brother, it's not entirely your fault," Tianji consoled him. "Daxia has consistently dominated the rankings in this rule-based world. Even without the release of the peak list, the result might have been the same." After a moment of reflection, Tianjizi said, "I need to contact the one in the Forbidden City. Only he can rally the nation's full strength." In the Forbidden City, the national leader and Daofeng were already troubled by the news. Even someone as powerful as Daofeng couldn't guarantee victory against an alliance of 7 nations. Attempts to seek cooperation with Shangtua and Sualua had been met with outright rejection. As the news spread, the entire country felt the weight of the looming crisis. Online forums buzzed with heated discussions. Some denounced the Western nations for ganging up on Daxia,
Others expressed concern over the disparity in power, while some demanded the release of battle footage from the ultra-strength fighters to reassure the public. Meanwhile, on global forums, citizens of Sakura Nation mocked Daxia with unrestrained arrogance. Their ultra-strength fighter, Zhu Jian, openly challenged Daxia's strongest warrior, Desir Xiong. "I hear you're the top fighter in Daxia," he declared. "At the 100 Nations clash, I, Zhu Jian, look forward to facing you. Do you dare accept my challenge? When the time comes, I'll personally take your head." On the global forum, a storm concerning the dignity of the Daxia nation was brewing. "Damn it, this is a trap." Citizens of Daxia anxiously voiced their concerns on the forum. "Brother Desir, don't fall for it. The 7 nations must have set an ambush around you." As the top-ranked powerhouse of Daxia, Brother Desir's every move was tied to the hearts of his people. Yet the mocking voices from other nations grew louder and more brazen. "What's the matter? Is Daxia's #1 warrior too scared to accept the challenge? Calling yourself the world's best? More like a coward. Not even daring to face our Sakura Nation's Hashirama? What a joke." Just as Daxia's pride seemed to be trampled upon, Brother Desir's voice thundered across the forum. "Fine, I accept your challenge. Let's see if your head is as tough as your mouth. When the time comes, it'll shatter every bone in your body, piece by piece." This bold declaration instantly ignited the fiery passion of Daxia's citizens. Shortly after, Yagyu Juzo turned his attention to the magician. "Since Brother Desir has been called out, the magician is mine." Hearing this, Lin Yu's eyes flashed with a murderous intent, so intense that even Xiongba and Sun Ruai, standing beside him, could feel its chilling presence. He responded coldly, "Yagyu Juzo, you're too weak. You're not qualified to challenge me. Let Susanoo and Kazong come instead or both at once. I don't mind." His words plunged the forum into a brief silence. Everyone was stunned by Lin Yu's audacity. After all, Yagyu Juzo was a formidable steer powerhouse. What gave Lin Yu the confidence to dismiss him so easily? As the discussions raged, a voice suddenly cut through the noise. "Magician, if Yagyu Juzo isn't worthy in your eyes, then I'll take you on. I am Susanoo. I defeated Yagyu Juzo in 50 moves and Hashirama in less than 100. The forum erupted once more. To everyone's surprise, Susanoo was indeed a real figure, and his strength far surpassed anyone on Sakura Nation's rankings. The silence of Yagyu Juzo and Hashirama only confirmed the truth of his claims. Soon after, other steer powerhouses from various nations began to speak up. Shaka from Soloro Nation, Daxia's blade is mine. The War God from Shika Nation, Madman Wong is my target. The Iron Man from the American Empire, Xia Haoran belongs to me. In no time, all 16 of Daxia's steer powerhouses were called out by challengers, as if they were nothing more than prey to be divided. This blatant disrespect weighed heavily on the hearts of Daxia's people. They weren't afraid of unknown battles. Their concern lay in the potential injustice of a united assault by the 7 nations. If 2 steer powerhouses ganged up on one from Daxia, the consequences would be devastating. In the latest rankings posted by Tianjizi on the Daxia forum, aside from the peak powerhouses list, the guild influence rankings also drew significant attention. At the top of the list was the Evolution Shrine of the Forbidden City, with each guild entry succinctly displaying the name, emblem, and guild leader's information. Lin Yu glanced at the forum briefly before closing the interface, silently resolving to acquire the Phoenix Stone before the 100 Nations battle began. He and his companions continued their journey, and a day later, they were nearing Chuandu City, with only a few mountains left to cross. As night fell, Lin Yu and Sun Ruai sat around a crackling campfire, enjoying the aroma of freshly roasted meat. Suddenly, a pillar of light shot into the sky from the distance, accompanied by a brazen laugh. "Ha-ha-finally, I, Xiongba, have reached the 3rd tier. Heaven and earth, I am unmatched." Lin Yu raised an eyebrow and disappeared in a flash. This Xiongba was getting out of hand. It was time to teach him a lesson. Bring it on. Seeing Lin Yu appear, Xiongba showed no sign of restraint. Instead, he charged forward with even more arrogance. Lin Yu instantly activated his most powerful Thunder Flame Dragon form, unleashing a terrifying aura that swept across several miles. In a flash, he closed the distance, his fists crackling with lightning entwined in crimson flames, and struck Xiongba before he could react. Taiji Diagram. Xiongba, panic-stricken, hurriedly activated his innate ability. A massive Taiji diagram formed beneath his feet and rose to shield him, attempting to block the devastating blow. However, Lin Yu's punch was overwhelmingly fierce. The Taiji diagram shattered within seconds, and a sharp pain erupted from Xiongba's abdomen. His body curled up like a shrimp before being launched like a cannonball, crashing through countless trees with a thunderous boom. "Cough, cough boss, I give up. No more fighting." Xiongba quickly surrendered. He had assumed that advancing to the 3rd tier would allow him to at least spar with Lin Yu, but to his dismay, he was flattened in a single exchange. Lin Yu hadn't even used any skills. Just then,
A piercing scream echoed from ahead. It was Sun Ruai's voice. Lin Yu and Xiongba exchanged glances and immediately dashed toward the sound. To Lin Yu, Sun Ruai was indispensable. The secret of her energy absorption ability still needed to be unraveled. At that moment, Sun Ruai was surrounded by over 20 men. The leader, a yellow-haired youth with a lecherous grin, approached her slowly. "Heh, a pretty girl like you. Venturing into these mountains to hunt mutated beasts while still at the first tier? How about we help you out? You just need to repay us nicely. You'd better stay back, or you won't even know how you died," Sun Ruai warned, unfazed despite being outnumbered. Knowing Lin Yu and Xiongba were nearby, the yellow-haired man burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, she says we'll die. Do you even know who you're talking to? I'm a second-tier fighter." With that, he reached out to grab her. Smack! A crisp slap echoed through the air, leaving a bright red handprint on the yellow-haired man's face. "You little wench, you're asking for it," he roared in fury, raising his hand to retaliate. Suddenly, a deafening roar shook the area as a massive black shadow descended from above. Before the group could react, 7 or 8 of them were sent flying, coughing up blood as their lives were instantly snuffed out. Alert! Alert! A mutated beast! A shrill alarm pierced through the night sky. Huang Mao ignored the woman beside him, his eyes fixed nervously on the shadow growing clearer in the distance. "Who dares mess with my woman? Tired of living, are you?" he shouted, his bravado barely concealing his fear. The shadow slowly turned, revealing a grotesque bear-like face, its sharp teeth bared at the crowd. The sudden, horrifying sight left everyone frozen in place, and some were so terrified they lost control of their bladders on the spot. What are you?" Huang Mao stammered, his voice trembling as his legs unconsciously moved backward. The bear spoke, striking a dramatic, self-adoring pose. "I am none other than Xiongba, the mighty, dashing, utterly irresistible beast of legend. Ladies swoon in my presence." He tilted his head skyward at a calculated 45-degree angle for effect. "Don't come any closer. I'm a Tier 2 fighter." Huang Mao stammered, attempting to sound threatening. "Tier 2? Xiongba scoffed with utter disdain. "You dare flaunt such pathetic strength in front of me? As a Tier 3 mutated beast, he regarded Huang Mao as nothing more than a joke. "Touch my woman, and you're as good as a pig walking into a butcher's shop begging for death." Before the words even finished leaving his mouth, Xiongba lunged into the crowd like a shadowy blur. "Mighty Iron Palm, Thunderfang Dragon Strike," he roared, his attacks accompanied by a chorus of screams. Leaning leisurely against a tall tree, Lin Yu tore into a golden-roasted leg of a Tier 3 mutated beast, savoring it as though it were a fine delicacy. He watched the one-sided massacre unfold with a calm, almost amused expression. Within moments, the group of over 20 had been reduced to a single trembling survivor, Huang Mao, barely clinging to life. "Ddo, you know who I am," he stuttered, backing away. "I'm with Eternal Day. My boss is the magician." At this, Sun Ruai, who had been silent until now, suddenly signaled Xiongba to halt his attack. Seeing this, Huang Mao's eyes lit up with hope, thinking he had found a way out. "That's right. If you kill me, Eternal Day will hunt you down to the ends of the earth." But before he could revel in his perceived victory, a cold voice rang out from below the tree. Lin Yu stepped forward, his eyes glinting with a dangerous light. "You said you're with Eternal Day? And your boss is the magician?" His tone dripped with mockery. "Since when did Eternal Day have such scum in its ranks?" "Funny, as the president, I don't recall approving this." The blonde-haired man smirked smugly as he pulled open his shirt, revealing the emblem of the Eternal Day Guild emblazoned on his chest, a symbol of an ancient sword piercing through the sun. "See this? This is the emblem of our Eternal Day Guild. You've messed with us, and there's no way you're getting away with it. Our boss, the magician, doesn't have a pleasant temper." Sun Ruai gasped in shock. "It really is the Eternal Day emblem. It's the same one listed in the guild rankings that Tianjizi published." She muttered to herself, "I never expected Eternal Day to be this kind of guild full of despicable people." Hearing this, Lin Yu's expression darkened instantly, his face as grim as a stormy sky. His sharp gaze scrutinized the emblem, and it was indeed identical to the Eternal Day Guild's insignia. It wasn't painted on or tattooed, it was clearly an authentic mark. However, Lin Yu was certain these people weren't actual members of Eternal Day. The guild's territory was in Tianhai City, Yun Province, while they were now in Chengdu City, far away in Sichuan Province. A thought crossed his mind as childhood friend Wang Ergu was just over in the neighboring Zhongshui Province. But he quickly dismissed the idea. The guild emblem could only be engraved through the power of the Steel's rules, and none of them had joined a guild yet. Something suspicious was going on here. He realized he'd have to investigate this matter personally. "We need to leave now," Sun Ruai urged, disappointment evident on her face. "Eternal Day isn't something we can afford to provoke." She shook her head, thinking of her sister's admiration for the magician.
But Xiongba's eyes blazed with fury. Eternal Day? So what? They bullied my woman. Even if the magician himself comes, this old bear will make sure he pays for it. He puffed up his chest, but as Lin Yu shot him a cold, piercing glance, his bravado quickly deflated. Boss, am I wrong? He asked meekly. Lin Yu's lips twitched in frustration. How was he supposed to respond to that? Look down on himself? The more he thought about it, the more annoyed he became. Without another word, he turned and kicked the blonde man with such force that he flew over 10 meters, crashing into a tree and snapping it in half. The blonde-haired man writhed on the ground in agony, his voice sharp with both pain and bravado. You're all dead. Messing with Eternal Day. Killing our people'll be hunted down to the ends of the earth. As Lin Yu slowly approached, the man's bravado crumbled, and cold sweat streamed down his face. Even invoking the names of Eternal Day and the magician hadn't fazed his opponent, something he hadn't anticipated at all. Finally, with a loud thud, he dropped to his knees and begged, Big brother, I was wrong. Whatever you want, anything, just please don't kill me. Lin Yu stepped closer and planted his foot firmly on the man's hand. The man let out a blood-curdling scream, writhing in pain. Lin Yu studied the emblem carefully one more time. After confirming its authenticity, he said coldly, Take me to your guild. Are you out of your mind, brother you? Sun Ruai exclaimed, rushing to stop him. You've already killed so many people from Eternal Day, and now you want to walk straight into their den? She tried to nudge Xiongba to intervene, but his rock-solid skin only hurt her fingers. Hearing about the magician, rumored to be the second strongest human alive, even Xiongba hesitated. Boss, maybe we should just take care of him for good? Dead men tell no tales, he suggested cautiously. This comment sent the blonde-haired man into a full-blown panic. He pleaded desperately, Big brother, please don't kill me. I swear I won't say a word to anyone. Don't worry, I just want to pay a visit to the leader of Yongzhou. Lin Yu delivered a swift kick to Huang Mao, his voice cold and commanding. Lead the way. Sun Ruai and Xiongba exchanged helpless glances before reluctantly following. Before long, the trio arrived in Chuandu City. Once a bustling metropolis, it now lay in ruins. Skyscrapers stood as shattered husks, their glass windows broken and walls weathered and peeling. The streets were littered with wrecked cars, and in the distance, hordes of zombies roamed aimlessly. Rumors had it that third-tier zombies had already begun to emerge. Huang Mao limped ahead, not daring to show even a hint of defiance. Inwardly, he cursed the man, the woman, and the bear 1,000 times over, vowing to exact revenge when they reached the guild. Just as his thoughts darkened, a sharp pain shot through his backside. Move faster, Lin Yu said coldly, his piercing gaze fixed on him. Huang Mao gritted his teeth and quickened his pace, swallowing his indignation. Half an hour later, a massive base loomed into view. Spanning an area equivalent to dozens of football fields, the base was surrounded by towering stone walls bristling with sharp spikes. Watchtowers dotted the walls, manned by evolved humans keeping a vigilant eye on the activity within and beyond the base, day and night. At the imposing gate, a squad of well-armed evolved guards stood at the ready. Are we really going in there? Sun Ruai asked anxiously, taking the opportunity to check the global evolution rankings. The number of third-tier experts had risen to 97, though thankfully, no one had surpassed that level yet. Knowing that both Lin Yu and Xiongba were third-tier themselves brought her a small measure of relief. At the gate, the guards recognized Huang Mao and greeted him with a grin. Huang Mao, weren't you leading a group of over 20 people? Why are you the only one left? And who are these two with their pet? Pet? Xiongba's eyes widened in outrage. Sensing an opportunity, Huang Mao immediately shouted, Brothers, they're here to cause trouble. They killed everyone I took with me quick, informed the guild leader. The guards wasted no time, drawing their weapons and encircling the trio. Lin Yu let out a disdainful snort. Your job is done. Time to log out. With that, he grabbed the panicked Huang Mao, firmly held his head, and with a sharp twist, a sickening crack echoed as Wang Miao's neck snapped. The blaring of horns from the walls shattered the tense atmosphere, signaling a full-scale alert across the base. Luo Yong, resting on his massive 5-meter-wide bed, was immediately informed. Enraged, he gathered 5 of his strongest subordinates and ordered them to deal with the intruders. Have they forgotten what we did to those 30,000 people in Tianhai City? Luo Yong growled, his voice icy. Though his subordinates hesitated briefly, unease flickering across their faces, they quickly thumped their chests in a show of confidence, promising to eliminate the threat. The 5 set out with over 100 evolved fighters in tow, marching toward the gate in an imposing formation. Suddenly, a deafening explosion shattered the air. The gate disintegrated into debris, scattering in all directions. The guards and the evolved humans stationed on the watchtowers were wiped out in an instant. Through the settling dust, 3 figures emerged: a man, a woman, and a bear. Behind the man, It seemed as though an inferno raged, its flames illuminating the sky in a fiery glow. The leader of the advancing group shook his head, dismissing the vision as a trick of the light. With a wave of his hand, the 100-strong force closed in, encircling the trio. Lin Yu's expression remained calm as he spoke, his voice steady and unshaken. This is the Yongo Guild? His tone was indifferent, as though the overwhelming numbers surrounding him were nothing more than a minor inconvenience. This is Yongzhou. The man at the forefront spoke coldly, his gaze filled with disdain. You dare to cause trouble in our territory? You're the first ones bold enough to try. Are you looking to die? Hey, did you just ignore me? Xiong Ba's brows furrowed as he snarled, his towering frame exuding menace. What the? This panda can talk? Everyone present stared at Xiong Ba in disbelief. Lin Yu carefully observed the group, noticing the insignia of the Yongzhou Guild on several of them. It was indeed the guild's emblem, yet the situation before him was perplexing. Where's your guild leader? Tell him to come out. Lin Yu's voice was calm but carried an edge. Huh, have you been living under a rock? You seriously don't know who Yongzhou's leader is? A man from the group burst out laughing, his expression quickly turning sinister. Our leader is the #1 super-class magician in the world. If you know what's good for you, kneel down and beg for mercy. I might just spare your lives. His eyes narrowed as he pointed at Sun Ruai. But this woman stays. She can serve us and then maybe we'll talk. You. Sun Ruai's face flushed with anger as she gritted her teeth. Is this what the Yongzhou Guild is really like? A bunch of thugs and lowlifes? They're nothing like what people say on the forums. What a joke. And to think so many people in our country want to join Yonghao. Her indignation grew with every word, but she failed to notice the darkening expression on Lin Yu's face. With each insult she hurled, his demeanor grew colder. A magician? Huh? Fine. Bring him out, Lin Yu said, cutting her off mid-rant. Who the hell do you think you are? The man spat back, his tone dripping with contempt. Our boss doesn't meet with nobodies like you. So, you're here to stir up trouble on purpose? Huh? The leader barked, his voice sharp and commanding. You kill our people, and now you want to talk? Take them down. At his order, the surrounding evolvers closed in, their eyes filled with hostility. Xiongba, take them out. Leave 2 alive. The rest? Kill them, Lin Yu commanded, his patience at its end. Whether or not these people were truly part of Yongzhou, scum like this didn't deserve to walk free. Are you out of your mind? You're sending a panda to fight us? The group erupted in laughter. But their laughter was short-lived, abruptly silenced as a massive bare paw slashed through the air, slicing cleanly across one man's neck. His head flew skyward in a spray of crimson. Fourth brother. No. The remaining men froze in shock, their cries of anguish breaking the silence. Think you can look down on me? Guess you've had enough of living. Xiongba growled, baring his teeth in a menacing grin. The sheer ferocity in his expression sent shivers down everyone's spine. The story continues with the same level of refinement and tension. Damn it, you bastards. Just wait until our boss gets here, you're all dead. Lao Wu's enraged roar echoed through the air. Lin Yu moved like lightning. A flash of his blade, and 4 arms fell to the ground. The attackers couldn't even catch a glimpse of his shadow before losing their limbs. The second-in-command was rendered incapable of fighting, and his mind control ability was instantly disrupted. Now, apart from the few of them still standing, the ground was littered with the lifeless bodies of Evernight Guild members. What happened? Sun Rui's eyes gradually regained clarity. The heavy stench of blood hit her, and she couldn't help but retch. When she saw the carnage before her, her eyes widened in shock. This you're doing? You killed so many members of the Evernight Guild? We need to run. If the magician arrives, we're done for. Her voice was filled with panic. The magician was a globally recognized steer powerhouse, ranking among the very top of all evolved beings. Although Lin Yu and Xiongba were undeniably strong, in her eyes, they were no match for someone who had not only reached the 3rd tier but might even be at level 10 within that tier. Run? Why would we run? Today, this place is going down, Lin Yu said coldly. Sun Ruai stared at him, dumbfounded. This was the magician's territory. Such arrogant words, if posted on the Daxia forums, would undoubtedly cause an uproar. Just then, a commanding voice rang out from a distance. Leave? After killing my Evernight men, you think you can just walk away? A colossal wave of energy swept toward them, oppressive and unrelenting, like a tidal wave crashing down. The air grew heavy, suffocating everyone present. It's over. Sun Rui's face turned pale. The sheer presence of this person caused her magic energy to instinctively contract, spiraling out of her control. It must be him, the magician, the monster who slaughtered nearly 30,000 people. Lin Yu listened to her words, quietly assessing the overwhelming aura. Impressive. Could there be another steer powerhouse hidden here? Boss, this pressure, it's no joke. Xiongba muttered, his expression grim. Moments later, a figure emerged before them. The injured lackeys immediately broke into wails. "Boss, avenge us." Luo Yong's eyes narrowed as he took in the scene of devastation. His subordinates were either dead or incapacitated, even his second-in-command, who now lay maimed and helpless. "Who are you people? Why have you unleashed such carnage in my Evernight guild?" Luo Yong's gaze was sharp and unyielding. "So, you're the magician?" Lin Yu asked, his tone tinged with curiosity. "That's right. Any problem with that?" Luo Yong replied, his voice laced with pride. "I've heard the magician is the strongest fighter in the world. I came to see for myself," Lin Yu said, utterly unapologetic. Luo Yong's face twitched. "The strongest in the world? Who told you that? Even I wouldn't dare claim as much. And you call this coming to see for yourself? You've slaughtered all my men." At this, the second-in-command, enduring the searing pain, crawled closer to Luo Yong. "Boss, this man he's a third-year fighter." Luo Yong's expression changed dramatically. "Third year? Then what's the point of fighting? You're not my match. Just go." Everyone was stunned. Wasn't the magician known for his vengeful streak, hunting down anyone who dared harm his people to the ends of the earth? "Even if I'm no match, I still want to see the magician's strength," Lin Yu insisted. "If you're so eager to die, don't blame me for being merciless." Luo Yong roared, his innate ability erupting in full force. A radiant light burst from within him, enveloping everything within a kilometer. His aura surged higher and higher, reaching an overwhelming level. Xiong Ba felt the suffocating pressure bearing down on him, and his pupils constricted in alarm. This was the second time he had felt the presence of death. Compared to the oppressive aura Lin Yu had exuded before, this time it was far more intense, suffocating even. The terrifying energy radiating from Luo Yong felt almost tangible, sending waves of unease through everyone present. "Boss, this magician is way too powerful. Shouldn't we just run?" Xiong Ba tugged at Lin Yu's sleeve, his voice trembling noticeably. The bravado he usually carried was nowhere to be found, replaced entirely by sheer fear. Sun Ruai was even more shaken, her teeth chattering as she stammered, "Brother Yu, we need to get out of here now, or we're really going to die." Her legs had already begun to give way, the oppressive aura making it nearly impossible for her to stay standing. Lin Yu frowned as he observed their unusual behavior. From his perspective, Luo Yong didn't seem to be displaying overwhelming strength. Why, then, were these two so terrified, as if they were facing some monstrous being? "I've already figured out the whole story," Luo Yong's voice echoed across the land. "Everything stems from Huang Mao using my name to stir up trouble. He deserved to die." He paused briefly before continuing. "I won't pursue this matter any further. But this is your final chance. Leave Yongzhou now, or face death." As the word death left his lips, a fierce wind howled through the air, and waves of magical energy surged uncontrollably. Suddenly, Sun Ruai's eyes widened in horror, as if she had uncovered a dreadful truth. Lin Yu, the magician, he's a tier 4 now. On her world leaderboard, the magician's name had risen to the top, with the words tier 4 clearly displayed beside it. This revelation caused Xiong Ba to collapse entirely, sitting paralyzed on the ground. Lin Yu, however, looked intrigued, muttering under his breath, "Interesting. What kind of talent could this be?" With that, he opened the world leaderboard to investigate further. "Thank you for such an amazing gift. You're incredibly generous. Big thanks to you." Kowtow's dramatically bang, bang, bang. "By the way, since there are lots of characters being developed, with the main ones already set, would you like to have a minor role included?" "QWQ once again. I deeply appreciate it." Lin Yu's gaze landed on the leaderboard. His codename, Magician, still held the second spot, remaining at tier 3. The top rank, Big Wet Brother, was also at tier 3. "Get lost already." Luo Yong's furious roar exploded in their ears. Sun Ruai and Xiong Ba were stunned by the sudden surge of energy, cold sweat forming on their foreheads. They kept signaling to Lin Yu with their eyes, urging him to retreat quickly. "Although I don't know what terrifying thing you've witnessed." A glint of cold determination flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. "Taking him down will make everything clear." Before he finished speaking, flames surged around him, engulfing his body as he entered blazing inferno mode in an instant. "Lin Yu, don't be reckless. The magician has already reached tier 4. You'll die." Sun Ruai cried out in panic. "Boss, tier 4 is way out of your league. Run while you can." Xiong Ba was drenched in sweat, his fighting spirit completely crushed by the overwhelming pressure. But Lin Yu paid no attention. His magical energy erupted into the sky as flames gathered wildly around him. Ultimate Art. Crimson Lotus Annihilation Slash. Without hesitation, he unleashed his fiery ultimate move. The terrifying flames condensed into a cross-shaped blade, slashing directly at Luo Yong. Boom! The fiery Annihilation Slash, carrying an earth-shattering force, crashed into Luo Yong's magical energy pillar. Amidst the dazzling explosion of light, Luo Yong's figure was sent flying, blood spraying from his mouth as he tumbled through the air. The once oppressive aura vanished in an instant. How is this possible? Isn't he the strongest magician? Wasn't he already tier 4? Sun Ruai stared in shock, her face filled with disbelief. After some heated exchanges, the truth finally surfaced. Luo Yong possessed an class ability called Deception, which allowed him to make others believe he was the magician. The more others believed in his false identity, the stronger he became, even projecting an aura that surpassed his actual level. However, because Lin Yu had seen through his facade from the start, he wasn't affected. Boss, can we leave now? I swear. He'll never pretend to be you again or anyone from Eternal Dawn, Luo Yong weakly promised, his voice trembling with desperation. This version retains all the original plot elements while enhancing the flow and vividness of the narrative. The descriptions are more dynamic, creating a sharper and more immersive reading experience without adding any new content beyond the original. Lin Yu said expressionlessly, I promised not to kill you, and I always keep my word. Hearing this, Luo Yong's face lit up with relief, but Lin Yu's tone suddenly shifted. However, impersonating me to commit evil deeds comes with a price. Before he finished speaking, Luo Yong felt a chilling sensation as all 4 of his limbs were severed in an instant. Overwhelmed by the excruciating pain, he let out a heart-wrenching scream. You liar. You don't keep your word. Lin Yu's eyes turned cold as he ordered Xiong Ba, kill him. Xiong Ba, who had been itching to act, unleashed a devastating strike with his iron palm, smashing Luo Yong's head into fragments. Lin Yu then swept his flaming blade across the remaining enemies, decapitating them all in one fierce motion. The sheer force of his blade left a deep crack in the ground. Let's go. Search the place, Lin Yu commanded, leading the group into the base. A few hours later, the 2 humans and 1 bear returned loaded with spoils. In Luo Yong's quarters, they discovered 8 third-tier crystal cores resources Luo Yong had been saving to break through to the 3rd tier. Lin Yu, who had already killed some 3rd-tier mutated beasts on his way through Tianhai City, had reached the 3rd-tier 2nd level and still had 3 crystal cores in hand. With these 8 cores, he now had enough to advance another level. Boss, why didn't he just use the cores himself? Xiong Ba asked in confusion. Lin Yu explained. Advancing to the next tier requires a massive amount of energy. You need at least 10 cores to absorb at once to generate enough energy to break through the barrier. If you absorb them one by one, it might take more than 12 cores to achieve the same result. At that moment, Sun Ruai excitedly asked, Lin Yu, are you really the magician? I can't believe I'm meeting you in person. My younger sister is a huge fan of yours. Her voice trailed off as she suddenly recalled her sister's situation. She thought to herself that if her sister found out she had been taken by Xiong Ba, she would undoubtedly come looking for her. Just as Lin Yu was preparing to post evidence of the imposters on the forum, danger struck. From several hundred meters away, a magical bullet whizzed through the air at an astonishing speed. Lin Yu quickly dodged, and the bullet crashed into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. A magic bullet, Lin Yu muttered, narrowing his eyes toward the source of the attack. He immediately recognized it as the result of a transformation talent. Moments later, 7 more magic bullets came flying, sealing off all possible escape routes. Ultimate Art. Flame Waltz. Lin Yu's body ignited in flames, engulfing the incoming bullets and triggering a chain of explosions. 1,000 meters away, perched on a tall tree, a petite girl in a red dress hugged a pink sniper rifle, observing the scene through her scope. Seeing her 7-star shots neutralized so easily, she muttered to herself, if my sister weren't there, I'd hit you with something much nastier. Sun Ruai recognized the familiar attack style and shouted in alarm, that's my sister. Don't hurt her. Without hesitation, she ran toward the girl. Lin Yu, with a few quick movements, closed the distance to within 200 meters of the girl. A barrage of magic bullets rained down from above, but he dodged them all with ease. Try my blue flame Gatling gun. A crisp, childlike voice rang out as countless bullets poured down like a storm, covering every inch of space. Ultimate Art. Dragon Flame Roar. Lin Yu unleashed a fiery beam that cleared a 100-meter radius around him, causing a massive explosion. Stop fighting. Sun Ruai, gasping for breath, finally caught up with them. On the treetop, a little girl in a red dress holding a pink sniper rifle gracefully leapt down, landing steadily. She was none other than Ruashui. Sun Ruai quickly ran over and wrapped her arms tightly around her younger sister. Are you okay, sis? She asked. The pink sniper rifle in the little girl's hands dissolved into tiny specks of starlight, vanishing into the air. I'm fine. I'm perfectly okay, Ruashui replied softly. After a brief embrace, Sun Ruai took her sister's hand and led her toward their companions. This is Lin Yu, and this is Xiong Ba, Sun Ruai introduced, pointing at the two. And this is my younger sister, Sun Ruashui. Ruai, that's way too boring of an introduction. Let me show you how it's done.
Xiongba stepped forward, clearly dissatisfied. Striking a dramatic pose with his head tilted at a 45-degree angle toward the sky, he announced, "I am the one and only, dashing, unbelievably handsome, heart-stoppingly cool, the mighty Xiongba." He even gave a slight tilt to the straw hat perched on his head for emphasis. "Wow, what an adorable panda. And it can talk." Ruoshue's eyes sparkled with excitement. "And look at those red shorts, so trendy." She eagerly reached out her hand to touch Xiongba's fur. "Hey, hey, hey. No funny business." Xiongba quickly backed away, turning to Lin Yu with a flustered expression. "Boss, I'm not into Lolas, okay? This one's all yours. Raise her well. She might turn out decent." Lin Yu's forehead twitched with visible annoyance. "Don't listen to his nonsense. He's just a shameless panda." Sun Ruai quickly intervened, pulling her sister aside. Her eyes glimmered with excitement as she whispered, "Ruoshue, I've got a surprise for you as the magician you've always admired." "Really?" Ruoshue's eyes lit up instantly. "So you're the magician. I knew it had to be someone amazing to break my blue flame Gatling so effortlessly. You're so cool, big brother." Her eyes sparkled with admiration as her cheeks turned a soft pink. "Magician, let me formally introduce myself. I'm Sun Ruoshue, 16 years old. My measurements are well, I may look like a lowly now, but I have the heart of a mature lady." Lin Yu was momentarily stunned. It was the first time he had been idolized by such an adorable and beautiful little girl. A lowly on the outside, but with the heart of a queen? Isn't this just like Angela? He thought, recalling the character from Honor of Kings. Lin Yu posted images of the recorded battle on the rules forum, which immediately stirred up a storm. In the post, he spoke out under his alias Yongzhou. "I, Yongzhou, act with integrity and have no fear of being accused of what I've done. However, I will not tolerate being falsely accused of what I haven't done. Anyone impersonating Yongzhou or the magician to commit evil deeds will face the same fate as those in Chuandu City." As soon as the post went live, the comment section exploded. "Whoa, someone actually dared to impersonate Yongzhou? So the Yongzhou in Chuandu City was fake all along. I got robbed of my crystal cores by them and thought it was the real Yongzhou. Didn't Tianjizi's guild rankings show that Yongzhou operates in Tianhai City? The magician is insane. He found out someone was impersonating him and wiped them out across cities." Meanwhile, in the northern district of Zhongshui City, the base of Huashan was undergoing rapid expansion. This emerging force, which gained fame by criticizing Yongzhou and the magician, had already drawn a large number of evolved individuals to join. Some were drawn by their dissatisfaction with Lin Yu's slaughter of over 20,000 people, while others admired Hushan's audacity to challenge the magician. "Our leader is brilliant. Using the forum for publicity has been attracting new recruits every day," Hushan's deputy, Li Tong, said excitedly as he observed the bustling activity within the base. "How many evolved individuals do we have now?" Hushan asked. "As of yesterday, over 700. More than half are at Tier 1 or higher, with 21 Tier 2 elites, all possessing a grade talents." Hushan nodded in satisfaction, ambition flickering in his eyes. "It won't be long before we take over the other bases in the city." Just then, Li Teng's expression changed dramatically. "Boss, check the forum quick." Hushan opened the forum, and his pupils contracted sharply. The magician's post was front and center, and the confidence he had just begun to feel wavered instantly. He actually tracked them from Tianhai City to Chuandu and wiped out an entire base? Meanwhile, outside Zhongshui City, Wang Kong and Qingrou's team were waiting for the right moment in a dilapidated restaurant. "Boss Kong, the magician made another move," someone exclaimed, urging the group to check the forum. "Brother Yu is always so bold." Wang Kong laughed heartily, stroking his signature mustache. "Now we just wait for news from Asia. Once we confirm, we'll strike and take down Huashan." Before long, a figure darted swiftly from the distanced with Xie, returning. "Konga, I've got the location of Huashan. He's in the northern district." "But..." Xie trailed off, hesitant. "But what? Speak." Wang Kong, draped in his coat, walked out of the restaurant nonchalantly. He lit a cigarette, the smoke curling lazily upwards into the air. "Huashan has been taking advantage of the forums to recruit heavily. His forces now number around 700 or 800 evolved individuals. Things don't look too good," Xie reported truthfully, recounting everything he had learned. 700 or 800? Wang Kong frowned slightly. That number was indeed daunting. Their team only consisted of 42 members. Although each one was formidable, they only had 16 second-tier evolvers among them. "Konga, you are just 1/3 crystal core away from breaking through, aren't you? Maybe it's worth holding off until you've reached 3rd tier?" Wang Kong fell into contemplation. 3rd-tier zombies were becoming increasingly rare, and searching for a single crystal core could take an unpredictable amount of time they simply didn't have. He took a deep drag of his cigarette, his brows furrowing even further. Just then, a crisp voice chimed in. Those evolved fighters can't all be staying in the base, right? The two men turned to see Qingru approaching gracefully. Deseo. Xiaoro. The two quickly stubbed out their cigarettes. Wang Kong stepped forward in a hurry, draping his coat over Qingru's shoulders. Fusion's base is massive. The daily consumption of resources must be astronomical, and crystal cores for advancing wouldn't appear out of thin air. And Qingru said with a smile, analyzing the situation. You're saying. Wang Kang's eyes lit up, instantly grasping her meaning. While Huashan might have 700 or 800 fighters, I'd wager most of them head out during the day to hunt for crystal cores and gather supplies. The ones left behind to guard the base should be relatively few, making them easier to take down one by one. Brilliant. Wife, you're the clever one. Wang Kong said with a grin, his eyes brimming with affection. You just don't like using your brain. And Qingru teased, rolling her eyes at him. That's right. Deseo does the thinking, and Konga handles the fighting. Xiesia chimed in with a laugh. Now's the perfect time. Most of them should already be out. By my estimate, there are probably only about 100 people left guarding the base, and Huashan is likely among them. And Qingru said, her eyes gleaming with determination. Xiesia, go scout it out. If the numbers are as we suspect, well, strike immediately. As she spoke, a rare trace of killing intent surfaced on her usually gentle face, a stark contrast to her usual demeanor. She knew how much Lin Yu meant to Wang Kong. If not for Lin Yu's early warnings at the start of the apocalypse, Wang Kong wouldn't have achieved what he had today, and she herself might not have survived. To her, Lin Yu was not only Wang Kang's elder brother, but her own as well. All right, everyone, let's get to work. Wang Kong commanded, his voice firm. The group in the restaurant quickly assembled. After Qingru succinctly laid out the plan, they set off toward Huashan's base. At that moment, Huashan was inside the trial space of the guild monument, experimenting with his fire abilities. He rarely ventured out, leaving tasks like clearing zombies and scavenging supplies to his subordinates. Only when a third-year zombie was discovered would he personally lead the team. Meanwhile, Wang Kong and his group were lying low in a dilapidated, low-rise building near Huashan's base, waiting for the right moment. Go ahead, and be careful, Wang Kong said, patting Xiesia on the shoulder. Don't worry, Konga. Xiesia thumped his chest confidently. As Xiesia stepped into the sunlight, his body began emitting a glow identical to the sunlight itself. The light enveloped him, and his figure grew increasingly transparent until he blended seamlessly with the sunlight, vanishing entirely. This was the unique application of his light-based ability. Wherever there was sunlight, he could become completely invisible. Xiesia's abilities have improved again. His synchronization with light is getting stronger. Now, even I can't sense his presence when he merges with it. Wang Kong remarked in awe. Indeed, if he fully masters this ability, he'll be unstoppable in the future, and Qingru agreed. Right now, he's only at the stage of merging with light. When he reaches the point of becoming light itself, his power will be truly terrifying. Wang Kong nodded in agreement. Xiesia soon infiltrated Huashan's base. There were 4 guards stationed at the entrance, but to someone who could merge with light, they were no obstacle. He cautiously made his way deeper into the base, carefully gathering intel. About 20 minutes later, Xiesia reappeared, stepping out of the sunlight and returning to the group in the abandoned building. Konga, just as Deseo predicted, there are only about 100 people left in the base. Xiesia reported excitedly. Hearing this, everyone was visibly excited. Their eyes sparkled with battle intent as they eagerly suggested to Wang Kong, Konga, let's charge straight in. Kill. Let's make the name of the Iron Resolve squad legendary with the corpse of the fire god. Wang Kong shed his usual lazy demeanor, his eyes flashing coldly with a murderous intent. What about Xiesia? Someone asked. He's already gone ahead to claim the first kill. Seeing that Xiesia had already disappeared, the group surged out from their hiding place. The movements of over 40 people quickly alerted the guards at the base. Who's there? A guard shouted sharply. Before the words had fully left his mouth, a sharp blade sliced through the air. 4 guards fell silent as blood spurted from their throats. Clutching their wounds, they stared in disbelief at the young man stepping out of the sunlight. Asya, that was fast. Haha, gotta be quick if you want to get the spoils. Xiesia replied with a laugh, his figure vanishing back into the light. Attack! The group roared, charging into the base. Who are you? The guards inside the base barely had time to react before dozens of ability attacks tore them apart in an instant. Enemies! We're under attack. The alarm blared as the base's evolved fighters quickly assembled. Around 150 of them surrounded the intruders in no time. Li Teng, the fire god's lieutenant, stepped to the front, forcing himself to appear calm as he shouted, Who are you? Don't you know this is the fire god's territory? How dare you act so recklessly here? His tone was defiant, but his heart was already filled with panic. While they had the advantage in numbers, most of their fighters were only first-tier evolved, and the true elites had all gone out to hunt zombies. Fire god! Wang Kong sneered.
He's exactly who we're here for. Brothers, let them know who we are. Make sure they understand what happens to those who try to use us. Eternal Dawn's Squad Iron Resolve. Today, we're here to take the Fire God's head. Wang Kang's team shouted in unison, their voices echoing far and wide. The members of the Iron Resolve squad let out a thunderous roar. What? People from Eternal Dawn? The news hit like a sledgehammer, plunging the Fire God base members into chaos. Many felt their knees weaken in fear. Damn it! Why are these harbingers of doom here? Wait, is it that magician's Eternal Dawn? Someone muttered, clinging to a faint hope. We're done for. Just a few days ago, the forums were buzzing about how the magician wiped out a guild in Chengdu. Now it's our turn. If I'd known, I never would have joined Fire God base. I just came here for protection. The crowd descended into a frenzy. Can Fire God handle this? Handle it? Are you kidding? That magician is a tier 3 powerhouse, and our boss is only tier 2. How are we supposed to fight back? As panic spread like wildfire, Li Teng bellowed, his voice cutting through the chaos like a blade. What are you afraid of? It's not the magician himself, it's just a small squad from Eternal Dawn. Our boss, Fire God, is here in the base. Hold your ground. And let me be clear, anyone who disobeys orders will answer to the boss once he deals with these intruders. His fierce shout did the trick, quelling some of the panic. The crowd began to reassure themselves. Yeah, he's right. It's not the magician himself. How strong can a small squad really be? A sinister grin spread across Wang Kang's face. Brothers, enough chatter. Since they've announced who they are, let's show them what it means to face the Eternal Dawn's Iron Resolve squad. He grabbed the edge of his coat, slung over his shoulder, and flung it sharply to the side. The coat sailed through the air before landing squarely on the head of one of his underlings. Boss, I admit that move looks cool, but could you please stop throwing it at my head every time? The comment drew hearty laughter from the group, and Qingru shook her head, taking the coat and holding it gently in her arms. Looking cool is all that matters, Wang Kang said with a wide grin. In the next moment, he shifted his right leg, half a step to the side, and stomped down with force. The ground beneath him cracked and shattered. A dazzling light erupted from his right hand, spilling through his fingers like molten brilliance. Cross-shatter light. With a booming shout, he thrust his right hand forward. The blinding light expanded rapidly, transforming into a massive cross-shaped beam, stretching over 20 meters wide. It tore through the air with an unstoppable force, carrying the promise of destruction as it hurtled toward the enemy line. Quick! Use your abilities. Stop them! Li Teng shouted in alarm. Over 100 people retaliated simultaneously. At the front, 4 Tier 2, rank ability users unleashed their strongest attacks in unison. But even the combined might of their efforts was no match. The cross-shatter light sliced cleanly through their assault, splitting it into 4 fragments that veered off in different directions. The terrifying beam pressed forward relentlessly, cutting through everything in its path: people, energy attacks, buildings, splitting them into perfect quarters as it advanced. This is the revised portion of the story. Let me know if you'd like the rest of the narrative adapted or further adjustments made. Boom. A towering pillar of magical energy erupted from Huashen's body, instantly igniting fierce flames around him. This was the culmination of his tireless days and nights studying sorcerer techniques, and now, it was finally proving its worth. Fire Fist! Huashen roared, his arms transforming into 2 massive, serpentine flames that extended infinitely, launching colossal flaming fists toward his opponent from a distance. The onlookers marveled at this incredible display of power, but Wang Kang remained unfazed. With a sharp stomp of his right foot, the ground beneath him cracked, and his right hand unleashed a brilliant cross-shaped burst of destructive light. In a dazzling flash, the fiery fists were sliced into 4 parts, only to eerily reassemble moments later, stronger than before. Wang Kang's eyes narrowed as he focused, his right hand glowing once again. This time, he wove the light into a massive net of interwoven, radiant crosses. Collapse, he shouted, and the destructive light net shredded the fiery fists into countless small fragments, which fell to the ground and dissipated. Huashen suddenly coughed up blood, shocked to discover that his prized flame elemental arms had sustained damage that affected his physical body. This was clearly no ordinary destructive ability. Hurriedly, he summoned flames to repair his injured arms. Flame Bind. Inferno Burst. Huashen swiftly formed hand seals, channeling flames into the ground. In the blink of an eye, the ground beneath Wang Kang and his group glowed red as flames coiled around their feet. In the face of imminent danger, Wang Kang crouched and slammed his hands onto the ground, shouting, "Grand Collapse." A terrifying wave of destructive energy spread like a net, obliterating the fiery energy lurking underground. Wang Kang motioned for his companions to retreat and advanced toward Huashen alone. Using the formidable enhancements granted by his elemental fruit, he engaged Huashen in intense close combat. During one exchange, though Huashen narrowly dodged a beam of destructive light, he was struck squarely in the chest by a powerful kick. But this was exactly what Huashen had hoped for. Dozens of fiery serpents erupted from the ground, coiling around Wang Kong and triggering a violent explosion. Seizing the opportunity, Huashen unleashed Flame Bind. Inferno burst once more. However, as the smoke cleared, Wang Kong, though seemingly immobilized by flames around his feet, remained eerily calm. Unbeknownst to Huashen, a massive, glowing net of destructive light had silently formed above him. Die! Wang Kong commanded, and the light net descended with terrifying speed. Huashen retaliated by detonating the flames around Wang Kang's feet, but a second light net materialized beneath Wang Kong, obliterating all the flames. In the end, Huashen was sliced into perfectly uniform pieces. Just as the spectators began to believe the battle was over, two figures in white robes descended from the sky. One of them approached Huashen's dismembered remains, and, with a surge of dark, eerie energy, restored the fragments into a complete corpse. Who are you? Wang Kong asked warily, narrowing his eyes in suspicion. The man in the white robe wore a gentle smile as his gaze swept over Wang Kong and his companions. This corpse could be of some use to me, he said calmly. Since you've already killed him, might I ask if you'd be willing to give it to me? And why would I do that? Wang Kong narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Judging by your earlier actions, you're not planning to resurrect the fire god, are you? The white-robed man hesitated briefly, then replied in a low, measured tone, you must be joking. The dead can't come back to life, especially not when the body has been, well, reduced to such a state. How could resurrection even be possible? Well, I could give it to you, Wang Kong said lazily, but what's in it for me? Big brother, the white-robed man said, a flicker of irritation crossing his face. It's a pile of broken remains. Even if you don't give it to me, it's of no use to you. What are you planning to do? Take it back and make a barbecue out of it? Wang Kong smirked but said nothing. After a brief pause, the white-robed man sighed and finally offered, a third-tier crystal core. Deal. Wang Kong replied instantly, his face lighting up with a grin. The man sighed again, reaching into his robe to retrieve the crystal core. He tossed it to Wang Kong, then cast him a lingering, meaningful glance. Let's go, he said sharply, turning to leave. Yes, sir, came the reply. But before the group could move, something horrifying happened. The fragmented remains of the fire god on the ground began pulling themselves together. In one swift motion, the reassembled body sprang to its feet, lifeless gray eyes staring blankly ahead. The onlookers stumbled back in shock. The reanimated fire god followed the white-robed man as he departed. Holy's back from the dead, someone shouted. Did he actually manage to bring the fire god back to life? The group was gripped with panic. Xie watched the retreating figures, his eyes glinting coldly. Konga, should we make a move on him? Wang Kong fell silent, his brows furrowed in thought. Slowly, the destructive energy in his hand dissipated. No, he said at last. That man in the white robe is third ear. He's dangerous. At this stage, anyone who reaches third ear is a top-tier talent, a force to be reckoned with. But Konga, Xie pressed, you and Sisenlaw together could go toe-to-toe with even a third-ear super-level opponent. With the rest of us, we might actually stand a chance of taking him down. His methods are too strange, and his timing is far too coincidental. Leave it for now, Wang Kong said, waving a hand dismissively. We have other matters to attend to. He turned and walked toward Li Teng, who was trembling uncontrollably. Please, don't kill me. Li Teng stammered, his teeth chattering. I've never said anything bad about Yang's, however. The sheer power of Yongzhou's small squad, capable of taking down the fire god, would undoubtedly send shockwaves through the forums once the news broke. Would you like me to continue rewriting the next part of the story? I'll maintain the same level of refinement while ensuring the narrative flows seamlessly. How dare you kill our people? Just wait until Boss Wuxian comes out, you're all dead. Wu Shan roared furiously, his body retreating rapidly, his face a mix of rage and unease. Xie's lips curled into a cold smirk. Heh, they'll give you all a chance to live. In 5 breaths, anyone still here will be killed without mercy. The crowd erupted into chaos. Wu Shan bellowed, I dare anyone to move. Don't forget about Boss Wuxian. His words momentarily froze those who were ready to flee. Yet, 4 or 5 dozen people, sensing the danger, made a desperate dash for escape. The base was already suffering heavy casualties, and with Wuxian nowhere to be seen, it was clear something was terribly wrong. Your 5 breaths are up. Time to send you off, Xie shouted, his figure vanishing in an instant under the blazing sunlight. Wang Kong followed with a loud declaration. Remember this, the ones who took your lives are the Yongzhou squad, Iron Bones and Tender Hearts. With that, he charged into the crowd. Why Yongzhou? The mention of the name sent chills through the crowd behind Wu Shan. Run! Someone screamed. The enmity between Yongzhou and Huashen was infamous across Huaxia. Those who had joined Huashen's forces had naively assumed the magician wouldn't pursue them across provinces. But now, with Yongzhou attacking their base, it seemed likely Huashen himself had already fallen. Panic-stricken, the group attempted to flee, but it was too late. Turning their backs to such seasoned killers only sealed their fate. The Iron Bones and Tender Hearts squad launched a one-sided massacre. Those who had fled earlier, the 40 or 50 lucky ones, stood at a safe distance, still trembling. It's Yongzhou. Thank God I was smart enough to run. One muttered. Yeah, Yongzhou is terrifying. Never cross them. Another agreed, quickening their pace as they silently vowed never to provoke Yongzhou again. The battle ended swiftly, leaving only corpses and bloodstains behind. The squad members buzzed with excitement, knowing this event would soon dominate the forums and cement their squad's growing fame. Wang Kong draped the coat handed to him by Qingru over his shoulders, his demeanor shifting back to his usual laid-back self. Huashen is dead. Mission accomplished. Let's go to Tianhai City. They'll show you our real guild. Yay Yongzhou, here we come. The team cheered enthusiastically. They had long heard of Yongzhou's legendary reputation from Wang Kong, and the recent buzz on the forums had only fueled their admiration. News spread quickly across the forums, sparking a massive uproar. Unlike their previous operation against fake Yongzhou imposters, this time, they had taken down a true powerhouse Huashen, ranked 976th on the global hierarchy. The forum discussions exploded. Yongzhou struck again? They even killed Huashen this time? No way. Huashen was a top-tier fighter. It's true. I survived the attack on Huashen's base. They only killed those who attacked them. Huashen's name is gone from the global rankings. How does the magician have this much time? From Chuandu to Chongshui City do he need to train? Actually, it was Yongzhou's Iron Bones and Tender Heart squad that did it. Just one squad took down Huashen? How many experts does Yongzhou have? However, one comment sparked deeper reflection. Huashen was among the top 100 in Daxia, and was supposed to represent the empire in battle. Yongzhou is too reckless, slaughtering their own compatriots without regard for the nation's situation. Do they even consider themselves part of Daxia anymore? Could they be spies from another country? This controversy quickly escalated into a moral trial against Yongzhou. The atmosphere on the forums shifted dramatically. What began as casual spectatorship soon turned into furious condemnation. People frowned in disapproval, and some even resorted to outright insults. Yongzhou is way too arrogant. Is the empire just going to sit back and do nothing? The 100 Nations tournament is only 3 days away from finalizing the slots, and now we've lost a top-tier expert. This is a massive blow to Desir. Does Yongzhou really value personal grudges over matters of national importance? Public opinion took a sharp turn. Even those who were previously indifferent to the fire god's fate could no longer remain silent. After all, this was about securing the championship for the 100 Nations tournament and earning the permanent 3 all-attribute bonus. Inside the Forbidden City, Xia Haoran observed the escalating chaos on the forums, a glint of calculation in his eyes. He turned and whispered a few words to the subordinate standing beside him. Understood. I'll take care of it immediately, the subordinate replied respectfully before quickly leaving. Within mere minutes, the forums were flooded with posts dragging the empire into the controversy. Why hasn't the government made a statement yet? Didn't they establish the Evolution Temple to maintain order? Could it be that even the empire is afraid of Yongzhou? Some watched from the sidelines, some fueled the fire, some added wood, and others fanned the flames. The situation grew increasingly chaotic. In the central hall of the Forbidden City, the emperor was seething with anger. With a loud crack, he shattered the mahogany table in front of him with a single strike. His fury stemmed not only from Yongzhou's disregard for the greater good, but also from the malicious individuals stirring up trouble on the forums. At this moment, it wasn't just Yongzhou being scrutinized but the empire itself. These keyboard warriors, no matter the era, they're always the same. Hiding in the shadows, exploiting their anonymity to manipulate public opinion. Detestable. The old man's face darkened with rage. Your Majesty, what steps should we take now? If we fail to act, the Empire's authority could suffer severe damage, Blade, standing nearby, said with a frown. The Emperor let out a heavy sigh. Someone is trying to pit Yongzhou against the Empire, hoping to use the power of the state to crush them. This is a tricky situation to handle. In the Grand Council chamber of the temple, an elderly man with snow-white hair was deep in conversation with a tall, sharp figure known as Daofeng. The old man's brows were furrowed, his voice carrying a hint of concern. We have far too few top-tier fighters at our disposal, especially class and above. This makes it difficult to deter those evolutionaries who operate beyond the nation's borders. Daofeng stood straight as a blade, exuding a cutting, razor-sharp aura, as if he were a weapon ready to be unsheathed. The old man fixed his gaze on him, his tone steady but probing. How many high-level fighters do we currently have on our side? Daofeng responded with precision, his voice firm. Among the Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuke, and Xuanwu divisions. The Qinglong Envoy and Baihu Envoy have already advanced to Ultras class, while the other two remain at S class. The Dragon unit has 2 Ultras class fighters. Including yourself, that makes 5 Ultras class individuals. Adding Wang Fengzi from the Wang family and Xia Haoran from the Xia family, we have a total of 7. He paused before adding, however, the Dragon unit's true strength has not been disclosed publicly. A glint of light flashed in the old man's eyes. That does give us some leverage. Now, for the matter at hand, should I send you and the Dragon unit to have a conversation with the magician? The air around Daofeng seemed to darken, his presence radiating a menacing intensity. The old man's use of the word conversation clearly implied anything but a peaceful discussion. Yet, rather than waiting for an answer, the elder posed another question. What's your assessment of the Ultras class fighters in those well-known guilds de Shixiang's Thriller Paradise, the Magician's Eternal Day, Breaking Dawn's 9 Rays of Light, the Archmage's Devil's Heart, and Tang Sanzang's Zadiang Gang? Daofeng considered the question carefully before responding. Thriller Paradise has 2 Ultras class fighters, both on the level of terrifying zombie kings. Eternal Day likely has only the Magician as Ultras class. The others are strong but appear to be merely S class, though that could be a front. Breaking Dawn's 9 Rays of Light is the most enigmatic among the 9 members. ID estimate at least 2 or 3 are Ultras class. As for the other guilds, they likely have no more than 1 Ultras class fighter each. The elder's tone grew sharper. If we send 2 Ultras class fighters, can they kill or capture another Ultras class fighter? Daofeng's eyes narrowed as he recalled his past encounters with the Ultras class members of the 4 divisions. After a moment, he shook his head. Unless their abilities are directly countered, or we catch them off guard, it's nearly impossible to stop one from escaping. It would take at least 3 fighters to ensure success. The old man fell into a contemplative silence, the weight of his thoughts evident. Finally, he spoke. Forget it. With the 100 Nations tournament just around the corner, let's focus our resources on external matters for now. As for those S-class and Ultras class individuals outside our jurisdiction, we'll keep records on them for the time being. After the tournament, we'll approach them one by one. His voice carried the commanding authority of a leader accustomed to power. Besides, he continued, Wang Fengzi and the Research Institute have already made significant breakthroughs in crystal core magitech. It won't be long before we have functioning magitech aircraft and magicannons. Negotiating with people will be much easier then. At these words, Daofeng's expression lit up, his sharp demeanor momentarily softening with a flicker of anticipation. The research into crystal cores had spanned over a century, yet it was only in the wake of the apocalypse that tangible progress had been made. The advent of magitech airships would undoubtedly strengthen the temple's grip on the Granxia Nation. Scene transition to Dongyuan County. Deep within the forest, some 40 to 50 kilometers from Dongyuan County, a lone figure emerged. Her silhouette was elegant yet commanding, and in her hand, she dragged the massive carcass of a tiger. Her cold, unyielding gaze fixed on the distant city ahead. So, that's Dongyuan County, she murmured. Her voice as icy as her expression. The Slayer had arrived. The storm on the Forum was escalating, and the Empire's silence only added fuel to the fire. The members of the Iron Resolve squad exchanged uneasy glances, baffled by the situation. Brother Kong, something's off, someone muttered under their breath. Shouldn't we be getting praise and thumbs up? How did we end up being treated like public enemies? The narrative on the Forum had completely veered off course. Instead of receiving the anticipated acclaim, they were met with an avalanche of criticism. Some even seized the opportunity to sow discord, attempting to pit Yongzhou against the Empire. The squad members were both infuriated and unsettled by this unexpected backlash. Brother Kong, this is getting out of hand. Do you think the boss, the magician, will hold us accountable? Someone asked nervously. Wang Kang's previously laid-back demeanor instantly turned sharp. Relax. I know Brother Yu better than anyone. To him, loyalty to his brothers comes above all else. This is just another case of moral coercion we've dealt with worse. If anyone keeps stirring the pot, we'll march right in and settle it ourselves. His words gave the group a measure of reassurance. At that moment, the young girl's son Ruoshui tilted her head mischievously and teased Lin Yu. Brother Yu, look at the Forum. Yongzhou is trending again for all the wrong reasons. Her playful brother Yu sent an inexplicable warmth through Lin Yu, who quickly cleared his throat to mask his reaction. It's fine. This isn't the first time. It doesn't matter. Lin Yu had, of course, seen the uproar on the Forum. What surprised him was that it was orchestrated by Wang Ergu. So, he finally shows up, Lin Yu murmured. For months, there had been no news of the man. Just then, the Empire finally broke its silence, issuing an official statement. Regarding the matter of the Fire God, Yongzhou was not at fault. The Vermillion Bird Division of the Divine Hall, while on a mission in Zhongshui City, received reports of the Fire God's numerous crimes. The division intended to eliminate him but encountered members of Yongzhou and delegated the task to them due to other pressing priorities. While the fire god was powerful and represented the nation in battle, his heinous acts could not be condoned. Such a person, even in victory, could not bring true honor. The empire's seemingly righteous explanation left everyone stunned. The criticism against Yongzhou began to subside, but the clever ones saw through the facade. It became clear the empire had no desire to antagonize Yongzhou, likely valuing the magician's potential in the upcoming global competition. However, this was by no means a gesture of Furno Guild could rival the Divine Hall. The Divine Hall's subsequent announcement confirmed these suspicions. They declared the selection of the 10 holy champions, each comparable to an ultra-class powerhouse. These individuals were to serve as the pillars of the Grand Xia Empire, as well as the sword hanging over the heads of wrongdoers. Any destabilizing forces would be eradicated. The implicit threat in this statement sent chills down many spines. Lin Yu's eyes gleamed with resolve. So, the path of opposition is inevitable, he muttered. Although the empire had chosen not to act against Yongzhou for now, avoiding being swayed by public opinion, the seeds of conflict had already been sown. The Xia family's inclusion among the Divine Hall's 10 holy champions only cemented this divide. By unveiling these champions, the Divine Hall was making a statement to all evolutionaries, flaunting their unmatched power. Boss, where to next? Xiongba asked. What provinces are ahead? Lin Yu inquired. Star City, followed by Shijing, Sun Ruai replied. Shijing, Lin Yu murmured, a vague memory surfacing. Suddenly, his expression lit up. Shijing was home to the radiant holy tiger. In his previous life, this formidable creature had reached the terrifying 8th tier and awakened a powerful class ability, Radiant Thunder. Not only was its destructive power unparalleled, but it also had the ability to purify negative effects. He hadn't considered it before because his abilities had no connection to thunder. But now, with his ability to absorb lightning, the Radiant Thunder of the Holy Tiger could elevate his talent to S-class. This would significantly increase his chances of success when heading north to the capital. If he could then absorb the Phoenix Flame, breaking through to SS-class would be within reach. Excitement flickered in Lin Yu's eyes. Pick up the pace. Next stop, Shijing. Meanwhile, in the Xia family estate, Xia Haoran glanced at the Divine Hall's statement on the forum and frowned. The Divine Hall's neutral stance toward Yongzhou had clearly disappointed him. He had hoped for a direct confrontation. Beside him, his father, Xie Zuoye, sipped his tea leisurely. At that moment, an evolutionary hurried in, respectfully handing over a sealed scroll. Master, we've received intelligence. Xia Haoran took the scroll and slowly unrolled it. The magician set off from Tianhai City, traveling through Chuandu province before finally appearing in Xingqing's territory. This news made Xie Zuoye frown slightly as he murmured under his breath. Beside him, Xia Haoran fell into deep thought. As members of the Xia family, they had always kept a close watch on Huaxia's top-tier powerhouses, with the magician being a key figure of interest. Tianhai, Chuandu, Xingqing. Xia Haoran's eyes suddenly lit up. He exchanged a glance with his father, and the two spoke in unison. The Forbidden City. The magician's destination seemed clear, but this only raised more questions. The journey from Tianhai City to the Forbidden City was a long one. Even with the abilities of an evolved being, it would take about a month to complete. Why would the magician abandon the opportunity to develop within his own territory and instead choose such a lengthy expedition? A thought flashed through Xie Zuoye's mind. Could he be planning to meet that person and establish a connection with the temple? The idea made Xia Haoran's brows furrow deeply. If this were true, their plans would become much harder to execute. After all, the magician's rare talent was a prize Xia Haoran was determined to claim. Or perhaps, Xie Zuoye proposed another possibility. He has discovered the whereabouts of the Phoenix Stone. They had already confirmed that the Phoenix Stone was in the possession of the Wang family. Regardless of the magician's intentions, they could not allow him to succeed. Xia Haoran's expression darkened. Ever since learning of the magician's extraordinary talent, the thought of seizing it had consumed him. This desire only intensified after confirming that the Wang family held the Phoenix Stone. If he could acquire the magician's abilities and harness the power of the Phoenix Stone, the title of the world's strongest would undoubtedly be his. At least his decision to come to the Forbidden City saves us the trouble of hunting him down, Xie Zuoye said, a glint of coldness in his eyes and a murderous edge in his voice. No matter what his purpose is, we just need to eliminate him outside the Forbidden City. In the study, the father and son of the Xie family were plotting an earth-shattering plan. In 7 days, we will meet him in Shijing. Xie Zuoye's voice was low and resolute. Let Shijing become his final resting place. Killing him won't be easy, he continued, his brows furrowed. Even if we deploy the family's strongest fighters, we might lose more than half. Even the 3 rank experts might face significant danger. As the father and son sank into deep thought, a melodious voice interrupted the silence. Father, brother, why not let me take the lead? A woman in a high-slit red dress gracefully entered the study. She was Xie Yuer. With her exquisite figure, stunning beauty, and an aura of lethal allure, she was a vision to behold. You, Xia Haoran turned to look at his sister. Xia Yuer smiled charmingly, and in an instant, her demeanor shifted dramatically. A captivating and mesmerizing energy radiated from her. I hear that magician is a notorious womanizer, constantly surrounded by women. He even has a little girl tagging along now. Her eyes gleamed with confidence. If I make a move, wouldn't it be a piece of cake? As the eldest daughter of the prestigious Xie family in Kyoto, how could I possibly lose to a little girl? The father and son exchanged a glance, their eyes lighting up with a sharp glint. This plan might just work. Having you take action would be ideal, Xia Haoran agreed. This way, we can minimize the loss of the family's top fighters. Xie Zuoye pondered for a moment before taking out a bracelet from his pocket. This is a newly developed communication bracelet, similar to an ancient pager. It uses spiritual energy to transmit messages. However, its range is limited to 50 kilometers, and there's a slight delay. Don't worry, father, Xie Yuer said confidently as she put on the bracelet. I'll make sure that magician falls at my feet. Meanwhile, in Dongyuan County, Lin Xiaoyu walked along the desolate streets, her face cold as frost, heading toward the center of the county. The streets were barren, devoid of both people and zombies. Soon, a fortress-like base came into view at the end of the road. Survivors moved in and out, bringing a faint sense of life to the dead city. Halt! Are you here to join the base? A group of guards spotted Lin Xiaoyu, dressed in a JK uniform, their eyes fixated on her curvaceous figure. Do people often come here seeking refuge? Lin Xiaoyu's tone was indifferent. Of course, the leading man said, licking his lips, but whether you can get in depends on our mood. Make us happy, and we'll make sure you live a life of luxury. I detest this kind of behavior, Lin Xiaoyu said, walking past them without a second glance. Stop right there. The man moved to block her, but suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. Looking down, he saw a massive wound, blood gushing out. When did you? Before he could finish, he collapsed to the ground. Mang is dead. The other guards screamed in terror, only to be met with a flash of black sword light that painted the ground red. With her sword in hand, Lin Xiaoyu stepped into the base, only to encounter another group of guards. Who goes there? They demanded harshly. It's you. One of the guards, a soldier in uniform, recognized Lin Xiaoyu. Remembering some terrifying memories, he immediately turned and fled. Eternal night is here. Run for your lives. The rest of the guards, still processing his words, had their throats slashed by the swift sword light. The entire base was thrown into chaos by his panicked cry. Why would Eternal Night come to kill us? The local residents were baffled, but the soldiers who had fought in the Tianhai City battle knew exactly why. Upon hearing the news, they scattered in terror. Inside the main hall, the base's leadership was discussing plans for future development when a frantic soldier barged in. Bossly, it's bad. Eternal Night is here to kill us. Li Zhi's body stiffened, disbelief written all over his face. How could he have been found after hiding in such a remote place and posting anonymous comments? But the growing sound of screams interrupted his thoughts. The room erupted into chaos as everyone scrambled to escape through the secret passage behind the hall. Damn it, those maniacs from Yongzhou? A group of battered figures sprinted down a hidden tunnel, their breaths ragged and hurried. Only when they were certain no one was chasing them did they finally collapse onto the ground, relieved but exhausted. Good thing Li Laoda had the foresight to prepare this escape route in advance. Otherwise, what'd be done for this time? One of them said, patting his chest in lingering fear. They were the few survivors of a devastating battle, and the terror of it was still fresh in their minds. It's all Li Zhi's fault for showing off on the forums. Now Yongzhou's got their eyes on us again. Another person snapped angrily, not bothering to care about Li Zhi's position as their leader. His words stirred up the group's suppressed resentment. If only they had known this would happen, they thought bitterly, they might have followed Liang Chong and started anew elsewhere. Meanwhile, chaos reigned at the base. Lin Xiaoyu, gripping a massive black sword, moved with ruthless precision, targeting anyone in military green uniforms. She deliberately spared the local evolved individuals who had been assimilated into the group. After all, they had no personal vendetta with Yongzhou. Where's your leader? She demanded coldly, holding her blade to the throat of a trembling soldier. In the main hall, the man stammered, pointing shakily toward a nearby building. He braced himself for death, only to watch in stunned disbelief as Lin Xiaoyu turned away, killing one of his companions instead before striding off. When Lin Xiaoyu stormed into the main hall, it was completely deserted. A mocking smile tugged at her lips. Without hesitation, she spread her enormous black wings and soared into the sky. From above, she surveyed the entire base, her voice icy as she invoked her ultimate move, End of Days. Heaven-splitting strike. Hundreds of black sword auras converged into a single colossal blade, over 100 meters long and shimmering with lethal light. With a swift motion of her arm, the blade descended like a guillotine, obliterating the main hall and the surrounding buildings in an instant. The ground itself split open, leaving a deep, jagged scar. As panic-stricken survivors scattered, a few soot-covered figures crawled out from beneath the rublight. Was Li Jia and his group, who had been hiding in the underground tunnel. Well, playing hide-and-seek like rats in a hole, enjoying yourselves? Lin Xiaoya's voice, laced with derision, echoed from above. The group looked up, their faces drained of color. Li Jia, trembling with fear, forced himself to speak. Esteemed immortal, may I ask what brings you here? I gave you a chance to turn over a new leaf, but instead, you decided to smear Yongzhou's name on the forums. Did you think we were easy targets? Lin Xiaoya's tone was chilling, each word dripping with menace. It was all him. It was all Li Jia's doing. The others immediately protested, eager to shift the blame. He acted alone, we had no part in it. Realizing he had been abandoned, Li Jia dropped to his knees, pleading desperately. Please, immortal, spare my life. I'm willing to lead my men and pledge allegiance to Yongzhou. I swear absolute loyalty. The others quickly followed suit, kneeling and swearing their willingness to serve Yongzhou, even as its lowest subordinates. You think you're worthy? Lin Xiaoyu sneered, her disdain cutting deep. Even the weakest among Yongzhou is 100 times better than the likes of you. At that very moment, outside the gates of Yongzhou's headquarters, a large yellow dog suddenly raised its head and let out a resounding howl. Big Yellow, stop barking. A young girl named Rook skipped over and tugged at the dog's ear. Just then, Lin Yu returned to the scene, his eyes lighting up as he spotted the dog. Little Rook, where'd this dog come from? It's been ages since I've had dog meat. Before he could finish his sentence, the yellow dog's eyes gleamed with ferocity, and it lunged at him without warning. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, an absurd and comical scene unfolded. The large yellow dog suddenly lunged forward, sinking its teeth into Lin Yu's pants. With a loud rip, the pants were instantly reduced to shreds. Lin Yu was left exposed, while the culprit, clutching a piece of the torn fabric in its mouth, vanished like a golden blur from sight. Ha ha ha, Lin Yu, you're exposed. Shaowen laughed so hard he was bent over, and the other guild members couldn't contain their amusement either, their laughter echoing in waves. Flushed with embarrassment and anger, Lin Yu clutched himself and bolted from the scene, yelling, "Damn dog, I'll kill you. I'll treat everyone to dog meat tonight." Around the corner, the yellow dog peeked out, a nearly human-like smirk of disdain curling its lips. Ruku waved at it, saying, "Come here, Big Yellow. As long as I'm here, no one will eat you." The dog immediately bounded over to her side, affectionately nuzzling against her. Shaowen scrutinized the unusual dog closely. "Ruku, where did this dog come from? It doesn't seem ordinary. I found it outside yesterday. It was injured, so I bandaged it up, and it followed me home," Ruku explained, stroking the dog's fur and pointing to the blood-stained bandages on its leg. The group couldn't help but marvel silently. If it could run that fast while injured, how terrifyingly quick would it be when fully healed? Someone suddenly recalled something. On the day the apocalypse started, there were posts online about someone feeding a red attribute fruit to their husky. Could this be the one? As soon as the words were spoken, the yellow dog's teeth began to grind audibly. It turned out that after eating that fruit, it had fallen into a deep sleep, only to awaken and find its owner holding a knife, preparing to kill it. It had fled in panic and wandered through the apocalyptic landscape, surviving by hunting mutated beasts until it was injured by an elephant and eventually ended up here. What a waste. I've never even seen a red attribute fruit, and a dog actually ate one. That's 50 attribute points. An evolved human muttered enviously, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. The yellow dog immediately bared its fangs, and if it weren't for Ruko holding it back, the man might have ended up like Lin Yu. Meanwhile, in Dongyuan County, a deadly chase was underway. Lin Xiaoyu watched the 9 scattered fugitives with cold detachment. Running on foot? Think you can outrun wings in the air? How naive. Her figure cut through the sky in graceful arcs, reaping lives like a grim reaper. In just 3 minutes, 9 heads hit the ground. The evolved humans of Dongyuan County watched in terror, frozen in silence. Only after Lin Xiaoyu had left did they dare to whisper about this beautiful yet ruthless woman. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. A system announcement echoed in everyone's minds. Only 152 countries with populations exceeding 2 million remain eligible to participate in the Battle of 100 Nations. The participant lists for each country have been finalized and locked. In 15 days, all participants will be teleported to the regulated battleground. On the global ranking board, the names of powerful individuals gradually turned gray, signifying their selection as national representatives. At this moment, in the shrine of Sakura Country, inside the grand hall of the shrine, a group of influential figures stood in positions of authority, their gazes fixed intently on the 8 formidable warriors standing below. Among them, an elderly man with a stern expression addressed the group, his voice commanding. Each of you has been classified as an elite, ranked at the supers level. I expect you to dominate the battlefield and bring home the championship for our nation. Remember, the battlefield is full of unpredictability. You must adhere strictly to the plan. There is no room for error. The old man's gaze lingered deliberately on 2 individuals, Hashirama, who had a wager with the great sage, and Susanoo, who had a duel scheduled with the magician. Especially the 2 of you. The elder's voice grew sharper. Do not act on your own accord. If you encounter the great sage or the magician, immediately rally your forces and eliminate them with overwhelming power. Let this serve as a testament to the might of the Sakura Empire. Hashirama let out a cold laugh. Humph. Resorting to despicable ambush tactics, and yet you dare speak of the code of the samurai? With that, he turned on his heel and strode away, leaving the others behind to watch his retreating figure with varied expressions. The faces of the shrine's key figures darkened instantly. Susanoo, do you share the same sentiment? The elder's gaze, sharp as a blade, bore into him. The atmosphere grew tense. After a long silence, Susanoo finally spoke, his voice steady. The glory of the shrine and the empire takes precedence above all else. Hearing this, the elder's expression softened slightly. This response signaled that Susanoo would follow the shrine strategy, cooperating with the other warriors to ambush the magician during their duel. As for the defiant Hashirama, they could simply assign someone to monitor him in secret and strike at the opportune moment. But Susanoo's tone shifted. But what? The elder's unease returned. A fierce battle spirit emanated from Susanoo. You can set up your ambush with skilled warriors nearby, but only after I've determined the outcome of my duel with the magician. If I emerge victorious, it will be a true and honorable victory for the Sakura Empire. If I lose, then the others may step in. Very well, the elder said solemnly. I expect you to give it your all and crush the magician with overwhelming strength. If you succeed, you will bring great honor to yourself and the empire. But if you fail, your future ends there. Don't worry, Susanoo replied confidently. I've studied the magician's combat footage. He is indeed powerful, but he's far from being my match. The slots for the 100 Nations battle have been finalized, and only 15 days remain until the true fight begins. At that point, all participants will be transported to an unfamiliar world to engage in fierce combat. These brief 15 days represent the last opportunity for everyone to improve their strength. Lin Yu was carefully reviewing the final selection list. As expected, Shiyun and Lu Qi didn't make the cut. The list was primarily determined by national votes, combined with rankings from the World Tier Chart, the Tianjizi Stronger List, and the reputation of some well-known evolvers. Ultimately, the top 100 vote-getters were chosen. These selected individuals could be considered the creme de la creme of the nation, though there were inevitably some regrettable omissions either due to slightly inferior strength or lack of recognition. Brother Yu, I can't believe I didn't make it. I'm so frustrated. I was hoping to fight alongside you. The young girl's son Ruoxue pouted, tugging at Lin Yu's arm incessantly. Her repeated cries of, Brother Yu, left Lin Yu slightly flustered. Though only 16, certain parts of this little girl's development were already rivaling that of her older sister. Lin Yu quickly cleared his throat, steering the conversation elsewhere. Is that Star City up ahead? Yes, we've already entered Star City's territory, someone confirmed. Boss, I'm starving. Let's have some barbecue first, Xiongba suggested, dragging the massive carcass of a bear behind him and tossing it heavily to the ground. I've never tasted bear paw in my life. You all say it's delicious, so I want to try it. The group looked at him with a mix of amusement and disbelief. Sun Ruai sneered. You're such a shameless bear. That's one of your own kind. How can you stomach it? Won't you feel weird eating it and thinking of yourself? Hey, what are you all staring at me for? I'm not the same as those dumb bears. Xiongba protested, feeling unsettled under their gazes. By the water's edge, the group began processing the bear carcass, keeping the most flavorful parts for grilling. This was no ordinary animal, it was a mutated beast, its flesh brimming with power, unmatched by anything from the pre-apocalyptic world. The meat was tender, flavorful, and utterly delectable. As Xiongba was about to claim an entire grilled bear paw for himself, Lin Yu smacked him on the head. You think you can hog it all? If you want to eat a bear paw so badly, cut off one of your own. With that, Lin Yu used his flame blade to evenly divide the bear paw into 4 portions. Just as everyone was enjoying their meal, rustling noises came from the dense forest nearby. Moments later, a squad of over 20 individuals in military green uniforms emerged into view. There really are people here, and they're barbecuing, the leader of the group remarked, patting the head of someone beside him. Wolfhound, your nose is as sharp as ever. The young man at the front stepped forward, taking a deep breath of the savory aroma. His gaze swept over the group, lingering on Sun Ruai. His eyes lit up. What a beauty!
Are you his girlfriend? He asked, motioning toward Lin Yu. No, Sun Ruai quickly denied. What a pity. The man muttered under his breath before issuing an order. All right, boys, move in. Take the woman back with us, kill the rest, and roast that bear. Tonight, I'm having bear paw. The 20-plus men in green uniforms began to close in. Did you just say you're taking my woman? And eating my bear paw? Xiongba roared in fury. Wait, this bear can talk? Don't kill it. I want it alive. The leader's initial shock quickly turned into excitement, as if he had just discovered a new toy. Lin Yu, however, remained seated, leisurely savoring his bear paw as he watched the scene unfold with interest. At this point, he didn't even need to lift a finger. His number one lackey, Xiongba, would handle it all. You've got some nerve, huh? Eating a leopard's gall and a bear's heart? Xiongba bellowed, his figure turning into a blur as he charged forward. Watch out, young Master Feng, someone shouted. But how could a mere second-tier evolver stand against Xiongba? With a single punch, Xiongba shattered an incoming ice spike. In the next instant, his massive paw pierced through the young leader's chest, and when he withdrew it, a still-beating heart rested in his palm. Young Master Feng. The remaining men were paralyzed with fear. This move is called Black Tiger Steals the Heart. Xiongba grinned wickedly. The young man known as Feng Xiao felt a sudden, searing pain in his chest. A jet-black bear claw had pierced through his torso, ripping out his still-beating heart with brutal force. His eyes widened in shock as he opened his mouth to speak, but no words escaped. Life left his body in an instant. The disbelief and terror frozen on his face spoke volumes. How could anyone dare to deliver such a fatal blow to someone in military green attire, especially here in Star City, a region firmly under military control? Feng Xiao. The 20 or so men surrounding him stood paralyzed by fear, their minds gripped by a single, horrifying thought. It's over. Feng Xiao was the only son of Feng Kuzi, the second-in-command of the Star City Military District. In both the pre-apocalypse and post-apocalypse eras, he had been a figure of immense privilege and power, untouchable like a crown prince of the city. Yet now, the once dominant Feng Xiao had been slain, his heart torn out by a bear. Commander Feng will drain us dry, someone muttered, and panic swept through the group like wildfire. Each of them could already picture the wrath of the notorious and ruthless Feng Kuzi. We have to capture them and bring them back to the commander, or we're all dead, one man shouted, snapping the others out of their stupor. The idea of capturing the culprits sparked a desperate hope in their hearts. With renewed determination, their cold, vengeful gazes turned toward Lin Yu and his companions. Handle it, Lin Yu said casually, not even bothering to lift his head. You think him some weakling to be trifled with? Roared Xiongba, his massive frame launching forward like a cannonball. Iron palm strike. Black tiger heart rip. With a series of brutal and precise moves from his self-taught martial arts, Xiongba brought down 2 men in an instant. Within half a minute, the ground was littered with lifeless bodies. These so-called second-tier evolvers were insignificant in the eyes of Lin Yu and Xiongba. Brother Yu, these people are wearing military uniforms, and that Feng Xiao seemed pretty high-ranking. Could this cause trouble for us? Sun Ruai asked worriedly. No survivors, no witnesses, Lin Yu replied nonchalantly. Xiongba, even less concerned, casually wiped the blood off his claws with the dead men's clothing. The group resumed their journey, treating the encounter as nothing more than a minor detour. However, none of them noticed the sparrow perched on a nearby treetop. Its emerald green eyes took in every detail before it spread its wings and flew off toward a distant cluster of fortresses. Star City was unlike any other. It housed an overwhelming number of troops who, after the apocalypse, swiftly seized control and established a massive base. Fortresses stretched endlessly, housing over 1 million survivors. At the heart of the base, within its central military stronghold, an elderly man with sharp, penetrating eyes was engrossed in a book. General, we've received news, a deputy reported, hurrying in and handing over a sealed envelope. The old man opened it, revealing a portrait of 2 women, a man and a bear, followed by a letter bearing the seal of the Forbidden City. The magician has arrived in Star City, the old man murmured thoughtfully before calling out, Deputy Chiao? Yes, sir. A soldier in military uniform quickly stepped forward and saluted. The general circled a spot on the map and handed over the portrait. Take your team and locate these individuals. Bring them back here. Remember, treat them with the utmost respect and ensure their safety at all costs. Understood. Deputy Chiao saluted and left to carry out the order. Meanwhile, the sparrow flew into another fortress, where Feng Kuzi, a man with a bloated face and piggish features, was meeting with a bespectacled man in a Zhongshan suit. The man had brought with him its class fighter and 4 class fighters, each radiating an intimidating aura. As Feng Kuzi basked in his self-importance, the sparrow landed on the shoulder of his subordinate, Wang Defa, and delivered a shocking message. See, Commander, Feng Xiao. He's been killed by a bear. Say that again, you bastard. Feng Kuzi roared, his face contorted with rage. Grabbing the nearest object, he hurled it at Wang Defa, who crumpled to the ground, blood streaming from his head. Though injured, Wang Defa dared not move. The sparrow on his shoulder, however, leapt toward Feng Kuzi. You insolent beast. Feng Kuzi snarled, snatching the bird by its neck. With a sickening crunch, he twisted and severed its head. The sparrow let out a pitiful cry before going limp. Without hesitation, Feng Kuzi shoved the bird's broken neck into his mouth, sucking the blood with a savage fervor that revealed his monstrous nature. The sparrow's body shriveled up at a visibly alarming speed, and within just 30 seconds, all its blood was completely drained. Feng Kuzi licked his lips with satisfaction before turning his gaze toward the sparrow's owner, Wang Defa. That single glance made Wang Defa fall to his knees on the spot, trembling uncontrollably. You'd better not follow in your sparrow's footsteps and defy your superior, Feng Kuzi said, his bloodthirsty eyes fixed on him. I wouldn't dare. Wang Defa stammered, cold sweat dripping down his face. Good. See that you don't, Feng Kuzi sneered coldly, his gaze dark and menacing. Don't you have an eagle? Find the one who killed my son. I want to drain their blood and tear them limb from limb. I'll arrange it right away, Wang Defa replied hurriedly. Meanwhile, Lin Yu and his group had just emerged from the forest when they noticed a well-organized group of armed men standing ahead, seemingly waiting for them. Brother Yu, these people are dressed just like the ones we encountered earlier. I bet they're here for us, the young girl's son Ruoxue said, wrinkling her small nose. Should I blast them with my blue fire Gatling gun and send them to join their buddies? Let's see what they want first. I don't sense any killing intent, Lin Yu replied calmly. At that moment, the leader of the group stepped forward and spoke respectfully. Greetings. I am Qiao Fong, deputy to General Long of Star City. I am here under the general's orders to welcome you. Hearing the name General Long, an image of an elderly man surfaced in Lin Yu's mind. In his previous life, Star City's General Long was a renowned figure, someone Lin Yu deeply admired for his unwavering dedication to his country and people. When sea monsters invaded Star City, it was General Long who led his personal guards in a desperate defense, buying time for the city's million residents to evacuate. By the time the 9 Dawns of Light and the strongest fighters from the capital arrived, General Long had already sacrificed himself by self-detonating in the mouth of a beast. That battle was devastating, with nearly half of the 200,000 strong army of evolved fighters lost. General Long has invited you to visit Star City, Qiao Fong continued, maintaining his courteous demeanor. After a moment of thought, Lin Yu decided to accept the invitation and meet this legendary figure. He was already planning to head north to the capital to take down the Xia family, one of the 10 pillars of the Temple of Gods. However, he wanted to avoid becoming an outright enemy of the entire empire. This wasn't out of fear, but because he foresaw even greater disasters in the future calamities that would require the united strength of the entire nation. The current zombie outbreak was merely an appetizer. He didn't want to escalate tensions unnecessarily. Under Qiao Fong's guidance, the group set off toward Star City, escorted by 100 evolved soldiers who surrounded them for protection. As they traveled, Lin Yu noticed a giant eagle circling overhead, its gaze fixed on them. That's the spirit beast of Wang Defa, one of Colonel Feng's subordinates, Qiao Fong said, his expression grim. We should hurry. Colonel Feng and General Long don't get along, and it seems they're tracking us. Lin Yu recalled the incident with Feng's son, who had been killed by Xiongba, and a faint smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. The giant eagle soon returned to its base. Through the eagle's eyes, Wang Defa observed the group and reported back to Feng Kuzi. Colonel, the ones who killed your son are a man, 2 women, and a mutated panda. They're currently traveling with Deputy Qiao toward the base. Qiao Fong. Feng Kuzi's expression darkened, his entire body exuding a violent aura. Could that old man have discovered our plans? No matter. Send Kuang Hu to block them at the base entrance. Find any excuse to kill them. If they insist on pushing me, then I, Feng Kuzi, will take the seat of Star City's ruler myself. The scale of Star City left Lin Yu in awe. The city was surrounded by towering black metal walls, 20 meters high, and from above, the entire city appeared encased in a massive cylindrical metal shell. This monumental structure was the result of General Long leading over 100 metal affinity evolved individuals in a 10-day construction effort. Not long after entering the gates, the group was stopped by another party. Kuang Hu, what do you think you're doing? Qiao Fong asked with a frown. Deputy Qiao, these people have a score to settle with our Kuang Hu mercenary corps. I kindly ask you to step aside and refrain from interfering, Kuang Hu said with a grin, though his eyes were locked onto Lin Yu and his companions with a predatory intensity. Kuang Hu, are you sure you want to go through with this? This guest was personally ordered to be brought back by General Long. Qiao Fong's voice was as cold as ice, his face darkened ominously, and every word seemed to be forced out through clenched teeth.
General Long Quang, whose breath hitched at the mention of the name. He cursed inwardly. Colonel Feng had failed to mention that these people were under General Long's protection. However, having already committed to Feng's side, there was no turning back now. Deputy General Qiao, even if they are General Long's guests, does that mean they can abuse their status and throw their weight around? These people and I have a blood feud that cannot be reconciled. Quang, who gestured sharply, and over 300 mercenaries immediately surrounded Lin Yu's group and the 100 soldiers assigned to escort them. Chao Xiongba, ready to explode in fury, was held back by Lin Yu, who pressed a calming hand on his shoulder. Lin Yu was curious to see how Qiao Feng would handle this. The outcome would directly impact his plans moving forward. Quang Hu, are you courting death? Xiao Feng's aura flared with surging magical energy, his killing intent palpable. Quang Hu's eyes flickered with calculation as he spoke. Deputy General Qiao, the Quang Hu Mercenary Corps has no intention of opposing General Long, but we demand justice. Surely you wouldn't want rumors spreading that General Long shields his allies while trampling the weak, would you? Quang Hu, you've truly lost your mind. Xiao Feng bellowed, his voice filled with fury. Everyone, prepare for battle. Escort General Long's guests to the central base. Anyone who dares to obstruct us, kill them without mercy. A crowd had gathered around, murmurs rippling through the air. Some speculated that the Quang Hu Mercenary Corps had thrown their lot in with Colonel Feng, while others worried that if a battle broke out, the safety of the entire Star City would be at risk. Since General Long had taken over Star City, the zombie threat had been swiftly eradicated, and order was quickly restored. However, as more individuals awakened extraordinary abilities, dissent against authority grew. Colonel Feng's faction had risen to prominence in this climate, becoming a force nearly equal to General Long's. Quang Hu hesitated for a moment, but a subordinate leaned in and whispered urgently, "Boss, there's no way back now. If we don't act, we'll have no way to answer to Colonel Feng." Quang Hu's face hardened. "If Deputy General Qiao insists on shielding my enemies, then forgive me for offending you. Attack." At his command, his men surged forward like a tidal wave. Xiao Feng's forces immediately countered, and chaos erupted between the two sides. The bystanders scrambled to retreat, terrified of being caught in the crossfire. "The timing's about right. Let's get to work," Lin Yu said calmly, patting Xiongba on the head. In a flash, he was gone, reappearing in the battlefield, wielding a flaming blade. With a single swing, 5 mercenaries fell lifeless to the ground. Holy crap! This guy's a class fire ability user. Quang Hu's eyes narrowed, and he quickly shifted his focus. "You, hold off Qiao Feng. He'll take care of him." Quang Hu's muscles bulged grotesquely, veins popping as his body began to transform. A black, leopard-patterned tail burst through his clothing, and in seconds, his human form was replaced by a powerful, beast-like figure, emanating dark magical energy. Dark shadows in the shape of leopards spread from beneath his feet, binding Lin Yu's legs. "Kid, let's see how you fight without an arm." Quang Hu sneered, lunging toward Lin Yu with his claws extended, his grin feral and triumphant. But just as Quang Hu's claws were about to reach Lin Yu's arm, Lin Yu moved. No one could follow his motion, it was too fast. The next thing anyone saw was a severed, beast-like arm spinning through the air. It was Quang Hu's. The battlefield fell into an eerie silence as everyone who witnessed the scene stared wide-eyed, their expressions frozen in disbelief. It was as if they had just witnessed something beyond comprehension. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.